Chapter 26. Heroes. Chapter 26. Heroes, living or dead. Gunnar Eckroth. Introduction. Dead but divine. A Greek hero had been a living character, either in myth or reality, but only once dead did his career as a cult recipient begin. After death the hero could interact with the living, help and grant requests, or become angry and dangerous and be in need of appeasement. Heroes could even manifest physically among the living and, in this sense, a hero had a life after death. Such circumstances affect the relation of heroes to gods, the ordinary dead, and their worshippers, but also our perception of these beings. For an ancient Greek, this issue would probably have been irrelevant, but modern scholarship has to grapple with the fact that heroes encompass aspects of both immortality and mortality, and are connected to both gods and men. The ancient evidence for hero cults consists of literary sources, inscriptions, archaeological evidence, and iconography. Eckroth 2007. To begin with, modern scholarship was indiscriminate in its use of sources for the study of hero cult. Information derived from Greek, Roman, and Byzantine authors, as well as scholia, lexicographers, and grammarians were mixed up, with little consideration of differences in time and character of the sources, or of the changes that may have taken place, producing a skewed image of heroes and their cults. The increasing incorporation of epigraphical and archaeological evidence has led to a re-evaluation of the often static and standardized image presented in modern handbooks, and recognition of the rich diversity and continuous developments of heroes and their cults. The significance of death. The overriding concerns in the study of Greek heroes have been the role of death in the perception of these figures, and how to orient heroes between gods and ordinary mortals. Traditionally, hero cults have been assumed to have developed from the cult of the dead, an origin affecting both cult practices and the nature of the heroes. If being dead was the only criterion for understanding and defining heroes, the issue would be simple, as heroes are dead while gods are not. However, the mode of burial, the ritual attention heroes got, and the fact that they were regarded as being able to interact with the living show that heroes have as much in common with the gods as with the regular dead. The modern understanding of heroes as linked to the deceased and the underworld ties in with another major discussion within the study of Greek religion, the Olympian Chthonian paradigm. See this, in Volume DC, Chapter 24. The location of heroes in the Chthonian category has dominated the interpretation of hero cults. Stengel 1920, 105-55, Farnell 1921, Burkett 1985, 1977, 205, Scullion 1994, Scullion 2000. The questioning of this model and its value for hero cults, and for Greek religion in general, lies at the center of the modern debate surrounding Greek heroes, while the Chthonian character of heroes and their cults has been shown to be a result of an uncritical application of the literary sources. Schlesier 1991-1992, Eckroth 2002. The nature of heroes, the questions of who became one and how, as well as the use and meaning of the term heroes have been debated. A hero can be defined as a person who has lived and died, either in myth or in real life. This constitutes the difference between a hero and a god, who is immortal, although there are traditions of certain gods having tombs, such as Zeus and Dionysos. A hero usually had a tomb, which could be the focus of a cult, though some heroes were thought simply to have disappeared from the surface of the earth. The distinction between a hero and an ordinary dead person lay in the notice paid to heroes after death. They attracted attention on a more public level. The worshippers usually did not have a personal connection to heroes, unlike in the case of the ordinary deceased who were looked after by their immediate family. The hero was also a local phenomenon worshipped at one particular location, while gods were pan-Hellenic, though certain heroes had a geographical spread recalling that of gods. The fluidity of the hero concept is illustrated by Heracles, Verbank-Pierrard 1989, Levesque and Verbank-Pierrard 1992. Born a mortal, living the spectacular life of a mythical hero with immortal qualities, he finally burnt himself to death on Mount Oit and joined the gods on Olympos. There is no tradition of a tomb and his worship was spread all over Greek territory, still his cult had traits clearly linked to the cult of the dead. This complexity was certainly recognized in antiquity, compared to HDT 2.44, and Pindar even calls him a hero's theos, a hero god, Nem. 3.22. There is no watertight distinction between the use of the terms heroes and theos. Certain figures with a classical heroic background were called theos, such as the athlete Theogenes from Thasos, Paus. 6.11.29, while the Athenian healing hero Heros Iatros is designated theos in an inscription listing his property, IG 22839. The reasons behind the denomination are difficult to grasp and may have depended on the perception of a figure's stature in the eyes of the worshippers, compared to IG 222499 and 2501, decrees of two Athenian cult associations for the heroes Egrets and the theos Hyperdectes, respectively. A distinction between gods, heroes, and the ordinary dead is evident in Greek mentality, as these three categories are often referred to when presenting the beings that are to receive ritual attention and honors, e.g. PL Resp. 427b and Leg. 7170b. Heroes are, as a rule, grown males, usually kings, warriors, or individuals with a leading position in society, but the presence and function of female heroes or heroines or even child and baby heroes have recently been noted. Larson 1995, Lyons 1997, Parsh 2004, 95-134. Some heroes may originally have been gods who had diminished in importance, though most heroes originated in myth or epic and were also historical characters, such as founders of cities, athletes like Theogenes from Thasos, soldiers killed in war, like the Spartan general Brasidas, while poets, for example Homer, could be heroized. To these figures with a documented history can be added heroes only known from cultic contexts with little or no biographical information. Early 20th century scholarship tried to categorize heroes to create some order, an attempt largely abandoned today, Pfister 1909-1912, Farnell 1921. Even the more recent distinction between heroes of myth or epic and heroes of cult has been questioned, Curry 2005. 67-70. Origins, when and why? The origin of hero cults can be explained differently whether texts, inscriptions, or archaeology are used. Heroes as cultic figures seem to postdate the Bronze Age, but when and why during the Iron Age they arose remains debated. The term Tiricero is found in the Linear B tablets, Rougemont 2005, 338 and 374. But it is unclear if it has any cultic connotations. Heroes occurs in Homer for major kings, warriors, and ordinary persons, though never for figures receiving cult. Homer's usage suggests that hero cults are later than the epics, or that Homer may have been aware of hero cults but consciously suppressed them, Hatzistilio Price 1973. A cultic use of heroes is found in Hesiod's works and Days, 157-68. Where the heroes are one of the four races and are also called demigods, while the earliest epigraphic use of heroes as a figure receiving cult dates from the early 6th century BCE, Du Bois 1989, 25-7, number 20. The matching of the written sources with the archaeological evidence is complex. A group of shrines archaeologically attested in the 8th century BCE is identified from later inscribed dedications as belonging to heroes, Helen and Menelaus at Sparta, Odysseus in the Polis cave on Ithaca, and Agamemnon at Mycenae. As the epigraphical evidence postdates the earliest cult activity by at least 100 years, we are faced with a methodological dilemma. Was the cult recipient always the same, or was identification with an epic or mythic hero made later? The rise of hero cults has also been linked to 8th century BCE dedications of pottery, figurines, and metals in Mycenaean tombs. These deposits include both offerings and new burials and have been interpreted as hero cults, tomb cults, or cults of ancestors, Coldstream 1976, Antonaccio 1995, Boehringer 2001. Some of the richer and more long-lived deposits may be hero cults, such as Menadai in Attica and Barbati in the Argolid, while offerings of a few pots are likely to represent tomb cults, Antonaccio 1995, Eckroth 1996. The distinction between a hero and a regular dead person is tricky, as some burials and funerary cults are both rich and long-lived. The monumental mid-11th century BCE apsidal building at Toumba, Lefkandi, housing a cremated man, an inhumed woman, 2 horses, and rich burial gifts has been called a Haroun, but there is no evidence for a continuous cult, although new burials were made around the mound, covering the building at a later stage, Popham 1993, 98-9. Some burials received attention that clearly surpassed that given to the tombs of the ordinary departed. At the West Gate at Eritrea, for example, a group of rich late 8th century BCE cremation burials were marked by a triangular enclosure around 680 BCE, followed by a series of buildings used for cult, Barod 1970. The origins of hero cults seem impossible to pinpoint, and it is more fruitful to see heroes as a gradually developing category that came to encompass beings of different origins corresponding to various needs and contexts, Parker 1996, 39. The rise of hero cults has been explained by the spread of Homer and Hesiod, triggering the identification of Bronze Age tombs with the burials of the epic and mythic heroes, Coldstream 1976. The dedications of geometric material in Mycenaean tombs coincide with the rise of the polis state and have been explained as a way for aristocratic families, individual farmers, or smaller communities to stake claims to the land, Antonaccio 1995, Beringer 2001. In the classical period and later, many cults were instituted by the oracle at Delphi. A community would consult Delphi due to a crisis, such as disease or crop failure, and the oracle would identify an unjustly killed and revengeful figure who had to be placated by a cult in order to make the problems disappear, Boehringer 1979, Visser 1982. The heroization of the recently dead. Historical figures could become heroes. The question remains for us modern scholars is if a cult recipient has explicitly to be called heroes for the identification to be made. The Marathonomachoi, the men who fell at Marathon, were buried on the battlefield, and the city of Athens annually performed games in their honor, treatment clearly exceeding that of the ordinary dead. Still, they are not called heroes in the classical sources, only by later authors, Powers 1.32.4, and the first clear-cut evidence for a cult dates to the end of the 2nd century BCE, IG 2-1006.69. In scholarship there is a certain reluctance to recognize the war dead as actual heroes, Leroux 1986, 39-41, Parker 1996, 132-7, Curry 2005, 89-119. On Hellenistic and Roman gravestones, the term heroes becomes more widely used, while tombs are labeled heroa, Kubinska 1968, 26-31. New phenomena of the Hellenistic period are the private cult foundations and monumental burial monuments, pointing to the presence of hero cults for the ordinary dead with a certain economic standing, Lorm 1914, Fedak 1990, Cada 1995. Such practices have been dismissed by scholars as a result of the decline of Greek religion in the Hellenistic period, when the hero concept had become trivialized, but recent work has shown the complexity of these developments, Hughes 1999, Jones 2010, Wypustek 2013. The designation of someone as heroes, and the recognition of this status through cultic acts, are not to be regarded as the same thing. Used for the ordinary dead, the term heroes usually only suggested hopes and beliefs for the departed, a kind of blessing, and was often applied to those who died young, Wypustek 2013, 65-95. The actual honors accorded to the ordinary dead also varied from a public funeral, and might include a public burial, a tomb within the city, on the agora or in the gymnasium, the performance of sacrifices, as well as the establishment of an actual cult, Froelich 2013. The diversity in use with regard to terminology and action suggests that the concept of hero cults had become more multifaceted, probably reflecting altered circumstances and needs within contemporary society. The fluidity of the system is shown by the fact that some living individuals were already called heroes or even theos in the classical period, while, in the Hellenistic period, living kings could be proclaimed gods by the polis or by themselves, Habich 1970, in this volume, Petrovich, Chapter 29. The extension of the hero concept to encompass the ordinary and recently dead finds its final development in the modern, and disputed, suggestion that living individuals had already received heroic honors in their lifetime. Curry 2005. Cultic expressions. The sacrificial rituals of hero cults have traditionally been defined as consisting of a complete destruction of the animal victim by fire, holocaust, libations of blood, and the offering of prepared meals, rituals distinct from the sacrifices to the gods, which were centered on the consumption of the victim's meat. Stengel 1920, 105-55, Farnell 1921, Burkett 1985, 1977, 205, Scullion 1994, 2000. By considering a wider range of evidence, epigraphical, iconographic, and archaeological, as well as textual, and adopting a more critical awareness of the date of the sources and changes over time, scholars have instead shown that the main ritual of hero cults was a Thysia sacrifice ending with a meal, just as in the Cult of the Gods, Nock 1944, 1972, Verbank-Pirard 2000, Ekreth 2002. Ancient Greek communities seem to have manifested their local identity through the physical appearances of hero cults, while the cult places of the gods, especially the peripteral temples, shared a similar, more generally recognizable appearance. The remarkable variation among hero cult places is probably one reason why there have been few attempts to collect the archaeological evidence. Abramson 1978, Perrient 1992. Smaller precincts with little architecture are often labeled hero cults because they are considered too small to be cult places for gods. Kearns 1992. Epigraphical or literary evidence provides a more certain means of identification, though the mention of a hero or a cult in fictional works does not necessarily have to correspond to an actual cult. Ekreth 2003. The presence of tombs is a less certain marker, since it has to be ascertained that the worshippers were aware of these burials at the institution of the cult. The power of the hero resided in his bones, and examples of this circumstance are the transferal of the bones of Theseus to Athens from Syros by Cimon in 4765 BCE, Plut. Thess 36 and Cam. 8, and the bones of Orestes to Sparta, HDT 1.66-8, which assured the support of these heroes for these communities. Such traffic in bones has been interpreted by scholars as politically motivated propaganda rather than expressions of religious belief, perhaps a too rational assessment. Macaulay 1999. Case studies. Pelops at Olympia. The cult of Pelops at Olympia was one of the most famous hero cults of Greek antiquity, due to the cult's location at one of the largest, oldest, and most visited sanctuaries, and to the recipient's prominence in Pan-Hellenic myth. Studies of Pelops have largely focused on him being the opposite of Zeus, underlining the distinctions hero-god as well as mortality, immortality, making a classic case for an Olympian, Chthonian reading of the situation. Farnell 1921, 357e, Burkett 1983, 1972. Pelops has been seen as gloomy and uncanny, qualities prominent in his mythical biography and perhaps due to him being chopped up, boiled, and served to the gods by his father Tantalos and partly eaten by Demeter, before being brought back to life equipped with an ivory shoulder. Burkett 1983, 1972. Due to his prominent mythical pedigree, Pelops' cult has been considered to be very old, antedating that of Zeus at Olympia. Dorpfeld 1935. 26-8 and 119-22, Herman 1980. It has been argued that the Olympic Games originated in the funeral games for this dead hero or were instituted in his honor, a hypothesis backed up by the great number of tripods found at the site, thought to have been prizes in the early competitions. Burkett 1983, 1972, Nagy 1986, 79-80. The late 19th century archaeological investigations at Olympia revealed, in the northern part of the Altis, an extensive layer of ash, charcoal, animal bones, and broken votives, the black layer or Schwarzschicht, marking the earliest cult activity. Furtwängler 1890, 2-4, Malwitz 1988, Kyriales 2006. The oldest components date to c.1050 BCE. While the latest suggest a leveling of the layer around c.600 BCE. The new excavations in the 1980s and 1990s have demonstrated that Pelops' sanctuary was centered on a prehistoric mound, dating from the early Helladic period, c. 2500 BCE, Kyriales 2002, 2006, Rambach 2002. There are no Mycenaean layers and no cult continuity can be demonstrated from the Bronze Age into the Iron Age. The early Helladic mound may have attracted the first worshippers to Olympia in the mid-11th century BCE, but there is no indication that the original recipient of the cult was anyone else but Zeus. The cult of Pelops was introduced at the end of the Archaic period, perhaps as late as around 500 BCE, Kyriales 2006, 55-61. This date concurs with the earliest written evidence for a cult of Pelops, Pindar's first Olympian ode, 476 BCE, where the poet's description of the worship of the hero is initiated by the word now, perhaps suggesting a recent establishment. When the cult of Pelops was added to the cult of Zeus, always the main deity of the sanctuary and the festival, the early Helladic tumulus may have been identified as the tomb of Pelops. Pindar speaks of his ancient tomb, or 10.24-5, Ekrith 2012. The institution of the cult can be seen as part of a wider trend where all prestigious sanctuaries, and especially those with Pan-Hellenic games, were to have a particular hero in their midst. The cult of Pelops may have been inspired by the situation at Nemea, where the child hero Arphelps Archimeros was worshipped from the early 6th century BCE, Bravo 2006, 216-27. A further reason for the promotion of Pelops could have been the political agenda of Elis, the city-state in whose territory Olympia lies, trying to strengthen its manifestation in the sanctuary. The new Temple of Zeus, 495-450 BCE, depicted on its eastern pediment Pelops about to race Oinomaus, an iconography that launched Pelops as the national founding hero of the Hellene polis, similar to Theseus at Athens, Kyriales 1997, 2006, 79-83. The identification of the Pelopian is based on Pausanias' description, 5.31.1, and confirmed by a sherd inscribed, P. Elops found next to the precinct wall, Kyriales 2006, 15. Pelops' bones were of great interest in antiquity, in particular his ivory shoulder blade, which was sent to help the Greeks at Troy, but lost at sea and finally recovered by a fisherman, Paus. 5.13.47. The classical propylon and wall around the precinct were perhaps constructed to prevent the bones from being stolen, in particular if Pelops, during that period, was the national hero of Elis, Ekrith 2012. When Pausanias visited Olympia in the 2nd century CE, the bones were no longer kept in the Pelopian and the shoulder blade had been lost, 5.13.6, 6.22.1. The cult of Pelops has been seen as the prime example of the Chthonian character of hero worship, distinct from the cult of gods, Hermann 1980, 62-3, Burkett 1983, 1972, Nagy 1986, 77-81. In an influential discussion of Pelops, Walter Burkett has argued for a distinction between the dark, uncanny Pelops, connected to the impure dead and the underworld, and the bright, friendly Zeus, god of the sky, Burkett 1983, 1972. This interpretation of the cult rests on a mixture of our two main written sources, Pindar and Pausanias. It does not take into account possible changes over time or that the image provided by Pausanias is difficult to reconcile with the role of Pelops within the festival of Zeus at Olympia in the classical period. Pindar's account in the first Olympian ode, 90-3, has been interpreted as evoking a cult where the hero is given blood from animal victims who are subsequently burnt, a ritual with no communal meal for the worshippers. However, a closer reading and analysis of the vocabulary results in a sacrifice where the hero reclines as at a banquet, being offered blood as a means to attract and invigorate him, and honored with theoxenia, a ritual in which a deity was invited as the guest of honor and presented with a couch on which to recline on and a table with food and drink, Gerber 1982, 141-5, Ekrith 2002, 171-2, 178, 190-2. The passage further presents Pelops as an attentive and magnanimous host presiding over the distribution and communal consumption of the meat from the sacrifices to himself and to Zeus, a ritual that formed the centerpiece of the festival. Ekrith 2012, 107-11. This interpretation is supported by the location of the Pelopion. It is situated in the area of the Altis where sacrificial meat was distributed, and it faces the grounds outside the Temenos where the visitors put up their tents and prepared and ate their meals, compare to Pind. Ol. 10.45-6. The view of Pelops as a sinister hero not inviting his worshippers to any communal meat consumption derives from 2nd century CE Pausanias, 5.13.17. According to this source, the sacrificial victim was a black ram, from which the woodcutter providing the fuel for the sacrifices was given the neck, while the mantis, seer, received no share at all. The most important feature of Pelops' cult was that consumption of the meat rendered those eating it impure and banned them from the temple of Zeus and the cult of the god. This is a very different Pelops from Pindar's friendly host. Pausanias' statement has frequently been drawn upon for reconstructing the cult of Pelops during earlier periods, and has also been merged with the account of Pindar, compared to Burkett 1983, 1972. Moreover, the polluting capacities of Pelops' sacrificial meat have become the cornerstone of the notion that participation in heroic cults instigated pollution, and that therefore the victims were burnt in holocausts. But the evidence for hero cults causing pollution is confined to this particular passage in Pausanias. However, in the Roman period there was a tendency to perceive heroes as more linked to the dead and the underworld than previously, a perception reflected also in cult practices. Ekrith 1999, 2002, 121-8. There is a stronger emphasis on the burning of offerings. The only archaeologically attested Holocaust in a hero cult is, in fact, Roman, the cult of Palemon at Isthmia, Gebhard 1993. The differences between the accounts of Pindar and Pausanias suggest that the cult of Pelops did not remain the same from the classical to the Roman imperial period. One important difference concerns the handling of the meat and, in particular, the fact that, according to Pausanias, consumption rendered those eating it impure and banned them from any contact with Zeus. The sacrifice to Pelops took place in the middle of the 5-day Olympic festival before the major sacrifice to Zeus, and the impure qualities of the meat from Pelops' victim would have barred all athletes from participating in the religious highlight of the festival the following day. Such a scenario seems highly unlikely. The cult of Pelops must rather have undergone substantial changes between the 5th century BCE and the 2nd century CE, and perhaps in the Roman period, Pelops had become less linked to the actual festival and the games. This changed role of Pelops also affects the traditions surrounding the founding of the Olympian Games, usually seen as originating in the funerary games for the hero, adding another Chthonian dimension to the cult. The antiquity of the games has been supported by the presence of tripods and cauldrons in the black layer, assumed by modern scholars to be the prizes in the contests and therefore constituting links to Pelops' mythic history. Burkett 1983, 1972, Crumman 1990, 168-83. New excavations have demonstrated that the cult of Pelops postdates the distribution of the black layer, which took place around 600 BCE. Therefore, the tripods and cauldrons cannot connect Pelops' cult to the origins of the games nor indicate that he is the recipient of the games. The earliest ancient traditions name both Heracles and Pelops as founders of the games, while the recipient always is Zeus. Pind. Ol. 10.24-5, Paus. 5.7.6, 8.5. It is not until the 2nd century CE that the games are seen as originating in the funerary games for the dead hero, a development which is in line with the general trends of hero cults in the Roman period. Aleximachos on Amorgos. The young hero Aleximachos, from the Aegean island of Amorgos, constitutes a very different case from Pelops. He was not a mythical figure but a contemporary deceased person elevated to the status of a hero by his family and community. If the case of Pelops allows us to examine the possible Bronze Age origins of hero cults, and the relation between heroes and gods, The cult of Aleximachos throws light on the heroization of the recently dead and how their hero status was expressed in cult in the Hellenistic period. Our knowledge of Aleximachos comes from one extensive inscription dated to the late 2nd century BCE, IG 12, 7515, Lorm 1914, Number 50, Gautier 1980, Helmes 2003. The document finds parallels in the corpus of Hellenistic cult foundations, Lorm 1914, Number 43, compared to Numbers 45, 117, and can be related to the elaborate funerary monuments of this period, which bridge the divide between hero cults and grave cults, Fedak 1990, Cada 1995. Aleximachos was a young man from a prominent local family who, after his death, became heroized, aphorismos, IG 12, 7515.6, a terminology suggesting an elevation to the status of heroes, marking him as distinct from the ordinary dead. The inscription does not explicitly mention that he is dead or his tomb. There is a strong link between the living and the dead Aleximachos, and many of the participants in the cult must have known him when he was alive. This fluidity between the mortal and immortal Aleximachos is evident from the fact that, at the games, he was to be awarded the first prize in the pancration without any competition, lines 83-4. This may have been the sport in which he excelled, or perhaps it caused his demise, as casualties were not unheard of in this event. The initiative for Aleximachos' elevation to a hero came from his father Critolaus, who bequeathed 2,000 drachmas, 10% of the interest of which was to pay for the cult. The foundation was a gift to the city of Agali, which passed a new law establishing and regulating the cult and its finances. The reason for the institution of Aleximachos' cult is not stated, but it may have been a result of a father's grief over a son who died young. The inscription also lays down the practical execution of the rituals: a procession, animal sacrifice, a public meal, and athletic games, lines 39-86. The officials elected to be in charge of the cult were to lead the procession, which included members of the city council, the gymnasiarch, the director of the gymnasium, the ephebes, as well as all of the other young men of the city. The gymnasiarch was even allowed to force people to participate. The sacrificial victim was an ox, which was led from the Prytaneon, lines 42-6. Its meat was cooked whole, holomeal, suggesting that no share was given to a priest. This meant that all of it was available for consumption, and was served at a meal, demethoinia or dipnon. Each ephebe was given a portion of pork, either instead of meat from the ox or in addition to it. Wood, water, oil, a sweet honey drink, dessert, and flowers were to be provided by the officials, and the participants were also given an allotment of grain the day before the sacrifice. A second sacrifice, this time of a ram, was performed at Aleximachos' statue at a later stage, and the terminology implies that the animal's blood was poured out as a libation, 74-81. The ram was boiled whole, and the meat, along with a dish made of grain, were deposited in front of the statue, suggesting a theoxenia ritual for the hero. At the games that followed the next day, all of the ram's meat and half of the grain dish were used as prizes for the athletes, the rest was kept by the officials. The sacrificial meal took place in the gymnasium, and presumably this was also where Aleximachos' statue was raised, although there is no mention of a particular precinct for him or a grave. The inscription only concerns the public part of the cult, that is, the law passed by the demos, so the family must have constructed a funerary monument elsewhere which housed the burial. Other cult foundation decrees mention funerary monuments as well as cult buildings and statues. For example, the explicit late 3rd early 2nd century testament of Epicteta from the island of Thera, which speaks about Heroa, Lorm 1914, Volume 2, Number 43. Elaborate funerary complexes with installations for sacrifices, libations, and dining were part of the Hellenistic landscape of hero cults. For example, the Charmaleon on Kos, early 3rd century BCE, was a two-story building with libation tubes into the burial chamber, Shusman 1934, Sherwin-White 1977, 207-17, while the 2nd century BCE Harun at Caledon consisted of a walled courtyard with dining rooms and a central hall for worship located above the founder's tomb, Digva, Polson, and Romeo's 1934. The games were a central part of the cult of Aleximachos, but there is no indication of them being seen as his funeral games. Rather, the decree emphasizes Aleximachos' hero cult persona as an athlete, one of a category of individuals who, quite frequently, were raised to heroic status. Boeing 1979, Curry 2005. Aleximachos was proclaimed the winner in the pancration. The ram slaughtered at his statue was used as prizes for the contests, and the officials, the ephebes and the youths crowned him, i.e. his statue, at the games due to his virtue and discipline. 100-3. The cult of Aleximachos bridges private and public spheres in a complex manner. It commemorates a family member by integrating him into the official cultic sphere and awarding him a hero cult as for a mythic hero. That he was an ordinary dead person is irrelevant. He is honored at his statue, and not at his grave, not only by the community at large, but also by his family. The importance of establishing the cult in the communal arena is evident from the fact that citizens of Agali, resident immigrants, passing foreigners, and even Romans could take part in the public meal. In the procession, the games, and the torch race, state officials, adult men, youths, and boys were not only expected to participate, they could even be forced to do so. Conclusion. The perception of Greek heroes changed over time, to a much higher degree than did the perception of the gods. The term heroes underwent a shift from a figure of epic, though not necessarily an exceptional one, to a specific type of cult recipient, finally becoming a denomination signaling honor and prestige for public accomplishments. To the figures of myth and cult prominent among the heroes of the archaic and classical periods were added contemporary individuals of exceptional achievements. In Hellenistic times, ordinary private persons could be proclaimed as heroes by the community or their family in connection with their burial. The importance of death for the definition of a hero also varied over time. At all periods it was essential for the cult of mythic heroes that there was a grave and bones, but this was less so for the recently heroized of the Hellenistic period. This changed again in the Roman period, when the emphasis on heroes, even mythic figures, as being dead, became more pronounced. The rituals of hero cults are more consistent through time, focusing on animal sacrifice and communal consumption of meat, and underlining the importance of heroes for the cohesion of a group, be it a family, an association, a local community, or a city. The two case studies show similarities, and it is possible that the ritual practices of the cult of Aleximachos were modeled on the cult of Pelops. If Pelops is seen as the athletic victor par excellence, this could have inspired the construction of the hero cult of Aleximachos. A libation of blood to the hero was part of both cults, as was the sacrifice of a ram, at least in Pausanias' time for Pelops. Both also included a theoxenia ceremony in the ritual. Pelops is invited as an honored guest, while the food to be used as prizes in the games at Agali are placed in front of Aleximachos' statue. Moreover, Aleximachos, just as Pelops, watched over the distribution of meat to the participants in the procession and the games as well as over their joint meal, in a sense acting as the host. But the differences between the two cults are just as important, especially the extent to which each cult brings out the dead or living qualities of each hero. Pelops has a tomb and his bones are important elements of his story and cult, while in Aleximachos' case there is no mention of a grave, only a statue, and the proclamation of him as the victor of the pancration ascribes him living capacities or evokes his activities while still alive. The cult of Pelops may not always have been open for all to participate in, contrary to that of Aleximachos, whose cult strove to embrace the community as a whole, even foreigners. The worship of Pelops was truly long-lived, from the late 6th or early 5th century BCE to the 2nd century CE. For Aleximachos we do not know, as the evidence is one inscription alone. The fact that the cult was given to the city even though it was a private initiative by his father shows the intent to assure the memory of Aleximachos for the future, in a manner never needed for Pelops. Suggested reading. An outline of hero cult topics is found in Hag 1999. See also the recent overview article by Ekreth 2007. For the question of heroes as dead or alive, the issue of sacrificial rituals is central. see Ekrith 2002 and Verbank-Pierard 2000. The recent proposal that hero cults were also for the living is expounded by Curry 2005. The debate on the origins of hero cults in the Iron Age is found principally in Antonaccio 1995 and Behringer 2001. Selective collections of cult places have been made by Abramson 1978 and Pariant 1992, for the plethora of heroes of Attica, see Kearns 1989. For the heroization of the recently dead, see Jones 2010, Wypustek 2013, and Froelich 2013, see also Wohl and Zanker 1995, revealing the complexity of such practices in the Hellenistic period. Chapter 27. Dead or Alive? Emmanuel Gutierrez. Introduction. Human beings individually, and human societies collectively, have always had considerable difficulty in dealing with the phenomenon of death, the inescapable end of every living being, which is as inexplicable as it is irreversible. The feeling of being powerless in the face of the certain yet unforeseeable end of life is a source of anxiety and fear. Death is perceived as the instantaneous end of a process, short or long, depending on the cause, leading to a sudden collapse of all vital functions that make life possible. Donadieu and Villatte 1996, 55-6. As a consequence, the human body ceases to move and to react, it becomes inert, cold, and rigid, and after a while it begins to decompose. It is as though an invisible power which kept a person alive and helped him, or her, to interact with the environment suddenly left the body and disappeared into the air. This power has been called the free soul, which is the individual's non-physical mode of existence and is always active outside the body, in contrast with the body souls that are active during the waking life of the living individual. Bremer 1983, 17-18. The idea of a life-giving power residing inside the human body for as long as it is alive and abandoning it at the moment of death is found in many cultures and can therefore be considered universal. This vital power, which, though constantly present, does not manifest itself during one's lifetime, is what we call the soul, and it is perceived as taking a concrete form only at the moment of death, when it leaves the body. It may, for example, be envisaged as a bird or a butterfly flying away from the dying person. In the Greek language, the notion of soul appears very early in the simple form we have just outlined. It is expressed by the word psyche, deriving from the verb psychein, to breathe, which is present already in the Homeric poems. In Greek thought, this primitive idea of the soul remained central. Luckheis 1997, 157-71, but it was eventually taken up and developed into a more elaborate one by the Orphic, Pythagorean sects, Turcan 1959. In any case, it is important to keep in mind that this view was gradually transformed into a philosophical concept, thanks to the contribution of important thinkers, who, to a large extent, influenced the formation of our modern complex concept of the soul with its psychological and eschatological attributes. Bremer 1983. 3. Views of the afterlife and communication with the dead. We must bear in mind, however, that the meaning of psyche underwent considerable change in the course of antiquity and, furthermore, that it does not coincide with that of the word soul as we use it today, but is in fact narrower. Bremer 1983, Chapter 1. See also Jaeger 1960, 288f. For the Greeks of the Homeric age, psyche represents, first of all, the individual personality. It is the element that distinguishes the living person from the dead corpse, soma, and continues to exist after a person has died. In the beginning of the Iliad, 1.3, the poet states that the wrath of Achilles sent many strong psyche of heroes to Hades, the realm of the dead, whereas they themselves, autoi, in other words their corpses, were left to the dogs and the vultures to devour. It is therefore not surprising that psyche is often used with the meaning of life. See Snell 1931, 77-8. It has been argued that this is the principal meaning of the word psyche in Homer, Otto 1958, 25-31. Thus, in the Odyssey, 22.245, the suitors fight for their lives, Peripsychion. But one should be careful to distinguish psyche from other vital powers that are also believed to reside in the human body, enabling it to perform various activities, such as Thymos, News, Menos, Bremer 2002, 1, Miller 2009, 29-50, 40-3, with further references. The main difference is that psyche, being the identity, or the self, remains inactive for as long as a person lives. Greek visions of the afterlife and their significance are discussed at length elsewhere. See, in this volume, Edmonds, Chapter 37. The descriptions of the underworld found in literature, especially in the Odyssey, appear to reflect widely held beliefs. On belief, see, in this volume, Harrison, Chapter 2. After its separation from the dead body, the psyche, which we shall translate as soul for the sake of simplicity, of a deceased person migrates to another world, which, according to popular belief, is located below the earth, and begins an afterlife. In order to reach the realm of the dead, the souls have to cross a body of water, be it a river, Akron, into which flow Pyriphlegethon and Kokitos, which is a break-off from the water of the Styx, Hom. Od. 10.513-15, or a lake, Akarusian Lake. A more detailed topography of the underworld is provided by Plato, Ph.D. 111e114c. Alternatively, one may travel to the underworld along the Okeanos, the large river that flows around the earth, as Odysseus does, Hom. Od. 10.509-12, 11.21-2, since it is traditionally located at the western end of the world. The Greeks believed that the dead residing in the underworld kept their identity and the distinctive features they had when they were alive. This is why the deceased person could be designated as an image, eidolon. In the narrative of Odysseus' journey to the realm of the dead, the Nekyia, the poet makes it clear that the dead retain their original appearance, for they are described once again as images of deceased mortals, nekroi, broton idola kamanton, Hom. Od. 11.475-6. We are even told that the dead still have the wounds that led to their death, 11.36-41. In the Iliad too, when the ghost of Patroclus appears to Achilles, 23.65-7, it has the appearance and the clothes of the living person, even its voice is recognizable. The idea that the souls of the dead retain the features of their former existence is also found in Aeschylus, Ume. 103, and in Plato, GRG, 524f, Bremer 1994, 100. Such beliefs result from the desire of the living to perpetuate the memory of the dead, which is essential for maintaining the cohesion of a family or community. Grave markers serve the function of perpetuating the memory of the deceased. The offerings found in rich graves suggest that the dead were believed to continue, in some way, their earthly existence, while the rites performed regularly at the burial site, mainly libations poured to the ground, or during commemoration ceremonies, were a means of establishing communication with them. Kurtz and Boardman 1971, 200-17. Thus, the links between the living and the dead were never completely severed. The right to be buried was supported by powerful social and divine sanctions. It was also essential that the dead receive the customary rites of burial in the proper way. Kurtz and Boardman 1971, 142-9. Yet while the living have the duty of honoring the dead, they must equally avoid the pollution of death. Some of the rites performed at the burial site are clearly purificatory. Kurtz and Boardman 1971, 149-61, Parker 1983, 34-42. A consequence of the belief that it is possible to communicate with the souls of the dead is the existence of special oracles where they could be consulted, see the section Necromancy, and rituals for summoning them to provide advice or assistance in exceptional situations, see section Summoning of Souls. The funeral is, above all, a rite of passage which is marked by rituals of separation from the world of the living and rituals of integration within the world of the dead. Felton 1999, 11, see also, in this volume, Hitch, Chapter 35. The time between death and burial is an intermediate or liminal period. The transition of the dying person between one state and another produces intense fear and anguish among the living, who perceive their contact with death as an exposure to pollution, calling for purification. Parker 1983, 34-48. As for the dead, it is important to ensure that they will be able to access the beyond and begin their new existence in the underworld. For this to happen, the proper disposal of the body, burial or cremation, is considered a prerequisite. Johnston 1999b, 9-10, 83-4. This is why unburied or improperly disposed corpses are seen as a source of pollution that may cause plague and disaster. Johnston 1999b, 127-8. Another fear is that, in the case of deaths viewed as untimely or unjustified, because of the young age of the deceased or of the circumstances under which they occurred, the dead may be reluctant to accept their new status because of a desire to rejoin the world of the living in order to obtain their due, often revenge. Johnston 1999b, 128-9. It is important to point out that violent death was commonly considered a source of pollution. Parker 1983, 104-43, Johnston 1999b, 129-33. Such dead become hostile and resentful and turn into restless souls or ghosts, spirits who interfere in the world of the living and who cannot or do not wish to be part of the underworld, to which they should normally belong. To sum up, there are three categories of dead that are commonly presumed to be restless and potentially dangerous: the unburied, ataphoi, the prematurely dead, aeroi, and those who have died violently, biothanatoi. Johnston 1999b, 127-9, Stramaglia 1999, 8-16, Alfei 2009, 184-7. The three classes of special dead are presented in detail in Virgil's description of the visit of Aeneas to the underworld, Virg. Aen. 6.315-36, 426-547, Norden 1957, 10-13, Ataphoi, 315-36, Aeroi, 426-9, Biothanatoi, 430-547. All of these could become ghosts or revenants and haunt or harm men. There is not only literary, but also archaeological, evidence for the treatment of the bodies of such special dead in ways that were clearly meant to restrain them and render them harmless. Alfei 2009. The curse tablets, most of which were found in graves, occasionally attest to the involvement of the dead in the performance of magic. Idenow 2007, 148-53. See, in this chapter, the section The Role of Restless Dead in Magic. The magical papyri of the Roman imperial period often contain elaborate invocations to the special dead. Delgado 2001, SV Necros, Nekidaemon, Nekis. The privileged dead, ideas about a blissful afterlife. In Homeric poetry, the realm of Hades in the underworld is generally envisaged as an unpleasant and gloomy place below earth, where even the most prominent dead lead a miserable existence. When Odysseus meets the soul of Achilles in the underworld, he greets him with the flattering remark that his position is as dominant among the dead as it was among the living, to which Achilles answers sternly that he would rather be the servant of a poor man on earth than reign among the dead. Odyssey 11.488-91. The only means by which men could hope to overcome the doom and gloom of death was the immortal fame, Clio's Aphthiton, Iliad 9.413, that might be linked to their name. The memory of the deeds of the noble chiefs and valiant warriors lived on in the songs of the singers. Aoidoi, Jaeger 1960, 289. In later times it was the community of the polis that kept the memory of its bravest and most prominent citizens alive. This kind of immortality is invoked by the Athenian orators of the 5th and 4th centuries BCE in the funeral speeches they delivered for the soldiers who had died fighting for their fatherland. Jaeger 1960, 289-91. Nevertheless, some mortals could aspire to a better afterlife than the rest, provided that they were sufficiently close to the gods. This is the case of Menelaus, who learns from Proteus that he will not die, but the gods will send him instead to the Elysian fields at the end of the earth, the pleasant and constantly temperate realm of Rhadamanthys, who eventually became one of the judges of the dead, because he is the husband of Helen and therefore son-in-law of Zeus. Hom. Od. 4.563-7. According to a tradition differing from that of the Odyssey, Achilles too obtained the gift of a blissful afterlife. In the Aethiopis it was told that Thetis, after having mourned Achilles, removed him to the White Island, Leuknisos, in the Pontus Euxinus, Proclus, Chrestomathia II, where a cult of Achilles is, in fact, attested since the 6th century BCE, Hooker 1988, compared to Gosia Tejero and Molinos Tejada 2114. Another account of the afterlife of earlier men is found in Hesiod's Tale of the Five Human Generations, Op. 106-201, which are linked to the origin of various types of spirits, Rosenmeyer 1957, 272-5. The most notable is the first, golden, generation, whose members died painlessly, as though they had fallen asleep, and became pure, wealth-giving spirits, daimons hagnoi plautodotai, who stay on the surface of the earth as protectors of men, H. Op. 122-6, Bremer 1994, 114. None of the other generations have any influence on earth after their disappearance. It is noteworthy, however, that the fourth generation, that of the heroes who fought at Thebes and at Troy, is transferred to the Isles of the Blessed, Makaron Nesoi, close to the shore of Okinos, where earth brings forth 3 harvests, Op. 166-73, a wonderful abode strongly reminiscent of the Elysian fields described in the Odyssey. At the other end of the spectrum are those who are relegated to the Tartaros, the deepest place in the underworld, where they suffer endless torture for crimes they committed against the gods. Odysseus, in his journey to the realm of the dead, met 3 such wrongdoers, Tychios, Tantalos, and Sisyphos, Hon. OD. 11.576-600. In the course of the 6th century BCE, a new conception of man's true nature and internal life emerges, mainly among the religious groups of the Orphics and the Pythagoreans. In these circles we find the belief that man is, in reality, much closer to the gods than was commonly thought before, and that a part of him, the soul, which is different and separable from the body, is of divine origin and is liberated at the moment of death. This vision of the soul is very different from the Homeric psyche, for it is not a mere shadow in Hades, but the real subject of man's inner life, capable of living both in this world and beyond, in a state of eternal bliss in the vicinity of the gods. Jaeger 1960, 290-3, Bremer 2002, 11-26. Pindar, who encountered the Orphic religion in Sicily, gives us an interesting description of the nature of the soul in a fragmentarily preserved Threnos, Lament, Fr. 131b. Mela. The body of all men is subject to all-powerful death, but there still remains alive an image of man's life, for this alone comes from the gods. It sleeps when the limbs are active, but to those that sleep, it presages in many a dream the decision of things delightful or doleful. Jaeger 1960, 292. The idea of the divine origin of the soul is the key for understanding some well-attested beliefs. According to one such view, which is attested among other sources in funerary epigrams, Lattimore 1942, 31-43, the soul rises to heaven and turns into a star, Cumont 1949, 142-88, according to whom its origins are Indo-Iranian. A more widespread doctrine, mainly ascribed to Pythagoras, is that the soul enters into successive mortal bodies in a process of reincarnation. See, recently, Bremer 2002, 12-15. This concept was adopted and further developed by Plato. See, recently, Burnaby 2011, who took the step of declaring the soul itself immortal, PhD, 69e, 85b, Compare to Men. 81b-d, Jaeger 1960, 295-7. But such ideas remained within the religious and philosophic groups that created them and never became dominant. The initiates of the Eleusinian mysteries also believed they would be able to enjoy a blissful afterlife, probably not very different from the one described in Orphic poetry, Graph 1974, 79-150. Heroes and Revenants. Notwithstanding the widespread perception of the underworld as a gloomy place of no return, there was, as we have seen, a deeply rooted popular belief, according to which the dead could interact with the living in various ways, both beneficial and harmful. Indeed, in the perception of the ancients, the most notable characteristic of the dead, and of the powers of the underworld in general, is their ambivalence. Henrichs 1991, Vuteras 1999. The most explicit formulation of this idea is found in a fragment of Aristophanes' Lost Comedy Heroes, RFR 322 K-Day, where the chorus of the nameless heroes gives the following advice: "That said, men, be on your guard and honor the heroes, for we are the guardians of good things and ill. We watch for the unjust, for robbers and footpads, and send them diseases." Parker 1983, 243-4, Henricks 1991, 192-3, Graecia Tejero and Molinos Tejada 2000, 121. These heroes are manifestly revenants or spirits of the dead, compare to Ath. 3. 125d, Aetios of Samos, for 61c, Chameleon of Heraclea, an aspect that has been noted and studied, Brelick 1958, 226-32, Graecia Tejero and Molinos Tejada 2000. Parker remarks pertinently that this fragment provides welcome support for the idea that the heroes in Greece play the part assigned in other religions to the ancestors, Parker 1983, 244. A modern parallel is reported from Singapore, Johnston 1999b, 36. Heroes as a class are mentioned in an inscription on a lead tablet of the mid-5th century BCE from Selinus, concerning sacrifices and ritual purifications, Jameson, Jordan, and Katansky 1993, see, recently, Robertson 2010, 15-30. It is said that one should sacrifice to spirits called the polluted, Myroi, Tritopatres just as to the heroes, after pouring down wine through the roof, A10, whereas to the pure, Catharoi, Tritopatres one should sacrifice just as to the gods the ancestral victims, A17. It appears that heroes as well as the Tritopatres are thought of here as spirits dwelling in the underworld. Heroes were generally considered benign and helpful to mortals, but under certain circumstances they could become evil and avenging spirits, not unlike ghosts, Stramaglia 1999, 16-21. Artemidoros, Onira Critica 4.78, mentions heroes who are expressly identified as restless dead, Atalestoi and Biothanatoi, see Stramaglia 1999, 121n, 1. The stories, involving two famous athletes of the early 5th century BCE, are revealing in this respect. Theogenes, son of Timarxenos from Thasos, was an all-round athlete who had won countless victories mainly in boxing and the pancration, Fontenrose 1968, 75-6, Puyu 1994. Another case in point is the story of the hero of Temesa, which Callimachus, FRR. 98-9 pf, with a full list of testimonies, judged important enough to include in his Asia. The main surviving source for this story is Pausanias, 6.6.7-11, Fontenrose 1968, 79-81, Costabile 1991, Byzantine 1992, Felton 1999, 26-7, Curry 2002, Redfield 2003, 245-51. A sailor from the crew of Odysseus, who had been forced ashore by a storm at Temesa, in southern Italy, got drunk and raped a local girl. The inhabitants of Temesa stoned the sinner to death, but his ghost came back and began killing them, until they were advised by the Pythia of Delphi to propitiate the hero by dedicating a sanctuary to him and giving him, once a year, the most beautiful maiden in town. It was the famous boxer Euthymos of Locri who put an end to this tribute in the first half of the 5th century BCE. He fell in love with the girl that was destined for the hero, fought with him and won. The ghost disappeared into the sea and Euthymos married the girl. Euthymos had won 3 victories at Olympia and had been honored by 2 statues, one in his hometown and one in Olympia, of which the base has survived, IVO No. 144, LSAG 342 No. 19, Costabile 1991, 212-13. According to Callimachus, FA 99 pf, Plin. HN 7.152, both statues were struck by lightning on the same day, a revenge of the hero he had defeated. The question whether the fight between Euthymos and the hero of Temesa was imagined as a fictional narrative or as a physical encounter has no easy answer, compare to Curry 2002, 39. It is worth recording, in any case, that Euthymos received cult as a river god in his native Locri, which is documented by a series of clay pinakes found in a cave dedicated to the nymphs, Costabile 1991, for the transformation into a river god. See Costabile 1991, 211-12, Curry 2002, 41-3. Such stories suggest that it is not always possible to distinguish clearly between hero cult and superstitious beliefs concerning the restless dead and their interaction with humans. Journeys to the world of the dead, Catabases and Anodoi. The descent from the world of the living to the underworld is a journey without return. There are, of course, exceptions in myth. The Greeks believed, for example, that the shrewd Sisyphus had been able to persuade Persephone to let him go back, THGN 699-718. The distinct possibility that this is a late addition to the collection of Theognidia does not affect the argument, but the price he eventually paid for this trick was eternal punishment. However, the fact remains that it is impossible for mortal humans to obtain direct information about the fate of the souls of the dead after their separation from the bodies to which they had belonged. This explains why beliefs about the underworld were presented as accounts of journeys by legendary persons who had been able to return to the world of the living. We know that the Greeks considered mythical heroes to be real persons who had lived in a distant past, and attributed to them feats beyond the capacity of common mortals, usually accomplished with the assistance of the gods, from whom they frequently descended. The descriptions of what such visitors of the underworld had seen and experienced during their journey, handed down through oral tradition, were eventually fixed in writing, mainly as poetic texts, and became part of ancient literature. See Cumont 1949, 63-5, 395-6, which gave them the appearance of reliable testimonies. There were several descriptions of the underworld contained in tales about the descent, catabasis, of heroes to the realm of Hades and their return, anodos, to the world of the living. See Calvo Martinez 2000. The oldest and most influential such tale appears to have been that of Heracles, whose most dangerous exploit was to bring up Kerberos, the Hound of Hades, Hon. OD 11.601-27. It has been plausibly suggested that this story had provided the subject of an independent epic poem, von der Mol 1938, 8-9. Whether or not this is true, it is tempting to think that the tale of the descent, catabasis, of Heracles to the underworld was a source of inspiration for Odysseus' journey to the limits of the world in order to meet with the souls of the dead, and for other similar stories. Erbsen 1972, 31-3. Poetic accounts of descents to the underworld, catabases, appear to have been composed also within the religious context of mystery cults, especially the Eleusinian mysteries, whose initiates aspired to an undisturbed and blissful existence after death. We shall not consider these apparently influential works here since very little is known with certainty on their subject. Graph 1974, 126-50. One feature that is worth mentioning is the prominent role played by Orpheus in these texts. Directions for the journey to the underworld, probably meant for followers of mystic sects, are also found in the Orphic gold leaves discovered in graves of classical date in Greece and southern Italy, which have been extensively discussed by modern scholars. See, recently, Edmonds 2004, 1-110. It is difficult to estimate to what extent literary accounts and works of art are accurate reflections of widespread popular beliefs, deeply rooted in mythological tradition and religious practice though they are. Yet the fact that these works were addressed to a broad public, comedies like The Frogs of Aristophanes were performed before a large audience that was probably a cross-section of Athenian society, indicates that we can take these descriptions of the world of the dead as reflections of more or less widely accepted views. There is no doubt that the advent of philosophy and the gradual development of a scientific approach to nature presented a challenge to traditional views about life and death. Nevertheless, we have ample evidence that the old vision of the world, consisting of the sky, or Olympos, as residence of the gods, the earth populated by humans and other living beings, and the underworld as the abode of the dead, remained predominant. Broad 1974, 21. The main Greek gods resided on Mount Olympos and had no contact with the realm of Hades. Few of them made the journey to the underworld and back. First and foremost among these divinities is Hermes Psychopompos, whose function was to accompany the souls of the dead in their final journey to the realm of Hades. There was also Persephone, who had been seized by Hades himself and brought to the underworld in order to become his wife, but was allowed to return to Earth for part of the year. Finally, we should mention Hecate, the goddess most often associated with the fearsome irregularity of the return of the dead to the world of the living, mainly in the form of ghosts. Johnston 1999b. 203-11. Case studies. Necromancy. Necromancy, or divination with the help of the dead, is an attested practice in ancient Greece. Broadhead 1960, 302-3, Donadieu and Villatte 1996, 81-91, Johnston 1999b, 83-5, 88, Ogden 2001, Bremer 2002, 71-83. The most extensive treatment of the subject, Ogden 2001, covers more forms of communication with the dead than necromancy in the narrow sense. There were, in fact, oracles of the dead, where the souls of the dead could be evoked and consulted, necromantia. The best known among these were at Ephyra by the river Acron in Epirus, at Heraclea Pontica, and at Cape Tainaran, the southernmost tip of the Peloponnese. Little is known about the consulting procedure in these oracles, but it is clear that, according to mythological tradition, their sites were entrances to the underworld. A detailed description of a necromantic ritual performed by the Thessalian witch-Eric, though with the use of a corpse, is described by Lucan, 6.425-506, Graph 1997, 190-200. The earliest and most detailed description of necromancy in Greek literature is the Nekia, 11th book, of the Odyssey, see Hubeck and Hoekstra 1989, 75-7, with a short account of the widely diverging interpretations proposed for the Nekia. There has been disagreement on whether the Nekia describes a descent to Hades, catabasis, or not. Steiner 1971, 265-6 NN. 2 and 3. In fact, Odysseus does not cross the boundary into the underworld, but reaches the limits of ocean, Peirata Okeanoio, we might say the end of the world, where the Cimmerians live in eternal darkness. There he offers a sacrifice and the souls of the dead appear to him in order to drink the blood of the victims, or he sees them from a distance. OD 11.9-50. We then went ourselves along Ocean's stream until we came to the place which Kirk had described. Their pyramids and aerolochos held the sacrificial victims, and I drew my sharp sword from my thigh and dug a ditch about a cubit this way and that, and round it I poured a liquid offering to all the dead, first with a honey mixture and thereafter with sweet wine, and again the third time with water, and I sprinkled white flour on top. When I had made my prayers and entreaties to them, the races of the dead, I took the sheep and cut their throats over the ditch, and the dark cloudy blood poured in, and the ghosts of the departed dead assembled together from out of Erebos. Then I urged and ordered my comrades to flay and burn the sheep which lay there slaughtered by the pitiless bronze, and to offer prayers to the gods, mighty Hades and fearful Persephone. As for myself, I drew my sharp sword from my thigh and sat there, not allowing the strengthless heads of the dead to come near the blood until I had inquired of Teiresias. Door 1993. Odysseus' main purpose, which he achieves, is to summon the soul of the famous seer Teiresias in order to consult him about his return to Ithaca. It has rightly been pointed out, Norden 1957, 202, that the Nekia is a consultation of an oracle of the dead, necromantia, not a descent into Hades. According to an attractive hypothesis, the Nekia of the Odyssey is an account of necromancy as practiced at a sanctuary with an oracle of the dead, necromantian, that has been transposed to a setting at the border of the realm of the dead. Steiner 1971, 269, Hubeck 1989, 75-6. This is all the more appealing in view of the fact that the necromantia were supposed to be gates to Hades. An account of a consultation of an oracle of the dead that was probably the best known of its kind in ancient Greece, the necromantian of Ephyra in Epirus, by the tyrant of Corinth, Periander, who lived in the 6th century BCE, is transmitted by Herodotus, 5.92.7. And on one day, he, Periander, had all the Corinthian women stripped of their clothing, for the sake of his own wife, Melissa. He had sent messengers to the Thesprotians on the Akron River to consult the Oracle of the Dead there on a deposit of treasure belonging to a guest friend. When Melissa appeared, she refused to tell him about it and said that she would not disclose where it was buried because she was cold and naked and she could not make use of the clothes that had been buried with her since they had not been consumed by the fire. She said that the evidence for the truth of her claim was that Periander had placed his loaves in a cold oven. When her response was reported to Periander, he found the token of its truth credible, for he had engaged in intercourse with Melissa's corpse. As soon as he heard the message, he made a proclamation announcing that all Corinthian women were to go to the sanctuary of Hera, and so they went there dressed in their finest clothes as though to attend a festival. Periander had posted his bodyguards in ambush, and now he had the women stripped, both the free women and the servants alike. Then he gathered their clothes together and, taking them to a pit in the ground, said a prayer to Melissa and burned all the clothes completely. After doing that, he sent to consult Melissa a second time, and the ghost now told him the place where his guest friend had deposited the treasure. Strassler 2007. It should be pointed out that this story follows a similar pattern to that of Eucrates and Daimonic told by Lucian, Philop's 27-8, see Ogden 2004. Summoning of souls. The souls of the dead could be consulted not only in oracles, they were also believed to be able to assist the living, especially if the dead had been an important and powerful person in their lifetime. It was therefore possible to summon a soul by means of a special religious ritual. Such an evocation is found in the Percy of Aeschylus, where Atossa, assisted by the chorus, induces her dead husband Dareios to appear as a ghost and advise her about the future of her son Xerxes after his defeat at Salamis. The ritual consists of a hymn which is sung by the chorus, 623-80, while the queen offers libations, Broadhead 1960, 305-8, June 1981. The ritual does not differ significantly from that of necromancy, except that it is not performed at an oracle of the dead, which means at an entrance to the underworld, but in front of the Persian royal palace, Esh. PERS 604-32. Atossa, I am already full of every kind of fear, hostile images from the gods appear before my eyes, and a din, no victorious song rings in my ears. Such is the terror caused by the disaster which is driving me out of my mind. I have therefore made my way back from the palace without the chariot and finery I had before, carrying material for a libation to propitiate my son's father, of the sort that appease the dead, delicious white milk from a pure heifer, glistening honey distilled from flowers, lustral water from a virgin spring, and pure liquid taken from its wild mother, this delightful product of an ancient vine. Here also are the fragrant fruit from a pale olive tree, which flourishes in leaf perpetually, and garlands of flowers, the children of fruitful earth. But you, friends, sing hymns to accompany these libations to the dead, and summon up the spirit of Dareios. I will send forth to the earth to drink these gifts in honor of the gods below. Chorus, my lady queen, revered by the Persians. You send the libations to the subterranean chambers. And we with hymns will ask the escorts of the dead to be benevolent beneath the earth. You, pure gods of the underworld, earth and Hermes and king of those below, send up the soul from below into the light. For if he knows any further cure to our problems, he alone of men could tell how to bring it to pass. Hall 1996. Significantly, Dareios cannot rise from the underworld unless the gods who control it let him pass. It has been maintained that the evocation of Dareios reflects magical practice, but closer examination shows that none of the ritual acts described here goes beyond what is known of Greek religious practice and veneration of the dead, Broadhead 1960, 305-8. Nevertheless, it can be argued that rituals involving the evocation of the dead, with the terrifying apparitions of ghosts they implied, shared common elements with magical practices, June 1981, 419-21. The role of restless dead in magic. Direct evidence for magic in ancient Greece has survived mainly in the form of curses or binding spells, katadesmoi, written on lead tablets that were deposited in graves or wells, Graph 1997, 118-51, with bibliographical references, and, in this volume, verse 0, chapter 30. These curse tablets mostly contained short formulaic texts that provide little information on the performance of the magic and the involvement of the dead in the process. Johnston 1999b, 85-6, unlike the later magical papyri from Egypt, which contain exact directions. In a few curse tablets of classical and Hellenistic date, however, the dead persons in whose graves they were buried are invoked as witnesses or accessories to the enactment of the spell. Idenow 2007, 148-53. There are also occasional invocations of obscure powers collectively called daimons. These potentially harmful dwellers of the underworld presumably include the souls of the deceased. See Vutiras 1998, 93-8, with bibliographical references, and, in this volume, Sfarmani Gasparo, chapter 28. A very rare example of a magic spell in which the main divinities of the underworld are named is an Attic tablet beginning with the words, "I am sending this letter to Hermes and Persephone." See Graph 1997, 130-1 with N, 40, just about unique. An unusually long binding spell from Pella, dating to the second quarter of the 4th century BCE, is particularly interesting in this respect, because it describes the situation out of which it arose, and provides information on the role of the dead man in whose grave the lead tablet had been buried and that of the daemons of the underworld in making the spell effective. Vutiras 1998, 15-16. Of Thetima and Dionysophane the ritual wedding and the marriage I bind by a written spell, as well as that of all other women, both widows and maidens, but above all of Thetima, and I entrust this spell to Macron and to the daemons. And were I ever to unfold the tablet, and read these words again after digging it up, only then should Dionysophane marry, not before. May he indeed not take another wife than myself, but let me alone grow old by the side of Dionysophane and no one else. I implore you, have pity for, Phil, dear daemons, for I am bereft of all my dear ones and abandoned. But please keep this piece of writing for my sake so that these events do not happen and wretched Thetima perishes miserably. But let me become happy and blessed. The tablet was found in the grave of an adult man, a simple pit containing no grave goods, close to the right hand of the skeleton. Macron is, therefore, almost certainly the name of the dead man, who is supposed to keep the tablet with the binding spell together with the daemons, who are probably the souls of restless dead, Aeroi and Biothanatoi. See Views of the Afterlife and Communication with the Dead, above. The spell is supposed to be effective for as long as it remains buried in the grave, which places it in the underworld, the realm of the dead. The supplication of the daemons of the underworld by the woman making the curse indicates that she considers them instrumental in enacting the magical power of the spell. It is reasonable to assume that the woman is following the instructions of an expert magician. This, and other similar evidence, point to the conclusion that the inhabitants of the underworld were perceived, at least from the end of the Archaic period onwards, as agents enabling the enactment of curses, spells, and other magical acts. Johnston 1999a, 85-92. It was also commonly believed that the restless dead, that is to say people who had died prematurely or in a violent manner, who, in other contexts, appear as ghosts, played a role, active or passive, as keepers or witnesses of a spell. Idenow 2007, 148-50, in the performance of magic. Ghosts and haunted houses. Stories about haunted houses appear to have been common in ancient Greece. Felton 1999, 38-49, Stromaglia 1999, 121-31. A good indication of how widespread the belief in ghosts infesting old houses is the existence of Attic comedies from the period of New Comedy, late 4th-3rd century BCE, based on this theme. Our knowledge of these comedies is unfortunately incomplete. Menander's Phasma is only partially known and we have very little direct information about Fahlmann's play by the same name, although it is probable that Mostellaria of Plautus was an adaptation of it. Stromaglia 1999. 123-8, with a list of other comedies with ghosts. Felton 1999, 50-61. These plays may have been inspired by a collection of stories about phantoms that circulated in 4th century Athens. According to L. Rademacher, the author of this collection could have been Heraclides Ponticus, see Magna 1999, 125-6n, 17. A story about a house haunted by the ghost of a dead man, whose body was lying under the floor. The ghost was eventually driven away by a Pythagorean philosopher, is told by Lucian, Philop's. 30-1. Well, he, Arignotos, said, if you ever go to Corinth, ask for the house of Eubatedes, and when it is shown to you by the cherry grove, go in and tell the doorman Tibius that you'd like to see the place where Arignotos the Pythagorean dug up the spirit and drove it away, making the house habitable after that. What's that all about, Arignotos? Asked Eucrates. It was uninhabitable for ages, he said, because of terrifying occurrences. If anyone went to live there, he immediately fled in panic, pursued by a fearful and stupefying phantom. So the house was collapsing and the roof was falling in, and absolutely no one was brave enough to go there. When I heard this, I took my books. I have a great many Egyptian works on such topics, and went to the house around bedtime, though my host tried to stop me, almost grabbing hold of me, when he heard where I was going into manifest disaster, as he thought. But I took a lamp and went in alone. I put the light down in the biggest room and began to read, sitting quietly on the floor, when the spirit appeared, thinking that he was approaching an ordinary sort of man and expecting to scare me like the others. He was squalid-looking, with long hair, and blacker than the darkness, and he stood over me and had a go at me, assailing me from all sides to see if he could get the better of me, now in the form of a dog, now of a bull or a lion. But I produced my most horrific spell, speaking it in Egyptian, forced him into a corner of a dark room and charmed him away. Then I noted the spot where he went down, and then I went to sleep. At dawn, when everyone had given up hope and was expecting to find me dead like the others, I emerged to everyone's surprise, and went to Eubatedes to tell him the good news that he could now live in his house, which was free from pollution and horrors. So, taking him with me, and a lot of others who came along attracted by the extraordinary event, I led him to the spot where I had seen the spirit go down, and told them to get forks and spades and dig. When they had done so, a body was found buried about 6 feet deep. It had decomposed and only the bones were lying in order. We dug it up and buried it, and from then on the house was no longer troubled with phantoms. Costa 2005. A very similar story about a haunted house in Athens is transmitted by Pliny the Younger, Epistolae 7.27.5, 11. Pliny and Lucian could conceivably have adapted their stories from a common source, all the more so as, in both cases, the person who intervenes in order to free the house from the ghost haunting it is a philosopher. Stromaglia 1999, 125-7. Conclusion. The initial Greek perception of the soul as the spirit of life leaving the body at the moment of death allowed for little communication between the dead and the living apart from commemoration. From the late Archaic period onwards there is a shift in the concept of the soul, which becomes more versatile. Consequently, the boundary separating the living from the dead becomes less clear, for at least certain dead appear to be able to transgress it and interact with mortals. But the overall picture is blurred by the fact that seemingly contradictory eschatological beliefs can coexist. Suggested reading. For ancient Greek conceptions of immortality, death, and the afterlife, see Savinuinwood 1995, Johnston 1999a, Jaeger 2001, Bremer 2002, as well as, this volume, Radcliffe Edmonds, Chapter 37. On the topic of heroes and heroization, see Graecia te Hero and Molinos te Hodder 2000, Curry 2002. The Greek concept of the soul is discussed in Bremer 1983. For divinatory practices relating to the dead, see in particular Ogden 2001. On Orphism, see Turkin 1959, and, more recently, Edmonds 2004, which also discusses ancient Greek myths pertaining to Hades and the underworld. On ancient magic more generally, see Graf 1997, Gutierrez 1998, Delgado 2001. Chapter 28. Daimonic Power. Julius Farmani Gasparo. The problem. A long-lasting system. In dealing with daimonic power in the Greek religious tradition, we need to make a premise. We cannot, in fact, presume that we can reconstruct a daimonology, in the sense of a clearly defined doctrine or a coherent and final system of ideas. Rather, daimonology is a more or less homogeneous and articulated set of ideas and beliefs, sometimes associated with ritual practice, relating to the category of the divine which the Greeks, from the time of Homer, denoted by the term daimons. This set of ideas is to be assessed in the context of the Greek religious tradition as it originated and developed over time, without dogmas and institutions or official religious authorities with the power to impose rigid regulatory uniformity on beliefs and ritual practices. There is, also, the difficulty of applying clear steps within this long historical process, establishing, as it were, the precise phases and isolating compact, autonomous blocks within the mobile flow of ethnic, national religious beliefs. Avoiding anachronisms by interpreting the sources of the archaic and classical age in the light of subsequent developments, according to ideological schemes of a different historical, cultural situation, seems to be key. The more or less complex formulations of the Hellenistic and Roman imperial periods must, therefore, be placed in relation to earlier traditions, to measure any continuity, mutations, or innovations. The sources. There are numerous problems stemming from the nature of the source material available for the study of daimonic power. Literary texts outnumber direct documents, such as inscriptions. It is difficult, indeed sometimes impossible, to differentiate, within the literary tradition, between material derived from a writer's own interpretations and ideological views, and that which might reflect the more widespread beliefs and practices of the common people. However, the gap between learned speculations of individuals and the broader mentalities and religious experiences of Greek communities and numerous Hellenized peoples within the Mediterranean world is not unbridgeable if we consider the stability of religious traditions in ancient cultures, and of Greek religion in particular. In the absence of an official normative authority, there was a deeply conservative attitude with regard to the beliefs and cult practices of the civic communities. None of those who deal with religious themes, be they poets, historians, philosophers, or writers, innovates in a radical fashion, even when adopting a critical position. Rather, to a greater or lesser degree, they draw on the common tradition, which also nourished their own ideological and cultural roots. Different notions of daimon. There are three basic meanings that make up the flexible and varied content of Greek daimonology in the long course of its historical development. One meaning, which we may term theological, uses daimons to refer to a category of superhuman beings within a graduated hierarchy, often including heroes, whose extremes are occupied by gods and men. Within this continuum, the daimons constitute a group wielding specific powers and tasks, as intermediaries between gods and men. According to a second, anthropological meaning, the daimon is conceived of as equivalent to the soul of a person, living or dead. This view correlates with the protective function often ascribed to the daimon, which is probably the oldest conception, the one most deeply rooted in the Greek ethical and religious tradition, and is linked to that of the individual's destiny, moira, and his lot or fortune, tyche. In its third meaning, daimonology also assumes a cosmological function, since the daimons are located in either of the cosmic levels that form the graduated structure of the all. Historiographical overview. Although the scholarly debate on the subject has generated numerous, authoritative works, recent studies taking a broad documentary and methodological look at the whole chronological span of Greek daimonology are still extant. Useful and praiseworthy early studies in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Hild 1892, Andrus 1918, Hines 1965, 1892, aimed at providing a broad overview of the theme for the archaic and classical ages, and, in part, for the early Hellenistic period. Later research, however, focused merely on specific contexts. This research often provided a philosophical reflection aimed at systematizing the complex, shifting horizon of Greek religious traditions rather than looking at the specifically religious aspects of the topic. In this field we should mention the many, varied studies on the Pythagorean environment, including, of particular interest, that by Detienne, 1963, which also reflects on the Platonic context. The latter, in fact, throughout its long history, is deeply interested in the daimonological theme, often adopted as an interpretative key to bridge the gap between popular belief and worship on the one hand, and rational speculation of philosophers on the other. After Jensen, 1966, and the contribution of Marx Wolf, 2009, the documented essay by Timotin, 2012, is of interest. From an eminently philosophical perspective, this work examines the history of the notion of daimon from Plato to the last Platonists. From Porphyry to Iamblichos, up to Proclus and Damaskios, these last Hellenes opposed the increasingly pervasive and ultimately victorious affirmation of Christianity. They tried, with all the tools of philosophical reflection, to propose a new interpretation of the traditional Greek religious heritage. Daimonological exegesis, variously articulated according to context, often offered them an interpretative key to include aspects of this heritage deemed incompatible with the canons of the philosophical religion they desired. The various faces of the prism, the daimon between theology and anthropology. Daimons as a category of superhuman beings in the theology of the Greeks. In Plutarch's c.47-127 CE, Dialogue on the Disappearance of Oracles, Cleombrotos focuses on the somewhat thorny issue of providence. In his view, those persons have resolved more and greater perplexities who have set the race of demigods, ton daimonon midway between gods and men, and have discovered a force to draw together, in a way, and to unite our common fellowship, de def. Or 10414e, 415a, trans. Babbitt 1962, 1936, with changes. A history of the problem is proposed. Among the Greeks, Homer, moreover, appears to use both names in common and sometimes to speak of the gods, theoi, as daimons, but Hesiod was the first to set forth clearly and distinctly four classes of rational beings, gods, daimons, heroes, in this order, and, last of all, men, and as a sequence to this, apparently, he postulates his transmutation, the golden race into daimons. For 1.5b. In On Isis and Osiris, Plutarch also appeals to the authority of Plato, Pythagoras, Xenocrates, and Chrysippos, who, following the lead of early writers on sacred subjects, theologoi, allege the daimons to have been stronger than men, yet not possessing the divine quality unmixed and uncontaminated, but with a share also in the nature of the soul and in the perceptive faculties of the body, and with susceptibility to pleasure and pain and to whatsoever other experience is incident to these mutations, and is the source of much disquiet in some and of less in others. For in daimons, as in men, there are diverse degrees of virtue and of vice. Der is get os. 25.360 Some modern scholars have questioned whether the men of the golden race, Hes. Op 121-6, who became daimons after death, could have been a distinct category for Hesiod. Instead, it has been argued that he understands daimons in the Homeric sense of gods, beings of divine status without special connotations. Such a view contradicts the entire ancient tradition, which always understood Hesiod's daimons as beings of special status within the general theological scheme, different from the great gods. Plato provides the earliest attestation of this interpretation. In the Cratalos, 397e, 398a, and Leg. 713c.d, there is talk of a race of daemons, defined as superior, a particular category of superhuman beings that acts as guardians of men at the time of Chronos. This notion can also be found in the Pythagoreans, whose interest in Hesiod, whom they considered almost a sacred writer, is well known. At the same time, this interpretation makes nonsense of the deeper import of the myth of the four races and certainly reflects its author's attempt to construct a coherent framework for the disorderly religious inheritance that he was trying to rethink in terms of his own ethical view. Among the various meanings of the myth, we may insist here upon its vocation, in terms of nature and functions, as a classification of beings which operates on different levels of reality that are notionally distinct, but does not imply any break within a homogeneous, continuous chain of being. The history of man is linked to that of the gods by virtue of the metamorphosis into daimons of the golden race of mortal men, Hes. Op. 109. The word daimon retains, throughout Greek tradition from the Homeric poems to the very end, its meaning as a synonym of theos. It has its own specific nuances already evident in Homer, which embody a supernatural presence and power, difficult for humans to identify, and that often intervenes unexpectedly, bringing with it risks for people. Among the many examples analyzed by François, 1957, we need merely to recall Menelaus's reflection on the outcome of his fight with Hector, Hon. Illinois, 17.89-104. Within the terms used to define the divine power that protects the Trojan hero, daimon alternates with theos, but takes on the meaning of an indefinite supernatural force that directs the course of events according to its own design, which humans cannot oppose. In Hesiod's text, the variables of meaning of the words used to identify superhuman powers, such as theos and daimon, are emphasized to indicate a particular status. The poet's moralizing perspective represents the daimons as guardians of mortal men, acting justly, but also as plutodotoi, bestowers of wealth. This is their geras basilean or royal privilege, which characterizes their position as divine beings, Hes. Th 122-6. In Hesiod's scheme we can see a whole series of ideas, familiar from different levels of Greek religious tradition, neatly imbricated into a consistent framework. The daimons, as an ancient race of men hidden beneath the earth, are related to the souls of the dead. The role of watchers, phylakes, suggests a notion familiar from Homeric poems, and recurrent in later Greek tradition. In lyric, Pind. O. 13.105, Pind. Pyt. 5.122-3, and Gnomic, THGN, 149-50, 161-6, 402-6, 637-8, Poetry, Tragedy, Esh. PERS 158, 825 and Passim, Soph 76, Euromed, 1347, Euro Alc, 499, 561, Euro Andrew. 98, 974, Euro Foen. 1653, History, Zen. And the 5th of February 1925, An Oratory, Lies. 2, 78f, the daimon appears as a divine agent intervening at will in human affairs, positively or negatively, for good or ill, often to revenge crimes, as the daimon Alastor in works of tragedy, Esh. Per 355-554, and invariably exercising a decisive influence upon human fate. From Euripides, back. 894, who provides the first testimony onwards, in the semantic sphere of theos oi and daimonos, along with the neuter to the ion attested for the first time in Esh. Cho. 957, we see the neuter to daimonian. Both forms of neuter substantivized adjective, according to the contexts, have an abstract, the divine, the daimonic, or collective sense, that is, corresponding to theoi and daimons. These two new semantic formations were to have an important role in influencing the evolution of the meaning of Greek theology and daimonology. These terms are often used as alternative and converging designations of the power that stands over and directs cosmic and human life. In the many peculiar articulations of a polytheistic scenario, on which see, in this volume, Pirendel Forge and Pironti, Chapter 4, they also assume a differentiated significance and make it possible to circumscribe, in the various historical contexts, the two distinct spheres of the divine and the daimonic. Daimons between folklore and learned. Speculations, Presocratics and Pythagoreans. In Hesiod's scheme, the daimons guardians appear as a well-defined category of beings, midway between gods and men, and acting as intermediaries between them. There are many elements that lead us to conclude that this notion is not the poet's invention, but reflects popular belief that the daimons were superhuman beings related to, but distinct from, the gods, who acted as intermediaries between gods and men. According to a doxographic tradition, Thales of Maltus, c. 624-5 for 6 BCE, was the first to establish a systematic classification of theos, daimons, and heroes. God was the intelligence, nous, of the world, daimons were psychic essences, and heroes were human souls separated from the body, good or bad, according to the moral quality of the relevant soul. Athenagoras Leg. Pro Christ. 23. According to Thales, souls are intermingled in the universe, in such a way that all things are full of gods. De Anima 4117, DK 11a22. Compare to Plato, Leg. 899b. Plato's Scholiast affirms that, according to Thales, the world is besouled and full of daemons, Skol. In Remp. 600a. Apud Hesychios DK 11, 1, a3. Compare to AET, Plaque. 1 July 2011, Docs. 301, 20-2 equals DK 11a23. Daemons correspond to Aristotle's theoi. This represents an attempt to express in philosophical terms the conceptual categories of religious tradition. It is uncertain whether the two terms carried different connotations in Thales' cultural and religious contexts. As Detienne, 1963, shows, such a distinction between theoi and daemons seems to be relatively clear within the Pythagorean tradition. It is significant that, among the numerous senses of daimon in Pythagorean sources, there is a category of beings with a particular function in the life of men, to whom they are linked, inasmuch as they are souls detached from their bodies. The Pythagorean commentaries cited by Alexander Polyhistor, 1st century BCE, Diog. Let. 8.24-33, reveal that the whole air is full of souls. We call them daemons and heroes, and it is they who send dreams, signs and illnesses to men, and not only to men, but also to sheep and other domestic animals. It is toward these daemons that we direct purifications and apotropaic rituals, all kinds of scryings, kledonomancy and other things of a similar kind. The date of the Pythagorean commentaries is uncertain, an early Pythagorean work or an expression of 2nd or 1st century BCE Neo-Pythagorism. The text contains different senses of daimon because it draws upon sources of diverse age and origins. The idea that the daemons and heroes are equivalent to the souls that swarm in the air, analogous to the doctrine of Thales, may hark back to an archaic idea, such as daimonic influence upon animals. The oracular function of these daimonic beings, and, in particular, the ascription of purifying and apotropaic rituals, as well as scrying and kledonomancy, to the daimonic world, probably derives from intellectual speculations in a Pythagorean milieu, similar to that represented by commentary on the Derveni Papyrus, in Plato's Symposium, and continued in the Platonic tradition from Xenocrates to Plutarch and Porphyry. Before examining these authors, the position of Empedocles, c. 490 for 30 BCE, should be mentioned. He was a complex, original figure of great philosophical and religious interest. In his poems, on nature and purifications, which have reached us through an indirect fragmentary tradition, we see the notion of the daimon as a psychic entity involved in the cosmic drama of the struggle between nakos, strike, and philia, love, and caught in a cycle of painful transmigrations into different bodies, humans, animals, plants. Empedocles' daemons are entities closely linked to the anthropological sphere. In fact, the poet-philosopher, having evoked the cycle of metensomatosis, reincarnation, to which the murderer and perjurer must be subjected, far from the blessed, who like long-lived daemons have attained life, can claim to be one of them, exiled by divine decree and wandering, Fr 115, compare to Plat. De Def. Or. 4180, 420d. Plato. The intermediate and intermediary nature of daemons reformulates the polyvalent meaning represented by the popular notion of daimon, and appears formalized for the first time in the well-known Platonic myth of Eros. In the myth, Diotima of Mantinea tells Socrates, Pl. Simp. 203-204c, in support of the revelation that Eros is a daimon, he is a big daimon, and the entire daimonion is halfway, metaxou, between God and mortal. The power, dynamis, of the daemons is to play between heaven and earth, flying upwards with our worship and our prayers, and descending with the heavenly answer and commandments. They form the medium of the prophetic arts, of the priestly rites of sacrifice, initiation, and incantation, of divination and sorcery, 202d, 203a. The theological aim of the discourse is clear in the conclusion, that God will not mingle with the human, and it is only through this, to daimonion, that the gods have intercourse and conversation with men, whether waking or sleeping. The wise woman concludes, the daemons are many and of many kinds, 203a. This is probably a collective representation shared both by ordinary people and by the learned, as the same idea is found in an increasing number of texts from the 4th century BCE onwards. In several dialogues, Plato develops the notion of a personal daimon who protects the individual during this life and guides him in the life to come, phd. 107d, 108b, 113d, resp. 620d, and maybe is actually the superior, divine part of the soul, t. 90 c. Plato also makes use of the traditional tripartite scheme of gods, daemons, heroes to define the categories of superhuman beings. The Platonic tradition Epinomis. The author of Epinomis, probably Philippus of Opus, c. 350 BCE, set out a cosmological scheme with a hierarchy of beings closely linked with the 5 physical elements. First comes the divine host of the stars, 981e, visible, immortal, and composed of fire. Last is the creature made of earth, entirely mortal, 984b. The author distinguishes 2 kinds of daemons, ethereal and of the air. Without specifying the precise relationship between the Olympian gods and the 3 elements, ether, air, and water, which fall between the poles, 984d, the author puts the daemons in 2nd and 3rd place after the stars, 984d. Both are invisible and of a kind that is quick to learn and of a retentive memory. They read all our thoughts and regard the good and noble with signal favor, but the very evil man with deep aversion. For they are not exempt from feeling pain, whereas a God who enjoys the fullness of deity is clear above both pain and pleasure, though possessed of all-embracing knowledge and wisdom. 984e, 985a. The intermediate beings, who are subject to pain, form the link between the poles of the universe, acting as interpreters, and interpreters of all things, to one another and to the highest gods. Their agency is at work in dreams and oracles, and forms the basis of various city cults, 984e, 985a. The Epinomis bears witness to the process of systematization of the Pythagorean and Platonic doctrine, with regard to the intermediate and intermediary status of the daemons. It also foreshadows a theme developed later by Xenocrates and Plutarch by expressing the notion of daimon as a tool for reinterpreting Greek myths and cults. Whereas the god is perfect and impassible, the daemons are capable of experiencing suffering. In this intellectual context, it follows that mutability and vicissitude must also be characteristic of the lower orders of divine being. This notion allows writers such as Xenocrates and Plutarch to reinterpret the adventures of the gods of traditional mythology, as well as the ecstatic and orgiastic cults, with reference not to the higher gods but to daemons, who belong to a level close to human beings, and who are susceptible to suffering and, on occasion, ambiguous or downright wicked. The Platonic tradition Xenocrates. According to Plutarch, Xenocrates, 3965-3143 BCE, accepted the compound nature of daemons and distinguished between daemons that were good and those that were evil, those who were beneficent and those harmful to mankind. Der is et os. 26, 361b equals FR 25 Heinz 1965, 1892, 168, compared to de def. Or 17, for 1 9 equals FR 24 Heinz 1965, 1892, 167. Plutarch accepts this distinction, and sometimes also attributes it to the Stoic Chrysippos, der is et os. 25, 360e, de def. Or 17, 419a. The role of Xenocrates in the history of Greek daemonology must be reconsidered in the light of Pythagoras, who should be attributed both with identifying daemon type and with the distinction between good and bad daemons, which, in turn, is rooted in ancient folk beliefs. It is important to note that, in the age of Xenocrates, on the basis of popular notions probably filtered down from and elaborated by the Pythagoreans, there was already a clear distinction between two aspects in the intermediate level of the daemons, one positive and beneficial, the other negative and malevolent in its intervention in human life. Peculiar to Xenocrates' daemonology, as expounded in the De Defectu Oraculorum, 13, 416 CE, is the Platonic notion of the characteristically intermediate nature of daemons, which is defined according to the contemporaneous presence of the power of the god, Theou Dynamis, and of human emotions, Pathos Thnetou. The notion of daimon has already been seen in the sense of a mutability typical of everything that pertains to the pathetic, passionate, and compatible element, peculiar to the mortal world, and therefore capable of turning to good or bad, der is, et os. 25, 360e. Although Xenocrates did not identify daemons with the gods of traditional polytheism as Heinz would have him do, he did take a decisive step in this direction. According to Plutarch, this occurred once he related important Greek mythical ritual religious systems associated with figures such as Demeter and Dionysos, to those pathetic, mutable entities that are daemons. The result is a clear daemonization of the ritual sphere, highly typical of ancient Greek religion, in which are involved pathetic gods, subject to a vicissitude far from the detached and unchangeable stability of the Olympian gods. Under the gaze of the philosopher, the pathetic gods reveal themselves to be incompatible with the impassible image of the divine, being better suited to exemplifying an intermediate category such as the daimonic and, indeed, the most disturbing and dangerous side of it. In conclusion, Plato's second successor expounds a keen interest in ancestral religious traditions, reinterpreted in the light of his own philosophical postulates, together with an organically structured and functioning daemonology in which several contributions converge, not only Platonic, naturally, but also Pythagorean. Many voices contributed to the formulation of the daemonological theories that were particularly in favor in Platonic environments and were more or less influenced by Pythagorism. The major exponents of this tradition included Antiocius of Ascalon, late 2nd, early 1st century BCE, and Maximus of Tyre, 2nd century CE, who affected other philosophical traditions in various ways, from Aristotelianism to Stoicism. The Platonic tradition and the Stoics. It is worth noting the views of certain Stoics, to whom Diogenes Laertius, 7.151, attributes a doctrine of guardian daemons. Aetius, 1st or 2nd century CE, records that daemons are equated with the Usii Psychicae, Plac. 1.8.2, Docs. 307 and 9-14 equals SVF 2, 1101. The Stoics, like the Pythagoreans and the Platonists, attributed the working of oracles to daemons, Stob. Eccl. 2.6.5b.12, later, Posidonios, c.136, 51 BCE, accepted the idea that the spirits of the dead became daemons, Sext. EMP Math. 9, 71-4 Muchman 231 equals FR 400b, Thaler 317. This view comes nearest to the Greek popular belief that persisted from the Hesiodic myth of the races through the centuries to the Mediterranean world of the Hellenistic period, and beyond, throughout the Roman imperial period. Since various traditions shared the assumption that the dead profoundly interfered in the existence of the living, it was one of the many themes on which the complex cultural amalgam of late antique civilization could converge. The Platonic tradition, Plutarch. The positions of Plutarch and Celsus are of particular importance in the Greek Platonic tradition while, in the field of Latin culture strongly influenced by Greek philosophical traditions, we should mention Apuleius. In Plutarch's elaborate, complex daemonology, Sauri 1942, the two most significant aspects are those indicated by Plutarch himself as peculiar to Xenocrates. These assume a fundamental role and a precise theoretical systematization in Plutarch's religious vision. This vision makes the distinction between good daemons and bad daemons, and the systematic formulation of the intermediate nature of the daimon category between the divine and human levels, in both its components, positive and negative, by virtue of the typical instability and pathetic nature that intrinsically defines the daimon category. The two crucial aspects of Plutarch's daemonology, proposed with reasoned arguments in De Defectu Oraculorum, 10-22, for 1-4e, for 2-2c, act, in De Isidid Osiride, as an interpretive module for the mythical, ritual cycle associated with the Egyptian couple Isis, Osiris and similar Greek religious systems, such as those related to Demeter and Dionysos. As it is understood, these religious systems do not represent the whole daemonological framework of Plutarch, who contemplates a dynamic communication between different levels, the notion of daemon souls, sometimes capable of purification that enables their transfer to the divine rank, or degradation with subsequent imprisonment in human bodies, de definite. Or 10-415 BC. Plutarch was also familiar with the idea, developed in numerous forms in the Moelia and the Vitae, of a personal daimon, the individual's guardian, compared to De Genio Socratis, and or the superior, divine element of the soul, a notion of clear Platonic origin, Tim. 90c. The personal daimon survives the death of the body and undergoes an often dramatic eschatological experience, as seen in the three great myths, respectively of Scylla, De Fac. 940f 945d, of Timarchus, De General 589f 592e, and of Thespesios, De Sea 563b 568f. The Platonic tradition, Celsus. A substantially similar vision characterizes the author of the True Doctrine. Origen passed on long excerpts of this work in his detailed confutation. Celsus repeatedly rebukes Christians for refusing to pay the necessary homage to the daemons, to whom the custody of the world is entrusted. Origen, c. Cels. 8.55, the daemons must be worshipped in accordance with the traditional laws of each city. 8.57. Christians are thus in a contradictory position because, while enjoying all the sustenance offered by the world, they do not worship its guardians and guarantors. 8.33. Celsus mentions that these beings, if deprived of their rightful honors, may cause serious harm to humanity. 8.35. But will bring numerous benefits through oracles and apparitions when they are properly venerated. 8.45. Origen states that Celsus had said nothing about daemons being evil. 8.39. Unlike Xenocrates and Plutarch, and like Apuleius, he outlines a unitary framework where the true recipients of worship were the daemons, intermediate and pathetic. This worship was commonly addressed to the gods of the various traditional polytheistic religions, but here is attributed to both daemons and gods without distinction, given their power over cosmic events and human life. There is, therefore, no inherent negativity of daemons but rather a common passionate nature, since they are the source of benefits and of harm to humans, as a result of the respectively benevolent or disapproving attitude of these guardians of worldly existence. The observance of traditional cults is thus seen as an essential tool for the maintenance of cosmic equilibria and the correct relationship between men and daemons. The foundation for harmonious functioning of cosmic and human life is perceived as being based on the religious vision of a polytheistic structure characterized by the functional breakdown of tasks and attributes among the various divine figures, and the celebration of ancestral rites by the city community. Celsus' restraint regarding man's relationship with the lords of cosmic life leads him to firmly distance himself from blood sacrifice. This reveals the changed spiritual climate as well as Celsus' attitude. The latter seems similar to the positions of contemporary Platonism. He warns readers not to be absorbed by the worship rendered to the daemons, which leads away from the higher God. He evokes the opinion of the wise men, according to whom most of the earthly daemons are absorbed with created things, and are riveted to blood and burnt offerings and magical enchantments, and are bound to other things of this sort, and can do nothing better than healing the body and predicting the coming fortune of men and cities, and that all their knowledge and power concerns merely mortal activities. 8.60, Trans. Chadwick 1965. The two key themes of Porphyry's discourse are evoked. First, there is the close connection between daimonic power and the practice of blood sacrifice. These terrestrial beings nourish themselves with the vapors emanating from the victim, and, in particular, with its blood, causing that thickening of the pneumatic vehicle that binds them firmly to the corruptible and passionate world. The second key notion is that the power of daemons is concerned solely with bodily and worldly goods, whose possession nevertheless risks, as Celsus stresses, distancing man from those higher goods in which can be found his true spiritual and religious dimension. A daimonic presence was considered necessary for the maintenance of cosmic order, although such a presence possessed disturbing and even dangerous aspects due to its ability to distract man from the real spiritual good. The uninterrupted tension of the soul must be directed towards the supreme, transcendent deity. The Platonic tradition, daemons and blood sacrifice in Porphyry. Porphyry's extensive and complex argument is aimed at demonstrating the obsolete and improper nature of blood sacrifice, with the consequent consumption of meat, the central act of worship in the polis. In it, he states that he shall not attempt to dissolve the legal institutes which the several nations have established. But as the laws permit us to venerate divinity by things of the most simple, and of an inanimate nature, hence let us sacrifice according to the law of the city, abstract. 2.33, trans. Taylor 1965. Porphyry continues, let us therefore also sacrifice, but let us sacrifice in such a manner as is fit, offering different sacrifices to different powers. 2.34. Having proposed the notion of diverse dynames, powers, to which the thesia, sacrifice, of man is addressed, he outlines an initial theological framework that seems to have been borrowed partially from the treatise on sacrifices by Apollonios of Tyana, see quotation in Euseb. Praep. Evang 4.12, 1, 142. After the highest God there is a second level of the intelligible gods who are derived from him. Addressed to these gods are hymns orally enunciated, 2.34.4. The third divine level is that of the stars, in whose honor, according to Pythagorean teaching, there must be lit a fire of a similar nature to them. This means that no animate being must be sacrificed, but only vegetable elements, 2.36.3, for he who is studious of piety knows, indeed, that to the gods no animal is to be sacrificed, but that a sacrifice of this kind pertains to daemons, and other powers, whether they are beneficent, or depraved. 2.36.5. To illustrate the practice of animal sacrifice, with all the related miasma, contamination, that springs from it and from relative dietary practices, Porphyry appeals to a second theological scheme, attributed to the Platonists, which partly coincides with that of Apollonios of Tyana already mentioned, to offer the basis for an articulated and solidly constructed daemonological doctrine. At the top of a ladder of divine beings is the protos theos, first God, incorporeal, immovable, and impartible, completely self-sustaining. This first God is followed by the soul of the world, incorporeal, and liberated from the participation of any passion. The other gods are the heavens, cosmos, and the fixed and wandering stars who are visible gods. While the first God and the soul of the world do not require anything outside themselves, meaning that no material homage need be made to them, thanks are given to the visible gods for the benefits received through offerings of inanimate objects. 2.37.1. Porphyry speaks of the multitude of those invisible beings who Plato indiscriminately calls daemons. 2.37.4. Using this wide and varied categorization, Porphyry situates traditional polytheistic structures within the theological vision of contemporary Platonism. The result is the establishment of a clear dichotomy between the planes of belief and worship, at least in relation to the central act of the latter, consisting in offering the gods an animal victim. Porphyry, in fact, distinguishes between two classes of daemons, good and bad respectively, and identifies the first with the gods of polytheism. The remaining multitude is called in common by the name of daemons. The general persuasion, however, respecting all these invisible beings, is this, that if they become angry through being neglected, and deprived of the religious reverence which is due to them, they are noxious to those by whom they are thus neglected, and that they again become beneficent, if they are appeased by prayers, supplications, and sacrifices, and other similarities, 2.37.5. In the opinion of Porphyry, the information related to daemons is confusing, and leads to incorrect judgments about them. Porphyry illustrates a doctrine that, by being linked to the theological schema set forth earlier in this section, places the daemons in direct relation to the universal soul, psyche. They are, in fact, none other than psyche, souls, derived from the universal soul and destined to govern the sublunary regions. The souls, with pneumatic support, that is, a sort of material garment, are distinguished from each other with regard to the relationship established with this inferior component, later defined as corporeal, passive and corruptible. 2.39.2. Those souls that manage to dominate the pneuma by directing it in agreement with reason become good daemons and exert a beneficial power on the various cosmic regions and on human activity. 2.38.2. They are thus identified with the gods, as functioning typically in the polytheistic tradition. Porphyry adds a category of intermediary daemons. He explicitly appeals to the Platonic doctrine of the Symposium, 202e, to define these beings as those who announce the affairs of men to the gods, and the will of the gods to men, carrying our prayers, indeed, to the gods as judges, but oracularly unfolding to us the exhortations and admonitions of the gods. 2.38.3. To these beings, man mistakenly attributes feelings of revenge and the ability to cause injury if they are not worshipped. This malevolent capacity is instead characteristic of those souls who, overwhelmed by the passionate support of the pneuma, are themselves prey to sensitive appetites. Although belonging to the common category of daemons, these souls can rightly be termed malevolent. 2.38.4. Porphyry then expounds a complex daemonology that uses various elements already present in an extensive and well-established tradition that, in Greece, flowing from a diverse and mobile substrate of archaic folk beliefs, seems to have found, in ancient Pythagorism, a fruitful soil where it could take root to assume more or less elaborate shapes and move towards new solutions. Having defined the unique character of the daemons as being invisible and imperceptible to the senses, Porphyry affirms their ability to assume various guises so that they can manifest themselves visibly. The evil daemons occupy the regions near to the earth and attempt to commit all sorts of evil and violent acts against men. Instead, the intervention of the good daemons, even when aimed at correcting human behavior, is distinguished by its regularity and moderation. 2.39.14. Porphyry concludes that, on this account a wise and temperate man will be afraid, in a religious sense, to use sacrifices of this kind, through which he will attract to himself such like daemons, but he will endeavor in all possible ways to purify his soul. 2.43.1. Porphyry's perspective, with its firm condemnation of blood sacrifice, reveals the specific originality of some of its aspects, primarily the fundamental anthropological motivation of the entire context, oriented to the salvation of the soul. This perspective nevertheless presents itself as a last, radical result of attitudes and trends variously present in the Greek tradition, where sometimes the criticism of sacrifice is found within a theological framework with a structure that, by degrees, links ritual practice, or other aspects of worship considered somewhat at odds with divine dignity, with the daimonic rank, seen as intermediate between gods and men. Daemons and cult. Some documents, particularly epigraphic, reveal more clearly traditional popular beliefs and rituals and show the process by which Greek religious thinking came to distinguish between the words theo and daimon so as to define two categories of divine beings. In the inscriptions from the oracular sanctuary of Zeus at Dodona, a couple ask Zeus Neos and Dion by praying to which of the gods or heroes or daemons and sacrificing will they and their household do better both now and for all time. SGDI 1582a, 4th century BCE, compared to 1585b, 1566a. Daemons are often evoked in the curses and defictions, or curse formulae, usually placed in tombs against adversaries by whom one feels threatened or for purposes of love magic. Sfarmani Gasparo 2001. A text of one of the gold tablets from two tomb mounds at Thurii in Magna Graecia, also from the 4th century BCE, relates to the Orphic tradition that extensively permeates the whole of Greek religious history, from the Archaic Age to its last expressions in late antiquity. The dead person declares, "I come from among the pure, queen of the subterranean beings, Eucles, Eubulius, and the other gods and daemons, Furio 5 Graff and Johnston 2013. An Orphic ritual environment, which involves the daemons, is referred to in the papyrus recovered from a funeral pyre at Derveni, Macedonia, dated to the 4th century BCE, c. in this volume, Edmonds, chapter 37. The text is the oldest by nearly a century and is an allegorical commentary on an Orphic theogony, although it opens with the exegesis of a rite relating to the same environment. This text assumes extraordinary importance in terms of the religious significance of daemons, and is the subject of extensive literature and different interpretations due to its extremely fragmentary nature. In addition to some occurrences in excessively fragmentary contexts, the mention of these beings as the object of apotropaic propitiatory rites is clear in Kernel 6 of the papyrus. It accompanies the exegesis of the commentator, who identifies daemons hindering with the vengeful souls. Between the 5th and 4th centuries BCE there was a well-established tradition, with religious implications, that distinguished a class of superhuman beings, the daemons, which could be identified with the souls of the dead. Plutarch tells us that, at Apuntien-Locris, there were 2 priests, one of them in charge of the worship of the gods, the other of daemons, Quarist. Grec. 6.293 BC. At the very beginning of the Hellenistic period, several texts addressed to a broad public make it clear that the distinction between gods and daemons had, by then, become traditional. We need do no more than recall an exclamation by a character in Menander's Arbitrator, by the gods and daemons, Epita. 1083, E.D. Sandbach 1972, 128, Fr 8, or the orator Aeschines' invocation of the earth, the gods, the daemons and men as witnesses, in Cetes. 137. It is the funerary inscriptions, however, which provide the clearest proof of the lively presence of daemons within the popular religious consciousness, Novak 1960. There is a series of texts from Asia Minor, and Korea in particular, which may well have ritual implications, despite being expressly funerary. There is plenty of epigraphic evidence, from Carey and Olymos, of a public cult and priests of the daemons agathoi from the 1st century BCE. These Carian documents, both funerary and cultic, suggest a local form of belief and public worship directed towards a specific category of superhuman beings distinct from the gods. The association between the daemons agathoi of the Carian chthonic funerary beliefs and practices does not mean that these beings cannot have enjoyed a specific status within the sacred sphere. Moreover, the same conception is present, albeit with lesser frequency and intensity, in other parts of the Greek and Hellenized world, from Athens and several Aegean islands, to Macedonia, Lycia, Egypt, Arabia, and Rome. Sfarmani Gasparo 1997. Suggested reading. After Detienne, 1963, and Jensen, 1966, who emphasized the importance of the Pythagoreans in the history of Greek daemonology, few monographs have been devoted to the theme in recent years. Markswolf, 2009, 2011, investigates the way in which 3rd century BCE Platonists used daemonology as a medium to establish a hierarchy in the realm of spirits and to organize a complex ritual praxis. Thurger. Timotin, 2011, tracks changes in the notion of daimon in the Platonic tradition, from the Old Academy to the last Neoplatonists. He analyzes the relationship between daemonology, cosmology, and theories of the soul. Chapter 29. Deification, Gods or Men. Ivana Petrovich. Introduction, on how King Ptolemy became a god. In Lindos, a city on the island of Rhodes in the eastern Mediterranean, there was an important cult of Athena. Among many inscriptions in Athena's sanctuary, one was conspicuous for its length and importance. This text is known as the Lindian Chronicle, SYLL.3725 equals FGRH 532, since it contains a list of dedications of prominent mythical and historical figures to Lindian Athena, starting with the dawn of Rhodian time, extending through Greek history, the last legible dedications being those of Hellenistic monarchs. The second part of the inscription records the epiphanies of the goddess Athena, who appeared to the Rhodians in order to aid them in times of great crises. The decree preceding the list states that the compilers of the chronicle used various sources from different periods, such as letters and public records. The inscription itself is dated to 99 BCE. The first in the sequence of recorded epiphanies of Athena is set in the early 5th century BCE, when the island was threatened by Persian invasion. The inscription states, "When Darius, king of the Persians, sent out great forces for the enslavement of Greece, his naval expedition landed on this first of the islands. When throughout the land people became terrified at the onset of the Persians, some fled together to the most fortified places, but the majority were gathered at Lindos. The enemy established a siege and besieged them, until, on account of the lack of water, the Lindians, being worn down, were of a mind to surrender the city to the enemy. During this time, the goddess, standing over one of the rulers in his sleep, called upon him to be bold, since she was about to ask her father for the much-needed water for them." Higby 2003. The Rhodians asked the Persians for a truce, announcing the imminent miracle of Athena and promising to surrender if it did not occur within 5 days. Datis, the Persian admiral, laughed, assuming an easy victory, but, the next day, a great dark storm cloud settled over the Acropolis and a big storm rained down across the middle, and then, beyond belief, the ones besieged had enough water, but the Persian force was in need. The enemy was astounded at the epiphany of the goddess. Datis immediately dedicated his own ornaments to the goddess and left, but not before declaring that the gods protected and loved the Rhodian people. The next recorded epiphany takes us to the 4th century BCE, when Athena again intervened and helped the Rhodians cleanse her own cult statue. Athena appeared again in a dream. She stood over a priest in his sleep and commanded him to set the polluted statue out from under the roof, so that her father Zeus could cleanse it with his rain. The report about the third epiphany of Athena on Rhodes is only fragmentarily preserved. The year is 305 BCE and Rhodes has been besieged by the great general Demetrios Ippoliorketes, besieger of cities, for a full year. The Rhodians are getting desperate. Fortunately, their ancestral goddess did not desert them in this hour of need, but appeared to an old priest in a dream. What we now expect, based on the pattern of her previous epiphanies, is an intervention by her father Zeus on behalf of the Rhodians. However, this time Athena did not promise to obtain the help of Zeus. Instead, she advised the Rhodians to ask King Ptolemy to save the city. Athena insisted that Anaxipolis, one of the senior magistrates, writes to King Ptolemy and should invite him to come to the aid of the city, since she would lead and she would secure both victory and dominance. Initially, the man was reluctant, but when the same vision appeared to him for 6 nights in a row, he informed the council members, who decided to contact Ptolemy. Here our text breaks off, but, thanks to literary sources, we know what happened next. According to Diodorus of Sicily, 20.96 to 100, Ptolemy sent both provisions and soldiers to the Rhodians several times, so that Demetrios finally had to give up the siege and a peace settlement was reached. In this situation, Ptolemy assumed the role of Zeus. The sudden appearance of his ships bearing provisions and soldiers must have had a profound effect on the besieged Rhodians, not very different from Zeus' reign in the previous centuries. This, too, was an epiphany in the Greek sense of the word, a sudden manifestation of power, which far surpasses that of an ordinary human, and has a profound effect on the welfare and security of entire communities. See, in this volume, Platt, Chapter 33. Both Diodorus of Sicily and Pausanias testify that King Ptolemy received divine honors from the Rhodians as a gift of gratitude for helping them defend themselves from Demetrios. Diodorus, 20.100.15, writes, "The Rhodians, after they had been besieged for a year, brought the war to an end. Those who had proved themselves brave men in the battles they honored with the prizes that were their due, and they granted freedom and citizenship to such slaves as had shown themselves courageous. They also set up statues of King Cassander and King Lysimachos, who, though they held second place in general opinion, yet had made great contributions to the salvation of the city. In the case of Ptolemy, since they wanted to surpass his record by repaying his kindness with a greater one, they sent a sacred mission into Libya to ask the oracle at Ammon if it advised the Rhodians to honor Ptolemy as a god. Since the oracle approved, they dedicated in the city a square precinct, building on each of its sides a portico a stud long, and this they called the Ptolemaion. Year 1954, 407-9. Pausanias, 1.8.6, testifies that the Rhodians bestowed the title Soter, Savior, on Ptolemy. This cult title is widely attested for divinities which tend to appear to humans in the hour of their need, such as Dioscoroi, Heracles, or Asclepios. This chapter will discuss the emergence of the ruler cult in the Hellenistic period, the way the cult of rulers was instituted and modeled upon that of divinities, the agency, origins, and early manifestations of deification, and its implications on the way the Roman emperors were deified. What was the reason for elevating mere humans to the status of divinities? Was this a sign of decline of traditional Greek religion? What was the procedure for introducing such cults and whose was the initiative? A brief history of scholarship and current tendencies. The view of deification had changed significantly in the second half of the 20th century. Up until the studies of Handbook, 1970, and Price, 1984, the prevailing view of scholars was that the cult of rulers was a symptom of the religious bankruptcy of the Hellenistic world. Its goal was simply flattery, it indicated the subordination of those who had set it up, and its rituals were empty of real feeling and genuine religious sentiment. Handbook conducted an analysis of the process of bestowing divine honors on Hellenistic rulers by Greek cities and proposed a new view of deification. He placed it in the context of the existing Greek system of honoring outstanding members of a community. Since the power of the Hellenistic kings placed them in a position far superior to any mortals thus far, enabling them to provide considerable benefits to communities, the honors they were due had to surpass any former markers of prestige. In order to express their gratitude for services rendered, the Greeks awarded the kings the highest possible honors, hitherto reserved for and restricted to divinities. Price, 1984, offered an astute analysis of the Christian biases that tend to blur our view of ancient deification, and posited that the process of deification was merely one of the ways in which the conception of the new Roman emperor was constructed in the East. Building on Handbook's discussion of the place of the ruler in the traditional Greek hierarchy of honors, Price argued that a deification of a ruler was a way to accommodate him within the indigenous traditional honorific system, which classified and provided outward signals of the power of an individual. Both Handbook and Price set new parameters for the analysis of the ruler cult as an honorific practice and as a phenomenon residing between religion and politics. This approach also advanced the debate, because it took into consideration an important difference between Judeo-Christian dogma, in which the dichotomy between humanity and deity is very stark, and the Greco-Roman concept of a god, which is much more ambiguous and flexible. Anthropomorphic divinities are, by definition, much closer to the human sphere. Greek gods were conceptualized as more powerful than humans, but not all-powerful, and, though usually perceived as immortal, there are significant exceptions to this rule. In the Greek pantheon there existed a whole range of divinities. This system also had a hierarchy, which classified the gods according to their power and significance. Accordingly, the Greek concept of deification was also flexible and could encompass varying degrees of closeness to the divine. If the crucial difference between humans and gods is simply the amount of power they possess, then a way exists for humans to breach the boundaries of divinity and ascend towards the divine sphere. In the case of King Ptolemy, this happened in a specific moment, due to particular circumstances. The king's demonstration of power was acknowledged by the community, which expressed its gratitude for salvation and restored safety by equating Ptolemy's demonstration of power to a divine epiphany. This opened the path towards treating Ptolemy just like other divinities with the power to resolve a critical situation, bringing salvation and protecting the community. A cult epithet was bestowed and the usual honors and commemorations of divine intervention took place. Current scholarship tends to perceive the question of belief in the divinity of rulers as irrelevant, c.e.g. Woolbank 1987, Conan 1993, Millet's 1998, Chaniotis 2003, 2011, Burrell 2004, Dreyer 2009, Caneva 2012. Instead, scholars tend to focus on aspects such as the agency, the performance of rituals, and their commemoration, as recorded in the literary, epigraphic, and archaeological evidence. Since, in Greek polytheism, the communication with divinities was based on a system of gift exchange, according to the principle of reciprocity, deut des, modern approaches to the cult of rulers tend to focus on the system of exchange, and to analyze the honorific activities centered on the cult. The divine rulers are perceived to occupy the position between humans and the gods, and attempt to negotiate the boundaries between the human and divine spheres. Timai, the Greek hierarchy of honors. Ancient Greek communities had a highly developed, sophisticated system of honoring individuals. An often quoted passage illustrating this hierarchy of honors is from Aristotle's Rhetoric 1.5.9, 1361a. Honor is a token of a reputation for doing good, and those who have already done good are justly and above all honored. Doing good relates either to personal security and all the causes of existence, or to wealth, or to any other good things which are not easy to acquire, either in any conditions, or at such a place, or at such a time, for many obtain honor for things that appear trifling, but this depends upon place and time. The components of honor are sacrifices, memorials in verse and prose, privileges, grants of land, front seats, public burial, state maintenance, and among the barbarians, prostration and giving place, and all gifts which are highly prized in each country. Fries 1926, 53. This principle applies well to the Rhodian situation, since King Ptolemy played a decisive role in the preservation of the city, saving it from Demetrios. He demonstrated power of a sort that the Greeks could only equate with divine power. The gratitude for such an act demanded honors which surpassed those reserved for humans. In the passage of Diodorus quoted in the introduction, we can also see that everyone was elevated in status. Slaves received freedom and citizenship. Kings Cassander and Lysimachus, who had also helped the Rhodians with provisions during the siege, were honored with statues, but a special, greater reward is reserved for the one who helped the Rhodians, divine honors. Greek cities as agents of deification. In the early Hellenistic period, the cult of rulers was established at the initiative of the cities. Greek cities introduced the worship of living rulers. However, as Handbook, 1970, 160-71, pointed out, the honors which cities used to bestow on Hellenistic kings were not divine, but equal to divine, isotheotimai. The ambiguity of this expression signals that there was a perceived difference between being a god and being honored like a god. Hellenistic rulers were honored like the gods in many cities, but that does not mean that the cities perceived them as ontologically identical to divinities. Nevertheless, they seem to have been perceived as very close to the gods. Some of the honors they received were directly adopted from the cult of the gods. Just like in the introduction of new cults, the first step in introducing a ruler cult was often the consultation of an oracle. Upon gaining the oracle's consent, the city would issue a decree specifying the honors, timai, for the deified ruler, a priest of the cult, an enclosure, temenos, to be set up, a shrine with an altar as a focal point of the sacrificial ritual, a festival in honor of the king. This process corresponds to the procedure of introducing new gods, and the associated rituals, such as sacrifice, processions, and festivals, correspond to those for divinities. However, there was an important difference between divine and ruler cult. Almost no temples were erected for the rulers. Instead of building a separate temple for the new ruler god, it was usual to place a statue in an existing sanctuary. Kings were worshipped as sunoi, temple-sharing divinities. The language of Greek religious ritual was perfectly suitable for expressing the superhuman influence and power that kings possessed in the eyes of the cities that worshipped them. Soter is the most common epithet of Hellenistic divinized kings, and reflects the reasons for introducing their cult. It was attributed to the following kings: Antigonos Monophthalmos and Demetrios Poliorketes in Athens, Dion in Syracuse, Seleucos Ion Lemnos, Antiochos Ion Ilion, Bargilia, Smyrna, Ptolemy Ion Rhodes, Naxos, League of Islanders, Maltus. In state cult, the same epithet was attributed to Ptolemy I, Antigonos Gonatas, Attilos I, Achaeos, Philip V, Eumenes I, Seleucus III, Ptolemy IX, and Cleopatra. Considering the importance of the agency of the polis for the introduction of the cult of a living ruler, it is hardly a coincidence that the protection of cities is represented as the main task of the gods and the kings in Hellenistic poetry. The passage from Callimachus' Hymn to Zeus, 1.79-83, which offers a very good parallel to the Lindian Chronicle, is typical. Kings come from Zeus, for nothing is more divine than Zeus kings. Zeus, this is why you chose kings for your own lot, and gave them cities to guard, while you yourself sit at the high places of cities, and observe those who rule the people with crooked judgments, and also those who rule justly. Another prominent motif in Hellenistic art and literature is the closeness of the ruler to the gods. The divinized kings are often represented as an incarnation and manifestation of the divine powers. Their actions reflect the will of the gods, so the deeds of the kings are depicted as equivalent to epiphanies of gods. The Lindian Chronicle demonstrates that the kings were very close to the gods in two ways. The gods summoned kings as their helpers, so that we can say that, in the case of Rhodes, King Ptolemy and goddess Athena worked together, side by side. Secondly, compared with the first two epiphanic narratives in the Chronicle, in the third story Ptolemy assumes the role of Zeus, and gains Zeus' cult title, Sota, as a reward for this act. There is a significant number of passages in Hellenistic poetry in which the close collaboration of the king and the god is stressed. For instance, in his hymn to Delos, Callimachus famously depicts god Apollo and King Ptolemy II as victorious in the joint war against the Celts, for 1.60-88, and in his hymn to Apollo, the poet announces, 2.25-7 It is a bad thing to fight with the blessed gods, he who fights the blessed ones would fight with my king, he who fights my king would fight Apollo himself. These passages represent Ptolemaic propaganda, but the propaganda was based on the common perception that the king's deeds can be seen as a manifestation of divine will. Rather than undermining traditional religious belief, the cult of kings therefore fits well into the already existing divine order. This was also reflected by the positioning of royal statues as synoi of the gods. In some cases, the proximity to the divine sphere was also reflected in the ontological status of the living ruler. Some Hellenistic kings, such as Alexander the Great, Seleucus I, or Ptolemy I, even spread the idea that they were direct offspring of the gods. King Seleucus I was praised as a son of Apollo in a hymn preserved at Erythrai, dated to 281 BCE, Erythrai 205.74-6 praise with hymns during the libations Seleucus, Pies, servant or child, of the dark-haired Apollo, whom the player of the golden lyre himself begot. The most prominent mythological example of apotheosis, change of status from human to divine, in the ancient Greek world was Heracles. He was one of the most popular Greek heroes, son of Zeus and a mortal queen, who accomplished many heroic tasks with the help of the goddess Athena, and received divine status after his death. His elevation amongst the immortals as a reward for heroic deeds made Heracles an ideal model for Alexander the Great and the Hellenistic rulers. Heracles plays a prominent role in Hellenistic poetry, cropping up everywhere in Callimachus, Theocritos, Apollonios, and many lost Hellenistic poems we know by name only. A typical passage which demonstrates the way the myth of Heracles was linked to the worship of the deified ruler is from Theocritos, Idyll 17, an encomium, praise poem, of Ptolemy II Philadelphos. In the following passage, the honors Zeus bestowed on Heracles are paralleled to the status of Alexander and Ptolemy, 16-27. Him the Father made equal in honor even to the blessed immortals, and a golden throne is built for him in the house of Zeus. Beside him, kindly disposed, sits Alexander, the god of the dancing diadem, who brought destruction to the Persians. Facing them is established the seat of centaur-slaying Heracles, fashioned from solid adamant. There he joins in feasting with the heavenly ones and rejoices exceedingly in the grandsons of his grandsons, for the son of Cronos has removed old age from their limbs, and his very own descendants are called immortal. Both, Alexander and Ptolemy, have as ancestor the mighty son of Heracles, and both trace their family back in the end to Heracles. Hunter 2003, 79. Heracles is represented as a direct model for both Alexander and Ptolemy. All three boasted divine parentage, all enjoy immortality as a reward for their heroic deeds, all feast together, and Alexander and Ptolemy are even represented as Heracles' scions. The closeness of the king to the gods could also be expressed metaphorically, such as in the following example. One of the important and often discussed sources for the ruler cult is a hymn composed for the Hellenistic king Demetrios Poliorcetes. It was performed by the Athenians in 291 or 290 BCE to celebrate the king's return to the city, and is an excellent illustration of the Deus des principle upon which the cult of rulers was based. Ath. 6.63 equals Dries FRGHF 13. How the greatest and dearest of the gods are present in our city. For the circumstances have brought together Demeter and Demetrius, she comes to celebrate the solemn mysteries of the Koe, while he is here full of joy, as befits the god, fair and laughing. His appearance is solemn, his friends all around him and he in their midst, as though they were stars and he the sun. Hail boy of the most powerful god Poseidon and Aphrodite! For other gods are either far away, or they do not have ears, or they do not exist, or do not take any notice of us, but you we can see present here, not made of wood or stone, but real. So we pray to you, first make peace, dearest, for you have the power. And then, the Sphinx that rules not only over Thebes but over the whole of Greece, the Aetolian Sphinx sitting on a rock like the Ancient One, who seizes and carries away all our people, and I cannot fight against her, for it is an Aetolian custom to seize the property of neighbors and now even what is afar, most of all punish her yourself, if not, find an Oedipus who will either hull down that Sphinx from the rocks or reduce her to ashes. Chaniotis 2011, 160. When King Demetrios returned to Athens, the citizens welcomed him with incense, garlands, and libations. Processional and ithyphallic choruses met him, dancing and singing. Demetrios was treated just like a god, and this way of marking the adventus, arrival, of the king later became a model not only for Roman rulers, but was also influential for Christian liturgy. This text provides important evidence about the type of communication Greeks attempted to establish with their divinized kings. Of course, all religious rituals are based on an attempt to establish a communication with the divine, but, in the case of divinized rulers, the worshippers were in a unique situation, since they could be certain that the divinity addressed really was in attendance and could hear their prayers. This is very probably the reason why the Athenians so remarkably single out Demetrios as the one god who is truly present, for other gods are either far away, or they do not have ears, or they do not exist, or do not take any notice of us, but you we can see present here, not made of wood or stone, but real. Does this statement mean that the Athenians ceased to believe in their ancestral gods? If we analyze the poem in the context of the genre of Greek hymns, it becomes clear that hymns tend to single out and praise as unique whatever god they happen to be focused on. Demetrios is praised not as the only god, but as the only god the Athenians can see, not represented by a statue, or enacted by a priest, but present. Accordingly, the communication with a divinized king is more direct than with other divinities. Having greeted Demetrios, the Athenians immediately proceed to present themselves as weak and destitute, and Demetrios as immensely powerful and the only one who can help them, as they request a military intervention on their behalf at the end of the hymn. So we pray to you, first make peace, dearest, for you have the power. And then, the Sphinx that rules not only over Thebes but over the whole of Greece, the Aetolian Sphinx, I cannot fight against her, punish her. The motif of a weak city in need of royal protection is a recurring theme in the communication between cities and their divinized kings. Be it a letter, or a public decree, the cities honor royal benefactors in order to elicit future benefactions, and in order to set an example for other monarchs. The passive-aggressive tone of this communication is hard to miss. After all, compared with the Greek gods, the divinized rulers were in an inferior position, since they were present and tangible and could not pretend they had not heard the mortal requests. Since their divinity was based on visible demonstrations of their power, lack of demonstration of power on their part would endanger and diminish their position. Another recurring theme in the deification discourse is the closeness of the ruler to the Olympian gods. Some kings, like Ptolemy Soter or Alexander the Great, disseminated stories about their divine parentage. Some kings were associated with the divinities more loosely. Demetrios carefully timed his return to Athens to coincide with the Eleusinian mysteries. The hymn celebrates him as the son of Poseidon and Aphrodite, probably allegorically, alluding to his formidable fleet and his famous good looks. The hymn also stresses his closeness to Demeter, not only because of the etymology of his name, but also because Demetrios had previously made gifts of corn to Athenians, Chaniotis 2011. Royal administration as an agent of deification. The paradox of mortal divinity becomes even more puzzling when we consider that King Ptolemy I was honored like a god at Rhodes, Delos, Naxos, Kalymnos, and Maltus during his lifetime, but at home, in Egypt, he was worshipped only after he had died. While Greek cities introduced cults of living rulers, the royal administration at first only assigned divine honors to deceased family members of the rulers. Later on, living monarchs become deified as well. This process is best attested for the Ptolemaic dynasty. Ptolemy I famously seized the body of Alexander the Great and built a shrine for the king in the newly founded metropolis, Alexandria. Alexander was venerated as the official state god, and Menelaus, Ptolemy's brother, became his eponymous priest, the priest who gives the name to the year. The priesthood of Alexander was attested already in 2854 BCE, p.Elif. 2. Divine Alexander played a prominent role in Ptolemaic propaganda. He appears on coins, his image was carried in processions, court poets such as Theocritos, ID 17, mention him alongside the Ptolemies. Propagation of Alexander's cult helped to create an impression of continuity for Ptolemaic royals, but it also prepared a path for their own cultic veneration. When Ptolemy I died in 283 BCE, his son and heir, Ptolemy II Philadelphos, 309–246 BCE, proclaimed him as a god. Ptolemy I was worshipped under the title Soter, and Pentateuch Ice Olympic Games, repeated every 4 years, equal in status to the Olympic Games, called Ptolemia were instituted in his honor. The magnificent procession Ptolemy II organized as part of this festival was described in detail by Calixenos of Rhodes a century after the event, and is transmitted as an excerpt in Athenaeus Dipnosophistae, FGRH 627 F2 equals AF 5.197c, 203b. To this cult was attached that of Soter's deceased wife Berenice in 279 BCE. The couple was worshipped as Theosoters, the savior gods. In the 14th year of his reign, in 2721 BCE, Ptolemy II introduced the cult of living rulers by announcing himself and his sister wife Arsinoe II to be divine, under the name Theod Adelphoi, brother, sister gods. Their cult was appended to that of Alexander the Great and became a part of the state dynastic cult. From that time on, the eponymous priest was called the priest of Alexander and the brother-sister gods. Every subsequent royal couple was divinized in the same way. Ptolemy III and his spouse became Theoeuagetai, benefactor gods. Ptolemy IV and his wife were venerated as Theophilapators, father-loving gods. During the reign of Ptolemy IV, the cult of Theosoters was also attached to the cult of Alexander, and became a part of the official dynastic cult. After this, the full title of the eponymous priest also contained the full royal succession list: priest of Alexander and the savior gods, and the brother-sister gods, and the benefactor gods, and the father-loving gods. The cult of the royal couple and their predecessors was adopted by the local population, and cult statues of divine kings were placed in the Egyptian temples, where they received the usual sacrificial offerings. The divine self-proclamation, the establishment of a cult of a living monarch across an entire kingdom by the ruler himself, was a Seleucid speciality, first attested in the case of Antiochus III the Great, who ruled from 222 to 187 BCE. The Antigonids, who ruled over traditional Greek areas, did not introduce the cult of monarch themselves, but they did accept divine honors offered by the Greek cities. The acquisition of divine status manifested itself in the daily life of Hellenistic kings, in their habitat, presentation, and accessibility. Evidence for the Ptolemaic royal cult is particularly rich, but we have good grounds to assume that the self-presentation of other Hellenistic monarchs was organized along the same principles. The Ptolemaic capital, Alexandria, was devised with presentation in mind. The vast and lavish palace complex served as a stage for presenting the royal couple as divinities. The Ptolemies lived in a complex palace which was physically connected to several shrines, that of Alexander and the Muses, for example. The vicinity of the famous library also conveyed the impression of a sacred space, since, in ancient Greece, libraries were traditionally attached to great temples. As we know from Theocritos, 15, the royal palace was occasionally open to the general public on special, festive days. Admitting the citizens to the palace on the occasion of festivals was probably a conscious strategy on the part of the kings, with the aim of demonstrating the similarity of their palaces to the temples of Greek gods, which were also opened on festive days. The result of this strategy was an association of royal appearance with divine epiphany. Seeing the god, in the form of a statue or a priest, was a pinnacle of Greek religious festivals. Such epiphanies were carefully staged. Hellenistic kings adopted this mode of self-presentation. They celebrated festivals in which their own statues were carried in processions together with divine images. Parallels between divine epiphanies and the staged appearances of kings were also noted by Diotigenes, the author of the treatise Peri Basileas, on the kingship. Diotigenes characterized ideal kingship as an imitation of the gods and recommended that the monarch set himself apart from human failings and astonish the onlookers by his staged appearances and studied pose, quoted in Stob. The 4th of July 1962, my translation. However, royal cults were not only a matter of political propaganda. Some became widely popular. A case in point is the cult of Arsinoe II, daughter of Ptolemy I and wife of her own brother, Ptolemy II. During her lifetime, Arsinoe was identified with the Egyptian goddess Isis, and the Greek Aphrodite Euploia, of good sailing, and Zephyraitis, of the west wind. High-ranking court officials, such as General Callicrates, dedicated temples in her honor. Court poets Posidippos and Callimachus celebrated her as a goddess. After her death, Arsinoe's cult was attached to that of Alexander the Great. On coins, she is represented with the horns of Ammon. By royal decree, Arsinoe II became the temple-sharing divinity of all Egyptian gods. Port Phaeum and numerous other ports in the Aegean were renamed Arsinoetes in her honor. Games called Arsinoe and Philadelphia were instituted and performed in her memory, and her cult spread throughout the Aegean, where it remained popular long after her death. Private altars of Arsinoe were attested as far as Eretria and Miletus. On the cults of Arsinoe II, see Caneva 2012. Ruler cult as a cohesive force. Hellenistic kingdoms were vast and multinational. In the Ptolemaic and Seleucid kingdoms, the ruling class of Macedonians and Greeks was a minority. Different nations united under their rule had varying ideas about kingship and diverse religious backgrounds. Amongst many different gods these nations venerated, the cult of kings was a common element they could share. The worship of the living king, or the deceased members of the royal dynasty, must have had a cohesive power, providing a common object of veneration for all nations of the kingdom, irrespective of their native origin. This also applies to the ruling class consisting of Greeks and Macedonians. They were displaced, having left their cities of origin, and had to form new communities in new territories. In the archaic and classical periods, common worship of the gods and the celebration of regional festivals were important duties of every citizen. Polis cults were an important element of cohesion, serving as a basis of a polis identity. A good illustration of this idea is found in Plato's Laws, 738b-e, in which he remarks that an important benefit of joint participation in rituals is that it promotes fraternization among citizens in their communities. In the same way, royal cults, such as that of Arsinoe II, contributed to the cohesion of the Ptolemaic Empire, and were popular amongst Greek and native populations alike. This wide appeal was facilitated by the innate polyvalence and polysemy of the religious symbols of monarchic propaganda. Divine attributes and representations were often adapted to local sensibilities. For instance, the cult titles of Ptolemaic kings were clear and understandable to the Greek population, but they also had distinctive connotations for the Egyptians, as they alluded to or directly adopted the ancient pharaonic titulature. Conan 1993. For instance, Sota and Euergetes were names recalling the Greek honors for men who had served their city in an extraordinary way, but they also evoked Egyptian ideas of kingship. The Egyptian pharaoh was also a divine protector of the country. Sota, savior, is also the meaning of the Egyptian pharaonic title Nb.tj. Another Egyptian word for the same idea appears in the titulary extant in the Temple of Philae, shed, savior. Similarly, the transcription for Euergetes is derived from Nimage, an epithet of King Snofru, 4th dynasty. On the Ptolemaic royal titulature and its hieroglyphic equivalents, see Conan 1993. Likewise, Apollo the Archer, one of the prominent symbols of the Seleucid dynasty, and the alleged father of the first king, Seleucus, was seen as a typically Greek divinity by the Greeks, but he also had affinities to the Mesopotamian and Iranian sun gods, and even tapped into the ancient Eastern traditions of the royal archer as a symbol of divine kingship. Iosif 2011. As a medium of communication between the rulers and their subjects, and as a way to enforce and legitimize dynastic power, the Hellenistic royal cult was an extremely successful strategy. The Roman ruler cult was, in many ways, based on Hellenistic royal propaganda, especially in the Greek East. Price 1984. Deification before the Hellenistic period. To appreciate the remarkable nature of the ruler cult, we have to recognize that, before the Hellenistic period, deification of living or deceased humans was very rare. See in detail, in this volume, Ecrath, Chapter 26. A hero cult was a common way for a community to acknowledge that an individual had reached such a prominent status, that he or she continued to exert an influence even after death. However, Curry, 2005, has challenged the view that death was a necessary precondition for a hero cult. He argued that, as early as in the 5th century BCE, some communities treated exceptional living persons with honor similar to hero cult, and that those individuals went on to receive worship after death. Example, Dion, the Syracusan tyrant, 408 to 354 BCE, or the Athenian general Hagnon, who was venerated at Amphipolis, a city he founded in 4376 BCE. Euthymos, a 5th century BCE boxer from Locri, reportedly received heroic cult during his lifetime. See Curry 2005, 120-9, 136-7, 166-7. In some cases, it is difficult to ascertain whether the honors in questions were heroic or divine, but it is significant to note that, in the classical age, we already encounter precedents for the phenomenon of ruler cult, the concept of the savior and benefactor, imitation by living persons of gods and heroes, and the sharing of humans in a god's festival and sanctuary. Gelon and other Sicilian rulers in the first half of the 5th century BCE, Theron, Hieron, received posthumous hero cults, but, according to Curry, 2005, 170-2, popular attitudes to these rulers while they were alive already anticipated Hellenistic ruler cults. Gelon was lauded as a benefactor and savior. Dionysios assumed Dionysiac iconography in his statues. Dion received heroic honors during his lifetime. The Samians also bestowed divine honors on the Spartan general Lysandros, as a gift of gratitude for his military assistance in 404 BCE. In the Macedonian dynasty, divine honors were allotted to King Amyntas III, his son Philip II, and his grandson Alexander the Great during their lifetime. However, the divinity attributed to Alexander was a path-breaking phenomenon, since he not only demonstrated exceptional power and agility, imitating, and occasionally surpassing, Oracles and Dionysos, but had also claimed a divine father. Alexander both received divine honors from Greek cities and was proclaimed divine by the royal administration shortly before his death in Babylon. The cult of Alexander was very popular and persisted long after his death, both in Greek cities and in Hellenistic kingdoms. thanks to the support of the royal administration. Hellenistic cities upheld the rituals and kept repairing his shrines until well into the Roman period. Even Roman emperors supported Alexander's cult, especially the Severan dynasty. Apart from the kings, examples of the apotheosis of living or deceased humans are rare in the classical and early Hellenistic period. The early 5th century BCE athlete Theogenes was honored as a healing god on Thasos after his death, but it is unclear when exactly this cult originated. Homer was an object of a widespread hero cult. In Alexandria, he received a temple and divine honors during the reign of Ptolemy IV Philopator. In the late Hellenistic period, divine honors were also allotted to members of the polis elite who had distinguished themselves as benefactors. The idea of mortal divinity was already a topic of discussion in Greek philosophy in the classical age. Sophist Prodicus, 465 to 395 BCE, was among the first Greek philosophers to propose that the origin of some cults should be sought in the extraordinary honors primitive societies had allotted to some remarkable humans, such as the first inventors of useful skills and cultural achievements, DK 84b5. The Sicilian philosopher Empedocles, 490 to 430 BCE, even claimed that he himself was divine. My friends, who dwell in the great city sloping down to yellow Acragas, hard by the citadel, busied with goodly works, all hail. I go about among you an immortal god, no more a mortal, so honored of all, as is meet, crowned with fillets and flowery garlands. Straightway as soon as I enter with these, men and women, into flourishing towns, I am reverenced and tens of thousands follow, to learn where is the path which leads to welfare, some desirous of oracles, others suffering from all kinds of diseases, desiring to hear a message of healing. DK 31b 112.42 equals VS 31F 112, Diog. Let. 8.62, Trans. Hicks 1925. Empedocles maintained that healers, prophets, poets, and rulers can become gods due to their benefactions to mankind. DK 31b1 for 6 equals VS 31F1 for 6 equals Clem. Strom. For .150.1, during his lifetime, Empedocles was received and honored like a god by the people in some communities he visited, though we do not have sources for instituting an official cult. Aristotle's ideas about the remarkable position a king has in a community were probably influential in the formation of the cults of kings in Greek cities, Paul 12:84 3-14. But if there is any one man so greatly distinguished in outstanding virtue, so that the virtue of all the rest and their political ability is not comparable with that of the men mentioned, it is no longer proper to count these exceptional men a part of the state, for they will be treated unjustly if deemed worthy of equal status, being so widely unequal in virtue and in their political ability, since such a man will naturally be as a god among men. Rackham 1932, 241. Hecataios of Abdera and Euhemeros of Messene espoused the most notorious and influential early Hellenistic thoughts about the origins of divine cults. They advanced the idea that there were original gods, theouranioi, celestial gods, and humans who were divinized due to their services to mankind, theoepigioi, earthly divinities. Conclusion. We can see that, both in Greek philosophy and cult practice, a special role was reserved for outstanding sovereigns. The worship they received was not perceived as rivaling the traditional gods, nor was it a threat to what we refer to as traditional religion. The cults for living or deceased rulers were integrated in the religious life of a community and become more frequent in the Hellenistic period, as a reflex of the changed historical circumstances, which elevate singular rulers or entire families to a position of almost unrestricted power and influence. Whereas previous scholarship saw the boundary between the human and the divine as impenetrable, and the cult of rulers in the Hellenistic period as a manifestation of the decline of traditional Greek religion, modern scholars see the barrier between two areas as fluid and negotiable, and interpret the popularity of the ruler cult in the Hellenistic period as a product of a time in which the powers of an individual could be manifested in a way similar to divine intervention. Hellenistic kings had the power to affect whole communities in a hitherto unattested ways. Their acts can be compared to divine interventions, and the honors allotted to them reflected their status and power in the eyes of the community that bestowed them. Suggested reading. For an accessible and exhaustive historical overview with lists of sources, see Burocelis 2004. For an excellent introduction, see Chaniotis 2003. On the hero cult and early forms of deification, see Curry 2005 and Wallbank 1987. On the cult of Alexander the Great, see Dreyer 2009. On the cult of Ptolemaic kings, Conan 1993, Millet's 1998, and Huss 2001. On the Ptolemaic royal ideology as reflected in the procession of Ptolemy II Philadelphus, see Rice 1983. On the cult of Seleucid rulers, see Van Nuffelen 2004. Part 7. What? Chapter 30. Prayer and Curse. Hendrik S. Versnell. Introduction. This chapter, as the title indicates, addresses two different but related issues. One of our tasks will be to give a summarizing encyclopedic description of each. However, this cannot be done before we have explored the question of whether and to what extent the modern concepts prayer and curse have corresponding terms in the Greek language. This will turn out to provoke another question, namely, in what respects these two Greek notions mutually concurred or differed. Apart from these two major issues, a third one invites attention: the question of continuity. Can we observe shifts in forms, contents, or uses over time, and, if so, can we explain them? Prayer. Terms. The Greek terms that we generally translate as prayer are euchomaiouche. Being addresses to and, as such, immediate forms of communication with God or gods, these notions represent the most common type of religious expression. As so often, however, it soon appears that Greek and English terms do not always cover precisely the same set of senses or uses. Differences can be traced in both origins and developments of the semantics of the terms. The English pray stems from late Latin precare entreat, and has inherited its basic sense of solemn request. The earliest senses of Greek euchomai, as we meet them in Homer, are twofold. In a generic, non-religious discourse, the term occurs in the sense of profess loudly, boast, vaunt, more specifically, boast of something one has right to be proud of, Pullen 1997, 59-64. In a religious context it means pray, loudly, mostly in the sense of addressing a god with a request. The original sense of euchomai that may have given rise to the two, in our eyes so diverse, uses of the term is the subject of scholarly discussion. Perhaps it is solemn speech or, more specifically, solemnly expressed claim. Find a good discussion of the history of the term in Depew 1997, 230-4. It is the entreating sense of the word that rose to monopoly in Greek religion. And it is this use of euchomai that also, in Homer, already engendered another meaning, which was to enjoy a great future. This is vow, promise, and refers to the reward the god might expect after fulfilling the wish. Van Straten 1981, Boardman 2004, Bodle and Kajava 2009. This is one of the most characteristic instances of reciprocity in the relationship between humans and gods in Greek religious practice. In this context, the word euch even came to denote the concrete gift offered to the gods by way of redemption of the vow itself. It occurs in hundreds of votive inscriptions of the Hellenistic and Roman periods. Euchin anatheka does not mean I dedicated my prayer, nor even I dedicated my vow, but I dedicated the gift that I promised vowed, just as Latin votum dedi. While other Greek words for entreat implore beseech, such as lysomai, Aubrey 7 1992, 405-92, and, more strongly, hikatuo, Canciani and Peleiza 2005, differ from euchomai in that they are not restricted to the domain of religion. There is a second word group which is generally used in a religious context. This is aore areomai, one of whose meanings concurs with our concept of prayer, Aubrey 7 1992, 295-404. Here too, however, its semantic history betrays a gradual shift. In Homer, areomai seems to be semantically identical to eukomai in the sense of loudly express a wish, either positive or negative, whose fulfillment does not lie in the hands of man, LFGIE 1168 ff. Over the course of time, however, for malevolent wishes, which we tend to associate with the notion curse, preference was given to the words aore areomai, Kolu 1966, 283 ff, Pulin 1997, 71-7. Nonetheless, areomai and eukomai, the latter especially in its compositions katuchomai and epukomai, Graph 2005a, 248, continue sharing both positive and negative aspects. In Aeschylus Chophoroi 142-6, in a prayer, first called Euchai, to her deceased father, Electra expressly includes both a wish for blessing for herself and a request to do evil to her enemies, specifying the first as arai kole, good arai, the second as archaic, bad ara. We shall return to this in the section curse. Forms. By way of introduction, let us single out the earliest instance of an independent formal prayer, namely the oft-quoted prayer. The Greek term used here is a form of areomai, of Apollo's priest Chryses, called both Hyrieus and Arter in the immediate context, who has been wronged by Agamemnon, lord of the Achaeans, to his god in Homer Ilias 1.37-43. Hear me, you of the silver bow, who have under your protection cries, and sacred Scylla, and who rule mightily over Tenedos. Smintheus, if ever I roofed over a pleasing shrine for you, or if ever I burned to you thigh pieces of bulls and goats, fulfill for me this wish. Let the Danans pay for my tears by your arrows. Murray 1924. This brief prayer presents a complete set of elements often deemed to be constitutive of formal, ancient prayer, whose classic threefold division into invocatio, pars epica, and precatio, introduced by Orsfeld in 1903, is still widely used. The invocatio evokes the attention of the god. In it, the god is addressed by name, often with his cult names, patronymica, habitual residence, functions, and qualities. This part serves both identification and, ever more emphatically over the course of time, also the honorification of the deity in question, verse 2011, 53-7. The second part, called pars epica by Orsfeld, contains the argument, a term now often preferred over the Old Latin one, consisting of considerations that might persuade a god to help, for example, by a reminder of the praying person's acts of piety, or a reference to the god's earlier benefactions or his natural inclination to help people. The third part is the precatio proper, the petition. As noted, the great majority of both public and private prayers contain a wish. However, a few notes of warning are in order. First, the scheme is not obligatory. We do not know of any official liturgical prescription concerning this prayer structure. Greek religion had no book of common prayer. Pulin 1997, 149. The few complete schemes that we do possess, as the one just cited, are restricted to formal prayer in literary texts, especially in Homer, Aubrey 1991. As a matter of fact, to find more examples we must resort to the hymn. For a basic collection, Thurley and Bramer 2001, see also, in this volume, Callum, Chapter 13, a category sometimes, and to a certain extent correctly, called sung prayer, that in this respect is far more informative. Hymns in religious contexts were mainly intended as praises of the god. Conventional features were lists of the god's powers and qualities as well as cult places. Increasingly extended strings of epithets mark the hymnody of imperial times. In the earliest so-called Homeric hymns, 7th and 6th centuries BCE, invocation and argument already tended to amalgamate into independent extended narrations about the god's birth and acquisition of his timai, honors, Thurley 1995. Next to this, a special type of prayer formularis, intended for public recitation and concomitant requirements concerning the qualities of the praying persons, emerges in the Hellenistic and Roman periods, Klinghardt 1999. Finally, the few extant prayers that explicitly belong to a cultic context all betray a much simpler form, Aubrey 7 1992, 36f, Pulin 1997, 149f. Most famous is the two-word prayer HQ, reign, conceive, a formula spoken by the initiates at the mysteries, Proclus in T. 3.176, 26 ff, Hip Paul. Ha. 5.7.34.87 Wendland. There were also linguistically meaningless, though not senseless, sounds which accompanied certain dances and processions and which could be interpreted as invocations of the god, such as Olaluch, Thriam, Yuhoi, Payan. They could even develop into the name of a god. The cry Iakche became the divine name Iakchos. All this proves Origen's Perieux, Kochau 1899, I.2.1, to be right when it says, "One thing, I am convinced, belongs to the impossibilities, namely to make clear the whole of prayer in a precise manner, meet for God." Contexts, motives, and motifs. Greek prayers, like modern ones, could be formal, official, or informal, as often in private contexts. Generally, official prayer was connected with other acts of worship, most prominently sacrifice. With few exceptions, animal sacrifices were offered in honor of gods or heroes, hence were hardly conceivable without a formal prayer in which at least the first and third elements played a part. Ancient prayer used to be spoken aloud in accordance with the early meaning of euchomai. Silent or whispered prayer was reserved for offensive, indecent, erotic, or magical uses, but was later adopted as the normal rule in Christian practice. Kneeling down, often associated with the notions of hikatuo hikatea, though not unknown, Van Straten 1974, was unusual, the gesture of entreaty being outstretched arms with the hands directed to the god invoked or to his religious cult image, Jacob and Gutierrez 2005, 120-3. If we now turn to the contents and contexts of ancient Greek prayer, we will focus on the following central questions: who was addressed, how, and for what, in other words, invocatio and preces. Who? The question of choice in a polytheistic religion might seem insurmountable. The following exposé is based on verse 2011, chapter 1. To which of the thrice countless gods, tris murioi, Hesiod 252f. On the assistance of Zeus, did ancient man choose to pray for the special request he had in mind? At first sight, divine specialization might present a viable way out. After all, according to Herodotus 2.53, Homer and Hesiod had bestowed upon the gods their appropriate epithets, tars eponymias, distributing their honors, powers and crafts, temas te kaiteknas, while also shaping, literally signalizing, their appearances, idea. Hence, Greeks may have been knowledgeable about each god's specialism and have made their choice accordingly. The truth is that things tend to be less simple than we, and the Greeks, might like to believe to think they are. Surely there are examples of an easy, natural choice for a special god based on his specific qualities. The seriously sick would pray for health to a healing god, most specifically Asclepios, either in his famous faraway sanctuary at Epidaurus or in a local satellite one. The person who wants to make some profit might turn to Hermes, in case of indecent profit, such as theft, to Hermes Cytheros, to whom you speak in whisper. A young woman in love might specifically pray to Aphrodite, also Cytheros in this case. Here, the Timai and Techni well known from mythology may indeed determine the choice for a specific deity. Yet, this one-to-one functional relationship is the exception rather than the rule, and often does not occur even where one might have expected it. In a perilous situation at sea, people did not pray for salvation to the god of the sea Poseidon but rather to the Dioscoroi, or, in later times, to Isis Pelagia. In local, cultic contexts, gods, well known from mythology, but specified by functional or topographical epithets, might be ascribed qualities that differed substantially from the central mythological offices known from myth. Moreover, the Apollo, Hera, or Artemis of one sanctuary, city, or region might boast a radically different identity from those of other places. More generally, any god, as well as any of the innumerable local heroes, might be invoked for any of the needs of the praying person. Small wonder, then, that oracle centers specialized in guiding the client on precisely this question: to which of the gods must I pray, in order to fulfill my wish? But even here, the answers that have come to us were often far from clear. Delphi, for instance, seemed to prefer lists of, in our eyes, not very coherent groups of gods, e.g. Pork, Wormel 1956, Numbers 102, 282, 283. How? Once the divine name was satisfactorily determined, and prior to the request proper, the god was invoked and his attention attracted, frequently by calling on him with a double vocative. Very often he is asked to hear, Clu, Cluti, Akue, Akuzan, or, less often, to come, Elf. Significantly, Zeus, apparently taken as more typically omnipresent than other gods, is never addressed with the request to come. Nor does the use of this term necessarily imply that the god concerned is consciously believed to sojourn on Olympus or at any other distant place. What? What were ancient Greeks concerned about? What did they wish for in their prayers? The answer is, generally very much the same as the issues with which modern people are concerned. The philosopher Dr. Miracle Worker Empedocles boasts that, on his tours around flourishing cities, numerous people follow him, asking where lies the path to profit, Kurdos, some seeking prophesies, while others, for many a day stabbed by grievous pains, beg to hear the word that heals all manner of illness, DK 31b157. Wealth and health in an infinite variety of detail are indeed the two prevalent topics of prayer, as they are still today. Unfortunately, the prayers of humble men, being pronounced but rarely written, and, if written, mostly on perishable material, have only rarely come to us. Prayers inscribed on stone are usually of an official nature serving public commemoration just as dedicatory inscriptions, Depew 1997. To find the issue central to the prayers of common people we may take either one of two strategies. One strategy looks at the questions put to the oracle, for example, the ones that were inscribed on lead tablets that were found in great numbers at the Oracle Center of Zeus and Dion at Dodona, Ihote 2006, whose numeration is adopted here, Idunal 2007, Chapter 5, see also, in this volume, Johnston, Chapter 32. They are not prayers themselves but questions about the most profitable course of action in order to reach one's goal, including the question to which God a prayer must be directed. As such, they betray needs with which ancient man was concerned, and for which he needed divine information or help. Many are of the type, will it be better and more profitable, loyan kayamanan and variance, if I buy the plot, will go on a journey, change of profession. Another fixed type is the formulaic question, to which god or hero must I pray, or sacrifice, or pray and sacrifice, sometimes also which god must I appease, in order to. Often the final goals are formulated in a general fashion, such as in order to fare better, loyan again, or to achieve what I have in mind, number 67. Others, however, detail a wish, as, for instance, in order that my illness comes to an end, number 46, for a male, descendant from my wife Philista, number 47, compared to number 50, concerning my eyes, number 71, 72. How close the wish for knowledge about the future and the wish to know how to act in prayer cohere is illustrated by a discussion in Xenophon Anub. 3.1.5f. When Xenophon chose to ask Delphic Apollo to whom of the gods he should sacrifice and pray in order to have a prosperous journey and a safe return, he followed, as we have just seen, a traditional course of action. As did Socrates, Ibid, who censured him for not having asked the other conventional question, also common at Delphi, whether it would be better, loyan, for him to go or to stay. The second, more profitable, strategy looks at thousands of votive inscriptions, in which the god is thanked and rewarded for having answered the prayer. Votive reliefs typically represent successful prayers, Depew 1997, 231. As a rule they open with euxamenos, having prayed and vowed, or forms of the related word eush, followed by the object of the prayer. In these texts too there is no limit to the variety of wishes. A man can pray for the life of a child, for his wife, children and relatives, for the salvation of all his idioi, his own people, members of his family and household, for a good crop, for his donkey, for good fortune, for profit, for the conception of children over the course of time, for his master, for livestock and dogs, or give thanks for having escaped from a mad dog. Frequent too are prayers votives for employer, safe, sea, journey. For references to all these wishes, see verse 1981, 8-10. Nothing revolutionary new, then, and nothing shocking, but, perhaps for that very reason, a welcome antidote against the modish mantra that the Greeks were desperately alien, desperately or fundamentally foreign, e.g. N. D. Fustel de Coulanges, P. Vane, J. P. Vernant, M. Finley, P. Courtledge, for which see verse 2011, 11-13. If they were different, and no doubt in some important respects they were, it is not in the domain of the personal wishes in their prayers. In an aside we should note that, in one respect, there is a difference. That is, in the way Greeks formulated their feelings of gratitude, besides the material offering of votive gifts. It has often been observed that, contrary to the prayer of supplication, prayers of gratitude are extremely rare in Greek antiquity. Instead of words of gratitude we find expressions of praise and honorification. In this, as so often, religious expression imitates the customary manners in the secular world, verse 1981, 42-62. From the list just mentioned it appears, and it will not raise much surprise, that prayer has an egocentric character, not only when one prays for one's own well-being, but also when wife, child, dog, or occasionally a friend is involved. Even the prayer for fellow humans outside the private circle of the ego, e.g. master or emperor, often referred to with the German term Verbit, rarely lacks a self-centered touch. In sum, prayers for health and wealth are of a natural and innocent type of Gebetsegoismus, Weinreich 1968. They are not necessarily offensive towards other persons. Other types, however, may unintentionally or consciously attract more negative aspects. Drought, epidemics, or hail, for instance, can be prayed away, Apopempane, Schlesier 1990. We find the following, near proverbial, geographic instructions to the gods: send them into the sea or overseas, to the mountains where the cock does not crow and the dog does not bark, as far as the heavens are removed from the earth. Eis oris eis kumar, to the mountain or into the sea, is a fixed expression. In Oedipus Tyrannus 190f. The chorus prays that the horrible us will be sent far from the fatherland, to the great nuptial room of Amphitrite, equals the sea, or to the inhospitable Thracian Gulf. Here, the Thracians are selected on the ground that they were one of the most distant peoples known in early times. But one step further, a step both vicious and profitable, is the formulaic prayer in case of evil circumstances to send these onto the heads of our enemies, eis ecthrin cephalas, which, incidentally, safely landed in the Roman Catholic Missal as avert mala inimicis, drive away disaster to the enemies. The mechanisms described here are not confined to ancient Greek culture. Nor is the following, final, step in wishing evil to an adversary, which we will introduce with the aid of a brief text inscribed by a woman by the name of Artemis on a lead tablet in a Demeter sanctuary at Knidos in southwest Asia Minor, 2nd century BCE. DT No. 8-9, I Knidos I, number 148. It is one of some dozen tablet texts very similar in both form and purpose. Artemis dedicates to Demeter, Koi and all the gods together with Demeter, the person who refuses to return to me the articles of clothing that I left with him, although I asked for them. May he himself bring them back to Demeter. Also, if someone else now has my possessions, may he, consumed by fire, confess it publicly. But let me not infringe any divine law in this, and may I be free, to drink and eat and consort under the same roof, with the accursed. For I have suffered wrong, O Mistress Demeter, adicum I gardis spoina Dameter. We started the present section with the earliest Greek prayer known to us. We now conclude it with a prayer from the Hellenistic period. Apart from chronology, the two also differ in their cultural setting. The first is taken from a literary work and the most hallowed example of that genre. The second was scratched on lead and dedicated in a sanctuary. It betrays a humble ambience and concerns a relatively futile affair. The most remarkable, and relevant and disquieting, difference, however, is that the first is commonly cited as the paradigmatic form of Greek prayer, whereas about the second, and its cognates, a scholarly discussion is raging concerning the question whether it may be ranged at all among the category prayer or should rather be assigned to the class of magical curse. Two elements play a role in that discussion. First, the fact that, just as the magical depictions that we shall introduce shortly, the Nidean text was written on lead, and, secondly, that it contains an offensive and even destructive form of wishing formula. That both prayers are appeals to a god to repair an injury suffered by the praying person, and that the offensive aspects are corollary to this, threatens to be pushed to the background in the discussion. This and related issues will have our attention in our next section, curse. Curse. A curse is a wish that some form of adversity or misfortune may befall a person or persons. This is the minimum definition that we find in dictionaries or encyclopedic works. Others may be more inclusive, as, for instance, the following: a curse is a solemn utterance intended to invoke a supernatural power to inflict harm or punishment on someone or something. Oxford English Dictionary. One question that will be broached in our discussion is whether the additional elements, especially invocation of supernatural power and punishment, der Flutsch ist Reaktion auf Unrecht, thus Graph 2005a, 247, indeed belong to the fixed or at least prevalent characteristics of ancient curse formula in general. Within these broad definitions, various types of curses can be distinguished, according to setting, motive, and conditions. By way of introduction, let us first have a glance at a variety of maledictory expressions to be found in ancient Greek curses. Forms. In the section on prayer, forms, contexts, two malevolent prayers have been quoted, one phrased in general, the other in specific terms. The prayer of the priest Chryses is of the general type, "Let the denants pay for my tears." The nature of the penalty is not stipulated. Unspecified curse formulas of this type are rife throughout Greek history. An early specimen can be found in the famous list of public imprecations from Teos, the so-called de re tc point for 70 BCE, SYLL.337-8, ML 1988, number 30, Hermann 1981, which the magistrates used to pronounce annually against those who endangered the peace and prosperity of the city. Each of these curses ends with the formula, that the offender and his posterity, genos, will perish, apellasthai. Much later, grave inscriptions of Roman Asia Minor display a variety of formulaic general imprecations against grave desecrators, and their progeny that the gods may be enraged wrathful, or, not propitious clement, or the offender will be impious, asabes, to the gods, or will have to reckon with the god, estai pros ton theon, Strub 1991, 1997. In this stereotyped form they are ubiquitous, but, of course, may allow for all sorts of juicy specifications. A particularly sophisticated elaboration of this type is the double-edged curse that the culprit may not be able to sacrifice successfully, Versnal 1985. A curse from Mopsuestia in the 3rd century CE, Versnal 1985, 248, combines these general and specific wishes. I invoke the gods of heaven and underworld and all Ara and Lussa, personified curse and rage, to show their rage at the culprits for the rest of their life. And may it be impossible for them to perform sacred acts sacrifice, ta hiera, in any way. The prayer curse of the lead tablet from Knidos, also quoted in the prayer section of contexts, motives, and motifs, presents an illustration of the variety of specific curses. May he, the perpetrator, consumed by fire, confess it publicly. This stipulation belongs to the fixed formulas of these 13 to 15 Nidean lead tablet texts. Consumed by fire here means vexed by burning fever, Versnal 1995, an affliction to be sent by the invoked goddess, here Demeter, with the explicit goal to redress the crime and make the culprit return the expropriated object and lose face by her public confession, Versnal 1999. Personal emotional involvement, on which see Chaniotis 2009, particularly on the Nidean curses, and 2013, often provokes a detailed description of the torments called down upon the targets. Formulaic apopemptic prayers for sending disaster of any kind, epidemic, illness, war, famine, to places far away, that we discussed in the section on prayer, contexts, motives, and motifs, are corn to the mill for private imprecations. Variants on these wishes prevail in maledictions against personal opponents and enemies who have wronged the authors. A particularly extended, oft-quoted curse prayer from Amorgos, IG 12, 7-1, verse 0 1991, 1999, Graecia 1992, number 75, dated from 2nd century BCE to 2nd century CE, related to the Cnidian texts and, like them, addressed to Demeter, splendidly illustrates the luxuriant multiplicity of these formulaic maledictions. Side A, Lady Demeter, O Queen, as your supplicant, your slave, I fall at your feet, Lady Demeter, this is what I have been through. Being bereft I seek refuge in you, be merciful to me and grant me my rights. Follows a detailed accusation against the offender. Grant that the man who has treated me thus shall have satisfaction neither in rest nor in motion, neither in body nor in soul, that he may not be served by slave or by handmaid, by the great or the small. If he undertakes something, may he be unable to complete it. May his house be stricken by the curse forever. May no child cry to him, may he never lay a joyful table, may no dog bark and no cock crow, may he sow but not reap, may neither earth nor sea bear him any fruit, may he know no blessed joy, may he come to an evil end together with all that belongs to him. Side B, Lady Demeter, I supplicate you because I have suffered injustice, hear me, Goddess, and pass a just sentence. For those who have cherished such thoughts against us and who have joyfully prepared sorrows for my wife Epictetus and me, and who hate us prepare the worst and most painful horrors. O Queen, hear us who suffer and punish those who rejoice in our misery. We are confronted here with a genuine prayer for divine assistance, including the elements invocation and punishment of the inclusive definition already mentioned, in which the creative author, by way of helpful suggestion to the goddess, manages to insert accumulation of pure curses, which we find elsewhere as independent expressions lacking any reference to divine intervention. Predictably, bodily torture of the target is rife in curses against personal opponents. Hardly any body part or mental ability of the target escapes the danger of being cursed, resulting in long series of targeted body parts from top to toe in so-called anatomical curses, verse 0 1998. A lead tablet from Megara, DT 42, 1st, 2nd century CE, curses breast, lungs, heart, liver, hips, lower back, intestines, sex, thighs, asshole, shins, heels, toes, fingers and any other part of the entire body there may be. Equally predictable are lists of afflictions called down upon the target. An inscription from Chalkis of a disciple of the famous Herodes Atticus, Graecia 1992, no. 86, 2nd century CE, curses preemptively the one who damages his private property inter alia as follows: May God strike him with trouble and fever and chills and itch and drought and insanity and blindness and mental fits, for which the Judaizing author has ransacked Deuteronomy 28.22, 28.28. Contexts and categories. What motives induced persons to have recourse to a curse? The most common is the wish to punish or, by threat with punishment, prevent acts of injustice against or infringement of private or communal interests. Thus, a first classification is grounded on the distinction between future and past offences, entailing a distinction between conditional and non-conditional, unqualified, imprecations. A second type of classification concerns the distinction between public and private curses. The survey of curse types just mentioned presented samples of various combinations of these four categories. Conditional curses, imprecations, are future-oriented and are aimed at the unknown persons who dare to trespass certain stipulated sacred or secular laws, prescriptions, treaties. They prevail in the public domain and are pronounced by the community through its representatives, magistrates, priests, as in the de re tei mentioned in the section forms, above. A special subdivision in this category is the conditional self-curse typical of solemn oaths, Graph 2005b, Foran 2012. They are ubiquitous as sanctions at the end of interstate treaties, as, for instance, in the formula evil things befall the perjurer, good things happen to him who keeps his oath. On the other hand, the majority of later conditional imprecations against violators of graves, as mentioned in the section forms above, rather belong to the private domain. Non-conditional curses are concerned with past or present occurrences. Though not lacking in the public domain, the majority of them relate to private concerns. And, with this, we touch on two types of curses whose classificatory interrelationship is subject to current scholarly debate. The one solid and conspicuous feature they have in common is the material form in which they have come to us, lead tablets. And it is precisely this common trait that has become a source of scholarly miscommunication. Defixio. We have mentioned several times the existence of lead tablets as the bearers of curse texts. In scholarly literature, this type of curses is referred to with the Latin term defixio, from defigo, to pin down, although the word defixio itself does not occur before the 6th century CE. In ancient Greek they are called katadesmos or katadesis, from the verb katadeo equals binding down, and hence are often ranged under the name binding curses. Defixtions are thin lead sheets inscribed with maledictions intended to influence the actions or welfare of persons, or animals. Many of them do not display an explicit motive, but the ones that do, through explicit or implicit allusions, most often appear to have been inspired by feelings of envy and competition. The main playing fields of the defixio are 1. Sports, originally athletics, in Roman times focusing on, and found in great numbers in the amphitheatre and circus, 2. Litigation, 3. Love erotics, and 4. Commerce, Farran 1991a, Graecia 1992, Ogden 1999. Occasionally motives beyond those of competition have been deduced, for instance in the context of commerce where, sometimes, long lists of persons are being cursed, Idinal 2007, Chapter 10, 2012, which introduces the notion risk as the paramount niche of the defixio. Generally, these defixtions are anonymous and lack self-justifying arguments or references to any deserved punishment of the cursed persons. If gods are involved, they belong to the sphere of death, underworld, witchcraft, Gaia, Hermes, Persephone, Hecate. In later times, magical names of exotic demons and gods abound. Spirits of the dead may also be addressed as carriers of the defixio, which is sometimes called epistole, epistle letter, with the task to deliver it to the powers of the netherworld. Hence, the tablets were often buried in graves of persons who had experienced an untimely death, as well as in chthonic sanctuaries and wells. The tablets, now exceeding a total number of 1,600, collected in DTA, DT, SGD, SGD2, Idinal 2007, first appear in the late 6th century BCE in Sicilia and Olbia, and somewhat later in Attica, while they reach their acme in Athens in the 4th and 3rd centuries BCE. The earliest specimens are also the simplest, often containing only the names of the cursed people or adding I bind and the god to whom they are assigned, for which the expressions catagraphopros or engraphopros are used, to register with. The tablets might be rolled up and transfixed with a nail, and sometimes puppets, voodoo dolls were added, Farran 1991b. These defixtions display a number of, quite idiosyncratic, characteristics. The first is the element of binding. The focus is not on torment or destruction in particular, not in the texts of the classical period, but on laming and putting out of action. The often professed objective is that the target will not be able to outdo or injure the author in the daily struggle for survival. Hence, the emphasis is put on selected parts of the body whose functions must be obstructed, equals bound the mind, soul, and voice for the rhetor, the hand and feet for the athlete. Litigative cases before court, in particular, provide a fertile soil for binding formulas and their goals. The earliest defixtions, from Sicily, presented formulas in the following terms: I register NN and the tongue of NN, so that it will be twisted and devoid of success, while, 8 centuries later, curses from Carthago and elsewhere have, I have bound their tongues so that they cannot speak or act against me. All this implies that these defixtions were preemptive and future-oriented. Further features include the idea that gods may play a role as the ones with whom the target is bound or registered, but, at least in the classical defixtions, submissive prayer-like formulas are hard to find. The tablets are secretly placed in graves or wells, and there are clear indications that, if not rejected by law, they were at least disapproved of socially. Altogether, the defixio can be, and usually is, ranged among the category that we have baptized curse. But in Greek perception it was a category on its own. Whereas all other types of curses could be and often were referred to as awry, the defixio neither in its own texts nor in references to it, seems to have been included into this category. In contrast to what the inclusive definition of curse, at the beginning of the section curse, above, would suggest, these curses are not punitive. And even if gods often played a role, they were not invoked for help, but rather functioned as the authoritative center where the curse is being delivered for final implementation. This means that the majority of Greek defixtions is performative by nature. More generally, all curses that lack requests for divine intervention and solely consist of the wish that evil, specified or not, may befall the target are performative speech acts. By utterances such as I bind, I curse, and so on, the curse is supposed to start independently performing its task. Word and act coincide. This is what lends these curses a certain coercive appearance. This, then, distinguishes this type of curse from the prayer, where invocation and request form the gist of the latter's definition. While in performative coercive defixtions it is man and his words, including spells, that control the working of the curse, request formulas in prayer, such as I pray beseech God, that, please God do, explicitly put the fulfillment in the hands of the divine addressee. And, with this, we have arrived at the other type of lead tablet texts. The prayer for justice. We concluded the section on prayer with one of the Nidean prayers, two of whose features, the material on which it was written, lead, and the offensive nature of its request, had given rise to a discussion about its true nature, prayer or magical curse. Such was also the fate of the related curse from Amorgos, quoted earlier in the section forms. In past scholarship, both, as well as many others, were simply accommodated under the common denominator defixio. And yet in different contexts submissive pleas to a god to redress a wrong and revenge an offense are just as self-evidently ranged among the category prayer, as we saw in the case of the prayer of priest cries in the Iliad. A few hordes of curse texts of the type of the Nidos texts have been found elsewhere, some recently, such as those in a Demeter sanctuary at Acrocorinth, Stroud 2013, and in the Isis and Magna Mater temple at Mainz, Latin texts, Blansdorf 2012, some known for a long time, such as the Latin curses in the hot spring of Dea Sulis at Bath, Tomlin 1988. The Nidos and Corinth ones, as well as some stray finds elsewhere, are written by women, for whom this may have been a welcome, most likely the sole, avenue to get justice. Demeter festivals may have served as an opportune platform for these curse rituals, Foran 2011. Generally inscribed on lead tablets as well, they differ from the genuine defixtions in that they display a choice of the following features. Versnal 1991, 2009b. The author may disclose her name. The tablets are deposited or put up, sometimes publicly, in sanctuaries. The action suggests an indictment intended to open a lawsuit and is justified by a reference to some injustice committed by the cursed person. Theft, slander, hence refers to the past. The gods are supplicated in a submissive way to punish the culprit and redress the injustice. The tone is often markedly emotional and vindictive, and the lists of cursed body parts may extend to long anatomical enumerations exposing the whole body to torture and punishment. Versnal 1998. Prayer for justice is presently widely accepted as the appropriate term for the pure, and oldest known, texts from Nidos and related tablet texts. While the cradle of the defixio must be sought in 6th century Greek-speaking areas, there are strong indications, e.g. a remarkable relationship with the so-called confession texts of Lydia and Phrygia, that the prayers for justice originated in the pre-Greek cultures of Asia Minor. They betray obvious links with Near Eastern conceptions of gods in the role of supreme justice, keeping a watchful eye on human behavior and punishing the offender. Versnal 2009a, 25-45. In later times, we observe an increasing tendency to amalgamate elements of the prayer for justice and the defixio, thus creating a borderline category. It is here that the two main notions of the present entry on prayer and curse have found a common niche. Conclusion. Using our own terminology is unavoidable. So this contribution has prayer and curse in its title. However, what the ancient testimonies have taught us is that here, as in so many other cases, the notions covered by our terms do not always precisely correspond with the notions covered by the Greek words that, in our dictionaries, are rendered by the terms prayer and curse. Nor do the distinctions that we make between prayer and curse always match the way in which ancient Greeks understood distinctions between their corresponding terms. This certainly does nothing to make our study, very much including the task of the translator, easier. But the profit of our exercises may consist of a modest contribution to a growing insight into the questions in what respects, to which degree, under which circumstances, and how distinctively Greeks, and, above all, which Greeks, conceived their world in ways different from or similar to those of us moderns. Suggested reading. For the most informative recent treatments of ancient Greek prayer and curse, the CI should be consulted. For comprehensive but concise monographs on prayer in English, which are accessible to the general reader, Versnall 1981, 1-64 and Pullin 1997 may be considered. On curse, Defixio in particular, very useful collections of curse tablet texts are presented by Graecia 1992, in English, and Idenow 2007, Greek and English. The latter also provides a new discussion of the psychosociological embedment of these curses from the perspective of risk. Watson 1991 expounds the role of curses in literature. The prayer for justice was, after some initiatives in the early 20th century, put on the map again in a comprehensive study by Versnall 1991, which may be consulted for a first orientation. Chapter 31. Sacrifice. Fred Naden. Sacrifice derives from the Latin sacra facer, which, in turn, resembles the Greek phrase hiererein. All three mean to do sacred things, and so any treatment of Greek sacrifice may begin with the observation that this practice is a composite. Oracles follow sacrifices, prayers and hymns often accompany them, and sometimes oaths do. A healing visitation or a dedication may occur afterwards. Epiphanies rarely occur during sacrifices, but a divine presence of some sort, to answer prayers, listen to music, smell smoke, and manipulate the animal's vitals, is indispensable for the rite. So much is true of sacrifices involving animal victims, but sacrifices made with vegetal offerings extend the field of this practice. Vegetal offerings occurred every morning and every evening, at home and in shrines, before voyages and other journeys. Libations and incense burning were far more common than animal sacrifice, if only because they accompanied most animal sacrifices yet also occurred without them. Sacrifices with human victims form a part of Greek thinking about the rite, even if, as will shortly emerge, these sacrifices were mostly imaginary. The recipients varied, too. As Scott Scullion, 1994, implied when defending the contrast between Olympian and Chthonian, Greek terms for sacrifice reflect this contrast. Thysia, which smoked, went up, to Olympians; sphagia, or bloodletting, went down, to Chthonians, as did energismos, which often went down to heroes through tubes. Yet heroes received thysiae, too, showing that the distinction drawn among recipients was not absolute. Sacrifice was heterogeneous. On the distinction between Olympians and Chthonians see also, in this volume, DC, Chapter 24. Just as offerings and recipients varied, so did context. Sometimes a meal of meat followed, but very often some sort of divination followed, with or without examination of the liver through hepatoscopy. A festival might follow, or the propitiation of a ghost. Sometimes the community attended, sometimes only the priest or magistrate acting on the community's behalf. Sometimes the family attended, sometimes only an individual worshipper. In English and French, all this is sacrifice; in German, most of it is Opfer. In Greek, however, thysia, sphagia, and energismos are only 3 of a dozen relevant terms. There are 2 kinds of libations: spondai, poured in the name of the Olympians, and often used to solemnize treaties, and Choai, poured in the name of the Chthonian divinities and used for propitiation. A parch designates both preliminary offerings and first fruits. Catalogues of these sundry terms appear in the leading studies on Greek sacrificial vocabulary, Stengel 1910, Eitram 1915, Rudhard 1958, Casabona 1966. For the sacrifice of human victims, there was no Greek term. Tragedy aside, reports of such thesiae in the archaic, classical, or Hellenistic sources are rare, especially reports of regular rituals. For regular thesia, there is only Herodotus 7.197, on a ritual at Alos, and Plato, plus later sources, for the famed ritual at Mount Lycaon, Rasp. 565 C.D., with Minute 315 C. Empedocles, Fr. 137 DK, does not specify regular ritual. Instead, this passage deals with the putative origins of sacrifice in a golden age preceding the slaughter of animals by human beings. Other, later sources report regular but obsolete rituals. Pausanias, the 7th of April 2019, 9.8.2, Porphyry, Abstract. 2.55, with 4 reports, and Apollodoros, 1.9.1. Christian sources like Clement, Proter. 3.42, and Lactantius, Division Inst 1.21, are tendentious, and the particulars that they report are unreliable. This unsatisfactory evidence led Pierre Bonachir, 1994, author of the fullest recent treatment, to conclude human sacrifice was not a Greek historical reality. On human sacrifice, see also, in this volume, Osborne, Chapter 1. If sphagia, not thesia, is the term for a human sacrifice, the same difficulties appear. Rather than reports of rituals, there are reports of measures taken during emergencies, such as the slaughter of prisoners by Themistocles, according to Plutarch, them. 22.7, see also PL Resp. 391b, and later sources such as Pow's. 9.33.4, Porphyry reports the only regular ritual, one for Cronus that scarcely differs from a public execution as opposed to a communal sacrifice, Abs. 2.54. Once again there are obsolete practices, Philakos FGIH 81F80, an obsolete pre-battle ritual, and mythic reports, such as Serv. A. 3.121, 11.264 on Idomeneus' sacrifice of his child. If, on the other hand, scapegoat rituals with human victims are to be considered acts of sphagia, as argued by René Girard, 1972, there is no philological evidence to be found. Scapegoating is never termed sacrificial. On scapegoat rituals see, in this volume, Bremer, Chapter 40. What, then, is the significance of sacrifice from the archaic to the Hellenistic periods? Recent scholarship that will be cited in scholarly treatment of sacrificial decorum, below, regards sacrifice as the central ritual of ancient Greek religion. In this chapter, I shall argue that it is an etic or modern term that has strayed too far from emic or ancient experience. It tends to ignore or contradict Greek perspectives, and to overemphasize two aspects, killing and eating, while underemphasizing other aspects of the rite. Instead of adding to what ancient sources report, it obscures what they say. The terms offering and opfer are both preferable to sacrifice. The remainder of this chapter seeks to support this conclusion, though a critical review of scholarship, especially the work of Walter Burkert, 1983, 1972, 1985, 1977, 2001, 1990, and the Paris School of Jean-Pierre Vernant and Marcel Detienne, 1989, 1979, followed by two relevant examples of the rite. As I have argued elsewhere, but not argued strongly enough, acts of sacrifice are aesthetic as well as social events. The worshippers performed these acts for a god whose function, partly, was not only to accept the performance, but also to judge and to enjoy it. The god framed or completed the act. In this sense, the god of sacrifice was a kind of reality, an epiphenomenon, and not an illusion. A review of scholarship. Confronted with the multifariousness of sacrifice, the leading scholars of this rite, Burkert and the French team of Vernant and Detienne, have emphasized some aspects of sacrifice at the cost of others. Even before Homo necans, translated in 1983, Burkert emphasized the slaughter of the animal. This emphasis was not accidental. Burkert was a follower of Konrad Lorenz, the sociobiologist who compared human aggression to aggression among other species in his On Aggression, 1966, 1963. The slaughter of an animal in an act of sacrifice is the most striking expression of aggressive impulses in Greek religion, save only for the legendary sacrifice of human beings, and so Burkert devoted more attention to this step than to others, more, for example, than he devoted to the prayers made during acts of sacrifice. By the same token, the slaughter of the animal makes sacrifice the paradigmatic ritual. As Burkert, 2001, 1990, 12, wrote, society is built on impulses of aggression controlled by ritual, as Konrad Lorenz has shown. A second element in Burkert's view of sacrifice was the emphasis on psychology. Burkert's accounts of sacrifice center on what he called, in Burkert 2001, 1990, 11, the joy of the festival, the horror of death, in a word, on worshippers' emotions. Since animal sacrifice, with its slaughter of a living creature, seems mostly likely to elicit emotions, Burkert had reason to concentrate on this act as opposed to sacrifice in general. But the primacy of psychology meant more than another reason to focus on the slaughter of animals. It meant that scholars should look for emotions that the Greeks felt but did not acknowledge. Since the Greeks, like all human beings, were unconsciously aggressive, one of these unacknowledged emotions was guilt arising from acts of violence such as animal sacrifice. The collective aspect of this guilt derived not so much from Lorenz, however, as from a tradition of scholarship that was largely French, and dated back to Émile Durkheim, the French sociologist active around 1900. In this tradition, religious rites provided solidarity, in agricultural societies, solidarity founded on kinship, and, in industrial societies, solidarity founded on the workplace. Burkert links solidarity to guilt. A third element in Burkert's view, more prominent in Homo necans, 1983, 1972, than in his other works on sacrifice, was the origin of this collective guilt in prehistory, or even in the development of primates prior to the emergence of Homo sapiens. In tracing guilt at animal slaughter to prehistory, Burkert followed his teacher Carl Muley, who posited that Stone Age hunters in Siberia felt guilt at killing their prey. For references and background, see the 2012 essay of Burkert's pupil, Fritz Graf. This was tracing the origins of Greek sacrifice broadly, but Lorenz led Burkert to trace these origins more broadly still, to the behavior of herds or packs. The influences of both Muley and Lorenz led Burkert away from comparisons between the Greeks and their neighbors. Greek sacrifice was not to be understood as a regional, historical phenomenon. The views of Vernant and Detienne, among others, developed in opposition to Burkert's, but, like him, they concentrated on a single step. For them, this step was the distribution and consumption of the meat. In the words of a 1981 paper of Vernant's, sacrifice was an operation that jointly offers an animal's life to the gods and transforms its body into food for human consumption. English trans. Vernant 1991, 295. Burkert, Vernant said, erred in emphasizing the slaughter of victims. The slaughter received little attention in the Greek sources, whereas feasting received more. In Vernant's view, it deserved more. Feasting, not slaughter, was the last step in an act of sacrifice, and it was also the step in which the most persons participated. It was, further, the most differentiated step, for not all participants received the same portions and, on many occasions, the participants were limited in number or other ways. Feasting united yet divided, establishing both community and hierarchy. For Burkert's antisocial impulses, Vernant substituted social impulses. Solidarity, not guilt, was central to sacrifice. Solidarity, however, was not altogether positive. Vernant found the negative side of solidarity in Hesiod's story of Prometheus' sacrifice to Zeus. Unlike Burkert's hunters or primates, Vernant's Prometheus is isolated, and is punished. As related in Vernant, 1991, Chapter 16, Isolation and punishment are both features of a struggle for power between Prometheus and Zeus, of a politics of sacrifice that caused the act of distribution and consumption to be, and to remain, contested. The interplay of solidarity and rivalry drew on Durkheim, as Burket had done, but to different effect. This version of sacrifice situated the ritual in Greek political history, and severed the link Burket had made between sacrifice and the Stone Age. In spite of this change, Vernant resembled Burket in avoiding comparisons between Greek practice and sacrifice in neighboring societies. Most notably, Vernant ignored the Near Eastern sacrificial system we know most about, that of ancient Israel. As for Mesopotamian sacrifice, in this area, unlike that of the Western Semites, sacrifice is not an apt term to describe food offerings to the gods, and so Vernant rejected this comparison, too, in Vernant 1991. At the same time, Vernant and Burket said little about Roman sacrifice. The bloodless imperial cult was perhaps unattractive to Burket, and Rome's polyglot cities were very different from the Greek polis that interested the two French writers. The emphasis on killing, on the one hand, and on eating, on the other, leads to difficulties explored in Foran and Naden 2012, a volume of essays, including the aforementioned essay of Graff's, and also by myself, when I returned to the subject in a monograph of the same year, Naden 2012. One difficulty is that the stress of communal meat-eating overestimates the availability of sacrificial meat in the great cities of the classical and Hellenistic periods, even as this same stress neglects the role of markets and messes in providing non-sacrificial meat. A second is that Greek offerings resembled those of neighboring societies, casting doubt on explanations that refer to idiosyncratic features of Greek society. For traits of sacrifice such as the combination of libations, vegetal offerings, and animal slaughter, found from Phoenicia to Rome, by way of Greece and Carthage, there ought to be explanations of a Mediterranean, rather than Greek, character. A third objection, better suited to the confines of this chapter, is that stress on killing and feasting, and thus on violence and solidarity, overlooked the standard of decorum required in an act of sacrifice. This standard is what makes an act of sacrifice an aesthetic as well as social act, a performance as well as a ritual. The viewer and judge of this performance was the god, and the performers doubled as spectators. As Burket showed in his treatment of sacrifice in Greek religion, 1985, 1977, this ritual was often a great occasion, and so the performers had to be at their best in every sense of the word. The leading recent scholars, like those of previous generations, have not ignored this standard of decorum. The polluted should not participate in sacrifices, they report, and neither should persons who had done violence against the gods. In these respects, decorum was negative. Geek usage supplies a positive counterpart: sacrifices must be kala, meaning both handsome and socially and morally acceptable, or, to use a single English word, fair in two senses. First, the animal or other offering must be kalen. Second, the worshipper must be kalos. Third, the other circumstances must be kala. Fourth, the entrails must prove to be kala. In the common phrase, hiera kala, the word hiera referred not only to victims, but also to the chief features of the act. Most of these requirements are unsurprising. Yet even the well-known requirements, such as an animal that is kalen, may be underestimated. The Greeks went well beyond the common epigraphical dictates that the animal be of some particular age, gender, or color, or that it be finished, teleon. For communal sacrifices, the demos assigned officials to inspect animals and see that these offerings were satisfactory. In order to select the best animals, officials sometimes conducted beauty contests. As for the requirement that the worshipper be kalos, it extended not only to those leading or authorizing the sacrifice, but also to all those present. Once again, the demos put its officials to work, along with vigilant citizens. In Athens, concerned citizens could drag from a shrine any woman thought to be an adulteress, Democrat 59.85-6. That would spare the god her noxious presence. The demos regulated most aspects of sacrifice. Officials maintained order during processions by means of clubs and whips as well as by fines, and later some of them performed the very different task of giving prizes to the best composer of a song or verse honoring the god receiving the sacrifice. Officials performing sacrifices were subject to euthanae, or audit, iskin. 3.18 Priests performing them were subject to contracts, and theroi attending them were obliged to make public reports when they returned to their home cities, Magna. 44.35-6 There was a right way to attend, as there was to perform. The most important aesthetic aspect of sacrifice was often the inspection of the entrails of the victim. This was true of acts of physia followed by a meal, and of some acts of sphagia, as well as of acts of divination followed by hepatoscopy. The common term, kalirain, referred to both the first and last of these three categories of sacrifice. Either way, kalirain designated a sacrifice that the god accepted, and that therefore succeeded. The Greeks, though, tended to think not of success but of a divine judgment that the sacrifices were kala, or fair, again in two senses. Gods were not usually persuaded. They were pleased, and indicated as much. Classical examples of sacrificial decorum. Because of recent interest in polis religion, the first of the following two examples of sacrificial decorum is an Athenian lex sacra of the classical period. The second example, or body of evidence, consists of general statements about sacrificial decorum outside of Athens, especially in Sparta. These examples show worshippers observing decorum in two ways: first, by meeting a standard of beauty, to kallos, and second, by meeting a standard of propriety. The first example, an inscription from the 330s concerning the Little Panathenea, presents an act of civic sacrifice from the perspective of kallos. This quality proves to be a civic burden as well as an artistic achievement, for kallos involves the mobilization of ample civic resources, officials, money, and participants. After the usual preliminaries, comes the first mention of kallos, at line 5. Let the sacrifice for Athena at the Little Panathenea be as handsome as possible, hos Callista. For this reason, let the revenue available to the hieropoioi be as great as possible, Agora 16.75.57. Hos Callista is costly. How shall the people of Athens afford it? Income from new land. Let unnamed officials rent the new land 10 days before, in 2 lots to the man paying the most, or the man who would, Agora 16.75.7-10. The new land is Oropos, to which Athens has a doubtful title. The income will come from renting it to Athenians, who will treat the previous inhabitants as tenants or will expel them. These rents will pay for the victims. As later lines in the inscription explain, using the 41 manai from renting the new land, let the hieropoioi buy cattle. After dispatching the procession to the goddess, let them sacrifice all these cattle on the altar of Athena, Agora 16.75.41-2. Besides requiring revenue, beauty requires an aggressive foreign policy. The next section deals with sacrifices and other offerings. It begins by stating the purpose of the transfer, so that the parade may be organized as well as possible every year on behalf of the people of Athens, and so that the hieropoioi may in time to come manage everything else for the goddess's festival handsomely, Agora 16.75.28-32. The superlatives may give the impression that the purpose of the resolution is to make new sacrifices. No, the sacrifices will be 2 in number, the same as before. The chief part of this section begins, let the hieropoioi make the 2 sacrifices, one to Athena Hygeia and the other in the old temple, the same as before, Agora 16.75.32-5. Change comes in the distribution of meat, with officials and priestly assistants receiving larger portions, and in an increase in the number of cattle. 41 manai, or about 2/3 of a talent, will have bought dozens, although not 100, animals. Besides meaning more victims, hos Callista also means the best victims. After selecting one of the most handsome animals, let them sacrifice it at the altar of Nike, Agora 16.75.45-6. After the sacrifice of the rest of the cattle, the hieropoi are to make more distributions that close the section of the decree dealing with phthisia. Host Callista now reworks another part of the sacrifice, the public gathering, including the costs of the procession, the cooking, and the adornment of the great altar, and everything that is fitting. The hieropoi who manage the Panathenaea are to make the gathering for the goddess as handsome as possible, Agora 16.75.52-8. Marching orders follow. Let them send off the procession at sunrise and impose lawful punishments on any persons who disobey, Agora 16.75.58-60. Although this inscription does not say so, the polis may have regulated the order of the procession, as on other occasions, such as the Thargelia, LSS 14.35-40. Hos Callista means choreography, not just war and cattle. Besides being costly, this standard of performance must have been exhausting, and so it applied only to the greatest sacrifices, besides the Panathenaea, to the Attic Dionysia, IG 22713.9-10, 1186.10, and the Mysteries at Eleusis, IG 22709, and to a Penteric festival at the shrine of Amphiaraos at Oropos, Petrikos, 1997, no, 297.12-13. Perhaps the casual use of the expression at Demosthenes 24.28 implies that a few other festivals met the same standard. In this passage the orator refers to the management of unspecified aspects of the Panathenaea. Vernant and Detienne do acknowledge the effort involved in sacrifices such as this, an effort that, for them, expresses and heightens civic solidarity. They do not attempt to explain, and they do not emphasize, the ambitiousness of rites on this scale. One reason for this degree of ambition is theological. A goddess who is a greater version of a human being will want a greater measure of the beauty and splendor that humans value. Another reason is economic. Offerings on this scale reflect communal prosperity. As with the Oropos lands, this prosperity results partly from aggression. Aside from being civic, it is imperialist. Seeing only civic solidarity in such a case would imply that all polis would mount such sacrifices. Yet few did. In the Hellenistic period, the standard of sacrifices Hos Callista spread, but not widely. It appeared in two important mainland centers, Eretria, RO, 73.2-3, and Delphi, CID 4.71.4, I Delph. 3.3.238.3. It also appeared in several places in the Aegean, Amorgos, IG 12, 7.241.6-7, Kos, ISCR, Kos 25.b.8, and Chios, IG 12, 5,595, and in two places in Asia Minor, Magnesia, LSAM 32.12, 34, 42, and Antiochia in Cilicia, LSAM 81.6-9, c.160 BCE, the latest of these examples. Our second case study comes mainly from Sparta, which kept sacrifice cheap. Like Ergos, Plutarch reported, did not want sacrifices to be costly, for then they would be few. In this spirit, Spartans sacrificed only a cock after a victory, Plat. LYC. 19.8, Plat. Ages. 33.6, Sparta's foe, Epaminondas, opposed the new standard, too, when he contrasted thuine, moderate eating, with hybrazine, immoderate eating, Plat. Apoph. Lac. 192d, with non-POS. Suave. 1099c, Delphi settled the matter, or so Theopompos said. According to the oracle, the best sacrifices given to Apollo came from a farmer in Arcadia, one Clearchos, who honored his household gods with incense, and with barley cakes and other sacrificial cakes. He made civic sacrifices every year and never missed a festival. On these occasions he never served the gods by sacrificing cattle or bludgeoning victims, but by burning whatever he could find. FGRH 115F344. Porphyry, the source for this passage in Theopompos, quotes it in order to disparage animal offerings. Yet Clearchos is no vegetarian. He is an example of the Spartan virtue of frequency and of Epaminondas's motto of moderation, and an example of another kind of decorum. The watchword has ceased to be beauty, and become propriety. This watchword appealed to sources as varied as Plutarch, a priest in the provincial town of Chaeronea in the 1st century CE, and Theopompos, a rhetorician of 4 centuries earlier. The difference between sacrifice hos Callista and traditional sacrifice, or sacrifice carta ta patria, appears as much in the sources for these two versions of the practice as it does in the ceremonial details. Sacrifice hos Callista was a matter of public record inscribed on stone. In more than one sense, this kind of sacrifice was monumental. Sacrifice carta ta patria, or according to tradition, was a matter of oral transmission sometimes preserved by moralizing or archasing writers. Both types of source were ideologically charged, but to different effects. Sacrifice hos Callista justified the polis. Sacrifice carta ta patria illustrated the merits of a way of life. The former was notably Athenian, the latter was notably Spartan or Peloponnesian. Scholarly treatment of sacrificial decorum. For Burkert, Vernant, and Etienne, beauty and propriety are not noteworthy qualities in an act of sacrifice, so these writers seldom mention them. Burkert skips the impression that beauty makes in favor of the impression that killing makes. Vernant has no use for beauty for another reason: it does not feed worshippers. For all these writers, propriety is important only at the moments they stress, killing and eating. At the time of killing, the animal must consent; at the time of eating, the citizens must share. A further difficulty is that these three scholars regard sacrifice as a ritual, that is, a form of behavior repeated according to rule. Using a less rigid definition, found in Catherine Bell, 1997, they might regard it as a ritualization, or behavior determined partly by rule and partly by other factors. The purposes of the ritual or ritualization range from generating meaning to generating solidarity or social limits. Yet events that should be as beautiful as possible, and thus resemble works of art, cannot generate meaning, solidarity, or limits without a viewer or listener. The viewer may be supposed to be the god, or other worshippers, or, to combine these alternatives, a god as worshippers conceive him, but whoever the viewer may be, the act of sacrifice cannot be merely a form of behavior, any more than a performance of the last act of Hamlet can be merely an exhibition of dueling. On the other hand, an event that should be as convenient as possible, and thus as frequent as possible, sends a reiterated message to the recipient of the sacrificial offering. This recipient is less viewer, and more listener, less an aesthetic respondent than a judge or a patron entertaining a request, appeal, or thanksgiving. In this case, sacrifice is partly a form of behavior, but partly a renegotiation of the relation between worshipper and God. This relation may be lifelong, and so some of the vehicles for understanding it are long narratives about worshippers, autobiographies, biographies, histories, novels, and epic poems. Most writers on sacrifice have made little use of these sources. Long descriptions of sacrifice are noted, notably sacrifices in Iliad 1 and Odyssey 3, but not the narratives in which these sacrifices occur. Yet only the narratives can show the renegotiation process, the reasons for it, the interchange of divine and human, and the consequences. The sacrifice at the end of Iliad 1, where Apollo welcomes the offering and lifts the plague affecting the Achaeans, is part of a chain of events, including Chryses' prayer that Apollo send the plague, and Chryses' previous sacrifices, which he mentioned when asking the god to avenge him. The neglect of such narratives is no new oversight in scholarship on sacrifice. The standard works of Paul Stengel, 1910, Samson Eitram, 1915, Jean Casabona, 1966, and Burkert, 1983, 1972, 2001, 1990, make little use of narratives, and neither do the surveys of Simon Price, 1999, Chapter 2, and Robert Parker, 2005 and 2011, Chapter 5. Vernant and Etienne, 1989, 1979, differ only because of Chapter 1 in their book, centered on Hesiod. The most important sacrifice for Burkert is the etiological bouphonia, for which no extended account survives, and about which scholars disagree. Naden SV Bufonia in the EAH, Naden 2013a, takes a narrow view in which this ritual is exceptional, whereas Albert Henriks, SV Idem, OCD4, follows Burkett in taking a broad view in which the Bufonia is exemplary. The neglect of extended literary sources has not prevented an altogether different fault in contemporary writing, which is putting all written sources on a paragraph. An illustration of this fault appears in the list of sources cited by Burkett in support of his view that sacrificial animals assented to being sacrificed. This evidence appears in 2 footnotes to his first article on the subject, 1966, 107 NN. 43, 45. The sources listed there are as follows. Ale. NA 10.50, 11.4, Apollonios Mir. 13, Arist. Mir. 844a, Platt. Pell. 21, Platt. Luke. 24.6-7, Porth. Abstract. 1.25, Philoster. H. 294, 329, Plin. NH 32.17. All given in this order in N 43. More follow in N 45. Porth. Abstract. 2.9, Skull. Apax 960, Skull. AR 1.425, Platt. De Def. Or. For 35b, C and 37a, Platt. Quarist. Conv 729f, SIG 1025.20. Of these 14 sources, only Aristophanes and an inscription from Kos, given in SIG, date from BCE. Some of the 14 sources report mirabilia, whereas Plutarch reports a practice at one of the great shrines in Greece. Aristophanes gives the only detailed evidence from the classical period, but he describes a farcical scene. The Kos inscription, likewise important, since it describes an annual occasion, is irrelevant save for a few words that describe the behavior of a single animal. Footnotes of this character are no monopoly of Burkett's, of course. They deserve notice because they reflect a tendency throughout the study of Greek religion, which is to draw sociological conclusions at the expense of cultural distinctions. Sacrifice touches on law, morality, poetry, and visual art, but writing about sacrifice avoids these subjects, especially the first 2. The latter 2 appear more often, but as evidence for ideology rather than behavior. Thoroughness is the obvious justification for such an agglomeration of sources. Yet, if scholarly investigation is to be thorough, visual sources bulk larger than literary ones, the most important compilation being Foucault van Straten, 1995. For the study of sacrifice, concentration on visual sources has an obvious advantage. Thanks to the training of art historians, aesthetic factors are less likely to be minimized in favor of anthropological or sociological ones. The chief weakness in scholarship on Greek sacrifice has not, however, been any mishandling or neglect of ancient sources, or even any neglect of the standard of decorum demanded of worshippers. It has been neglecting to ask why the gods impose this standard, and, above all, why they enforce this standard by occasionally rejecting sacrifices, as happens to Odysseus, his crew, and the Phaeacians, not to mention many later worshippers, OD. 9.551-5, 12.356-65, 13.184-7. Scholarship on sacrifice lacks any theology, any explanation of why gods act as they do. This lack of theology does not reflect any lack of interest in the gods in general. The problem of divine misbehavior, raised by Plato, has interested commentators and scholars down through Burkett, who, in Greek Religion, 1985, 1977, Table of Contents, described the Greek gods as caught between amorality and law. The conduct of gods in the course of sacrifice is the neglected question. Why should Zeus accept some sacrifices by Odysseus, and not others? Why, to believe Thucydides, should the gods be more particular about Spartan border sacrifices than those of other Greeks? The answer is sometimes divine concern for unwritten laws, sometimes divine adherence to the dictates of Moira, sometimes divine endorsement of human laws, sometimes divine insistence on artistic or physical standards. The legal and quasi-legal standards involve propriety, and the physical standards involve aesthetics. All these standards count. The theology of sacrifice is not simply a moral or dogmatic one. It sometimes involves the interpretive difficulties characteristic of works of literary or artistic genius. The theology of sacrifice in Euripides is as demanding as the theology of sacrifice in Milton, and with good pagan reason, there are more gods to please or displease. Greek sacrifice versus Christian sacrifice. This comparison between poets is not meant to be a way to smuggle Christianity into the study of Greek religion. The influence of Christianity on the study of Greek religion has often been deleterious. Burket, Vernant, and Etienne emphasize bloodshed and solidarity in a somewhat Christian sense, and they share the Christian assumption that sacrifice is a universal practice. The emphasis on bloodshed and on guilt echoes the sacrifice of Jesus, in which an offering is likened to a lamb that washes away sins. Jesus' sacrifice is infallible, voluntary, and unique, three more parallels between Christianity and Burket's view of sacrificial ritual. In Christianity, the sacrifice is infallible because it is ordained, voluntary because Christ chooses the cross, and unique thanks to Christ's divinity. In Burket, the sacrifice of an animal is infallible in its positive social effect, voluntary on the animal's part, and unique in its power to unify and pacify the community. The French emphasis on solidarity suits the Christian Mass, at which the consumption of a sacrificial offering brings worshippers in communion with God and with each other. As in Christianity, participation in Greek meals is communal, and the atmosphere is joyful. Communitas arises without the guilt found in Burket's view. If sacrifice expresses guilt, as with Burket, or solidarity, as with the French scholars, it expresses universal human attitudes or needs, and so it ought to exist everywhere. Burket accepts this conclusion, and so he sets forth a view of Greek sacrifice in which what is Greek is less important than what is prime val. Vernant and Etienne accept it, too, but with the proviso that solidarity, unlike guilt, is a politically conditioned emotion, and so they set forth a view in which the Greek polis, especially democratic Athens, established a distinctive form of the right. The Christianity in these views is patent. In Burket, the sacrifice of Christ atones for the guilt felt by all, and in the French writers, the congregation feels solidarity with all its members. Burket latches onto sin, the French onto salvation. The resemblance between these scholars' views and the familiar, Christian understanding of sacrifice is tantalizing. Did Christian ritual influence Burket and his contemporaries, or did proto-Christian features of Greek sacrifice influence Christianity first, and scholarship afterwards? There surely are some proto-Christian features: the altar, the combination of foods and liquids, the hymns and processions. Even so, the Greek victim was not voluntary, the expiation of sin was not the chief purpose of the rite, and no salvation was conferred. Greek sacrifice should not be likened to the Eucharist. Continued use of the term sacrifice makes it easy to persist in this mistake, and so this chapter concludes by recommending that scholars working on Greek offerings, especially animal offerings, use offering or offrand, or the German term, Opfer. If these terms fail to evoke bloodshed, this failure is a gain rather than a loss. The modern value set on animal life derives from several sources, including Christianity, but it does not derive from the ancient Greeks. The practices of Greek vegetarians were marginal, the ethos of today's vegetarians is becoming central. Suggested reading. Although theoretical disputes have dominated the study of sacrifice, the recent development of osteological research in Greek shrines promises a new approach that will settle questions about the role of animals and other offerings. Most important is the synthetic work of Gunnar Eckroth, 2007, 2008. Among the studies that Eckroth and others have used, the most important is Bukidis, Hansen, Snyder, and Goldberg 1999. This article shows that both sacrificial and other meat might well be eaten on the same occasions in a sacred place, confirming scenes in Aristophanes, Pax 1191-7, Ac. 998-1007, Ec. 1168-78. Still untackled is comparison of these results with those from the Near East. For links between scholarship on Greek religion and Near Eastern studies, see Naden 2013b. Chapter 32. Oracles and Divination. Sarah Ills Johnston. Introduction: Human Needs, Divine Knowledge. Early on in Prometheus Bound, a play that centers on the question of who knows which secrets, whether that knowledge will be shared with others, and at what price, the title character makes a claim to have taught humans all the skills that enable them to thrive. These skills fall into two groups, the first including the practical arts of carpentry, animal husbandry, seafaring, and medicine, for example. But the second group, which Prometheus describes at far greater length, consists of skills that give humans a very significant advantage indeed. I devised the many methods of divination, mantiques, and I first judged what truth there is in dreams, and I first made known to mortals the meaning of chance utterances, hard to interpret, and of the omens one encounters while on the road, and I defined the flight of crooked-clawed birds. I explained which of them were auspicious or inauspicious by nature, and what their ways of life were and their dislikes and likes of one another and their alliances, and I also taught mortals about the smoothness of entrails and what color the gall ought to have in order to please the gods, and all about the dappled beauty of the lobe of the liver. It was I who burned thigh bones wrapped in fat and the long shank bone, thus leading mortals down the path of this darkly signifying art, and it was I who opened their eyes to signs that are fiery and yet dim to understanding. Esh. PV 484-99, my translation. Useful though that first group of skills might be, they required some form of the physical labor that defined the human condition, wielding a hammer, driving cattle, compounding herbal remedies. The second group, however, the many methods of divination, began to erase the difference between humans and the gods altogether, a difference that Prometheus further erased during the famous division of sacrificial meat that finally compelled Zeus to exile him to the lonely mountain crag where the play unfolds. For the gods of Greece, even if not strictly omniscient, in fact, in this play it is Zeus himself who pressures Prometheus to divulge information that only he possesses, knew many things that humans did not, things that could ease the burdens of mortality far more significantly than a hammer or an ox goad could, and that might preclude the need for herbal remedies, at least temporarily. Indeed, although strictly speaking the divine that is encapsulated in the word divination points only to interaction with the gods, there is, implicit to this interaction, a certain leveling of the playing field, sometimes even a promise of encountering a divinity as closely as a mortal ever could. This promise of a divine encounter was part of what made divination such a hot topic of discussion among ancient intellectuals. How could something divine interact with something mortal? Why would it bother to do so? And how could we, with our puny mortal capacities, best take advantage of it? Johnston 2008, 4-17. Prometheus' panoply of divinatory arts responded to the last of these questions but left open the first two, appropriately enough in a play that goes on to suggest that all interactions between human and divine are liable to bring heartache as well as benefit in their wake. Technical and natural methods. But let us return to the passage itself. Logically enough, given his claim, the methods that Prometheus mentions are all methods that can be taught, watching the birds and understanding what their behavior means, examining the entrails of a sacrificed animal and understanding what they mean, interpreting the omens that might be conveyed through the dim shapes of a dream or the words of someone else's otherwise idle speech, or the flicker of flames. There is a long habit, stretching back to antiquity and still in use today among scholars of not only the classical world but also other cultures, of dividing methods of divination into two types. Thus, the first type is often called technical, that is, it comprises techniques that the student could apply whenever extra knowledge was needed. Although some people were understood to be born with a greater capacity to learn these techniques, they could arguably be acquired by anyone with sufficient patience, and fees, to sit at the feet of a skilled teacher, just as one might learn to be a carpenter, a sailor, or a doctor. The second type of method is often called natural, implying that those who practice these methods do so without having been taught. Sic. Division 1.11 to 12, 1.34, 1.72, etc. Bouchlekler 1879 to 1882, Manetti 1993, 1987, Burkett 2005, Johnston 2008, 9, 28. Later in Prometheus Bound, the author of Our Play alludes to some of the most important natural methods when he as another character mention Apollo's oracle at Delphi and Zeus' oracle at Dodona, places where the gods found ways to speak to mortals more directly, through the voices of specially chosen women whom the gods temporarily possessed. The Delphic Pythia operated like this, and perhaps the dove priestesses of Dodona did as well, or perhaps through the rustling of leaves on a sacred tree, the ringing of sacred bronze cauldrons, or the gurgling of a sacred stream. Esh. PV 829-34, on Dodona, see I Hope 2006, Idunau 2007. Already here, however, the tenuousness of the division between technical and natural divination begins to show. Someone associated with such an oracle, a priest, a prophet, or another member of the personnel, usually had to interpret what the words or the rustling or the ringing or the gurgling meant before those sounds could be used by the inquirers. In the course of putting such natural messages to work in a way that would benefit humans, then, someone with skills that were usually learned from another person had to step in. Moreover, some of the great oracles that privileged natural methods of divination were said to have been founded by mythic figures who practiced what are usually considered technical methods. Calchas, for example, who showed his expertise in technical methods by interpreting the omen at the wayside that led to Agamemnon's sacrifice of his daughter, was said to have established an oracle at Dornia that specialized in incubation, a method of divination usually considered to be natural, whereby one slept in a god or hero's sacred precinct and waited to be visited in by him or her while dreaming. Esh. AG 104-30, Strabo 6.3.9. Moreover, some oracles that were famous as sites where the gods spoke to mortals through possessed individuals, the rustling of leaves, or similar natural methods, offered methods of divination that, while not strictly technical in the sense of relying directly on a human's learned knowledge, certainly precluded the direct contact between human and divine that was the hallmark of the most highly valued natural methods. We know that Dodona regularly offered divination by lot, for example. That is, the inquirer submitted a question to the oracle on a small slip of lead that had been folded in such a way as to hide the words. A lot, one of a number of differently colored pebbles, lumps of clay, or other small objects, was drawn randomly from a jar. Some feature of the lot, when interpreted according to a pre-agreed system, perhaps color, for example, with white meaning yes and black meaning no, indicated the god's answer. Sic. Division 1.34. 76 equals Callisthenes FGRH 1224 F22 of B. Johnston 2008, 68-71. It is possible that such a system operated at Delphi as well. Certainly, a story conveyed by an inscription from Hellenistic Athens makes it clear that Delphi was open to such operations in principle. Having reached an impasse as to whether they should lease out a sacred meadow for pasturage, the Athenians decided to settle the matter by inscribing yes and no on each of two identical tin tablets, which were then rolled up and wrapped in identical clumps of wool. The clumps were shaken up together in a bronze jar, and then an official pulled them out again, sealing one into a silver urn and the other into a gold urn. Any Athenian who wished could add his own personal seals to the tops of the urns, and then the urns were stored away. A delegation traveled to Delphi to ask Apollo whether Athens should answer its question with the word inscribed on the tablet in the silver urn, or that on the tablet in the gold urn. Returning home, they opened the urn that the god had stipulated. We never do learn which one it was, and acted accordingly. IG 22204. We know of other occasions on which Delphi may have decided questions in a similar manner. It is possible that Cleisthenes' naming of the 10 new Attic tribes in the late 6th century BCE, which was done by submitting 100 possible names to the Pythia and asking her to choose from among them, was handled by lots. For example, Aristotle, Athenian Constitution 21. One might choose to understand the Pythia as being guided by Apollo as she made her choices, but she would not have needed to be in an altered state of consciousness, that is, possessed by Apollo, to carry out such a task. In sum, although the division between technical and natural means of divination is heuristically useful, and although the institutional oracles may have accorded the natural methods greater glamour and authority than the technical, the division was by no means absolute, at least in practice. There never was, and probably never will be, an easy way to dichotomize where this topic is concerned. For that matter, we also know that some independent diviners claim to be able to channel Apollo's voice just as the Pythia did, without any need to be located at Delphi or another special spot. They called themselves Pythons, which implied a close relationship to the Pythia, although other people also call them Engastromythoi, or Bellatorkers, a term reflecting the belief that some other force was speaking from within their human frame without necessarily implying that this force was Apollo himself or, indeed, even a god. PL Sov 252c, Avesp. 1019-20 and the Scholia to both, Plut. De Def. Or. 414e, Katz and Vogt 2000. And we know of several occasions on which Delphi or Dodona recommended that delegates from an inquiring city go home and tell their fellow citizens to hire one of the many independent diviners who dotted the Greek world. The Athenians, for example, were told by Delphi to hire Epimenides, a Cretan diviner and all-around holy man, to help solve the problems that the ghosts of some unavenged murder victims had been causing. PL Leg 642d4, 64301, Plus Sol 12.1-4, further sources at Johnston 2008, 119-25. Clearly, even if one distinguishes heuristically between technical and natural means of divination, and between the great institutional oracles that were anchored to famous locales and the locally based independent diviners, these categories were neither mutually exclusive nor competitive to such an extent that either rejected the other's skills and authority. Solving riddles and keeping things honest. To return to the Athenians and their sacred meadow, the elaborate procedure that they undertook to prepare for the god's answer, folding the sheets of tin carefully so as to obscure the writing upon them, wrapping them in clumps of wool that further obscured any individual markings, and sealing the urns to prevent surreptitious manipulation, evokes a problem that one confronted, and still confronts, when practicing any form of divination in any culture. How could one ensure that the results would not be influenced, purposefully or accidentally, by human intervention? In the case of natural methods that relied on individuals serving as conduits for divinity, one might try to sequester the individual in question. The Pythia had little interaction with anyone outside of the Delphic sanctuary once she took office. Alternatively, if one were a freelance diviner, one might choose a child to act as a medium, on the assumption, common not only to ancient Mediterranean cultures but to many other cultures as well, that children were less likely to lie and, as long as they were kept in sight, were less likely to fall under someone else's influence. Johnston 2001. And when it came to technical means of divination, one would be careful to ensure that the materials were approximately equal in shape, size, and any other characteristic that might affect the likelihood that one representative would select itself out of the mass of others. That is, you would not want one lot to be less dense than the others in a jar, lest it leap out more easily, and that those materials could not be tinkered with, thus all those Athenians and their seals. Not that any of this was foolproof. We know that the Pythia was occasionally accused of having been paid to give an answer that benefited one party or another. HDT 5. 63 and 90-1, 6.66, 75, and 122, though we have no evidence that she was ever found guilty, and we have descriptions of methods whereby diviners could cheat in order to make sure the inquirer got the answer he or she wanted, or the answer that someone else might wish the inquirer to receive. Lucian Alex, compared to Euseb. Praep. Ivan 209c, 33c, especially 214ud. We also know that it was so common for diviners to stretch the truth that an army commander, such as Xenophon, took care to know enough about divination to be able to read the entrails of a sacrificed animal himself. Zen. C. 1.6.2, Zen. And the 5th of June 1929. And, on top of all of this, one had to be careful not to skew the results accidentally by introducing distortions from everyday life as the average person experienced it, if one got ready to incubate in hopes of receiving helpful dreams. For example, one had to be careful not to eat the wrong things beforehand. Aristotle, on Dreams for 6-1a, struck 2004, 183-7. But even if you somehow could develop methods ensuring that no mortal or element of the material world could affect the answer you got, there was still the problem of the gods themselves. Gods might sometimes send deceptive dreams. For example, Agamemnon had one that turned out to be of this type. Zeus was purposefully sending the commander bad military advice. Illinois 2.1-75. What is more, even when the gods responded to an inquiry truthfully, they did not necessarily do so transparently. To be a good diviner, one needed a suspicious mind and a talent for looking beyond the obvious. The surface meaning of a divine message might cleverly obscure the deeper truth. Croesus, the king of Lydia, asked Delphic Apollo how long his reign would last. Apollo answered that it would endure until a mule sat on the throne of the Medes. Croesus took this answer literally and rejoiced, thinking Apollo meant he would reign forever. But by mule Apollo really meant Cyrus, who, like a mule, was of mixed parentage. And indeed, Cyrus became the king of the Medes and toppled Croesus, HDT 1.55.2 and 1.91.5. This need to penetrate beyond the obvious is reflected not only in real-life debates about what a divine message meant, the most famous probably being the debate in which the Athenians engaged after the Delphic oracle told them to seek protection behind wooden walls during the Persian Wars, HDT 7.140-4. But also in the broader Greek portrayal of heroes, those mortals who most closely challenge the division between humans and gods, as clever people who often use deception to conquer. Opposition. Odysseus hid soldiers inside a wooden horse and later escaped from danger by hiding under a ram, in each case disguising real identities behind false appearances, just as Apollo had disguised Cyrus behind the metaphor of a mule. In myths, famous diviners were similar to heroes in other ways, too. They were usually descended from high-status families, they fought alongside other noble men in war, they married the daughters of kings. In other words, myth presented the successful acquisition and interpretation of information from a god as being just as sure a mark of divine favor as was any other talent a hero might display. Bremer 1996, Johnston 2008, 110-18. See also, in this volume, Eckreth, Chapter 26. Closer looks at ancient divination encourage us not only to expand our concept of the heroic, but also to recognize how permeable were the boundaries between different cultural roles that scholars tend to mark out as separate. Special places and special people. But this brings us back to the question of why certain people and certain places were particularly liable to produce results. According to some myths, simply having the favor of the gods would work. Cassandra and Branchos became skilled diviners because they were beloved by Apollo, for example, Esh. AG 1198-212, Callimachus Fr 229 pf. In other cases, one might acquire the talent by being born into the right family. The Odyssey mentions the diviner Theoclymenos, who was the son of Thyestes, who also sired the diviner Calchas. Somewhere in their ancestry lurked Melampus, whose descendants also included Amphiaraos, Polyidus, and other seers. OD 15.225-54. Such familial affiliations are reflected by the guilds to which some real diviners belonged during the historical period, which traced their origins back to eponymous mythic diviners, the Iamids, Iamos, and the Melampids, Melampus, for instance. Pausanias pauses in his description of an Iamid named Aegeas, who gave decisive advice during a great battle, to trace his lineage back to Tisamenos, another great Iamid seer, Paus. 3.11.6-10. Members of such guilds were not always believed to have a real genetic connection to the founder. However, reflected in these professional lineages is the same guild structure as can be found among those who practiced other intellect crafts in ancient Greece, such as medicine and poetry. In other words, the younger members learned from the older members, probably after paying a fee. We are back to the passage that opened this chapter, in which Prometheus makes it clear that many methods of divination must be taught. This was true not only for mortals, but even for the greatest of immortal diviners. Hermes describes Apollo as having learned his prophetic arts from Zeus. Apollo refuses to teach Hermes the same things. Hom. Him Herm. 472, 534, 556. On the role of myth in the exploration of origins, see also, in this volume, Fowler, Chapter 14. But, in any case, how are the purported founders of mortal dynasties of diviners believed to have acquired their talents? In myths, saliva sometimes played a role. Snakes licked the ears of Melampus, for example, after which he could understand animals and thus acquire special information. Or, bees might drop honey upon the lips of a future diviner while he or she was still an infant, for example, those of Iamos, Apollod. Bible 1.9.11-12, Pind. Oh. 6.44. This is not teaching per se, of course, but it again reflects the idea that the diviner often receives his skills from an outside agent, rather than, or in addition to, having acquired them by birth. The question of how certain places became active sites of divination again can be answered by looking either at myths or at ancient scientific ideas, which sometimes converge. The mythic answers took two paths. As mentioned in technical and natural methods, sites of oracular divination sometimes were said to have been founded by famous diviners. Interestingly, in some of these cases, myths go to the trouble of tracing those founders back to yet earlier oracular sites. Apollo's oracle at Claros was founded by Mopsos, himself a seer and the son of Manto, whose name means prophetess, who was the daughter of the great Theban seer Teiresias. How had Manto and her son ended up in Asia Minor? They had been sent to the Delphic oracle as spoils after the Great War against Thebes, and their Manto caught the eye of a visiting Asian named Rachios, who took her home with him. The story reflects a desire on the part of the relatively younger oracle, Claros, to legitimate itself by a link to the older oracle, Delphi, but it also implies that whatever made Delphi special could somehow be transmitted across the sea to Claros as well. Hes. Fr 214 most, Epigoni Fr 4 west, Apollod. Bible 3.7.4, Pause. 7.3.1-2. Apollo's oracle at Didyma was similarly said to have been founded by the son of a refugee from Delphi, Caulim. Fr. 229 and IA 4 Fr 194, Conon, Na. 33. Further sources and discussion in Fontenrose 1988, 106-8. Alternatively, myths might claim that the places where great oracles were located were powerful simply because the gods, or at least something numinous, was located there. One of the foundational stories for Delphi is given by Euripides in his Iphigenia in Tauris. The oracle had originally been under the control of Gaia, Earth, until Apollo killed the snake that guarded the shrine and began to prophesy there himself. Gaia had wished to give the oracle to her daughter Themis, and retaliated by giving birth to a brood of prophetic dreams that threatened to put Apollo out of business. Zeus had to step in, silencing the dreams so that Delphi might once again thrive under Apollo's direction. Euro. IT 1234-83. According to another, more peaceable version of this story, Gaia gave the oracle to Themis, who gave it to the goddess Phoebe, who gave it to her brother Phoebus Apollo, Esh. Hume. 1-11. The stories managed to bring together two ideas that might have otherwise seemed contradictory, at least to us. 1. The oracle worked because Apollo, a god who was well known to be prophetic, was in charge of it, and, more specifically, although unspoken in these stories, because he periodically took possession of the Pythia, causing her to speak or prophesize. And, 2. The oracle worked because there was something deep within the earth underneath it that caused prophecy to happen. The latter concept is reflected in Euripides' story by Earth giving birth to prophetic dreams, that is, prophecy emerges from the earth, as well as by other myths and some ancient scientific explanations, not that it is always easy to tell the difference. According to one alternative myth, goats discovered a chasm from which fumes arose, fumes that made them caper about and otherwise act strangely. Humans who noticed this effect set a woman on a tripod that straddled the chasm, subsequently building the Delphic oracle around it, Diod. 6:16.26.16. One of the scientific explanations relied on the idea of terrestrial fumes as well. According to a participant in Plutarch's dialogue on the topic, the fumes are one of many potencies that the earth sends forth. Indeed, they are among the most divine and holy of these potencies, and the Delphic earth has them in abundance. When the Pythia, a woman who has been seated at just the right place, inhales them, they enable her soul to receive visions. Other theories assumed that it really was Apollo who made some sort of contact with the Pythia, but did not necessarily presume that Apollo literally located himself inside of the Pythia before she spoke. An interlocutor in one of Plutarch's dialogues, for example, suggested that Apollo imparted movement to the Pythia's soul from outside of her body, and that this caused her to prophesy. Yet another interlocutor proposed that Apollo, who, being a god, was too sublime to interact with humans directly, sent a daimon to enter into her on his behalf, plus de def. Or for 04 EF, for 32D, for 37C. But there was yet one more mythic version of how the Delphic oracle came to be where it was. Apollo chose the spot, killed the dragon-like python who guarded it, and built his temple near where the python's body had rotted away. Earth lurks distantly in the background of this story, as the Homeric hymn to Apollo makes clear, but there is an implication that the oracle stands where it does simply because the god chose the place, implying that he would have been able to make it work anywhere else, as well. Hymn Hom. AP 300-74, Savinu Inward 1987. Behind all of these explanations, some of which contradict one another, others of which support one another, lies the very basic fact that, in Greece, sources of divinatory power, be they individual people or physical sites, were remarkable enough that their origins demanded thought, even debate. As much as divination permeated everyday life for the Greeks, it nonetheless stood apart as something special. How did it all work? Plutarch's interlocutors were not the only people to wonder about how divination worked. But all such intellectual theories responded, positively or negatively, to the long-held popular belief that what the Pythia and others like her experienced was a form of mania, or divine madness. Indeed, the most common Greek word for divination in general, mantike, is formed on the same root as mania. Even the methods that Prometheus described in the excerpt with which I began this chapter, the so-called technical forms of divination, were pulled into this linguistic orbit. The independent specialist was often called a mantis, see, in this volume, Flower, Chapter 20, even if what he specialized in was the reading of animals' entrails or birds' motions, signs that are hard to understand as having anything to do with an altered state of consciousness such as the man root implies, strictly speaking. When it came to actually explaining how a form of divination, such as reading the entrails or the behavior of birds, worked, the theory that was most popular among intellectuals involved cosmic sympathia, that is, the idea that everything in the higher, divine, realm of the cosmos was connected to things in the lower, human, realm. If one knew where to look for signs of those connections, that is, where the greater movements of the universe were reflected in the smaller things here on Earth, then one could get all kinds of information that were otherwise unavailable to humans. But of course, this prompted the further question of how sympathia worked, what enabled and sustained the connections. One answer offered by some Stoic philosophers was that the gods were behind the whole thing. Perhaps, to take reading entrails as an example, the gods changed the relevant entrails to look the way that they needed to at the very moment of slaughter, or perhaps they motivated the inquirer to choose just the right animal, that is, an animal whose entrails already looked the way they should. The Neoplatonists went even further with the sympathetic theory by suggesting that chains stretched from the highest realms of the cosmos to the lowest. These tied together the different parts of the cosmos and, because of the relationships between creatures or objects on the same chain, a well-trained diviner could predict greater movements based on the movements of smaller things here on Earth. According to this view, each of the gods, as well as everything else, was located on one of these chains, but the gods did not themselves make the sympathetic relationships work. Sick. Division 1.118, 2. 34-9, Polyaenus, Strat. 4.20, Frontin. Street 1.11.14-15, Struck 2004, 204-38. Still other theorists took another approach. Democritus denied that entrails were truly divinatory and argued that what they really revealed were the conditions under which the slaughtered animals had lived. If the entrails indicated that the animal had been healthy, then it had lived in a healthy environment, and it was likely that people would thrive there as well. Sic. Division 1.131 equals DK 68A138, or Saturday 2.8.6. Many other technical methods of divination were explained with reference to similar sympathetic theories. Debates about divination, then, opened onto much greater debates about the nature of the cosmos and its inhabitants, implicitly or explicitly. Struck 2004, Johnston 2008. Magic and divination. By the classical period and perhaps earlier, diviners were already linked with the sort of people whom we tend to call magicians. In Plato's Republic, for example, Mantes were also credited with the ability to write binding spells, and in Pindar's fourth Pythian, Medea, who is famously a magician, prophesies at length to the Argonauts. PL Resp. 364b 365a, Pind. Pyt. 4.11-56. One salient thing that these two types of ritual experts share is a characteristic that I mentioned at the start of this chapter. Both the diviner and the magician claim to know things that the average person does not, and to be able to use that knowledge to solve the sorts of problems that other people confront in daily life. With respect to that term average person, it is important to remember that this includes most of the people who served as priests and priestesses. In Greece, after all, there were very few professional priests or priestesses who remained in the position for their whole lives or depended upon it for their livelihood. Rather, most priesthoods were passed around among members of the elite class, or members of elite subgroups, such as certain noble families. Almost every Greek adult knew how to perform basic priestly duties, and very few cults required their personnel to keep these duties secret. In contrast, diviners and magicians supported themselves by performing rituals, and kept hidden at least part of their ritual knowledge, not only because they considered such techniques to be potentially dangerous in untrained hands, but also because such techniques constituted trade secrets. Why give away profitable information? We should also include, in the same group as diviners and magicians, professional initiators such as Orphiotelestai, who offered yet another sort of religious expertise for a price and, indeed, the person who called him or herself a diviner or magician also sometimes claimed to be an initiator as well. Johnston 1999, 100-23, 2008, 110-25. Magic and divination, then, were both pursuits in which professional specialists could make a living, and could do so apart from an official cult located in a specific place. The ability to operate outside of official cult, of course, made such experts more available to people at the very moments when they were needed. In most cases, there was no need to travel to Delphi or Dodona if a reliable diviner was easily at hand. Moreover, despite the fact the great institutional oracles had more prestige, even they did not scorn the independent operators. As mentioned in Technical and Natural Methods, above, from an early period Delphi occasionally recommended that troubled individuals or cities hire agents whom we would probably call magicians. Epimenides was one of them and, in another case, Delphi recommended that the Spartans hire psychagogoi, invokers of souls, to stop problems that an angry ghost was causing at the local temple of Athena. The oracle at Dodona, similarly, had once been asked whether an inquirer should hire a particular psychagogos named Dorios. Branchos, the first prophet at Didyma, was reputed to have used what looks like a magical spell to cleanse the people of Maltus after a plague. On Sparta, Johnston 1999, 108-9, Dodona, I Hope 2006, number 144, and Christidis, Decoris, and Vokotopoulou 1999, Branchos, Clem. Ult. Strom. 5 August 1948 674 p. Notably, however, there is no record of the great oracles encouraging or endorsing specific practices that can be called magical. That is, although we frequently hear about the Delphic oracle telling cities how to establish cults to a new god or hero, we never hear about it endorsing improved versions of spells. Apollo's oracle at Claros warned a city that a magician was using wax figures and magical poisons to send the plague against it, but assured the city that Artemis would use her own torches to melt the figures and dissolve the poisons. Thus, there was no need for human magic to counter what the wicked magician was doing. Vaheli 2001. What might explain this lack of interest in magic on the part of the oracles? Remarkably, scholars have paid almost no attention to this question. Here I can only briefly sketch part of the answer. Namely, most of the demands that magic addresses, in ancient Greece or any other culture, are pressing in nature. A lover is straying and you want her back, you've placed a bet on the chariot race tomorrow and are not sure your horse will win, or relatively small in scale, your own child is ill, rather than all of the children in the city, your own crops are failing, rather than all of the crops. For problems like these, one needs help quickly and cannot ask one's neighbors to help fund a trip to a distant oracle. Convenience, in the guise of the local practitioner, might trump the prestige that a distant oracle carried. Notably, on almost every occasion that an oracle did involve itself with ritual techniques we might categorize as magic, the problem affected an entire city and had been going on for some time. The one exception, the inquiry about the psychagogos named Dorios, is found on a lead tablet from Dodona, a means of oracular divination that, our records suggest, was more likely than others to be used for personal concerns. Perhaps, if we had a fuller publication of the Dodonian lead tablets, we might find other inquiries that involve magic and its practitioners. Formally, the present volume does not cover the period we call late antiquity, but given that there happens to remain from this time far more evidence concerning magical practices than from earlier periods, thanks largely to the preservation of Greek papyri in Egypt, it is worth taking a look to see what we might learn. Notably, the practitioners whom we assume created and used the spells recorded on the papyri focused a lot of their attention on divination. A large number of the spells offer techniques for obtaining special information, whether it be about the future or about the nature of the cosmos and the gods themselves. Frequently, these methods promised that the magician would have a face-to-face encounter with a god, something far beyond what someone who traveled to Delphi for a consultation with Apollo could ever hope to experience. Johnston 2008, 155-61. Interestingly, quite a few spells also teach the reader how to cause someone else to have a deceptive divinatory dream, that is, to do what only gods could do according to earlier literary sources such as the Iliad. Johnston 2010. In these contexts, in other words, humans came closer than Prometheus could ever have imagined to making themselves the equals of the gods. Is this to be taken as a sign of the times? Lane Fox 1986. Or as a characteristic of the particular people who created these spells or troubled to record them so carefully? Again, scholarship, up until now, has responded with virtual silence. Future attention to such questions would surely bring answers that will help us understand both divination and magic better than we do now. Suggested reading: The most recent general treatment of divination in ancient Greece, with in-depth discussion of the issues treated here and others, is Johnston 2008. Flower 2008 focuses on the figure of the independent diviner, and Stoneman 2011 on institutional oracles. Bowden 2005 looks at the Delphic oracle and its historical relationship to a powerful city. Johnston and Struck 2005 offers essays on a variety of ancient Greek and Roman divinatory methods within their cultural, religious, and semiotic contexts. Vernant 1974 is also still very valuable, especially for comparative work. Manetti 1993, 1987, is important for understanding what set Greek divinatory methods apart from others in the ancient Mediterranean, and Struck 2004 for understanding how the divinatory frame of mind affected the development of other intellectual practices in antiquity, particularly literary criticism. Beyond these books, there are a number of monographs and articles treating individual topics. Some are included below. Especially important are Parker 1985, Maurizio 1995, Dillery 2005, and For Late Antiquity, Graph 1999. Chapter 33. Epiphany. Verity Platt. Introduction. Iron Figure 33.1, a votive relief from the sanctuary of Artemis at Broran in Attica dated to the 4th century BCE. A large family group, led by a married couple, approaches the goddess, who stands behind an altar, holding a bow and libation dish, together with her companion deer. The ox and its handler at the front of the procession indicate that the group is about to offer a sacrifice, and, indeed, an accompanying inscription tells us that Aristonike, the wife of Antiphates from the Demi of Thorai, prayed and dedicated this to Artemis, SEG 52.170, Despinis 2002. One of the most striking features of this relief, and many similar examples from classical Attica, is that ritual activity within the sanctuary is commemorated in the form of an encounter with the deity herself, who acknowledges and welcomes her worshippers as a visible, anthropomorphic being, her divine status demonstrated by her superhuman size. In visual terms, we might say that the family's visit to Broran is celebrated as an experience of Artemis Epiphany. Image. Figure 33.1 votive relief from the sanctuary of Artemis at Broran, Attica, c.350–330 BCE. INV 1151, Archaeological Museum, Broran. How might we interpret this iconography? The difficulties it raises go to the heart of many challenging questions about ancient Greek religion, such as the nature and accessibility of the gods, the significance of ritual, the role of belief, and the relationship between collective practice and individual subjectivity. It also illustrates how religious artifacts, whether images or texts, seldom yield straightforward answers. But where do these conventions come from? And how do they gain their authority as authentic representations of the gods? But where do these conventions come from? And how do they gain their authority as authentic representations of the gods? The Broran relief gives no explicit answers, maintaining a careful ambiguity about the event it commemorates. What it does demonstrate, however, is that, in classical Attic religious iconography, ritual communication with the gods was routinely expressed through the representation of their visible presence. Artemis' idealized features and monumental stature in the Broran relief echo the beauty and magnitude, kaulos kai megithos, of deities as they are described when they appear to mortals within texts such as the Homeric hymns, drawing upon a long tradition of epiphanic encounter within Greek literature. Artemis' visibility in the context of dedication also literalizes the idea, implicit in myriad textual and visual sources, that the gods make themselves present to witness ritual acts performed in their honor. In this sense, Artemis Epiphany might be understood as an intensification of the contact with the divine that is sought through religious activity in general, and which is a characteristic feature of the reciprocity that underlies so many aspects of Greek religious practice. Parker 1998. Within the logic of the relief, Artemis' manifestation before her worshippers demonstrates the efficacy of Aristonike's prayer and dedication, the altar positioned between them emphasizing the power of sacrifice to bring gods and mortals together, at the same time as it marks their difference in status. Naden 2012. Furthermore, the display of the relief itself within the Broronian sanctuary commemorates and perpetuates Aristonike's original offering, guiding the ritual behavior and expectations of future visitors. Further prayers and sacrifices, it is implied, will also be rewarded by the beneficent presence of the goddess. Platt 2011, 31–50, on life cycle rituals and the Broronian sanctuary. See, in this volume, Hitch, Chapter 35. Defining and contextualizing Epiphany. As a direct, unmediated manifestation of divine presence, Epiphany might be understood as the purest form of contact between mortals and immortals, whereby the gods reveal themselves face to face rather than communicating through oracles or divinatory signs that must be decoded by religious personnel. Yet epiphanies are inevitably culturally mediated. Despite the influence of Greek epiphany on Christian modes of revelation, Mitchell 2004, we must be wary of applying Christian language, such as Paul's notion of a face-to-face encounter with God at 1 Corinthians 13.12, to a phenomenon that is grounded in very different concepts of deity and forms of religious practice. Most importantly, Greek Epiphany emerges from the manifold complexities of polytheism, whereby the ability to visualize, identify, and represent divine forms is fundamental to the detailed taxonomies that comprise the divine pantheon. Verse 2011, 23-149. In this sense, epiphanies play a crucial role within Greek theology in that they provide what I have elsewhere defined as cognitive reliability, both for the gods' very existence and the iconographic conventions or innovations by which they were known to their worshippers. Platt 2011. At the same time, epiphanies are fluid and extraordinary events that have the potential to surprise, confuse, and unsettle their recipients, so that attempts to develop clear taxonomies of epiphany, as we find in the encyclopedic works of early 20th century scholars such as Friedrich Pfister, tend to downplay the cognitive dissonance that the phenomenon often generates, e.g. Pfister 1924, Pax 1962. Indeed, one might argue that it is critical to ancient Greek discourse on epiphany that divine manifestation is itself resistant to human modes of description and classification. For a mortal to experience an epiphany may be a sign of special status, a privilege granted to mythical heroes and those who are particularly pious, blessed, or desired by the gods. Yet, as Hero comments in the Iliad, the gods are dangerous when they appear in manifest form. Enargeus, Illinois. 20.131, and Greek myth abounds with examples of humans whose encounter with a godhead is fatal, such as Samiel and Actaeon, or results in injury or mishap, such as Anchises and Teiresias. Moreover, as polymorphous beings who shift between multiple forms and identities at will, the gods have a habit of appearing in disguise, and are seldom easily identified. Even Odysseus remarks to Athena that, "It is difficult, goddess, for a mortal man to know you when he meets you, however wise he may be, for you take what shape you will." OD. 13.312-13, see Buxton 2009 and Turkeltaub 2003. Accordingly, epiphanies tend to fall into two main categories, which Georgia Petridou has defined in terms of cult and crisis in her thorough study of Greek epiphanic narratives, Petridou 2006, 96-261. On the one hand, they can be ritually invoked and prepared for, during festivals such as the Theoxenia, in which the gods were formally invited to banquets in their honor, Brute 1989, 2004, Jameson 1994, the Epidemia or Theophania, celebrations of a god's birth or first arrival at a cult site, momentous occasions such as the Epoptea of the god, which formed the climax of initiation into certain mystery cults, Clinton 2004, or through rites of incubation practiced in healing sanctuaries, in which the god was encountered in the context of dreams. See also, in this volume, Graph, Chapter 34. On the other hand, epiphanies can occur unexpectedly in extreme situations, such as the tumult of battle, and in remote or liminal spaces, such as mountain tops, woodland glades, and the seashore, often to dramatic effect. Thus, the Artemis who appears in the Brauron relief, clothed in a long peplos alongside the accoutrements of sacrifice, is encountered within the safe and beneficent context of a ritual act performed within her sanctuary. Conversely, when the mythical hero Actaeon accidentally beholds Artemis bathing naked in a woodland spring, he upsets the propriety of divine law, or the myths, and must suffer her fatal retribution, e.g. Cowlim. Hymn 5.107-18. In both cases, the implication is that the asymmetrical relationship between gods and humans must be carefully negotiated, with the understanding that epiphany should depend upon divine agency rather than mortal imposition. In practice, these categories of epiphany are closely related and often inform each other. For example, dream epiphanies do not take place only during incubation, as many cases in Artemidoro's Oneirocritica, interpretation of dreams, attest, while unanticipated epiphanies often borrow the features of ritual, such as when deities appear in the form of their cult statues. Platt 2011, 253-87. Most importantly, epiphanies that take place outside the context of cult practice are almost always responded to in ritual terms. We can see this ritual imperative enacted in one of the most influential poetic explorations of epiphany, the Homeric hymn to Aphrodite, which probes the complexities that arise when the goddess of desire is compelled to fall for a mortal man, and risks compromising her divine status and harming her beloved in the very manifestation of her seductive powers. Faulkner 2008. On the Greek concept of impiety, see also, in this volume, Bowden, Chapter 22. On the Greek concept of impiety, see also, in this volume, Bowden, Chapter 22. In both mythological and historical contexts, epiphanies often have an etiological function, as events that must be acknowledged, responded to, and celebrated in appropriately pious acts by their mortal witnesses, whether through the performance of sacrifices, the foundation of cults and festivals, or the setting up of temples, images, and inscriptions. Thus, while the Homeric hymns often commemorate mythical epiphanies related to the foundation of cults in honor of their respective deities, such as Demeter at Eleusis and Apollo at Delphi, encounters with the gods by historical individuals prompt similar responses. Consider the sanctuary of Pan on the slopes of the Athenian Acropolis. Herodotus tells us that it was established together with annual sacrifices and a torch race following the runner Philippides' encounter with the god on Mount Parthenion on his way to seek help from the Spartans at the Battle of Marathon in 490 BCE, HDT 6.105-6, Harrison 2000, 82-92. In this and numerous other examples, the fleeting and highly subjective experience of epiphany by individuals is converted through the establishment of cultic honors into a stable and enduring recognition of the god's power and potential presence within a specific location. The commemoration of epiphanies in the form of physical monuments and repeated rituals is arguably a necessary response to a phenomenon that is characteristically elusive, as H.S. Versnell memorably asked in an influential article of 1987. What did ancient man see when he saw a god? See also Versnell 2011, 37-43, with further bibliography. In many cases, the suppression of detail in epiphanic texts and images has important theological implications, whereby the desire for access to the gods is tempered by a keen awareness of the limits of mortal knowledge. When Aphrodite unrobes herself before Anchises in the Homeric hymn, for example, the text dwells upon the dazzling beauty of her garments and jewelry but falls silent at the moment of bodily revelation, 86-90, 160-5. Epiphanies in Homeric epic are similarly resistant to interpretation, characterized by disguise, metamorphosis, and verbal ambiguity. The encounter between Achilles and Athena at Iliad 197-201, in which it is unclear whether the terrible flashing eyes described by the poet apply to heroic anger or divine radiance, offers an enduringly problematic case. Stevens 2002, Turkeltaub 2005. Such economy of expression is typical of epiphanic narrative. We are given few details about Philippides' encounter with Pan except for the god's declaration of support to the Athenians, for example, and are told merely that Pan appeared, Phanonai, and fell around or embraced him, Peripipte. Just as with Artemis' depiction in the Brauron relief, this passage could be read in literal or metaphorical terms, as a physical encounter with the overwhelming body of the god himself or an evocation of the panic which could beset hot and weary runners in the Greek mountains or confused warriors in the thick of battle. Bourgeot 1988, 88-129, Garland 1992, 51-4. It is important to note that Pan's manifestation on Mount Parthenion is predominantly verbal, for, despite the prominence of terms such as vision, opsis, in the language of Epiphany, Epiphany is a multisensory phenomenon that is also experienced in the form of divine utterances, sonic effects, e.g. the howling of Hecate's hounds in I.Stratonikia 10, discussed in Belach 2009, extreme natural phenomena, e.g. the storm, earthquake, an avalanche that helped local heroes drive invading Gauls away from Delphi in 279 BCE. Powers 1.4.4, 10.23.12, or even sent, e.g. Aristid. Or 43.41, in this sense, the gods' manifestations in forms accessible to human sense perception are difficult to distinguish from demonstrations of their powers, or artai, in the form of miracles. Luhmann 1975, Versnell 1987, 42-3, Graph 2004, 113. Moreover, when the gods make themselves visible, they do not always appear anthropomorphically, but can also take the form of animals, attributes, or symbols related to their cults or domains of authority. Aston 2011. As Michael Flower points out in his discussion of Plutarch's Life of Timoleon, this volume, chapter 20, for example, we are told that divine support for Timoleon's campaign against Dionysios II of Syracuse in 344 BCE was indicated not only by a dream vision of Demeter and Persephone, but also the miraculous appearance over his ship of a torch, like those used in the celebration of the Eleusinian Mysteries, Plut. Tim 8. Here, anthropomorphic epiphany in an Oniric context is supported and confirmed by the waking vision of an object associated with the goddess's cult, in the form of a metonymic or pars pro toto epiphany, in which an attribute or symbol of the god is encountered rather than divine body itself. Petridu 2006, 62-76. This broader conceptualization of epiphany complicates the distinction previously drawn between direct epiphanies and more mediated forms of communication with the divine, such as oracles and portents. Although epiphanies may purport to reveal the forms, idea, or authority, dynamis, of the gods, their significance is not always self-evident, but requires careful decoding so that the rupturing effects of divine incursion into mortal experience can be acknowledged and responded to appropriately. Compare to Burkett 2005, on Epiphany and Divination. Significantly, Plutarch claims that Demeter and Persephone first appeared in dreams to Persephone's priestesses at Corinth, so that the initial epiphany is channeled through cultic personnel with privileged access to the deities in question. Likewise, we find that epiphany narratives are often accompanied by oracles, in which the meaning of the event is rationalized and legitimized by cultic personnel. Platt 2011, 150-2, Kint 2012, 49-50. Likewise, we find that epiphany narratives are often accompanied by oracles, in which the meaning of the event is rationalized and legitimized by cultic personnel. Platt 2011, 150-2, Kint 2012, 49-50. The politics of epiphany. The Brauron relief that introduces this chapter was displayed publicly within Artemis' sanctuary, yet employs the visual language of epiphany to make a statement about the ritual practices and personal hopes of the family group, or oikos. In this sense, it complements numerous inscriptions from Greek sanctuaries that commemorate private dedications made kata opsin, according to a vision, or kat owner, according to a dream vision, many of which come from sanctuaries that encouraged personal relationships with their resident deities, such as healing cults. Van Straten 1976, Renberg 2003, 2010. Plutarch's Life of Timoleon, however, recalls a pair of epiphanies that have important political and military implications, experienced individually by official cultic personnel and collectively by the army. They are afforded an authority that confers sanctity upon, and therefore legitimizes, the Corinthian invasion of Sicily. This strategic appropriation of epiphany at the state level is a key feature of the relationship between religion and politics in ancient Greece. It is often discussed in cynical terms, most notably Herodotus' account of Pisistratus' staged epiphany of Athena in the form of a statuesque maiden called Phi in order to legitimize his return to Athens as tyrant in 5565 BCE, HDT 1.60. Numerous false epiphanies likewise appear in Polyenus' stratagems, where they form a key weapon in the arena of psychological warfare. Petridu 2006, 135-44, Platt forthcoming. However, the efficacy of such simulated manifestations was dependent upon a widespread concept of epiphanic authenticity. Herodotus' skepticism about Phi notwithstanding, divine appearances are usually treated as genuine by ancient authors, and are invested with cultic, political, and military significance across a wide range of historiographical and epigraphic texts. If we are not simply to dismiss epiphanic testimonies as either demonstrations of mass delusion or convenient tools of social manipulation, this poses something of a problem for modern scholars. First, we must be sensitive to the role of performance in sacred contexts, whereby humans dressed as gods, such as Phi, could, like statues, be understood in epiphanic terms, especially when encountered in ritual processions or other extraordinary conditions that blurred the boundaries between the real and represented for worshippers. Connor 1987, Sinos 1993, Kavulaki 1999, Platt 2011, 13-20. Second, we must take seriously the overwhelming evidence for the role played by Epiphany in political and military decision-making, especially during the Hellenistic and imperial periods, when manifestations of deities offered a powerful means by which Greek states and sanctuaries could define, protect, and celebrate their Hellenic identity and autonomy. Pritchett 1979, 11-46, Gabra 1986, Chaniotis 2005, 143-65. Platt 2011, 124-69. That Epiphany was treated as a genuine religious phenomenon which had very real political currency is demonstrated by a fascinating inscription dated c. 300 BCE from the sanctuary of Asclepios at Epidaurus, IG 44950, Thurley and Bramer 2001, No. 6.4, Cold 2003. As Fritz Graf discusses, this volume, Chapter 34, Epidaurus provides some of our best epigraphic evidence for epiphanic testimonies from the late classical period. Indeed, Strabo tells us that the sanctuary's fame was due to both the manifest presence, epiphania, of Asclepios and the votive tablets on which his cures have been inscribed, the 8th of June 2015. Dedicated to Apollo Melatus and Asclepios by Isilos of Epidaurus, the son of Socrates, the text records a sacred law setting out the details of an annual procession and sacrifice in honor of the two gods by elite local citizens, during which the latter are to reaffirm their commitment to an aristocratic constitution. 10-26. The Lex Sacra is accompanied by an oracle confirming the benefits of inscribing the paean, written by Isilos, which was to be performed during the procession. 32-6. This is followed by the paean itself, which celebrates the conception and birth of Asclepios and the foundation of his cult at Epidaurus, 37-61, together with a final passage in hexameters which, like the imata, or healing miracles, set up at Epidaurus, reports a salvific epiphany of Asclepios to a sick young boy, possibly Isilos' son, 62-84. In this case, however, Asclepios appears not as a healing deity but shining in golden armor like a god on the Homeric battlefield, 68-9, and announces that he must postpone his medical duties in order to aid the Spartan resistance to Philip of Macedonia, who invaded the Peloponnese in 338 BCE. Isilos tells us that he accordingly hurried to announce the gods coming to the Lacedaemonians, and that, following their subsequent salvation from Philip, the Spartans founded a theoxenia, a ritual of hospitality, in Asclepios' honor, 77-82. He has recorded these events, Isilos concludes, in honor of Asclepios Arete, his glorious deeds, 84. By juxtaposing such diverse texts, including a sacred law, oracle, paean, and epiphany narrative, the inscription cuts across many categories of late classical religious and political life that are often studied in isolation. It thus combines a personal testimony of therapeutic epiphany, albeit one with epic overtones, with political concerns relating both to local civic government and a broader Panhellenic commitment to oligarchy in the face of expanding Macedonian kingship. By adopting and adapting epiphanic discourse to enhance the status of local religion whilst promoting strategic political alliances both at Epidaurus and across the Peloponnese, Isilos looks back to archaic and classical forms of invoking and celebrating divine presence, whilst anticipating the increasingly prominent role that Epiphany would play on the political stages of the Hellenistic Mediterranean. In celebrating the birth of Asclepios at Epidaurus, in an unusual retelling of the myth that suppresses the god's Thessalian origins in order to tie the event to local cult, the paean echoes texts such as the Homeric hymns which commemorate the birth or first arrival of a deity as a form of epiphany, Sino 1999. Indeed, Asclepios' autochthony is celebrated as a double narrative of manifestation, first in Apollo's erotic epiphany to his mother Agla, and second in Asclepios' birth in the sweet-smelling sanctuary, with Apollo himself serving alongside the Fates in the role of midwife. These etiological epiphanies serve to enhance the status of both sanctuary and polis at Epidaurus by claiming a divine parentage and local origin for its patron deity. Like the double epiphany in Plutarch's Life of Timoleon, they are also ratified by religious experts, in this case an oracle which confirms the legitimacy of the hymn's claims and the appropriate context for its performance. The mythical epiphanies celebrated in the paean promote a tradition of divine presence at Epidaurus which is maintained right up to the time of Aeschylus himself, as he demonstrates in the first-person narrative of the final section. Here, the proofs of Asclepio's healing powers that are found in the more conventional imata are combined with a salvific epiphany familiar from military history, whereby the god's personal declaration of support for the Spartans echoes Pan's epiphany to Philippides before the Battle of Marathon, confirming divine aid against external aggressors. As with Pan at Athens, so Asclepio's role as a savior god is commemorated by the foundation of a festival in his honor at Sparta. The so-called Hymn of Aeschylus is notable as a record of the initiative taken by an individual political and religious actor in an attempt to promote his personal ideologies and alliances. At the same time, it demonstrates the important role that Epiphany played in Greek cultic, civic, and diplomatic affairs, as a means of claiming divine authority that could supplement or even circumvent conventional decision-making processes. Through the communicative channels opened up by incubation in the context of a healing cult, Aeschylus has direct access to Asclepios himself, and a means of legitimizing the political affiliations of Epidaurus during a particularly critical moment in the history of mainland Greece. However, despite their potential to justify rupture and change through direct demonstrations of divine agency, epiphanies nevertheless gain validity through their incorporation into a network of pre-existing traditions, and ratification by alternative sources of divine authority. Thus, the personal miracle narrative of the inscription's final section is endorsed through its commemoration in ritual, in Asclepio's Spartan Theoxenia, while its display alongside the paean and oracle on the stele itself confirms the sanctity of Epidaurus as a site for authentic epiphanies of the god. In this way, the epiphanies commemorated in the inscription bring the mythical past, historical present, and ritual future together in celebration of Asclepio's ongoing presence at Epidaurus, while the text itself stands within the sanctuary as an enduring material marker, mnema, of his glorious accomplishments, artai. The pattern of salvific epiphany, ritual commemoration, an epigraphic monument employed by Aeschylus in response to the Macedonian invasion of the Peloponnese would become firmly established in the centuries that followed, as Greek sanctuaries and polis claimed epiphanic authority for the establishment of rituals and temples, and even their right to sacred inviolability, Aecilia, from external aggressors, Rigsby 1996. From the 3rd century BCE, the publicization of epiphanies became a key tool in diplomatic relations between Hellenistic states, most famously demonstrated by the monumental corpus of inscriptions from Magnesia on the Maeander. This records correspondence with cities and kings across the Greek world requesting recognition of a festival and games in celebration of an epiphany of Artemis Leucophryene, the city's patron goddess, in 221 BCE, I Magn. 16. Slater and Sumar 2006, Platt 2011, 151-60, with further bibliography. For a small polis overshadowed by mighty royal neighbors, the right to Aecilia demonstrated by Artemis' appearance offered a welcome strategy for safeguarding Magnesia's autonomy, which bypassed more powerful political agents by claiming direct communication with the divine whilst evoking the authority of past tradition. Likewise, inscriptions testifying to epiphanic salvation from external threats, including the Roman Empire, are found across Hellenistic Asia Minor, from the Lindian Chronicle on roads to Pergamon, Caria, and even Chersonesos, on the shores of the Black Sea, e.g. OGI 331.51-2, I. Stratonikia 10, IOSBI 2344. Perhaps surprisingly, given the prominence of the term today, it is in the context of Hellenistic diplomacy that the substantive noun epiphania is first used to refer specifically to divine appearances, as opposed to its more general meaning of visible surface or sudden appearance. It first appears in an inscription from Kos commemorating the Delphic festival known as the Soteria, which celebrated the salvific epiphanies of Apollo and local heroes at Delphi in 279 BCE. When they drove off invading Gauls from the venerable Panhellenic sanctuary, SYLL.3398, see Austin 2006, number 60. Derived from the verb epiphanein, to show or make manifest, Epiphany emphasizes active presence, a coming into appearance upon, near, or by a beholder that, crucially, occurs at the God's initiative, as opposed to terms such as vision, opsis, and enarges, clear or visible, that focus on the subjective experience of mortal witnesses. Graecia 1996, 396-8. Platt 2011, 149-51. It is surely significant that Epiphania came to lexical prominence at a time when Hellenistic kings were emphasizing their own visible illustriousness and godlike authority by means of the title Epiphanes, which was adopted by several rulers, including Ptolemy v. 204-180 BCE, and Antistius IV, 175-64 BCE, and later became a popular epithet for Roman emperors in the Greek East. Pfister 1924, 308-9. Nock 1972, Volume 1, 152-6, La Rocca 1994, Mittag 2006, 128-39. Whether applied to deities or kings, the vocabulary of Epiphany suggests a dynamic agency, a means of asserting presence and influencing the course of events that transcends conventional mortal capabilities whilst demanding acknowledgement and honors in keeping with traditional concepts of reciprocity. This verbal shift demonstrates how Epiphany could play a key role in the process of religious change, as a concept that was central to religious thought throughout antiquity and yet a vital tool for innovation. It could be evoked or appropriated in myriad contexts by a wide range of individuals and social groups. Moreover, the subjective character of epiphanic experience and the abbreviated, often ambiguous nature of epiphanic language meant that the phenomenon continued to be open to projection and reinvention. Indeed, as the early Christians realized, epiphanies could also be powerful catalysts for conversion. Conclusion. While Hellenistic inscriptions tell us much about the reception of epiphanic phenomena, they are frustratingly laconic about the nature of epiphanic experience itself, echoing literary epiphanies in their economy of expression. Given Epiphany's crucial role in the conceptual underpinnings of the Greek religious system, this reticence is perhaps what makes it so compelling and frustrating as an object of study. Because Epiphany is inevitably transformed in the process of its verbal or visual mediation, it is impossible to recover what ancient worshippers might have actually experienced, or indeed to distinguish between real and false epiphanies, or strategic mobilization and cynical manipulation of cultural tropes. For the modern scholar, Epiphany can only exist at the level of discourse. The challenge is thus to identify, contextualize, and elucidate discursive trends in the cultural treatment of Epiphany without losing sight of either the phenomenon's validity for Greek worshippers or its propensity to resist straightforward categorization and interpretation. As we have seen, epiphanies can be ritually invoked or sudden and unexpected, real or staged, anthropomorphic or symbolic, mythical or historical, individual or collective, ratifications of the existing order or catalysts for change. They demonstrate how closely entwined religion and politics could be, but they do not fit neatly into the polis model of Greek religion, given their significance as asha for traditional cult practice and their role both in the introduction of new gods, such as Pan, and the cultivation of more personal relationships with the divine, as in healing cult. Moreover, to ask what does it mean to see the gods, inevitably highlights the limitations of approaches to Greek religion that prioritize praxis over theological and cognitive dimensions. In this respect, the scholarship on Epiphany is very much in its infancy, and new voices are sure to be welcomed. Suggested reading. Pfister 1924 refers to important textual sources, distinguishing between epic, mythic, cultic, and Christian epiphanies. Graecia 1988 explores Epiphany's role within the Greek religious imagination, while Platt 2011 covers Greek attitudes to Epiphany from the Homeric hymns to imperial prose literature, focusing on the role of visual representation. A comprehensive study is forthcoming from Georgia Petridou, while Versnell 1987 asks important questions about the theological dilemmas raised by Epiphany. Readers will find also much helpful discussion in Illinois Classical Studies 2004. Those interested in the relationship between Greco-Roman and Christian models of Epiphany will find much in Pax 1962, Lane Fox 1986, 102-67, Mitchell 2004, and Miller 2007, 21-39. While recent scholarship has focused on Epiphany's political and ideological aspects, many aspects remain understudied. In particular, the questions Epiphany raises about subjective experience of the divine should make it of interest to those working on religion and individuality, the social history of emotions, and the thorny issue of belief in both religion and philosophy, on which, see Mackey forthcoming. As cognitive approaches to religion, such as Boyer 1994, Guthrie 2001, and Tremlin 2006, become increasingly of interest to those working on Greek religion, e.g. Kint 2012, 36-54, Epiphany offers an interesting test case. Gabriel Herman, 2011, has recently tackled the tricky question of what might have caused such experiences, relating crisis epiphanies to the transhistorical psychological phenomenon known as the third man factor or sensed presence, see also Geiger 2009. However, the jury is still out on how findings in neuroscience might help us better understand such subjective experiences within their historical contexts. Chapter 34. Healing. Fritz Graf. Introduction. In their still unsurpassed 1945 book on Asclepios, Emma and Ludwig Edelstein emphasized what, after them, has slowly become the new communis opinio, that in ancient thought and society there was no sharp division between scientific and religious medicine. The dichotomy was inherited from 19th-century rationalists, not from the Greek doctors. The Edelsteins argued against an earlier consensus that understood the rise of Asclepios as a sign of Greek decadence. Edelstein and Edelstein 1945, 139, its perhaps most extreme exponent, von Willamowitz-Moellendorff, claimed that if I were a physician, I would not want a bust of Asclepios in my study. Von Willamowitz-Moellendorff 1931-32, 229. The anonymous doctor who wrote on the sacred disease, after all, did not attack the personnel in the sanctuaries of Asclepios but the itinerant purifiers and exorcists. It was they who vied with the doctors for clients. The anonymous doctor who wrote on the sacred disease, after all, did not attack the personnel in the sanctuaries of Asclepios but the itinerant purifiers and exorcists. It was they who vied with the doctors for clients. This dichotomy shapes my approach. In the section Healing in the Temple, I will look at a number of cases in which Asclepios is the key agent, both from the Epidaurian healing inscriptions, the Imata, and from other sanctuaries of the god. In the section Transgression and Disease, I will analyze a few cases where healing is the result of ritual purification and its emotional equivalent, penitence, based on the surprising corpus of the Lydian and Phrygian confession stelae. In the section Epidemics and Purification, I will look at several cases of epidemics, disease that struck not individuals but entire communities, in order to see how these cases were treated in Greek religious thought and practice. Healing in the Temple, the Epidaurian Imata and related texts. When he described the Asclepios sanctuary of Epidaurus, the traveller Pausanias dedicated some space to an unusual category of inscriptions. There were stelae standing within the enclosure, more in former times, but 6 were left in my time. On these, the names of men and women are inscribed who were healed by Asclepios, further the disease from which each suffered, and the way they were healed. They are written in the Doric dialect. Paus. 2.27.3. In the excavations of the Epidaurian sanctuary that started in the late 19th century, a considerable number of fragments of these stelae were found. They add up to 3 more or less fragmentary stelae and an additional fragment. The texts provoked the scorn of von Willamowitz-Moellendorff, who saw them as pious fraud, priestly inventions in order to dupe the faithful crowd with miracle stories. The reality is more complex. Here and in the other Asclepia that imitated the Epidaurian custom of erecting such stelae, the texts combine remarkable cases of healing with altogether implausible ones into a record of the god's extraordinary healing powers. Strabo recorded how the Epidaurian sanctuary, remarkable through the helping presence, Epiphania, of Asclepios, was full of sick people seeking healing and of the dedications, Pinakes, Anakaimenoi, of the healed in which the cure is recorded, as in Tricca and Kos, 2 other famous shrines of the god. Strabo, the 8th of June 2015. This rich presence of individual dedications must have constituted the core from which the authors of the healing stelae selected the most impressive cases, as some texts suggest, such as the very first story that purports to copy a votive epigram, and blended them with oral stories about the power of the healing god into these large documents. Veritable aretalogies of the hero-turned-god that give a better view into the expectations of the patients of Asclepios than on the exact way the healing was performed. Thus, it seems pointless to try to sort out the imaginary from the real cures. What counts is the insight into the almost limitless faith in the power of the god and the, however limited, glimpse these inscriptions allow into the realities of the Epidaurian and other ancient incubation shrines. There were some limitations to these expectations, however. People thought that even miracles should respect physical impossibilities, as the following story demonstrates. Once a man came as a suppliant to the god who was so blind in one eye that, while he still had the eyelids of that eye, there was nothing within them and they were completely empty. Some of the people in the sanctuary laughed at his simple-mindedness, to think that he could be made to see fully without having anything left of the eye except the socket. When he was sleeping, a dream appeared to him. It appeared to him that he saw the god boiling some drug and then pulling his eyelids apart and pouring it in. When day came, he departed with the sight of both eyes. Number 9 in the Counting of Hazorg 1931, trans. After Lee Donici 1995. Even the other patients and their relatives who were spending some time at the sanctuary could not imagine that the god created a good eye ex nihilo, but this was what his pharmaceutical intervention did. The story is also intended to shame those who did not have limitless faith in the god's abilities, as were other stories in the collection that functioned as an aretalogy of the god, a propagandistic account of divine power. As another story tells, a woman blind in one eye made fun of some healing inscriptions in the sanctuary because they were unbelievable and impossible, the lame and the blind being healed only by seeing a dream. Number 4 the god healed her under the condition that she would dedicate a silver pig as a memorial of her ignorance. The sanctuaries of Asclepios attracted large crowds of visitors. Patients came with their families and friends, and if the first night had not brought the dream they were hoping for, many stayed longer to try it again. This explains why the healing sanctuary also has an impressive theatre. Visitors needed entertainment, while, from a later sanctuary of Asclepios, the one in Aegae in Cilicia, we hear even about philosophers meeting and debating. But not everyone had to wait as long as this. One need not even spend one night there in order to be healed. Nicanor, a lame man. When he was sitting down, being awake, a boy snatched his crutch from him and ran away. But Nicanor got up, pursued him, and so became well. Number 16. Although the text is rather elliptic, the scene must have played itself out not in the abaton, the most sacred room in the sanctuary where the sick were lying down to sleep and receive a healing dream, but, as the word hyper, being awake, suggests, during the day in the general sanctuary area. A few other healing events are reported to have happened during the day outside the abaton, such as the healing of a mute boy who, during the preliminary sacrifice, spontaneously started to speak in response to a remark of a slave who helped with the firewood. Number 5. More commonly, such an unexpected cure happened through the intervention of the sacred animals of the god, the dogs and snakes that moved freely in the sanctuary. With the exception of a man with an ulcer on a toe who was healed when a sacred snake licked it, no. 17. It was especially children whom the sacred animals of the god took care of during the day. A blind boy who was healed while awake, hyper, when a sanctuary dog licked his eyes. Number 20. A boy with a tumor in his neck who again was cured hyper by a licking dog. Number 26. Or a mute girl whom a sacred snake frightened into speaking. Number 44. Ordinarily, however, a patient who had come to the sanctuary during the day entered the abaton in the evening, after the preliminary sacrifices that were offered to several divinities, among them to Mnemosyne for remembering the dream and to the Miss for the legitimacy and correctness of the dreams, according to the most detailed regulations from the Pergamene Asclepium, IPERG 8, 161a 9-11. In the archaeological record of most Asclepios sanctuaries, the abaton is recognizable as a special stoa-like building. The healing sanctuary of Amphiaraos in Oropos even had 2 sleeping halls, one for each gender. An Epidaurian story, in which, At night, a curious man climbed a tree to peep into the abaton shows that at least there it had walls that left some open space or windows higher up. Number 11. The god punished this transgression by making the man fall from the tree and impale his eyes on a bush, but healed him after his sincere repentance. If the first night did not bring a helpful dream, one other went home, Numbers 25 and 33, both with a happy ending, or stayed for more nights, as was regularly done much later in Christian incubation sites. The man whose ulcerous toe a snake licked had previously been carried out of the abaton after a fruitless night and put into a seat in the sanctuary where the snake found him. Number 17. Muteness, blindness, and other ailments of the eyes recur often in these texts. These are the health problems of which regular doctors despaired. The same is true for the several cases of lameness or paralysis and of problems of female fertility, as personal names such as Isopodoros or Isidoros, gift of the local river god, Aesopos, or of Isis, show. Families almost routinely ask the gods for help with fertility problems and ascribe the ensuing pregnancy and birth to divine intervention. In the healing sanctuary, divine intervention happened in a dream, and it took many forms. On divine intervention, see also, in this volume, Platt, chapter 33. Sometimes it was a simple exchange of words in which the god promises healing. In at least one such case, the patient suffered because she had not asked the right question. A childless woman asked for a pregnancy but not also for birth, and ended up with a pregnancy of 3 years. Number 2. In other cases, the dream is more graphic, as in another case of a childless woman who dreamt of having intercourse with a sacred snake. Number 42, see also number 39, or of a man with a stone in his penis that he ejaculated when he dreamed of intercourse with a beautiful boy. Number 14. More often, however, the god intervenes as a doctor. To a blind man, it appeared that the god came towards him and drew open his eyes with his fingers, and that he saw the trees in the sanctuary. Number 18. To someone suffering from a spear wound below his eye, it appeared that the god ground up an herb and poured it into his eye, and he became well. Number 40. To a man with leeches in his body, it appeared that the god cut open his chest with a knife, took out the leeches, gave them into his hands, and sewed his breast together. These two types of intervention by the divine doctor, surgical in a wide sense, with and without the surgical knife, and pharmaceutical, are rather common, and they recur in the Imata from other sanctuaries, Lebana on Crete, Rome, or Pergamum. Garducci 1978, 143-66, Girone 1998. Unlike the rather jejune Epidaurian reports, both those from Lebana and from Rome are much more detailed in their information. In Rome, to Lucius, who suffered from pleurisy and was given up by everybody, the god revealed that he should go and take ashes from the altar, mix them with wine and apply this to his side. IG 14966, 2nd century CE, trans. After Edelstein and Edelstein 1945, I. 250, number 438. In Crete, a man who, for 2 years, was plagued by a cough tells us. He gave me rocket, eruca sativa, to eat on an empty stomach, then pepper-flavored Italian wine to drink, then fine meal, amylin, with hot water, then powder from the sacred ashes and sacred water, then an egg and pine resin, then moist pitch, then iris, with honey, then a quince and euphorbia to be cooked together, with the juice to be drunk and the fruit to be eaten, then a fig with holy ashes from the altar to be eaten. Inska. Crete. I-17, number 17, 1st century BCE, trans. After Edelstein and Edelstein 1945, I. 252, number 439. Both reports agree in the high value they ascribe to ashes from the god's altar, in Crete together with water presumably from the spring that was almost omnipresent in sanctuaries of Asclepios, a ritual remedy that has no equivalent among what the doctors prescribe. The Cretan dreamer, however, supplements this ritual remedy with a specific diet whose ingredients were widely used by doctors as well, some of them, such as wine, eggs, or honey with many medical applications, other specifically in prescriptions against cough, such as rocket, Pliny, National 20.125, the Italian wine, Ibid 23, the resin, or the moist pitch that was used against an inveterate cough dissolved in cooked leek juice, c. Alexander, Therapeutica 2.18-183. Thus, Asclepio's dream cures cannot always be isolated from the cures doctors prescribe to their patients. Some dreamers must have had some knowledge themselves that fed into their dream prescriptions. Doctors were less common than today, and householders had their own prescriptions for many ailments. When Pliny rejects the popular use of amylum, fine meal, for throat problems as useless, he most likely argues against such household prescriptions. The orator Aelius Aristides of Smyrna, perhaps the most famous patient of Asclepio's in Pergamum, recalls several helpful dream prescriptions that sometimes surprised his own doctors. He used to review them in the morning with the priests of Asclepio's. The Cretan dreamer might have done the same, and the local priests were certainly able to discreetly influence the final form the prescriptions took. All this shows that the god whose career had started as a healing hero killed by Zeus when he attempted to resurrect the dead, was the supreme professional, much better even than his sons, who dramatically botched up a case. Number 23. But cures by surgery or prescriptions far from dominate the Epidaurian matter. The range of narration was not even entirely confined to healing. The simple belief of a slave boy that the god could make the broken cup of his master whole again had this very result as soon as he entered the sanctuary with the sherds of the cup. Number 10. A dream in the Abaton led a father to the place where his son got stuck under a rock during a swim. Number 24. Or helped a widow find the treasure her husband had buried before his death. Number 46. These stories express the confidence that the god called, in later centuries, Soter, Savior, to the dismay of Christian theologians, could help not just in a medical crisis but with other personal problems as well. In a diachronic perspective, they also reflect the character of Asclepios, a son of Apollo, who was an oracular god as much as he was an healer and purifier. Graph 2009. It is also worthwhile recalling that Apollo was as much the lord of the Epidaurian shrine as was his son. Official inscriptions regularly name both, with Apollo always in the first place, e.g. IG 42, 157 or 121. The shrine of Apollo Melatus on the side of the Kynortian hill that overlooks the sanctuary might go back to the Bronze Age and is much older than the sanctuary of Asclepios, whose foundation does not antedate the late 6th century BCE, but which started an astonishing series of incubation shrines of Asclepios in the entire Mediterranean world. Transgression and disease, the Phrygian confession stelae. A very different world opens up in Anatolia, in the mountainous borderland between Lydia and Phrygia. Again, it is inscribed stelae that document it, the so-called confession stelae that attracted the attention of epigraphers and historians of religion early in the 20th century, such as Raphael Pettazzoni, who was interested in the prehistory of a unique Catholic ritual, in the wake of other attempts to historicize and re-evaluate the Christian revelation. Pettazzoni 1936. By now, we know that more than 130 of these texts are dated, some explicitly so, to the first 3 centuries CE, with the largest number in the 2nd century CE, Petzel 1994, Chaniotis 1995, Balach 2006. They come from several local sanctuaries, often combine a text with an image, and are far from uniform in their way of information, ranging from very short and elusive texts, where neither crime nor punishment are clearly spelled out, to long and detailed texts. They fall into 2 groups, one very large, the other small. The large main group includes personal reactions to a voluntary or involuntary transgression, such as perjury, not fulfilling a vow, actions against ritual purity, theft from a sanctuary, the felling of trees in a grove, the eating of meat before the sacrifice was performed, or the refusal to become a priest or an initiate, that is a crime against a personal divinity. In most cases, this led to punishment such as misfortune, illness, or sudden death. Or rather, in the victim's own experience or, in the case of death, the experience of the surviving close relatives, a sudden crisis such as illness, loss of fortune, or unexpected death led to the fear or the memory of such a transgression. Often, a dream or an oracle gave the information that the victim herself did not have. In other cases, the guilty conscience must have been enough. In order to pacify the divinity, the victim or her survivors paid a fine or performed a sacrifice and documented their case, and, with it, the power of the divinity. by inscribing and dedicating the stele in the sanctuary. That is, we deal with an explanation of illness and other misfortunes that is based on the punishing intervention of a divinity. Healing, where healing is sought, is the result of a redress that realigns humans and the divine. In a subgroup of these main texts, the perpetrator, once she was conscious of the crime, asked the divinity how to atone for the transgression. The atonement was usually a monetary fine or an animal sacrifice, together with the obligation to inscribe the stele. In a much smaller second group, the victim of a crime that was difficult or impossible to prosecute on a purely human level, such as the theft by persons unknown, the spreading of rumors, or the embezzlement of money or goods that the embezzler denied under oath, promised to inscribe a stele to testify to the god's power once the perpetrator was punished and, in case a material value was involved, ceded the stolen or embezzled property to the divinity as an incentive for the god to recover them. This promise was done in a public ritual by raising a scepter in the sanctuary and was understood to be a form of public curse. Gordon 2004. This small selection corresponds to the widespread group of ritual texts that were often lumped together with the so-called curse tablets but were convincingly labeled as prayers for justice, texts inscribed on lead, like the curse tablets, that addressed a prayer for help to a divinity with connections to the underworld such as Hermes or Demeter. The praying person, again, was the victim of a crime such as slander or theft by persons unknown, and, again, the stolen goods were ceded entirely or in part to the temple as incentive and reward. In the perspective of the perpetrator, a sudden death, an illness, or a misfortune was due again to divine anger, only this time not provoked by a crime directed at the gods themselves but prosecuted by the gods to help an otherwise a powerless human victim. In the prayers for justice on lead, the perpetrators remain invisible, verse 1991, whereas some confession stelae were set up by repentant perpetrators of crimes against their fellow humans, e.g. Petzel 1994, Numbers 68 and 69. In a typical case, the confessing man, one Diogenes, told how he prayed to his local Zeus for the health of a sick cow, perhaps the only one he owned. When the cow got better, he forgot or refused to do for the god what he had promised. The god punished his daughter in her eyes, but she was later healed when her father appeased the god and set up the confession text, Petzel 1994, number 45. This is not the only case where a family member suffers the punishment. Family solidarity is a given in this society. In another case, perjury of the father is punished, first, by the death of his cow, then of his daughter. In a third, the theft of temple property caused the death of the son and the granddaughter of the woman who committed the crime. Petzel 1994, Numbers 34 and 37. The diseases that were thought to have been caused by the punishing deity were few in number. But they were serious ailments that usually defied professional treatment, and in rural Anatolia doctors must have been rare if not non-existent, while treatment was based on traditional cures only. In the texts, blindness and other afflictions of the eye are most common, together with breast ailments. There is also a somewhat vaguely described disease of the lower body, most probably intestinal problems comparable to those that constantly plague Aelius Aristides, death-like paralysis, madness, and some problems connected with the legs, perhaps gout, that impaired easy movement. The disease is not always spelled out in the text but indicated only in the image of a body part that goes with the text. Among these images, eyes or breasts are most common, others, legs or lower body and thigh rather rare. The images look exactly like the ex-votos from healing shrines, of which there are many extant examples from the ancient world. Forson 1996. This is no coincidence. By depicting the afflicted body part, the image always signals the healing power of the divinity, whatever the reason for the illness was thought to be. The etiology, however, is crucially different. Asclepios and other healing heroes were never viewed as having caused the disease that they healed, whereas the gods of the confession stelae sent disease as a punishment and, like Apollo in the first book of the Iliad, healed, so to speak, almost by omission, when they decided to end the punishment because they had received atonement. The idea that disease is a punishment for a transgression is familiar to us from the Old Testament, and it was widespread in ancient Near Eastern societies. Johnston 2004, 452-64, 496-507. In Greece, as Robert Parker showed, the conceptual framework for a religion of confession is present, but it is rarely actualized. Parker 1983, 254, On the Intervention of the Angry Dead. C. Johnston 1998, Passim. It is present in mythology, as the beginning of the Iliad shows, where Agamemnon's lack of respect for the priest Chryses is punished by the plague that first kills dogs and donkeys, then the men, not unlike the perjury in one of the Anatolian confessions that first killed the donkey and the ox, then the granddaughter of the perjurer. Petzel 1994, number 34. Occasionally, historians and orators used the same conception, but they did so for rhetorical effect, because it resonated with some readers or jury members, not because it expressed a normative religious worldview. On religion and rhetoric more generally, see also, in this volume, Willi, Chapter 6. Herodotus reports how the Athenians attributed the suicidal madness of the Spartan king Cleomenes to his violation of the Eleusinian sanctuary, the Argives to that of one of their sacred groves, others to his bribing of the Pythia, whereas the Spartans themselves gave a natural cause. The historian himself thinks that it was a revenge for his intrigues against his colleague Damaratos, HDT 6.83-4. Herodotus also tells that the Lydian king Aliates fell ill after having accidentally destroyed a Milesian temple of Athena and was healed only after rebuilding it, on the advice of Delphi, 1.19-22. In his speech against Cynesius, the orator Lysias ascribes the protracted illness of his opponent to divine vengeance for his unholy lifestyle that expressed itself in his membership of the impious dining club the Kakedemoniastai, those who live under an evil divinity, a mock satanical association, whose members all came to a bad end because they scoffed at the gods and your traditions. Lies. Fr 5 Gurnit. On the comic stage, Aristophanes could introduce the heroes as claiming that they punish the criminals, robbers and petty thieves, with a plethora of illnesses: spleen, coughs, dropsy, catarrh, scab, gout, madness, lichens, swellings, ague, fever. The list blends the trivial and the serious and plays with rather than represents the feelings of a late 5th century BCE Athenian audience. Rf 58 Austin. Although sometimes prone to ascribe an illness of one's neighbor to his transgressive life, no ordinary Greek was willing to confess publicly that his own illness was due to bad behavior. The confessions to lie, with their deadly seriousness, thus appear as the expression of a very different worldview, much closer to the plague prayer of the Hittite king Merciless and the background of Iliad 1 than to the world mirrored in the Imata from Epidaurus and elsewhere. Epidemics and purification. Illness is not just an individual crisis. Epidemics threaten entire cities and need to be addressed somehow. Little 2007. In a demonstration of how much epidemics occupied the Greek imagination, two of the major works of Greek literature open with the description of such a crisis, its inception, impact, and final resolution: Homer's Iliad and Sophocles' Oedipus Tyrannus. Sophocles' play confronts us immediately with the effect of the plague that ravages Thebes, and the reaction of the city, its rites of supplication, and the dispatch of an ambassador to Delphi, from where information comes that one has to find and punish the murderer of the former king, information that is to drive the entire tragedy until Oedipus punishes and removes himself, but it abstains from any ritual resolution. In a very different and much more ritual-focused mood, the beginning of the Iliad leads us, step by step, from Agamemnon's arrogant refusal and Chryses' cursing prayer through the effects of the plague unleashed by Apollo and the diagnosis of the seer cultures, to the final rituals. They follow a double trajectory. First, Agamemnon has the entire army purified, Apollomenus Thai, and offers perfect hecatombs of bulls and sheep to Apollo, 1.312-17. Then, Odysseus sails with a delegation to Chryses, to return his daughter to her father and to sacrifice yet another hecatomb to Apollo. The sacrifice allows Chryses to revoke his curse in a prayer that mirrors his original curse. The Greek envoys fill the rest of the day by singing the beautiful paean and dancing, Melpontes, for the god, 1.447-74. In both cases, a human transgression lies at the root of the epidemic that punishes not the transgressor but his entire community. But whereas the Iliad clearly delineates the mechanism that moves from human to divine action as the true source of the catastrophe, with the result that healing is effected by a combination of restitution to reverse the human violation, and purificatory rituals to calm the angry god. The Oedipus Tyrannus is much hazier on the divine mechanism, to the point that Oedipus can understand himself as a victim of Apollo. 1329f, and the chorus, juxtaposing their king's greatness and mistake, vaguely. Make time that sees all the judge of Oedipus, 1213f. One can understand why Jean Cocteau translated all this into one machine in finale. When, a few years after the performance of the Sophoclean Oedipus Tyrannus, a very deadly epidemic hit Athens, such explanations and attempts at healing are almost absent from our record. Michalson 1984. Thucydides, who survived the catastrophe although he fell ill, refused to talk about the gods, as he refused to present any other etiology, as to its probable origin or the causes which might or could have produced such a disturbance of nature. Every man, whether a physician or not, will give his own opinion. His aim is to record its actual course and the symptoms so that future generations would be able to recognize it, if it should appear again. He curtly acknowledges that people took refuge in making supplications in temples, inquiries of oracles, and the like, but they remained as useless as the human endeavors to stop the pandemic. Thuc. 2.47-53, translation after Jowett. In his view of things, divine intervention, either as a cause or as a cure, is unthinkable. Several centuries later, and almost a millennium after the Iliad, a series of oracles demonstrate how Greek cities handled similar catastrophes, whom or what they were blaming, and what rituals they were performing to end the disease. From several cities in the Greek East, Pergamum, Hierapolis, Caesarea Trizeta, Callipolis, and an unknown Lydian city in the Hermos Valley, we have oracles of the Clarion Apollo that he gave in reaction to a request how to deal with an epidemic, and that the grateful city, after the resolution of the crises, inscribed on a marble slab and exhibited. Merkelbach and Stauber 1996, Numbers 2, 4, 8, 9. All these inscriptions are dated to the 2nd century CE, to judge from the letter forms. However, these are uncertain guides for a more precise date. As a consequence, it is not easy to connect them firmly with the major pandemic of the age, the plague that the troops of Lucius Verus brought from Mesopotamia to the west in 1656 CE, with the possible exception of the oracle for Hierapolis, number 4, that states that many cities and nations complain about the anger of the gods, Mark 1 2002. The texts are comparable insofar as, in all 5 cases, Apollo in Claros prescribes a ritual reaction to the disease, and, in 4 of the 5 cases, one of the ritual measures is the erection of a divine image. The ritual details, however, vary as much as the reason the god reveals for the disaster, and they all show that the oracle respected local cults and characteristics. The oracle for Pergamon, number 2, refrains from giving any reason and centers on the prescription of rites for the 4 main divinities of the city, Zeus, Athena, Dionysos, and Asclepios. They should be worshipped by 4 ephebic choruses, each for one of the gods, and by 4 sets of sacrifices with the ensuing banquets, each with a specific animal, that, each time, should last for 7 days and should be performed by the ephebes and their fathers. The god, thus, is not interested in purification but in healing through creating a feeling of solidarity among the male elite of the city and the 4 paramount city gods. Disease, a terrible illness that wears out the people. Thuc. 2.11, is understood as a rupture of harmony and solidarity between men and gods that the healing rituals have to repair. 3 of the 4 remaining texts are close both in their structure and in the way they envision both ritual healing and ritual prophylactics. In the oracles for Hierapolis, number 4, Caesarea Trizeta, number 8, and Callipolis, number 9, the reasons for the plague are uncanny forces from the depth of the earth, Gaia, and the Kirs, the unruly dead, in Hierapolis, subterranean beings whose name is lost in a lacuna in Callipolis, a graphically described plague demon in Caesarea. In Hierapolis and Callipolis, a set of sacrifices to different divine recipients is the ritual answer, some of them of black animals that are to be slaughtered and entirely burned in pits in the ground. The reason for the disease is the unprovoked intervention of hostile demonic powers, and it is not the communality of the meal that will pacify them but the wholesale destruction of animal life for their sake. For Caesarea, the god prescribes an entirely different cure. Endeavor to prepare a pure drink from 7 springs that you have to treat with sulfur and then to draw in all haste. Quickly sprinkle the houses with the nymphs that are so desirable, so that the not yet diseased men that are left over in the fields will be able to perform enough beautiful sacrifices from the regrowing harvests. Trans. Fritz Graf. Although the disease, and presumably a concomitant disease of the fields, has been caused by malevolent superhuman powers, as in the 2 other cities, the reaction is different. The careful ritual washing of the buildings is enough, no additional destruction of animals is required. Number 8b 7-11. The disease is seen as a defilement that can be washed off. But it does not suffice. The aim of the purification is to allow the country to produce enough so that, in the future, sacrifices can be offered to the gods. We have to assume that, without them, the problems for the city would not end. In all 3 cases, however, the god orders an additional measure to erect the statue of an archer Apollo either in front of the city gates, Hierapolis, Callipolis, or in the fields, Caesarea. It is prophylactic. The god whose arrows spread the deadly disease in the Iliad is also able to shoot the plague demon as soon as he comes close to the city, as the text from Hierapolis has it. At every gate put in a precinct of Clarion Phoebus, the sacred image, excelling with arrows that destroy disease, so that he shoots from afar the waterless illness, i.e. fever. Number 4.18-20. One has to assume that these statues were, from now on, worshipped with regular sacrifices. The oracular Apollo of Claros used the occasion to spread his own cult. The oracle for the unknown Lydian city is different again. It does not accuse superhuman agency as the reason for the disease, but the activity of a human sorcerer, and it prescribes bringing a statue of Artemis with 2 torches from Ephesus, erecting it in a sanctuary, and instituting nocturnal festivals in honor of Ephesian Artemis, with the singing and dancing of wreathed choruses of girls and boys. The statue, or rather the goddess somehow embodied in it, will destroy the hostile magic. She will keep away the distress and will dissolve the life-killing sorcery of the plague, with her fire-bearing torches in nightly flame melting the figures of wax. The evil signs of the art of Amagos. Number 11.6-9. This is a very different cure, following from a very different etiology. We have to assume that the god reacted to local rumors that the sudden epidemic was caused by sorcery, but that he did not want to identify the sorcerer, as the locals might have expected from him, and thus give rise to a witch hunt. Instead, he ordered the locals to introduce a new festival of Artemis of Ephesus with a nocturnal celebration, and threatened them at the end with a new outbreak if they did not do so. The rumors fit a widespread pattern, in ancient and other cultures, that ascribed unexplained disease and death to sorcery. Many grave epigrams of young people who died from slow and intractable diseases expressed the anger at an unknown male or female sorcerer to whom the disease was ascribed, Graph 2007, and the same suspicion haunted the young philosopher Apuleius when his friend and stepson died from a disease, Apologia 2.1. Neither was the suspicion of sorcery far away when the young Prince Germanicus died of a fever, Tac. And 2.69, or when the famous orator Libanios suffered from headaches and other career-threatening problems, or 1.24. In both cases, investigation by friends found magical paraphernalia hidden in the walls and floors of the respective dwellings, cursed tablets and remains of human sacrifices in Germanicus' case, a dried-out and mutilated chameleon in Libanios, and both times the suspected agents were envious colleagues and rivals. Unlike the epidemics in the Iliad and the Oedipus Tyrannus, the plagues addressed in these oracles are not seen as having human transgression as their reason. The anger of the gods, the attacks of malevolent superhuman beings, and even the attack by a human sorcerer were not provoked but hit an entirely innocent community. This corresponds to the absence of any confession ritual in individual diseases in Greece, despite the existence of the relative conceptual framework. It also corresponds to the ambivalence in the Sophoclean Oedipus, who prefers to accuse Apollo even when punishing himself, and to the observation that, even in the case of an unexpected early death, accusations of witchcraft, that is, intentional human malice, were extremely rare in the Greco-Roman world when compared to other cultures. It was preferable to ascribe misfortune and death to the caprice of an unpredictable fortune and of hostile powers, and to deal with the consequences accordingly. Conclusion. 3 different complexes of epigraphical texts, from different epochs and places, open windows on how differently religious thought and action could react to illness. Incubation in a sanctuary of Asclepios was not conditioned on a religious etiology of illness, it supplemented the cures by doctors and household medications that did not lead to an improvement or healing, the community of the suffering, with the double reassurance of the stability of ritual actions surrounding the night in the Abaton and the many and often miraculous successes attested by the pinakes and collections of matter in the sanctuary, must have contributed as much psychological and even psychosomatic help as the dreams that often ended up prescribing medications, diets, or even changes of lifestyle. In a sense, these visits were the closest ancient society came to contemporary holistic medicine. The Phrygialidian Confession Stelae, on the other hand, attest to a cosmology in which powerful gods oversaw human behavior and were ready to punish transgression either because they were angered directly, or because a victim of another's misdeed asked them, with misfortune, death, or illness, but were as ready to make the disease cease once atonement had been made. Although this cosmology fits ancient Near Eastern paradigms, Greek society knew it as well, as the Iliad showed, but was not willing to act it out publicly as a way to cure individual cases of illness. Nor was it applied to epidemics, despite the mythical antecedents. The Clarion oracles demonstrate how one could see the action of evil or angry powers at the root of an epidemic, from gods to angry dead, but they also show how the reaction took locally defined forms that varied greatly, and, uniquely, how prophylactic measures again were based on ritual action, this time centered on a statue of Apollo Apatropios. Suggested reading. Besides the books by E. J. and L. Edelstein, 1945, and by H. von Ehrenheim, 2011, c. On the Expansion of the Cult of Asclepios in Classical Greece, Wick Kaiser 2008. On the Impact of Disease and Epidemics, Lloyd 2003. A Near Eastern perspective can be found in Avalos 1995. For a detailed idea of what a minor healing shrine looked like and how it functioned, see Vakella 1994. The essays in Hinels and Porter 1999 offer an interesting, although selective, transcultural perspective. Those in Marino, Moll, and Prinz 1 2006 deal with late antiquity. Given the cultural unity of the late imperial period, they are often helpful for the Greek East, despite their main focus on the Roman West. Part 8. When? Chapter 35. From Birth to Death, Life Change Rituals. Sarah Hitch. Introduction. All significant aspects of ancient Greek society were marked by rituals, a term used to describe repetitive actions, thought by the actors to have meaning beyond practical function. In ancient Greece, most rituals attempt to communicate between mortals and divinities. Failure to perform the rituals or to perform them correctly according to local customs was thought to endanger the group as a whole. Conversely, groups found rituals to be powerful expressions of harmony and prosperity through the divine beneficence they were thought to symbolize and guarantee. In most contexts, the rituals were not thought to permanently alter the status of the participants, but rather to reaffirm their individual or collective identity through participation, e.g. Burkett 1985, 55, Parker 2011, 218, citing Radcliffe Brown 1952, 157. It is possible to categorize a different sort of ritual as relating to life change, because the ritual marks or reflects a change in the status of the participant. Since the development of the anthropological study of religion in the late 19th century, the most frequently discussed life change rituals are those marking a transition from childhood to sexual maturity and, consequently, availability for the gender roles of male citizen and his wife that formed the fabric of ancient Greek societies, e.g. Savinu Inwood 1988, 78. As these rituals prepared the individual to assume his or her role within their community, they varied quite dramatically from city to city in extent and details. As with many other aspects of Greek religion, we must piece together information from different sources and be wary of the convenience of categorizations. Greeks did not group life change rituals together, as far as we can tell, since they had no word corresponding to ritual or even religion, much less the concepts drawn from anthropology that predominate in interpretations today, particularly the concept term initiation for rituals marking life cycle changes. Graph 2003, 9. Adolescence, in most Greek cities, was the period between the onset of puberty and the age of marriage, usually 15 for girls and 20 for boys. The vulnerability of the young person during this time is emphasized in numerous Greek myths, the girl's tragedy type and its male equivalent of the hero's quest, e.g. Dowden 1989. Iphigenia, Persephone, and Theseus are often taken as paradigmatic of these patterns, which have been interpreted in 20th century scholarship as mapping rites of passage, a phrase used universally in the social sciences since the publication of Les Rites de Passage, Rites of Passage, by the Belgian ethnologist Arnold van Gennep. Originally published in Paris in 1909, Rites of Passage was not widely recognized until publication in English in 1960, since which time it has become one of the most influential texts in anthropology. Henri Jeanmaire, among others in the early 20th century, picked up this ethnological thread in his comparison of Spartan rites and the myth of Theseus with African tribal initiation practices, 1939. However, it was not until the reinterpretation of the work of Van Gennep by the Italian scholar Angelo Brellic in his unfinished Paides e Parthenoi, Children and Unmarried Girls, 1969, that the phrase rites of passage and the concept of initiation was significantly applied to ancient Greek societies. Van Gennep found a tripartite structure of rites of separation, liminality, and reintegration underwriting ritual procedures to ensure a change in condition or passage from one magico-religious or secular group to another, 1960, 11. Certain distinctive outward signs, such as special clothing, language, and diet, match physical deprivation, cold, starvation, physical and sexual abuse, and social exclusion or segregation as inversions of normative practice under the close supervision of members of the community, e.g. Brellic 1969, 31-44. Around the same time, the British anthropologist Victor Turner expanded Van Gennep's second transitory stage with a sophisticated interpretation of liminality as a time for transgression and inversion that identifies and affirms the social identity achieved in the final stage of reintegration, Turner 1967. The period of withdrawal and status of liminality in many cultures is signified as a type of death, while the integration is a rebirth, e.g. Lincoln 1981. All of these interpretations emphasize the affirmation of the norm through a limited engagement with the opposite. Trickery foreshadows obedience to law, hypersexuality, celibacy, or homosexuality anticipates a lifetime of marriage and procreation. Living in the wild prepares for active participation in an ordered community. The intricacies of scholarly interpretations of Greek adolescent rituals as initiations depend mostly on the terminology used and its history in anthropology to refer to compulsory procedures for young men to become full adult members of their communities, which do not seem to have been the case for any Greek cities except Sparta and the larger cities in Crete, e.g. Dodd and Ferran 2003. Within the working typology of life change rituals, another distinction can be drawn between rituals performed within family groups and age-specific rituals, also divisional by gender, in which adolescent boys or girls are segregated from their families for a period of time, often living together in groups separated from the community. Rituals marking birth, marriage, and death belong to the former category and will be discussed first, focusing mostly on evidence from classical Athens, the only context for which we have any significant evidence for all of these stages. An overview of birth, marriage, and death rituals as a group allows for a consideration of the role of women as mothers in ancient Greek cities, their primary identity, which determined both the shape of Athenian marriage ceremonies and the prominent role of women in death rituals. Another section of this chapter, Age Group Rituals, will look at adolescent group activities, with a particular focus on the evidence for boys' activities in Crete and Sparta and girls at Broran. Adolescent rites have long contributed to the polis religion model for the interpretation of Greek religion, in which the community identity and bonds are considered to structure the perception and performance of all aspects of Greek religion, e.g. Vidal-Naquet 1983, revisions suggested by Polinskaya 2003. However, such interpretations depend on a relatively static political framework, while different Greek cities cannot reasonably be compared in such a way. Alternatively, a thick interpretation of the similarities in rituals marking birth, marriage, and death within households, as opposed to the collective rites of passage in public spaces at Broughton, Crete, and Sparta, draws a distinction between those rituals responding to uncontrollable life changes and those socially constructed according to a community's self-perception of its members, e.g. Parker 1983. Some attempts have been made to read the Greek childbirth, marriage, and death rites as initiation rituals in terms of the tripartite pattern of withdrawal, liminality, return, e.g. Lincoln 1981, Parker 1983, 59 ff. Although Persephone's part-time marriage to Hades, the god of the dead, is a configuration of the death-rebirth transformation identified by Victor Turner and others in tribal initiation procedures all over the world, e.g. Turner 1967, 96, the status of the groom is not clearly changed by marriage, while the status of Athenian women is changed by having children, not marriage, which is explicitly conceived of as the institutionalized means of begetting citizens. See evidence in Ferrari 2003. Greek marriage rituals cannot be seen as initiatory, even if their divine model in Persephone can, because Greek women can marry more than once, at any age past puberty, and legally continue to be under the authority of their fathers even after marriage. Ferrari 2003, Contra Lincoln 1981, Redfield 1982. Childbirth and death rituals effect a permanent transition in the introduction of new members of the household and the departure of the dead, but in these cases a perception of liminality is not clearly marked unless the concept of pollution during childbirth and for those in contact with the corpse is considered. However, the duration of the pollution beyond the time of the ritual procedures of naming and burial complicates this, possibly as long as 40 days for birth and 30 days for death in some cities. Life rituals for the family. Although the naming and introductory rites for infants are routine in many Greek cities, the process of pregnancy and childbirth was not regularly marked by rituals in any of our sources, but rather by concepts of pollution that attend physiological changes, particularly those of women. The pollution thought to attend female biological processes and the prominence of women in death rituals may partially reflect high infant mortality and the impacts of this on communities, e.g. Golden 2004, 157. Like many aspects of the Greek oikos, life cycle rituals are predominantly performed by, for, and among women. Their husbands and male relatives were incorporated into the more public side of these rituals, usually involving movement in and out of the house, in which the event was commemorated by the community. In contrast to the public ceremonies that tend to conclude initiation rituals, birth, marriage, and, to some extent, death rituals take place within the household. As sources of pollution, birth, marriage, and death are the activities universally excluded from Greek sanctuaries. Space is seen to be crucial for rituals marking the transformation of adolescents to adults in their roles as citizens. Bedecker 2008, 240. Birth. Pregnant women, in the course of making their transitions to new life stages, are often perceived as vulnerable, and anxiety marked in childbirth through notions of pollution and the logic of inversion in which the momentous importance of childbirth is reflected in the creation of a sort of artificial barrenness around the process of natural fertility. Plato reports that only postmenopausal women can act as midwives, appropriate to the service of the virgin goddess Artemis thought to watch over young women and children. PL that 149c, Parker 1983, 49, compare to him Hon. Democrat 102-3. Although pregnant women were encouraged to visit the sanctuaries of deities presiding over childbirth, they were excluded from places associated with divine births. Arist. Paul 13:35b12-14, Thuc. 3.104, Cowlim. Hymn 1.12. Eileithyia, a goddess attested from the Mycenaean period, was thought to bring on labor, e.g. him. AP 97. The baby's first bath is a significant moment, e.g. Kaulim. Hymn 1.10 to 23, the first of a series of associations of water with growth in Greek practice. Rivers are often worshipped as chorotrophos, child-nurturing deities, and are given dedications of hair by adolescents, e.g. Hom. Illinois 23.146, Hes. Theg. 346-8. The act of childbirth is often symbolized through the loosening of a woman's girdle, also a symbol of defloration, an indication of the Greek equivalence of female sexuality with reproduction. Girls put on girdles at the onset of puberty. The act of removal can denote the first sexual experience as well as childbirth, compared to Hom. Od. 11.245, Kaulim. Hymn 1.23. A psychoanalytic interpretation puts the significance on acts of binding and loosening as symbolic of the desire of a male-dominated society to manage the uncontrollable aspects of natural reproduction and female physiology, e.g. King 1983. An anthropological view finds aspects of sympathetic or homeopathic magic in the loosening of the girdle for childbirth, one of several protective rites performed. Similar are the use of amulets in the shape of a uterus, often inscribed with spells, and incantations spoken by the midwife. All of these indicate the perceived vulnerability of women in childbirth to demons, compared to PL that .149 CD, Arthesm. 502-16, e.g. Ellis Hansen 2004. Adolescence. An overarching theme of all life cycle rituals is the symbolic significance of clothing as an outward symbol of the life change. In the case of birth and marriage, clothing worn by women is often dedicated to the goddesses thought to protect such transitions. The inscribed inventories of dedications at the sanctuary of Artemis at Broran during the 4th century BCE record numerous items of clothing, either in thanks for a successful birth or in memory of women who died in childbirth. IG 22-15-14, Demand 1994, 88-91. A striking 4th century plaque shows the presentation of a newborn baby to the goddess before a backdrop of clothing hanging on the wall. Lamia, Archaeological Museum INV AE 1041, Niels 2003, 145. Similar are changes in hairstyles. While the maturation of girls in most Greek cities fell under the auspices of Artemis, boys were under the guardianship of several different gods, including Dionysos, Hermes, Heracles, and Apollo. The latter is often imagined as the idealized Kouros youth with unshorn locks, e.g. Apirod. 2.707-9. In many cities, the age of boys was expressed through their hairstyle. They often wore their hair, or a special lock, long until their successful completion of the passage to adulthood, when the hair was ritually cut and dedicated to the gods by their parents. See Leidau 2003. Death in childbirth was thought to be caused by Artemis. A frequent topos in myth depicts her as the destroyer of unmarried girls as well, such as Iphigenia, daughter of Agamemnon, e.g. Esh. AG 122-247. This range of positive and negative aspects of Artemis as both protector and killer of women can be interpreted as a reflection of the ambivalence of female reproduction in Greek thought. For men, blood is fatal, but women's blood is both creative and fatal. Women bleed during menstruation, defloration, and childbirth, but may also bleed, like all human beings, in death. In the same way, the goddess thought to protect young women is also the one thought to demand or bring about their premature deaths. The association of this virgin goddess with wild animals and hunting reflects the uncontrollable side of women's physiology, making her an apt guardian or prosecutor of these processes, while her eternal virginity reflects the social desire for control over female sexual maturation. E. G. King 1983, Savinu Inwood 1988. Marriage and death. This complex association of life and death in women's bodies, expressed in the dual function of Artemis as guardian and destroyer of babies and girls, can be extended to posit an association between marriage and death rituals. In Athens, about which we are best informed, the transfer of a woman from the house of her father to that of her husband bears many procedural similarities to the funerary rituals. The links between rituals for these two stages in the life cycle will be the focus of a short summary of practices in classical Athens. For both weddings and funerals, the person, bride or deceased, was washed and dressed by women before being taken out of the house in darkness in a procession with songs and torches, the ekdosis giving out for marriage and ekphora carrying out in funerals. In both contexts, locks of hair were dedicated, a symbolic severance of childhood for the bride, while in funerals, it was a gift of life to be buried with the deceased. On the night before the wedding, the bride made other dedications, such as toys and clothes, to Artemis, Hera, or Aphrodite, accompanied by sacrifices, protelia, and feasting, e.g. the epigram of Timaretta, Anth. Pal 6.280, before a ritual bath on the following day, Europhoen. 343-8. The centerpiece of the marriage seems to have been the unveiling of the bride, Anakalupteria, by her attendant in the presence of her groom, followed by feasting and the presentation of gifts, although the exact details are unclear, compared to Ferrec. FA 68, Ferrari 2002, 187-9. The couple was led in a nocturnal procession by cart to the groom's house, where they would feast and gifts would be presented on the third day, Epaulia, concluding the ceremony. When the couple reached the groom's house, the bride was taken to the hearth and showered with fruit, one of several rites performed during weddings meant to endow the couple with fertility, see Redfield 1982. In Sparta, the marriage ceremony enacted a mock abduction of the bride, dressed in boys' clothing and with cropped hair, from her parents' home, according to the 2nd century CE writer Plutarch. For a long period of time the couple only met at night in a darkened room, LYC. 15.3-4. In Athens, both funerals and marriages were overseen by the gyneconomoi, the women's police, compared to men. FA 272 Koch, Plut. Sol 21.5. Although some aspects of the Athenian wedding were overseen by legislation, the funeral procedure was very closely controlled by the local government in a series of laws attributed to Solon, Democrat, 43, Plut. Sol 21, Humphreys 1993, 85 ff. The corpse was considered to pollute the house and those who came into contact with it. Like birth, death is a natural process outside of human control that results in a series of procedures to alleviate the perceived disruption of these momentous, uncontrollable events. Parker 1983, 63. Women played special roles relevant to this notion of pollution. The female family members of the deceased performed the ritual bath and dressing of the corpse and performed laments during the procession, an aspect that was closely regulated by the Solonian laws. Funerary processions took place before sunrise on the day following the prophecies, setting out an indoor display of the bathed and dressed corpse by family, and context for rituals of mourning. The burial, either cremation or inhumation depending on the time period and local custom, was accompanied by sacrifices and deposition of gifts with the remains of the deceased. Feasting concluded the ceremony on the day of burial, and 3 subsequent feasts were held on the 3rd, 9th, and 30th days after burial, the last marking the end of the mourning period, Ise. 2.37, 8.39, Burkett 1985, 194. The procedural similarities between weddings and funerals are reinforced by the frequent mythical association of the death of unmarried girls with their unfulfilled marriage potential, most powerfully expressed in myths of the girl's tragedy, as, for example, Antigone's description of her tomb as a bridal chamber, Soph Ant 891. This linking of the maiden's death with marriage has been explained as an extension of the patriarchal urge, expressed in the social convention of marriage, to control the uncontrollable physical changes of girls' bodies during adolescence, e.g. Dowden 1989. A transition effected by nature, death, is enclosed by the imagination within a similar transition effected by culture, marriage, Seaford 1987, 106. While the social implications for Athenian brides seem restrictive to modern audiences, the association between marriage and death in the Greek perspective may be better seen as a meditation on the finality of death and its untimeliness in the case of young people. Many of the maidens who die before marriage in myth become heroines, figures once mortal but who obtain divine powers through their deaths and are worshipped as gods protective of the locality in which they are buried. The violation of the life cycle in their untimely death transfers their reproductive life-giving powers to the afterlife. Ferrari 2003, 36. If the funerary echoes on the occasion of weddings reflect a sense of loss, it is the loss of power to attract suitors. The portrayal of young men seeking and wooing maidens in poetry suggests a limited time in which women have the upper hand. Redfield 1982. Age group rituals. Adolescents participated in many types of rituals, which may be best discussed in terms of a sliding scale of ritualization. At the least intense end of the scale, we may put the larger, inclusive ritual activities for groups of boys and girls in musical and, for boys, athletic contests at festivals, which reflect different stages in life by grouping participants according to gender and age. Callum 2001, 27-8. In the middle of the spectrum are more specialized roles for individuals on these occasions, such as the Conophoros sacrificial basket carrier in the Panathenaea. However, such roles are not usually discussed as life change rituals since the girl or boy is not seen to undergo a change in social status as a consequence of such activity, rather, their role reflects their current social status. At the more intense end of the spectrum are the attested initiation rituals, those thought to reflect or even enable a change in status from childhood to adulthood. As the scope of this chapter concerns rituals marking changes in the life cycle, initiation into mystery cults such as the Eleusinian mysteries will not be covered. See, in this volume, Edmonds, Chapter 37. These initiations share many characteristics with the life cycle rituals under discussion here, such as the tripartite structure, but are not restricted in age or gender. Specific ages and exclusion by gender are, however, defining criteria of rites of passage, or tribal initiation as these rituals are sometimes called in anthropology, to distinguish them from those rites marking elective entry into a special group. Becoming men, Crete and Sparta. Cretan and Spartan cities were governed by a ruling class of men, heteroi companions in Crete and homoioi same ones in Sparta, who dined in common halls, Andrei on the men's place in Crete, and Syssitia common dining in Sparta. The men were incorporated into the ruling class via their dining rights through a progressed series of rituals required and regulated by law. The passage into adulthood for Greek boys in all cities depended on their readiness to serve as citizens in the military and organized political groups. In this regard, their transition to adulthood was managed and, in some cases, required by their local government, in which participation was the goal of such transitional ritual procedures. The Cretan and Spartan systems bear many similarities in procedure and terminology, leading to speculation in antiquity about a shared Cretan origin, transmitted by either Spartan colonists or the legendary Spartan lawgiver Lycurgos, e.g. Strabo G. 10, 4.17, Platt. Lyc. 4. In terms of the ritualized transitions, aside from the larger process of acquisition of full citizen rights and education, in both Crete and Sparta systematic changes in clothing, diet, habitat, and sexuality signaled the boys' progress towards adulthood. According to the account of Cretan customs summarized by Ephoros, a 4th century historiographer, preserved in the Geography of Strabo, the younger boys wore shabby clothes, ate sitting on the ground, and served the adults in the common dining halls. Older boys were grouped into ageli herds, led by the father of the head boy, who supervised hunting, running races, and mock warfare, punishing those who disobeyed. The ageli boys were fed at public expense and apparently required to marry at the same time, although not to share a household until the girl was older. Strabo G, the 10th of April 2020. Ephoros concludes his description of the ageli with details of the peculiar custom of mock abductions. After giving the boy presents, the abductor takes him away to any place in the country he wishes, and those who were present in the abduction follow after them, and after feasting and hunting with them for 2 months, for it is not permitted to detain the boy for a longer time, they return to the city. Now the boy sacrifices the ox to Zeus and feasts those who returned with him, and then he makes known the facts about his intimacy with his lover, the law allowing him this privilege in order that, if any force was applied to him at the time of the abduction, he might be able at this feast to avenge himself and be rid of the lover. But the parastathants standing by, for thus they call those who have been abducted, receive honors, for in both the dances and the races they have the positions of highest honor, and are allowed to dress in better clothes than the rest, that is, in the habit given them by their lovers. Even after they have grown to manhood, they wear a distinctive dress, which is intended to make known the fact that each wearer has become famous, Klenos. Strabo Geg, the 10th of April 1921, trans. Jones. In this procedure, communal segregation, servitude, and deprivation preceded tests of physical endurance, before the best boys were selected for sexual partnership with older men, which was cast as a form of rape. All of these features are inversions of the normative roles of citizens, husbands, and protectors, the roles that were, in fact, the end result of such trials. The enforced period of absence and special clothing that marks the reintegration of the individual and his consequent elevation in status is a typical feature of tribal initiation rituals, as observed by anthropologists. However, the Cretan practice is not well attested, and the fact that Strabo's source describes it at such length further points to the unusual nature of such customs. Institutionalized homosexuality of such a nature can be interpreted from an ecological perspective, as opposed to a sociological pattern, as a form of birth control, a point also made by Aristotle, a contemporary of Epheros, with reference to Cretan homosexuality, Arist. Paul 1272a.25, Percy 1996, 60. Becoming Men, Sparta. A similar pattern is attested for the educational system of Sparta, although ancient authors connect parts of the Spartan process explicitly with rituals in honor of Artemis, a principal deity in life-change rituals for men and women. According to the 4th century Athenian historian Xenophon, the legendary lawgiver Lycurgos instituted a system in which boys, from the age of about 7, were classed as paid children and removed from their families to live together in groups also known as ageli. They were under the supervision of a paidonomos children's guardian, supported by older boys armed with whips to encourage modesty, eidos, and obedience, peitho, zen. Lac. 2.2-3. They wore only one cloak, no shoes, and slept in groups on reeds on the ground. He reports that the boys were supplied with barely enough food to survive so as to encourage theft as a pedagogical tool in the creation of better adult warriors, compared to Plut. Lyc. 17.4. Boys caught in the act were whipped, which was intended to make them more resourceful, a practice Xenophon and Plutarch connect with ritual whipping in the sanctuary of Artemis Orthia, Zen. Lac. 2.3-9, Plut. Lyc.18.1. The ancient accounts of this whipping vary. Xenophon reports that boys attempting to steal cheeses dedicated to Orthia are beaten by other boys with whips, while Pausanias describes ritual whipping as a reform by Lycurgos of original human sacrifices, Paus. The 17th of March 2010, Plutarch credits the right to a Lydian attempt to disrupt a sacrifice, which was defended by Spartans, who commemorate the moment with annual whipping and a Lydian procession. Plut. Arist. 17.10. The Lydian procession may refer to some kind of costume, possibly girls' clothing. Graph 1985, 88-9. A further link to the initiation paradigm may be the numerous fragments of life-size terracotta masks found in the sanctuary, dating from the 6th century. This type of dedication is almost entirely unique to this sanctuary, and suggests a ritual disguise of a type attested for other gender-specific rituals marking changes in the life cycle. In all three anecdotes, adolescent boys are encouraged or required to steal and receive punishment. Similar to the Cretan practice, they break normative social practice and are treated as if outsiders or representatives of hostile groups, before becoming adult citizens entrusted to protect the community. This structure is typical of their initiation paradigm. The variations in testimonia indicate that a core ritual procedure involving flogging developed over a long period of time. Imperial Greek and Roman sources emphasize the violence of the beatings, even to the point of death, e.g. sick. Tusk. 2.14, 34, Lucian Anak. 38-9, C. Hughes 1991, 80. This increased interest in the violence of the ritual probably reflects contemporary attitudes towards public violence and spectacle, and such a bias must be taken into account in our attempts to reconstruct the ritual. All rituals are dynamic, but this kind of change over time is an aspect of life change rituals that is particularly hard to reconstruct due to the overall paucity of evidence. Nonetheless, it should not be underestimated. The sexual relationship promoted in the Cretan adolescent rituals is not as prominent in Sparta. Older boys were distinguished from younger ones through a relationship with an adult man, possibly sexual, whom they served in the men's mess hall, Fidicia, and who oversaw their progress through the stages of education until completion of the agoge around the age of 30. The emphasis seems to have been squarely on physical endurance testing in Sparta, in keeping with the goal of the Spartan system to produce a ruling warrior class. In one of the final stages, young men underwent the cropteia, from croptine to hide, which Plato describes as a period of time in which youths were sent to live in the wilderness and compelled to stay hidden. Pl. Leg. 633 BC. Plutarch adds that a select group of these men were charged with attacking and killing helots, an enslaved population. Plut. Lyc. 28.1-2. The removal of boys from their families, the institutionalized recognition of their status as in between childhood and adulthood through staged endurance and obedience testing, the use of distinctive clothing, diet, and habitat, coupled with some highly stylized forms of concealment before reintegration, link the Cretan and Spartan adolescent educational systems with many practices of tribal initiation worldwide. Such patterns may be ubiquitous because of their affirmative value in the integration of new members of communities. The sanctioned experience of activities normally subject to criticism or punishment may provide a release of tension or a form of adult play that enables the normative values of the community to be seen, and therefore appreciated, more clearly, e.g. Babcock 1978. The opportunity to view social structure, gender roles, sexuality, and companionship from an experimental perspective facilitates integration upon return to it. Turner 1967, 106 ff. Becoming Men, Athens. One of the most persuasive accounts of such a logic of inversion for classical Greece was Pierre Vidal-Naquet's study of the equivalent system in Athens, the Ephebeia, a 2-year tour of duty for young men on the outskirts of Attica, for which they probably wore a special uniform. Arist. Ath. Paul 42.3, Lycurg. Leoc. 76, Philoster. VS 2.550. Vidal-Naquet linked the Ephebeia with an etiology for the Apatoria festival in which boys were enrolled in their father's phratry. According to the legend, a certain Athenian, Melanthos, black man, volunteers to a single combat against Boeotian king Xanthos, fair man, and tricks him into looking behind, thereby allowing Melanthos to kill him and then take over the kingship of Athens. FGRH 323 AF 23. The possible significance of such an etiology for the Apatoria as paradigmatic for Athenian citizens can be seen in the use of this occasion for a staged recognition of the maturation of boys. On the third day of the festival, known as Kuriotis, a word derived from Kororos young man, 3 different sacrifices signified the 3 stages of life for men. The Mayan was offered by fathers of sons born during the year, the Kurean by those enrolling their sons into the phratry, and the Gamelia by men recently married. Andoc. 1.125-6, Ise. 3.76-9, 8.18-19, IG 1237.118, Lambert 1993. Enrollment in the phratry was the first step towards becoming an ephebe. For Vidal-Naquet, the inversion of normal hoplite warfare in the single combat and trickery of Melanthos presented a mythical paradigm for affirmation through inversion which mirrored the process of enforced absence and alterity in the Ephebeia service, which preceded the incorporation of these young men into society as citizens. Vidal-Naquet 1986, compared to Brelick 1961, 51-9, contra Lambert 1993, 149. However, increasingly, the affirmative value of alterity has been questioned, as have the perspectives which define it. contexts which seem estranged to modern audiences may not have seemed so alien to participants. For example, rather than seeing the ephebia as the deliberate placement of adolescents in a liminal no-man's land, the ephebes on the borders of Attica were actually patrolling relatively populous and strategic areas for defense. Polanskaya 2003. Male age group rituals, conclusions. Although the studies of tribal initiation by Van Gennep and Turner show some similar structures to the Cretan and Spartan age-lie rituals, and a number of recurrent themes are compelling, scholars have recently pointed out some key differences, particularly in the Spartan system. Spartan youths were encouraged, at many levels, to exhibit fierce competition towards each other, rather than the extreme sense of collective equality observed in tribal initiates. The specific goal of this system was military superiority, e.g. Duckett 2006, compared to Turner 1967, 99. The length and commitment required for such an educational process for young Spartans must have limited full citizenship to a relatively small group of the sons of wealthy landowners, and is probably the reason for the expiration of the system sometime in the 3rd century, e.g. Kenil 1995. The pattern of segregation, alternate identity, and reintegration could be widespread because of human mental processes rather than sociology. As Fritz Graf, 2003, 19, points out, the tripartite sequence turns out to be a very basic narrative structure. We begin cognition by separating ourselves from the familiar and known, concentrate on the new and explore it, and finally come back filled with new insight. This fits the stories, because they all seem to talk about the gaining of identity, which in itself is an elementary cognitive process. Becoming women, the Arctea. While boys' rites of passage prepared them for lifetime military service and local governance, girls' rites prepared them for marriage, although the manner in which this preparation was carried out is, in some ways, even more curious than the boys' rituals. There is some evidence for a ritualized transition of girls to adulthood in Athens, the so-called Arctea, probably derived from Arctus bear, and associated with 2 sanctuaries of Artemis in the suburbs of Athens, Artemis Menechia in the Piraeus and Artemis Brauronia on the east coast of Attica. The Arctea is very poorly attested in literary sources, but an important description comes in Lysistrata, the 5th century comedy of Aristophanes, in which the chorus of old women defend their usefulness to the city of Athens on the basis of their history of ritual service. As soon as I was 7 years old, I was an Araphoros. Then I was a grinder, Alatris, when I was 10, at the Brauronia. I shed my saffron gown as one of the foundresses' bears. And I was also once a basket-bearer, Carnophoros, a beautiful girl, wearing a string of dried figures. Allies. 641-7, trans. Sommerstein 1990, 83. These ritual positions offer a selection from the variety of female cult personnel and religious duties performed by girls and women attested for 5th century Athens. See, in this volume, Dillon, Chapter 17. This list particularly highlights those rituals associated with preparation for marriage and therefore childbearing, an appropriate emphasis for the chorus of old women, who are drawing attention to women's contributions to the Peloponnesian war effort. Drawing on earlier work by Lily Cahill, Christian Savinuinwood compared this passage with images on Krotariskoi, vases dedicated to Artemis at Brauron and other sites throughout Attica, which feature young girls running naked or wearing a short garment. Kaitan, Cahill 1965, 1977, Savinuinwood 1988. In these images, the girls appear to be dancing or running, sometimes around an altar with palm trees, the typical symbol of Delos, birthplace of Artemis. Some images feature bear imagery, either an adult wearing a bear mask or a bear chasing girls towards an altar. The priestess of Artemis is referred to as a bear in the Kyrene Cathartic Law, LSS 115b.16, Parker 1983, 346, and the goddess is connected with bears in several etiological myths for the Attic sanctuaries. In the entry for Brauronia in the 10th century CE Byzantine Greek Encyclopedia Suda, the following etiology is given. For there was a wild bear about in Brauron, and it was tamed and lived with men. But a girl poked fun at it, with her lack of restraint upset it, and it scratched her. This angered her brothers and they shot the bear, as a result of which a plague befell the Athenians. The Athenians consulted an oracle and it said their ills would end if, as a penalty for killing the bear, they made their maidens do the bear ritual. And the Athenians voted that no girl should be married to a man without performing the bear ritual to the goddess. Trans. Dowden 1989, 21. A scholiast to Demosthenes 25 describes a sacred hunt at Brauron, and some scholars have drawn this evidence together as indicating that the festival Brauronia marked the endpoint of a period of service to Artemis in which girls were segregated from their families. Cahill 1977, 33, Cole 1984, 241. The etiology of a young girl's error triggering divine punishment for the community, which is then assuaged by the continued service of girls for the divinity, is a typical pattern in many festival etiologies, and a frequent context for the girl's tragedy myth. Brauron not only has the etiology of the injured bear, but was also considered one of the burial spots of Iphigenia, the chief prototype for the girl's tragedy, e.g. Euro. IT 1462-5. Since, in these stories, it is usually the male warrior community on behalf of whom the maiden is sacrificed, the Octea can be interpreted as a symbol of the opposition of life and death, male and female, Henricks 1981. The bear fits the context of preparation for motherhood because of the Greek perception of its strong maternal instincts, while the comparison of children, particularly girls, to wild animals is pervasive in Greek sources. Arist. Histon. 579-18-25, Ale. NA 2.19, Cole 1984, 241. A further point of relevance may be the hibernation of bears before having cubs. Like Persephone, they undergo an annual death and rebirth. Perlman 1989. If marriage can be said to symbolize male social control over women, the adolescent girl's rites of passage reflect the anxiety resulting from the lack of control over female biology and the approach to menarche, after which point the girl was considered to be ready for marriage. The passivity required of women and activity required of men is expressed through its opposite in the rituals: girls run naked while boys are kidnapped and servile, and so on. Another way of looking at this is that a girl transitions from the status of outsider to insider, a rite encapsulated in the marriage procession from her father to her husband's house, and so her adolescent rites are preparation for a life of exclusion and containment, the opposite of boys' rights. Savinuinwood 1988. Conclusion. The importance placed on adolescent rituals in classical scholarship draws on the seemingly disproportionate importance of these rituals for the Greeks, illustrated through their emphasis on the adolescent transition in myth and art. For example, teenage heroic myths, numerous gods connected with adolescent transitions, and the length and extent of these rituals. Adolescent group rituals have been interpreted as part of the rise of the political framework of Greek polis over smaller, kinship-based groups, but such an approach has recently been increasingly questioned. Although some societies may employ ritual procedures to initiate a change in social status among members, the life change rituals in many Greek cities neither signal permanent changes in social status nor are obligatory, both of which are defining characteristics in initiation rituals where they can be said to exist. The possibility of such an initiation system in Greek cities for adolescents encouraged scholars to look at other life change rituals from such a perspective, but the evidence for birth, marriage, or death rituals does not generally support this hypothesis. The Spartan and Cretan systems were something of an anomaly, judging by the ancient testimony, and relatively short-lived. Costume, endurance tests, trickery, and age or gender restrictions are not limited to adolescent rituals but occur in a variety of cultic contexts. See Parker 2011, 214-15. An ecological approach in which practical factors are considered, rather than deep interpretations influenced by social anthropology, can add some perspective to our perception of adolescence in Greek culture. If life expectancy for adult males in classical Athens was in the region of 25 years, e.g. Hansen 1985, 10-11, this puts the adolescent stage not at the start, but midway through life. Without a significant elderly population, children and the importance of their growth becomes less a statement on the perceived vulnerability of adolescence per se, this category itself being entirely subjective and more a meditation on the achievement of survival. Suggested reading: Callum, 2001, and Ferrari, 2003, offer detailed overviews of women's rituals, while Kennel, 1995, and Duckett, 2006, cover the boys' rituals in Sparta and Crete. The relevant mythical material can be found in Vidal-Naquet 1986 and Dowden 1989. Padilla, 1999, and Dodd and Ferran, 2003, have collected essays challenging the category initiation. Parker 1983 is a detailed study of pollution in childbirth and death. See also Garland 1990 and Humphreys 1993. Chapter 36. Ritual Cycles, Calendars and Festivals. Janmachu Carbon. Introduction. When dealing with time and Greek religion, we are often concerned with a phenomenon that appears cyclical, the course of successive years, their recurring seasons and events, all represented by a constant calendar. One useful point of entry into the subject may be Hesiod's works and days. Attempts have even been made to view the second half of the poem as a form of calendar. Kravaratu 2002, Hannah 2005, 18-27, especially on Hes. Op 383-828. Though the verses occasionally mention specific days or months, the didactic chronology is not strictly sequential and the calendrical points of reference are primarily astronomical or astrological. The poem is more of an inspired and manifold almanac, seeking to give advice about toil, erga, and timing. Agricultural concerns are addressed, such as when to reap crops and plough fields, namely, the rising and setting of the Pleiades, LL 383-4. Along with a variety of other activities, such as seafaring. Nuggets of received wisdom are frequently interjected, which amount to proverbs of a sort: remember seasonal work, Horia erga, L. for 2-2, be mindful of doing each thing in its own time, LL 641-2, a similar expression. There is a substantial, but not complete, disconnect between Hesiod's work and the calendars which we find in later Greek sources, primarily as inscriptions or as accounts in other literary sources. Though the year and its seasonal rhythms were clearly defined by the sun, as Hesiod recognized, Greek calendars usually contained a series of 12 lunar months. One has to say calendars because Greek cities employed a wide variety of names for their months and diverse starting points for their calendrical years. Trumpy 1997. Though there is much common ground behind certain groups of calendars, their origins are often mysterious and many probably go back to a time before Hesiod's poem was composed. What is clear, however, is that the vast majority, if not the entire set, of names of months in Greek calendars have a seasonal or religious significance, sometimes both. They are tied through etymology with specific times of the year or with the names of gods, rituals, and so on, again Trumpy 1997, or Nilsson 1906 for a more detailed discussion. Alongside this etymology, there is also a manifest reference to seasonal work and or to cultic practice. For instance, Bodromion may have originally denoted the driving of oxen in the Athenian calendar, and Posidion, of course, refers to Poseidon and to sacrifices in his honor. Beyond a year consisting of lunar months, Greek communities also developed several lengthier, multi-annual cycles of time. Famous among these are the Olympiad and the cycle of the Pythian Games, both quadrennial, in inclusive Greek terms, pentateuch, and centered around major festivals at Olympia and Delphi respectively. Much valuable scholarly effort has been, and continues to be, expended in the scientific calculation of Greek chronology and history, notably using these pentateuch cycles. Hannah 2005, especially Chapter 4, the classic work is Bickerman 1968, with extensive tables. An often remarked crux is that a Greek year consisting of short lunar months, approximately 29.5 days long, regularly grew out of synchrony with the lengthier solar year and thus with the rhythm of the seasons. The addition of a supplementary, intercalary, month was sometimes deemed necessary to adjust the deficit. By the Hellenistic period at least, it might be possible to easily synchronize pentateric, lunar, solar, and other astronomical calendars, such as we find inscribed on the dials of the famous Antikythera mechanism, Freeth, Jones, Steele, and Bitsaki's 2008. Recent work still has a tendency to focus on the chronometric deficit of lunar calendars, which is viewed as an exploitable failure in rigorous timekeeping. The result is that Greek calendars, like many other ancient calendars, are envisaged as instruments and publications that were primarily political and social tools. Recently, Stern 2012, 25-70. There is an element of truth in that line of argument, but it must not be overemphasized. Natural cycles, as well as religious tradition, were paramount in the composition and the structure of any given Greek calendar. For example, one of the best-known calendars, that of Athens, carefully distinguished between political days, when assembly meetings could be held and law courts were in session, and religious occasions such as sacrifices and festivals. Michelson 1975. The former could usually only occur when the latter, more or less immobile, did not. In this case, religion habitually trumped politics. In the study of Greek religion, a fruitful approach has been pioneered by a few studies that seek to reconcile Greek lunar months with the solar year in a different way, namely, by taking an example from Hesiod and looking more closely at the seasonal and economic cycles inherent in the order and structure of calendars. For example, Brumfield 1981. Sacrificial and festal calendars. One particularly interesting and prominent category in the extant epigraphical evidence is that of sacrificial and festal calendars. We usually define these documents simply as texts that list rituals or festivals in a precise chronological order, NGSL 65-8. They often do not include verbs or conjunctions, and can merely contain elements in the following form: date, or festival, deity, in the dative, offering, usually an animal, in the nominative or the accusative. Other details can be filled in as necessary, but oftentimes they are simply not required. Several Linear B tablets from the final centuries of the 2nd millennium BCE are inscribed with what appear to be lists of provisions or offerings, which are prefixed by month names or festivals. Trumpy 1997, 2-3. Otherwise, our earliest evidence for Greek sacrificial calendars comes from the Archaic period. Cases include a fragmentary but monumental stele from Corinth, NGSL 65-6, c. 600 to 585 BCE, and wall blocks inscribed with the calendar of Maltus, LSAM 41, c.525, 500 BCE. These calendars were manifestly intended for public display. In late classical Athens, a specific change in the form of the calendars took place, but it was perhaps limited to this period alone. Though the texts remain chronologically arranged, the accounting of the cost and funding of the rituals now becomes essential as an added element in the tabulation. Compare to LSCG 18, a diminutive stele from Graecia, c.375, 350 BCE. But that development remains an exception rather than the rule in a group of documents that come from all periods and from a variety of locations in the Eastern Aegean. Greek sacrificial calendars organize religious practice according to what one might call an ideal and traditional sequence, since the order of lunar months and dates is very seldom explicitly correlated with external phenomena or with other records. Beyond the possibility that it could be synchronized externally, it would be a false assumption to view such a calendar as principally a tool for precise time reckoning. Yet this does not entail that the fixed and cyclically repetitive structure of time was merely symbolic. A sacrificial calendar was a self-standing aide-memoire and therefore perfectly practical in that regard. Only the necessary information about the rituals is mentioned, and the customary timing remains primordial. Any person consulting a copy of the published text, perhaps especially priests and other officials, could view at a glance the key elements of a given day's sacrifice. Like other documents, inscribing calendars was, of course, a political action, potentially enabling revisions, corrections, and other manipulations, but also conferring greater publicity and visibility on the ideal and traditional structure of time in the city. In other words, the form and content of a calendar were elaborated very much in the spirit of the works and days, the calendar followed the recurring seasons and their essential rituals, enabling one to remain mindful of doing each thing in its own time. Here, we will look at one telling and vivid case of a sacrificial calendar from a Hellenistic island, in the next section. After tracing a year-long cycle and its seasonal rhythms within a city's religious calendar, it seems appropriate to focus more specifically on highlights of the year, in this case two major but different festivals, occurring in the same city and during the same month. The following section, 2 holidays at Magnesia on the Maeander. A temporal lens can attempt to shed some light, not on how it exactly happened, but on different scales of ritual time, a glimpse of what it felt like. By following seasonal and yearly rhythms down to major events and celebrations, we can form a suitable impression of the practical details of ritual cycles. Perhaps even some of the experiences attached to these different modes of time may be within our reach. Seasonal snapshots from Mykonos. From Mykonos in the central Aegean, long overshadowed by its much smaller neighbor, the sacred island of Delos, comes a tall inscribed stele bearing a sacrificial calendar, LSCG 96. The preamble of the inscription from Mykonos is short yet nonetheless unusually explicit for these terse documents: gods. In the archonship of Kretinos, Polizelos and Philophron, when the cities came together in one community, LL 2-3, it pleased the Myconians to sacrifice the following rites in addition to earlier ones, LL 3-4, and revised concerning earlier ones, LL 4-5. In other words, the calendar must be dated to a specific political context, the synoikism, or amalgamation, of the cities on the island in c.230, 200 BCE, Regia 2001. This event naturally entailed some modification and recalibration of the rites that would now be shared by the unified citizenry. Since we have so little information about the religious landscape of Mykonos, it is not easy to discern which rituals are additional and which are amended. Nevertheless, because it is so specific to this context and so unusually detailed, and at least half of it is well preserved, the calendar from this small island community is an excellent case for better comprehending and analyzing the relationship between rituals and seasonal rhythms. Let us visualize the scene. It is midwinter. The fields are void and silent. As with many Ionian cities, the year begins in this cold and stormy season on Mykonos. In the Dorian world, by contrast, the year usually begins in high summer. The month is Poseidian. The Myconians turn their gaze to the sea and to the eponymous god Poseidon. At this time, fishing is the prime source of activity and income, Beresford 2013, 258-9. The concern of the citizenry is naturally to safeguard this initial aspect of its yearly cycle. In a major celebration at the start of the calendar, the 12th of this first month, Poseidon is honored with a beautiful and uncastrated white ram in a precinct outside the city, perhaps near the sea, LL 5-8. Other analogous rites for Poseidon occurred elsewhere, for example at Sinope and Smyrna, sometimes on the same date, Robertson 1984, 7, numbers 8 and 9. The timing may have corresponded, more or less, with the winter solstice in December. Another manifestation of Poseidon called Phykios, god of seaweed, is simultaneously honored with a similar but younger male lamb. Only men, whose business is the sea, can participate in the rites. The Civic Council is explicitly said to fund these sacrifices from the fishery taxes, L. 10. Yet the city also begins to look beyond the gloom of midwinter. At the same time as the Poseidia are taking place, a verdant Demeter, Chloe, is propitiated with a sacrifice of twin sows, LL 11-15. One of the two animals is pregnant, and the twin sacrifice is accompanied by 2 measures of barley grains and 3 of wine. It would be hard not to read this sacrifice as, to some degree, symbolizing the twin faces of this early part of the year for the Myconians. They are thankful for past crops and for animal young, but also look forward to and wish to ensure a green and fertile spring. They keep one eye presently on Poseidon and the sea, but another prospectively on Demeter and the land. A moon or so later, spring is indeed in the air. We are in the month Leinoion and agricultural concerns have now come even more to the fore. Probably at a sanctuary called the Leinoion outside the city, a major festival of the unified community is to take place over the course of 3 days. On the first, when a song is made for good crops, L16, sacrifices are held for Demeter, her daughter Koi, and Zeus Bouleus, Zeus of good counsel, who is often identified with Ploughton, a god of wealth and agricultural prosperity. Once again, the animal offered to Demeter is a pregnant sow, and, in the early spring, one that holds her first litter, L16. Barley grains are to be provided for this sacrifice, and particular care is to be taken by the priests and senior officials of the city to ensure that the rites are attractive and the divine omens favorable, LL 19-20. Punctiliousness is necessary because the rites are envisioned as vital for the nourishment and prosperity of the whole community. This festival is also to be distinguished from the one in Pisidion by the wide-scale participation of women, whether citizens or foreigners, who are initiates of Demeter. A large gathering of people has taken place in the sanctuary outside the city, L23. On the second day of the festival, a sacrifice for Semele, the mother of Dionysos, is held, and on the last day comes finally a sacrifice to Dionysos called Lanus, god of the wine press or wine vat. Since this would seem a rather late stage to harvest and press wine, it may well be that the Lanaya on Mykonos marked a successful harvest, and involved drinking from the wine vat and tasting recently fermented wine, rather than the actual pressing of grapes. A similarly tardy Lanaya took place in Athens, before the sampling of the preceding year's vintage in Anthesterion, February-March. At any rate, the rites clearly mark the beginning of spring. They are framed by a further sacrifice on behalf of crops, in this case to Zeus and Ge, earth, of the Thon, the surface of the earth and its underbelly, and consisting of flayed and black yelling animals. This sacrifice has a distinctive coloring. It is also held separately and excludes the participation of strangers, and it harks back to Hesiod and his injunction to propitiate these gods of the dark soil for good grain. Hes. Op 465-6, pray to Zeus Thonios and pure Demeter to make the grain mature and heavy when the ploughing begins. One could hardly ask for a more explicit expression of the seasonal dimension of the calendar than this major celebration. It appears to be the conflation of two separate occasions in the newly unified Myconian polity: on the one hand, a large-scale festival of Demeter, Zeus, and Earth on behalf of crops; on the other, the Lanaya, in honor of Dionysos and his mother and focused on wine. Men and women leave the city in processions and are gathered together to sacrifice, sing, and drink. They honor the gods of the autumn wine, and, at the same time, herald the coming of spring and its new crops. In the ensuing months, the year follows its course, but the calendar of Mykonos is somewhat less detailed. In Bacchion, perhaps the month immediately after Leino-Ion, Dionysos is again celebrated, with the epithet Bacchius and with feasting on a mountain ridge, LL 26-9. There are possibly other intervening months in which nothing significant happens. Next, the calendar once again becomes more expansive and we are apparently in early or midsummer, in the month of Hecatombeion, literally, the occasion for the sacrifice of 100 oxen. If all has gone well, new animals have been born in the spring and the flocks have increased considerably. But the hecatomb is a bit more modest on the small island of Mykonos. On the 7th day of the month, a sacred day for Apollo, compared to again Hes. Op 770-1, a token bull is sacrificed to the god, who is also the eponym of the month, Apollo Hekatombios, along with 10 new lambs symbolic of a hecatomb. The participants are exclusively male, young boys, paids, and young men, ones who are of marriageable age or who have been recently married, nymphoi, along with the priest and perhaps other men. In summer, the community's focus has accordingly turned towards this further aspect of its fertility and well-being: animal husbandry and male maturation. Joining Apollo in this one-day festival is another god, Achelous, also Achelous, who receives virtually the same sacrifice of 11 animals. While Apollo's sacrifice highlights young men and their maturation, this other pendant of the celebration clearly takes place in the countryside, where Achelous has land consecrated to him, L. 37. In fact, part of the god's sacrifice is slaughtered directly into the river, L. 37. Achelous is a bull-headed god of rivers. Here he must designate the only central watercourse of the island, the modern Megalolangadi. The river god is worshipped and placated to ensure that the water flows in sufficient, but not excessive, abundance, to moisten meadows and quench the thirst of shepherds' flocks. In the summertime, it is quite possible that this watercourse, like many others in Greece, would have been dry and empty, hence the need to propitiate the god. The summer month of Hekatombeon was an important turning point in a year on the island of Mykonos. A further sacrifice, taking place in this month, was devoted to the archigetes or mythical founding hero of the island, presumably the eponymous Mykonos himself. Regia 2001, 179-80 discusses the possibilities. A small feast resulting from this sacrifice once again encapsulated the newly unified community. Regrettably, the lower portion of the stele has now become effaced and we can only barely read the remaining 40 or so lines of the sacrificial calendar. These perhaps spanned a further 4 months or so. This was the undoubtedly equally significant season of autumn, with its harvesting of crops and grapes. Despite this lacuna, the sacrificial calendar of Mykonos clearly shows how the high points of a given year occurred in direct connection with the seasonal rhythms. In all cases, the relationship between the economy of a small island community in the Aegean, Brunn 1996, and its ritual practices is evident. Here, as elsewhere, religion was a yearly progression that formed an inextricable component of the community's outlook and subsistence. The Myconians began their year with a focus on Poseidon and fishing in the winter, then transitioned to rites for Demeter to prepare for the spring and the coming of the crops, while also paying homage to Dionysos, god of the new autumn wine. In the summer, after the lambing season of the spring, young boys and men honored Apollo, linking their own maturing with that of new livestock. All the while, the river Achelous and other deities and heroes formed the heart and core of the island in a geographical, political, and religious sense. The cycle would then begin anew. 2 holidays at Magnesia Oentechimainder. The calendar from Mykonos reveals several major celebrations on the island, which were interspersed throughout the year and formed a coherent, cyclical whole. In various decrees and other inscribed regulations from Greek cities, we receive even more detailed accounts of individual festivals that were momentous occasions in the calendar. These peaks of the year are especially elucidated in lengthy civic decrees that sought to revitalize or enhance festivals in the latter half of the Hellenistic period, generally speaking, the 2nd and 1st centuries BCE, Paul 2013. This period has sometimes been called an Indian summer of religious life in Greek cities, particularly in western Anatolia, so Dessauers 2011. Yet this time was probably not characterized by an increase in religiosity compared to that of the past, but rather by a desire to make worship more prominent and vivid, sometimes due to innovative competition between polities, sometimes for restoring celebrations that had been interrupted due to wars or had fallen into desuetude, other times for the simple sake of increasing the conspicuousness of existing offerings, often all of the above. 2 substantial, inscribed decrees from the city of Magnesia on the Maeander, at the border between Ionia and Caria, may be taken as examples. Together, they constitute a richly detailed dossier concerning the mode of operation of festivals in the same city. Zeus, savior of the city. The first decree concerns a sacrifice in honor of Zeus Sicily, whose epithet means savior of the city, LSAM 32, dated to 1976 or in the 180s BCE, see Weimer 2009, 123-7, also on the context. We are told little about the motivations for its passing, but the epithet of Zeus may be thought to be key. We know almost nothing else about this manifestation of Zeus, and his cult might be thought to be a fairly recent introduction to the city, perhaps during some recent critical or desperate circumstances. Remains of a temple dating to the early 2nd century BCE have been attributed to the god, and the decree concerning the festival was inscribed on one of its doorposts. The temple of the major goddess of the city, Artemis Leucophryne, was also rebuilt around this time. Discussion of both structures in Shardlan 1991, 301-12. Asia Minor was a land of wars and conquest during the Hellenistic period, and the dates of the decree for Zeus Sicily are no exception. the Seleucid king Antiochus III conquered much of Asia Minor as part of the Roman-Syrian War in 1976, Chaniotis 2005, especially 143-65 for the effects of Hellenistic wars on religion. That does not tell us that Magnesia chose to honor Zeus Sicily specifically because of this, but the saving of the city, whether from occupiers or even from the depredations of the liberators, was clearly present in the minds of its citizens. Perhaps the written act of foundation of the cult would have dealt with such motivations, but here the focus of the decree is on religion as an oblique but nonetheless revealing mirror for politics. Aphrasi summarizes the primary concerns of the decree. First, the selection of an additional bull for sacrifice. Second, the prayer and procession accompanying the ritual. Finally, the erection of a circular tent, tholos, in the agora where the temple of Zeus at Magnesia was located, and the placement of couches within it for hosting the gods, represented by their statues. The new plan is to purchase a bull several months in advance of the sacrifice. The occasion for the transaction is apparently a general gathering of the people, or panegyris, which takes place every year in the month Heraion. That festival is unknown but was perhaps also traditionally linked with Zeus and his consort Hera. The order of the calendar of Magnesia is unclear, but it is probable that this occasion took place in high or late summer. The bull purchased during this annual fair, abuzz with people and animals, is chosen to be as beautiful as possible, L. 12. It could then be fattened up in the intervening time, LL 59-64, provisions for the purchase and rearing of the bull, called troph. See the liturgy called Butrophia at Bargilia SEG 45.1508a b and 50.1101, c.120s, 100 BCE. A short while later, during the early autumn, the bull was designated as being destined for Zeus Sicily in a special ceremony, Trumpy 1997, 110-11 section 94, Cronian equals September-October. Furthermore, the occasion explicitly marks the beginning of a new agricultural cycle, when the sowing of seeds begins, on the new moon, first day, of the month Cronian, LL 14-15. At this time, one proclaims the bull's consecration, Anadaxis, at which are present most of the prominent officials of the city, the major priests and priestesses, the sacred herald, the military commanders, the administrators, the secretaries of the civic council, as well as a man who is eventually, but not yet, to do the actual butchering of the animal. Also in attendance are 9 boys and an equal number of maidens, sent by their caretakers as participants in the consecration and the ensuing prayers. The inclusion of these children of citizens appears to be aimed again at beautifying the rituals, notably through their invocations and through choral songs. We are expressly told some of the substance of the prayers, and their sentiment is a perfect summation of the concerns of the local community, for the safety of the city and the countryside and the citizens and women and children and others who live in the area, and for peace and wealth and a good harvest of grain and all other produce and herds, LL 26-31. Still later is the actual sacrifice to Zeus Sicily, on the 12th of the month Artemision, LL 34-5. It is unclear exactly how much time has passed since the original purchase of the bull, at least 3 months, probably more, but it must now have been fairly well known as bull designate among the townsfolk and quite plump. Artemision is the principal month in the cultic calendar of Magnesia on the Maiander, falling as far as the spring or summer after the bull was chosen. Rites for the major goddess of the city, Artemis Leucophryene, are known to have occurred on the 6th of the month and may have lasted over several days. The celebration of Zeus Sicily takes place some days afterwards, perhaps so as not to anticipate the Leucophryena, but also as an apt continuation of the major festival month of the city. Not only is Zeus himself particularly honored, but the entire group of the 12 gods, Jorgudi 1998, 82, is brought to the fore on the symbolic day of the 12th. The statues of these gods are to be carried in the procession wearing their finest raiment, LL 41-3. A round tent, tholos, is to be set up in the agora near the altar of these 12 gods. The ritual of hosting, theoxenia, which is to take place in this temporary tent is focused on a subset of this larger group of 12 gods, Zeus, honored with an additional sacrifice of a ram, to take place on the nearby altar of Zeus Sisyphus, Artemis Leucophryne, as expected, and Apollo Pythios, whose priest, the crown-bearer, Stephanephoros, of the city, officiates. The statues are arranged on 3 lavish couches and entertained with music, and are probably offered choice portions from these sacrifices. The significance of this additional ritual within the wider festival appears to be complementary, and at the same time definitional. It stresses that the rites for Zeus Sisyphus lie at the heart of the city whose safety he ensures, in the agora where his temple stands, and where the altar of the 12 gods is also located. And it further reinforces the city's focus on its principal goddess Artemis Leucophryne, who is hosted alongside her father and brother, a few days after her own festival. Similarly, the 2 separate lists of participants in the procession for Zeus and in the Theoxenia rites are quite carefully structured. As we saw with the proclamation of the bull, a series of high-profile individuals are to be involved in the procession, all exclusively male, such as the major magistrates of the city and male priests, but also invoked are young men, boys, and winners of contests. The number of participants in the triple sacrifice to Zeus, Artemis, and Apollo during the Theoxenia is much more narrow and selective, the priest called Stephanephoros and likely the priest of Zeus also, the priestess of Artemis, apparently the sole woman involved, military commanders, select cultic officials, neopoi, public examiners, and presiding officers of the public bodies, as well as men who have performed liturgies and benefactions for the city. In other words, this was a highly politically charged celebration, and its parameters should be understood as 2 concentric circles, the larger band of the male polis, within which lay a smaller, apparently more elite, ring. The wider, more encompassing circle, shared the bull sacrifice to Zeus, LL 54-5. Its approximately 100 kilograms of dressed meat would have provided sufficient material for a feast that included a good portion of the male citizenry of Magnesia on the Maeander. The smaller triple sacrifice to Zeus, Artemis, and Apollo was shared by the more select group of prominent cultic and political officials, LL 55-9. These 2 circles epitomize the practical ideals of a Greek city like Magnesia on the Maeander. On the one hand, there was a desire to foster the inclusivity and participation of the citizenry in the augmented worship of the gods. On the other, the elaboration of the day's rituals carefully mirrored the hierarchy of the political core of the city. Over much of the year, from the autumn to spring or summer, the focus of these circles of participants remained on the offering of a bull to Zeus for the safeguarding and the prosperity of the city. The special day of the Isoteria. By contrast, another detailed festival decree from Magnesia on the Maeander may make the occasion for Zeus Sisyphus seem somewhat limited in scope, not to say rather male and elitist. This text, LSAM 33a, to be read with Graecia 1990, concerns a revitalized celebration for Artemis Leucophryne in the city, concomitant with the large-scale development of the festival of the goddess, the Leucophryina. An important and much-discussed inscription informs us that, as a result of an epiphany of the goddess, the Magnesians consulted Delphi, I Magn. 16, c.2087-203 BCE, see Paul 2013, 241-4, with references to recent work on the text. The oracle advised them to rebuild her temple and to invite Greek cities to participate in the revamped festival. The principal text discussed here, LSAM 33a, is roughly contemporaneous with the decree for Zeus Sisyphus in the early 2nd century BCE, but at least 2 other related documents are also known, one now lost, and one dating to about a century later, LSAM 33b, c.10585 BCE, for the date, see Sant'Angelo 2006. We therefore have parts of a dossier, inscribed together on the pillar of a stoa in the agora. This dossier was gradually constituted, and incrementally sought to augment the celebrations of the fundamental holiday for the Magnesians. Since a new temple, called Parthenon, for the goddess had recently been constructed, the purpose of the first decree, LSAM 33a, is to define the installation of the ancient statue, Zoanon, of the goddess in this place and the practicalities of rituals for the goddess on the day in question. The setting up of the statue is to take place at a specific moment, the sixth of the eponymous month of the goddess, Artemis Ion, probably in the springtime or early summer, as we have seen. By virtue of the decree, that day is now to be known as the Issiteria, a sacred festival of inauguration, LL 24-5. The sixth day of a given Greek month was typically sacred to Artemis, Michelson 1975-18. It remains unclear, though likely, that this day of the Issiteria had a close relationship with the larger festival of the Leucophryina in honor of the goddess, who was reckoned to be the founder of the city, Archegetis, LL 18-19. The precise dates of the Leucophryina festival within the calendar year are unknown but probably also fell on the 6th as well as the days directly following the Issiteria. At any rate, the Issiteria must have formed one of the most significant days of the year in the city of Magnesia on the Maeander. The decree begins with the typical invocation for good fortune, but also for the safety of the people and of those who are kindly disposed to the Magnesians and their wives and children, LL 19-20. In other words, this celebration possessed a broad, almost universal, appeal. The festival of Artemis was therefore intended to involve all the residents of the community, not just male citizens or the inner political body which revolved around Zeus Sicily. The practicalities of the day of the Issiteria are equally all-encompassing. It is to begin first with the actual installation of the statue of the goddess, L. 23, by the temple warden and the priestess, and this is accompanied by a superlative sacrifice. The use of the aorist infinitive form of the verb, LL 22-3, in connection with these actions, contrasting with present infinitives and imperatives elsewhere in the inscription, suggests that this was a one-off affair. Only the first iteration of the Issiteria will require these rituals for installing the cultic statue. But the inauguration of the statue will be commemorated in perpetuity through similar and other rituals. All mature or married women are to be allowed to enter the sanctuary on the special day of the Issiteria. There, they are to fulfill something unusual beyond the honor, time, due to the goddess, a cultic attendance that is described as paradreia. Test theou, literally sitting or installing beside the goddess, LL 26-8. This rite not only implies the physical presence of women in the sanctuary as cult attendants and co-chairs of the goddess, but ought also to suggest that the women had specific tactile contacts with the statue. The passage is very brief, but we know from other sources that this paradreia may have involved such gestures as washing the statue, clothing it, and beautifying it with various adornments. Such were the rites performed by the Genos of the Praxeurgidae at Athens, attested in the very fragmentary LSCG 15, see point for 60 for 50 BCE, and see the festivals called Calenteria and Plenteria washing, which took place late in the month Thargelian early June, Parker 2005, 474-5, 478-9. Even more than in the case of Zeus Sisyphilus, the day is to be a holiday for children and others, LL 28-31. Choirs of maidens are to sing hymns to Artemis Leucophryine under the supervision of the temple warden. School is out for boys, and even male and female slaves can dispense with their usual labor. The successive annual priestesses of Artemis are to put on a procession and sacrifice to celebrate and commemorate the sacred day, LL 31-4. As on the first day of the year at Magnesia, the administration and the transaction of goods and wares is also to take place on this day, LL 34-6. This implies that some accounting took place, but, more importantly, that the Issiteria was market day, as one finds during the other major festivals at Magnesia and elsewhere. A fair, panegyris, will have taken place in the agora of the city, cp also LSAM 33b, LL 13-15. As with the festival of Zeus Sisyphilus, we again find a great gathering of important people in this location. Notable men and officials of the city are in their best clothes and wearing laurel wreaths, LL 36-42, but, as the inscription tells us, the gathering is larger, the agora is bustling and full to bursting. After libations have been performed, the sacred herald calls for silence and then addresses the General Assembly, LL 43-8. Upon magnificent and auspicious Issiteria, I invite all of the inhabitants of the city and territory of Magnesia to make a sacrifice pleasing to Artemis Leucophryne on this very day, according to their household's means, and to pray that Artemis Leucophryne will give the Magnesians and their wives health and prosperity, and that she will safeguard their existing progeny, and grant them good fortune, and make their future offspring, epigone, flourish. The prayer has a wide appeal and the celebration is indeed to be a popular one. Already, a large group of women have had a hand in the celebrations taking place in the temple itself. Certainly, the male elite is once again present at the heart of the procession and the sacrifice, but there is a significant dissemination of the celebration beyond the cultic center and the agora. All citizens and other residents of Magnesia and its surrounding countryside are urged to construct altars for the goddess privately in front of their household doors, compare to also LL 7-10, and see Scorn 2004. 130-1, FR * 28.2 Kernel 1, for the papyrus of Satyros concerning altars built in front of houses or on balconies in honor of Arsinoe II at Alexandria, or FGR Hist 160 F 128-30, 3, c.246 BCE. It is important to note that participation is apparently voluntary and there is no minimum requirement for these altars. Each household is to build one according to its own means, LL 9 and 45. Of course, some form of competition may naturally have occurred between households, with peer pressure inciting each to surpass his neighbors in constructing something durable or fairly costly, rather than simply erecting a makeshift altar for the goddess. Indeed, the later decree from the dossier, LSAM 33b, LL 38-42, reinforces public participation in this aspect of the Esoteria by invoking a form of curse on those who have bought houses or workshops and failed to build an altar. There, it is also specified that the altars are to be decorated and inscribed of Artemis Leucophryne, bringer of victory, Nikephoros, thus implying that permanent structures were deemed more desirable. While the festival of Zeus Sisyphilus marked a major celebration and feast for the city of Magnesia, and particularly its elite, it is clear that the Esoteria was a different and highly special holiday for the whole community. There was a significant break in the daily routine and drudgery of the year on the 6th of Artemis Ion. Each and every one of the inhabitants took part. Women, children, and even slaves, would be released from their usual obligations and could partake directly in the celebrations. While an important sacrifice was taking place in the center of town, smaller ones would be offered throughout the city and the surrounding countryside on household altars built for this explicit purpose. Feasts, both large and small, would be consumed in parties and in familial settings. The circle of reciprocity was perpetuated, honors for Artemis were ubiquitous and, at the same time, she was asked to grant universal benefactions. As the festivities wound down from this pivotal holiday, the annual cycle of the religious calendar at Magnesia on the Maeander would, as always, resume and continue. Conclusion. In a reflective and stimulating introduction to the temporality of Greek religion, Davidson, 2007, 237-8, has pointed to what he calls three types of time: accumulative, repetitive, and climactic. While events and innovations accumulate gradually like sand in the course of history, they may also be repeated annually or over even longer periods of time. Particularly significant points in the year can reasonably be viewed as climaxes. We have seen these three types at play here. Occasions like the rites for Zeus Sisyphilus or the Esoteria could be newly added or rekindled, but they would immediately be incorporated into a larger framework, the annual religious calendar of a city. They would form climaxes in a repetitive cycle, much like the celebrations found in the traditional and revised calendar of Mykonos. Despite their utility, then, it is important not to lose sight of the fact that Davidson's distinctions only form three congruent, perceptible aspects, not types, of time and its role in Greek religion. Time, after all, is fundamentally a dimension which is distinguished from space in a Euclidean model, or which forms an integral part of the curvature of space-time in a relativistic model. More plainly, to an ancient Greek time probably appeared both as an accretive continuum and as an eventful annual cycle. In other words, it was felt in much the same way as it is today, though many of us have now lost touch with the essential rhythms of the year except the seasons, and, for some of us, much of the background of our holidays has become quite murky. Time, and especially religious and ritual time, is not easily represented in strict geometric concepts. For the Greeks, as for us, it was periodically and perpetually punctuated by meaningful highlights and regular celebrations alike. It was concomitantly linear and circular, transcending both of these simple forms. Suggested reading. Epiphany 2007 is a thoroughly enjoyable and engaging introduction to ancient concepts of time and calendars, especially concentrating on the Roman fasti but often keeping an eye on Greece, e.g. Chapter 1. Many general surveys are inclined towards chronometry, for instance Hanna 2009. Hanna 2005 is a somewhat more balanced introduction, and the small Handbook of Nilsson 1962 can still be profitably consulted. A detailed, scientific study of ancient astronomical, astrological, and meteorological calendars can be found in Lahu 2007. Following the still useful work of Samuel 1972, Trumpy 1997 is a comprehensive, but sometimes speculative, attempt to reconstruct all of the lunar calendars attested in Greek cities. This is essentially the opposite approach to that which Nilsson adopted in his classic work, 1906, which organized festivals according to their principal deity. Nilsson's volume has comprehensive indices and remains a very good source of material, dealing with the whole of the Greek world except Attica. For the better attested festivals from Athens, Parker 2005, Part 2, is the most learned and insightful contemporary discussion, compared to also App 1. For a checklist, Michalson 1975 offers a month-by-month and day-by-day compendium of the Athenian calendar. For a wider and admirably cautious discussion of the experience of festivals, see Parker 2011, 171-223, Chapter 6. A different and highly innovative approach can be found in Chaniotis 2006, as well as in a large body of recent work on the dynamic and emotive aspects of festivals and other Greek rituals. Chapter 37. Imagining the Afterlife. Radcliffe G. Edmonds 3. Introduction. The question of what happens after the moment of death has always fascinated humanity. At one moment there is a living person, the next only a corpse. Where did the person go? Different ways of imagining the afterlife appear in every culture, but scholarly accounts of Greek ideas of the afterlife from Erwin Rodi, 1925, onwards have assumed a developmental trajectory, with the drab afterlife of Homer slowly being replaced by forms of afterlife where the dead are more active, closer to Christian ideas. While Rodi's ideas of historical evolution arising from Eastern influences and the internal decadence of the Greek spirit have rightly been rejected, afterlife ideas are still represented as a chronological development by scholars, even those, such as Johnston, 2004, who reject Rodi's premises. Jan Bremer, 2002, provides a survey of the rise and fall of the afterlife that positions the Greeks as a preliminary to the Christian development of an afterlife. Albinus, 2000, provides a more nuanced picture of two currents of thought interacting within Greek culture, but it remains a story of the replacement of the Homeric view with an Orphic one. I would argue that the dynamic would be better described as an ongoing contest of differing views in which the ideas appear more or less prominently in different contexts and elaborated by different individuals. Moreover, different versions and ideas should be understood as jostling for authority in particular situations, rather than simply authorizing a single canonical version. The epics of Homer provide vivid images of a bleak and shadowy afterlife, but, although this grim afterlife is often taken to be the standard Greek vision, it is hardly the only way in which the ancient Greeks imagined life after death. In many sources, life after death is a lively extension of the life of the living, either a continuation of its activities and social forms, or a compensation for its problems. This is neither a marginal vision of eccentric religious groups nor a later development of the intellectual and cultural maturity of the late classical period. On the contrary, varying visions of a lively afterlife appear in sources starting with the earliest literature, and form the underlying ideology of funerary and other ritual practices in all periods. Two forms of imagining the afterlife in Greek religion may be distinguished: simpler images based on memories of particular people who have died, and more elaborate visions that reflect upon life itself. Memory survival may be personal, limited to imagining a relative persisting in familiar activities and habits, focused upon maintaining a relationship with them. Communities too, however, preserve the memories of significant individuals through stories, monuments, and rituals. The Greek poetic traditions, especially the epics, provide a means of preserving memories of important heroes, real or imagined, within communities. This imperishable fame remains one of the most significant forms of afterlife survival in the Greek tradition. More elaborate visions of the afterlife may arise from systematic thinkers who envision the afterlife as part of the larger nature of a world that includes both the living and the dead. Such visions tend to be more elaborate, corresponding in various ways to life in the world of the living. The afterlife may have a geography, a social structure and hierarchy, and a specified relationship with the world of the living. The nature of that relationship varies with the contexts in which these visions are produced. The philosopher Plato envisions an unseen world of the dead that fits within a rational order with the visible world of the living, while a social commentator like the comedy writer Aristophanes imagines the afterlife as a carnivalesque reflection of the normal world, turning familiar social structures topsy-turvy. These and other imaginings of the afterlife in the Greek religious tradition provide models of the world as their authors understand it, as well as models, positive or negative, for behavior within it, whether the afterlife imagined is the simple persistence of a remembered loved one or an elaborate vision of the workings of the cosmos. Memory survival. Personal relations and public memorials. Imagining the deceased as continuing, in afterlife, as they did during life is the most basic form of imagining the afterlife. For the ancient Greeks, afterlife resembles life, with parallel forms of activity, environment, and even social structures. The memories of what a person did or how that person acted during life provide the material for creating images of what that person might be like after death, and how they might relate to people after they have died. Gifts or other tokens of respect are imagined to be just as welcome, while insults or neglect are imagined to merit the resentment of the dead. The dead are thus thought to have feelings and emotions, as well as to continue with their most characteristic activities from life. This imagined life after life of the dead, based on the persisting memories of the dead, is, of course, rather limited, since it tends not to include all the aspects of life for the living. This process of simplification increases the longer the person has been dead, as only the most memorable aspects are preserved in memory. Of course, memories survive only as long as those who have them are still living, although stories that perpetuate the memory of an individual can prolong the process, even if the stories further simplify the memory of the person, preserving, and perhaps embellishing, only the most salient details. Funeral rituals and cultural expectations regarding the tendance of tombs make clear that the ancient Greeks generally assumed that the dead retained some sentience in their afterlife, and that their reciprocal relations of care and respect with the living persisted. Johnston 1999, 43. Sufficiently respectful performance of funeral rituals was a characteristic of the virtuous man, and Athenian legal speeches show that tendance of family tombs was a significant marker of proper family behavior. Ise. 2.10, 37, 6.65, 8.38-39, compare to Arist. Ath. Paul 55, Zen. Mem. 2 February 2013, maintaining positive relationships with the dead could be as important as maintaining such relations with the living, or even more so. Properly satisfied dead could bring benefits to the family or the polis, while the unsatisfied dead could become a source of trouble, disease, madness, drought, and so on. While the evidence for these ongoing relationships with the dead is relatively scarce, there is no reason to believe that it is either a later development or a primitive superstition the Greeks outgrew, since the earliest evidence appears in the earliest texts and continues through to late antiquity. The Erinyes in Homer personify the anger of the dissatisfied dead, as they do in classical tragedy, and Odysseus, while he is performing libations and sacrifices to the dead at the entrance to the underworld, even makes an elaborate promise to perform further rituals upon his return to Ithaca for the satisfaction of the dead. Od. 11, 29-33, compare to Od. 10.521-6. Homer's audience, in whatever era, would have understood such rituals not as pointless mummery vainly trying to attract the witless dead, but rather as a meaningful attempt to influence conscious entities who could make a substantive response. The afterlife of the departed is not imagined only through the personal memories of individuals who knew the deceased, but also through various forms of public memorialization. The epitaphs that enjoin the passerby to stop and remember the deceased bring the living into conversation with the dead, while larger-scale public monuments, like that for the Marathon War dead, maintain the memory of the individual for more people for even longer. Individuals who provided benefits for the community might continue to be honored with cult activity after death. Pindar describes how Bacchus, the founder of Cyrene, was given a tomb in the public agora and honored after his death, while Herodotus describes the sacrifices and athletic festivals performed in honor of Miltiades at Cardia in recognition of his leadership. Pind. Pyt. 5.93-5, HDT 6.38, on Oikist cult, c. in this volume, Shepherd, Chapter 38. The inhabitants of Amphipolis, Thucydides relates, 5.11.1, turned the tomb of the Spartan general Brasidas into a hero shrine and held annual festivals with sacrifices and athletic games in honor of the man who had done so much for them against the Athenians. Going beyond the passive presence of a monument, a festival provides an active way for a community to maintain a relationship with a person who has died. The deceased lives on in the afterlife as a hero who appreciates the honors and offerings of the community, even if there is little concern for the precise nature of his afterlife existence. While some Athenian drinking songs imagine Harmodios the tyrant slayer living on in the Isles of the Blessed, Carmina Convivialia PMGFR 11, little evidence survives of where or in what conditions oikists or other community heroes were imagined to live out their afterlives. For the purposes of the ritual, it was sufficient to know that they would bring good fortune to the community that honored them. The epic tradition. While ritual celebrations honoring a hero are perhaps the ultimate way of preserving someone's memory, to have one's deeds celebrated in epic remains one of the most significant modes of afterlife within the Greek tradition. There can be no doubt that such poetic immortality was indeed valued, and sought after, by the audiences of Homeric and other epic poetry from the Archaic Age onwards. Such survival in memory was particularly sought after by the aristocrats, who competed for honor and recognition in games and in war, in the assemblies and in the symposia. The 5th-century Epinician poet, Pindar, and his like, provide a similar sort of immortality for the victors in the Panhellenic contests, while Simonides' poems on the 479 BCE victory at Plataea show this competition for epic glory continuing into the time of the Persian Wars. Both the poem on the battle, the so-called New Simonides, on which see Baedeker and Cider 2001, and his epigram 7.251 on those who fell at Plataea. While some poems do imagine specific places and features of the afterlife, the poetic tradition, and Homeric epic in particular, emphasizes memory survival through song over any other form of afterlife. The Homeric poet repeatedly drives home the message that only the kind of poetic immortality he can provide is valuable, all other things that one might desire in life are secondary. At the heart of the Iliad is the choice of Achilles' immortal fame rather than a safe homecoming, and other Homeric heroes also make choices so that they may become a subject of song for men in time to come. Hom. Illinois 9.410-16, compare to Illinois 2.119, 3.287, 3.460, 6.358, 22.305, OD 3.204, 8.580, 11.76, 21.255, 24.433. To sustain such an idea, the primary image of afterlife in the Homeric epics is exceedingly bleak and unappealing. In a few crucial scenes where the characters reflect upon the nature of life after death, the message is hammered home that there is nothing there to look forward to. When the shade of Patroclus appears to Achilles, he refers to the other ghosts as phantom souls of the worn-out. Illinois 23.72, Achilles too laments the wretched condition of the souls of the dead, as does Odysseus when he tries to embrace the shade of his mother in the underworld. Illinois 23.103-4, OD 11.218 to 222, on the development of the idea of the soul, see Clause 1981, Clark 1999, and, in this volume, Gutierrez, Chapter 27. This bleak vision is fundamental to the Homeric idea of the hero's choice. Only in life is there any meaningful existence, so the hero must choose to do glorious deeds. Since death is inevitable, Sarpedon points out, Illinois. 12. 322-8, the hero should not try to avoid it but go out into the front of the battle and win honor and glory. Such glory, kleos, is the only thing that really is imperishable, aphthaton, the only meaningful form of immortality. While the Iliad centers on Achilles' choice of deaths, glorious death in battle or ignominious death at home, the Odyssey frames the issue as a choice of immortalities. Odysseus rejects the immortality offered by Calypso because, whatever its attractions, it would result in his own story, his poetic immortality, becoming lost, compare to Crane 1988. Odysseus' famous journey to the underworld reinforces the importance of epic memory as the only meaningful form of immortality, not just through his pathetic encounter with his mother, but through the parade of famous dead whom he meets and whose memories he evokes for the audience of his story. These heroes and heroines live on vividly in epic poetry, even if their afterlife existence in Hades is merely a dim shadow. Achilles, who chose to die young and glorious, would, of course, rather be alive again than remain among the dead, but he does not repudiate his earlier choice. Moreover, after his characteristic complaining, he is delighted to hear that his son, Neoptolemus, is securing himself immortality through his glorious deeds, OD. 11, 486-540. The force and artistry with which this message is put forth in the Homeric poems have led some scholars to suppose that it was a standard belief for all Greeks at the time of the poem's composition, with alternatives being imagined only later. However, even within the Homeric poems, the uniformly dreary afterlife is not the only vision presented, as commentators since antiquity have noticed. Outside the few passages that emphasize the helplessness of the shades, the Homeric references to life after death provide a much livelier picture of the afterlife. Savinian Wood 1995, 79. The pursuits of the dead mirror the world of the living, and the social hierarchies of the living world persist in some form after death. This afterlife was not imagined to be uniform for all. Those who had angered the gods continued their punishments in the afterlife, while those who had won their favor continued to enjoy its benefits. In this vision, the dead were imagined to have feelings and emotions, memories of their lives in the sun, and the ability to know of and even interfere in the world of the living. They were thought to appreciate the attentions paid to them by the living, not simply burial and funeral rituals, but also offerings made subsequently at the tomb. Although this differentiated afterlife is in direct conflict with the uniformly dreary one that underscores the importance of heroic glory, it appears even in the epics as the default version underlying the epic vision of poetic immortality. Outside the epics, a lively afterlife is also taken for granted as the basis for funerary ritual, the cult of important figures, and other ritual practices that involve the dead. Thinking with the afterlife. Ritual has little room for elaborated imaginations of the afterlife, but these do appear in the literary and mythic tradition from Homer onwards. The afterlife is endlessly good to think with, and many authors from different periods make use of the Greek mythic tradition to imagine the afterlife, crafting their visions to express their own ideas. While all of these imaginings make use of a common set of images, names, and story patterns that derive from the shared Greek mythic tradition, the particular texts themselves are the products of bricolage, that is, patched together according to the intentions of a particular author. Levi Strauss 1966, 16-36. Some of these picture the world reflected through the world of the dead, while others use the contrast between the worlds of the living and the dead to point to how the world should be. Because they all use traditional mythic pieces, each imagining makes sense to its audience, gaining authority from its use of familiar images and elements. Nevertheless, there is no single way in which the afterlife was understood or imagined by all the Greeks at any time, much less at all times. Continuation versus compensation. The simplest way to imagine the afterlife is as a reflection of life, albeit less vivid and colorful. Such a simple vision appears in the underworld scene of the Odyssey. The legendary hunter Orion continues to chase game over the asphodel meadows. The famous King Minos continues to fill the kingly duty of judging lawsuits. That the dead continue to engage in legal disputes after death is perhaps the best indicator of this continuity. OD 11.568-75. Similarly, vase paintings depict the dead engaged in a variety of pleasant pursuits, games like Pessoy or dice, while Pindar, FR 130, has the dead engaging in horsemanship, gymnastics, and lyre playing. These are the activities of aristocrats, for life's social stratifications remain in place in the afterlife. Such an image of the afterlife requires the least modification of memories of the dead. They persist in the same patterns as before death, even if their features are reduced to only the most salient and their activities to only their best known. This image of the afterlife appears as a default, when there is no reason to do any more than evoke the memories of famous people. It does not lend itself to extended development. Even in Homer it appears only in the background of the epic vision articulated in the crucial scenes. In many texts, however, the rupture between life and afterlife is the significant feature. The dead are gone and inaccessible to those left behind in life. In the mythic imagination, this rupture is often represented by some barrier or obstacle that separates the worlds of the living and the dead. The afterlife takes place in the underworld or perhaps off in the uttermost west, beyond where the sun goes down at the farthest shore of the encircling river ocean. In Homer, Kirk describes the rivers of the underworld as Akron, Pyriphlegethon, Kokitos, and Styx, OD 10.514, and Patroclus complains to Achilles that he cannot cross the river into Hades until his body has received burial, Illinois 23.72-4. Although he does not appear in Homeric epic, in other sources Charon brings the dead across the river to their new world and new life in the afterlife, and graves from the late classical and Hellenistic period often include coins to pay the infernal ferryman. While Charon, like the psychopomp Hermes, enables the dead to reach the underworld, leading them past the barriers that stand in the way of the living, other barriers ensure that the dead stay in the afterlife. The gates of Hades are proverbial for the finality of death, while the monstrous hound Kerberos stands guard over the entryway. Hes. Theg. 770-5. All these boundaries mark the separation of afterlife from life, highlighting the differences between life and death. Most of the accounts of the afterlife in the Greek tradition stress not the continuity of afterlife with life, but rather the ways in which the afterlife compensates for the injustices of life. Those who have done wrong without visible retribution receive the punishments they deserve, while those who lived well without visible compensation find their reward. The heroes of epic, like the virtuous in Pindar, go to the Isles of the Blessed, where they enjoy a life of pleasure without toil. Hes. Op 168-73, compare to Hom. OD 4.561-9. Ivalders, on the other hand, suffer in the black pit of Tartaros. The geographical separation of the dead in the afterlife appears in a variety of the evidence, from the marginal gold tablets to the myths of Plato, to the Athenian drinking song that puts Harmodios in the Isles of the Blessed, and the nature of its topography varies in turn. Darkness and mud characterize an unhappy afterlife in a variety of sources, in contrast to light and air for the happy, who dwell in a place of pleasant conditions, with sunlight, shade, cool breezes, surrounded by flowers and meadows, near cool, running water. A good afterlife is full of the things that make for a good life, which is to say the life of a nobleman or other privileged type. Although Pindar describes the fortunate dead as engaged in aristocratic pursuits like riding and hunting, the most popular aristocratic activity for the afterlife, as in life, seems to be the symposium. Hundreds of funeral reliefs depict the deceased reclining on a symposiastic couch, often with cup in hand and sometimes even with a woman at the foot of the couch. Thong Stringeris 1965. The best afterlife is often imagined as an everlasting festival, one of the best experiences of life, and numerous funerary inscriptions attest to the idea of choral dancing in the afterlife, e.g. 151.5, 189.6, 218.16, 411.4, 506.8 in Kybel 1878. Such testimonies indicate how widespread, and indeed commonplace, it was to imagine that one's recently departed relative would enjoy a happy afterlife. Afterlife judgment. In many sources, the separation of the good and bad seems to happen automatically, but others put emphasis on the process. Perhaps the earliest extant reference to a process of judgment comes in Pindar's Second Olympian Ode, 58-60, where an unspecified judge assigns recompense for the deeds of life, a blissful existence without toil for the good, unbearable toil for the bad. Other sources specify the judges as underworld divinities, Hades or Azus below the earth, or as particular semi-divine figures, Minos, Rhadamanthes, Iacchos, and even Triptolemos, Esh. Hume. 273-4, compare to Sup. 230-1 and PL/GRG. 524a, AP 41a. This idea of afterlife judgment is common enough for Plato, in his Republic, to depict the old man Kephalos as starting to imagine that perhaps he might have something to worry about after death. PL Resp. 330d. 331a. Kephalos refers to myths he has heard, not special doctrines, but familiar traditional tales, which assign punishment in the afterlife for injustices committed in life. While he had not taken them seriously while younger, he says that the approach of death causes people to examine their lives to see if they will have any penalties to pay. Those who discover crimes they have not paid for get anxious, while those who can't think of any wrongs they have done are buoyed up by hope. Plato's depiction of this old man captures the important role played by personal circumstances in the way people or groups imagined the afterlife. Although Homer's epic depicts a few exceptional figures like Tantalos and Sisyphos receiving punishment in the underworld, OD. 11, 576-600, elaborate descriptions of underworld retributions come mostly from later sources, causing some scholars to suppose that a compensatory afterlife is a later invention. However, not only does such compensation appear in our earliest textual source, but Pausanias, 10.28.46, tells us of the great painting of the underworld by the 5th century BCE painter Polygnotos, which included such depictions. Many of the figures in the painting were merely famous people continuing the actions for which they were famous in life: Agamemnon holding a scepter, Orpheus playing his lyre, Eriphyle holding a necklace, even Actaeon with a deerskin, but some are depicted suffering punishments for their actions in life. A man who treated his father unjustly is being throttled by him, while another who plundered a temple is being tormented by a female skilled in poisons. Pausanias comments that the Greeks in Polygnotos' time thought that failing to respect parents and the gods were the worst of crimes, and that is why Polygnotos has illustrated these cases. Polygnotos' painting, while exceptional in size and scope, is not exceptional in its subject matter. Numerous vase paintings show scenes of underworld reward or punishment, and a Demosthenic speech mentions paintings depicting the afterlife torments of the impious as a familiar trope for his audience. Democrat, 25.53. Images of afterlife. Special treatment for special people. Polygnotos' painting adorned the walls of the Cnidian Lesche clubhouse at Delphi, alongside other images from the Trojan War and other familiar mythic tales. The Lesche was not just used by Cnidians, visitors could come in and marvel at the images on the walls. Polygnotos' image of the afterlife was therefore aimed at a common audience, evoking familiar myths and shared ideas. By contrast, the images of the underworld found on the so-called Orphic gold tablets were designed for a very private audience, perhaps only the individuals in whose graves they were placed. See Edmonds 2004, 64-82, as well as the texts and essays in Edmonds 2011. Some of these texts refer to rewards in the afterlife for the exceptionally pure or those well favored by the gods. 2 tablets ask Persephone to send the bearer to the seats of the blessed. Tablets A2 and A3 equals OF 489 and 490b, while others refer to celebrations of festivals beneath the earth, where the deceased will receive wine. D1 and D2 equals OF 485 and 496b. The deceased claims to be pure and from the pure ought to have been specially liberated by Dionysos Barkios, and such claims may reflect the special relationship with the divine produced by rituals known as teletai. Often misleadingly translated as initiations, such rituals provide not an entry into an organized group, but rather a closer relation with the god to whom the rite is directed. By paying special honor to the god, the mortal receives special favor. Such favors can extend beyond one's lifetime into the afterlife. The Homeric hymn to Demeter, 480-2, promises that those who honor Persephone in the mysteries will receive a favorable place in the underworld. While the Eleusinian mysteries had the greatest reputation, particularly within the culture sphere of Athens, participation in such rituals was widely recognized as a means of securing a better afterlife. The neglect of such rituals could doom one to an unhappy afterlife without the favor of the gods. Pax 371, Pind. FR 137, Soph FR 837, Isaac. 4.28, Powers. 10.31.9, 11. By promising a special place in the seats of the blessed or among the chorus of Mystae, ritual celebrants, the gold tablets offer a reward of favorable status in the afterlife that will compensate for any lack during life. The graves in which the tablets have been found are, for the most part, commonplace and unremarkable. The tablets presumably provide a means of asserting the special identity of the deceased that transcends the usual categories of polis, genos, and family. They provide instructions for the deceased to make her way into the underworld, telling her what path to choose or what to say in order to achieve a successful transition from life to afterlife, making use of familiar motifs from the mythic tradition to create an image of the afterlife in which the deceased is among the most happy and fortunate. Some tablets envisage an encounter with Persephone, queen of the underworld, while others describe a white cypress tree shining in the gloom of Hades that marks the path leading to the spring of memory, or forgetfulness. The deceased must either proclaim her ritual purity or her special connection with the family of the gods, and it is this claim of identity, rather than a description of the favorable afterlife, that is the central concern of the tablets. Indeed, the results of the successful transition are mere allusions to familiar rewards, like the company of the blessed dead. These tablets are designed to emphasize the process of transition rather than the state of existence after death. The image of the afterlife fits the intended function of the text. A comic turn. In Aristophanes' Frogs, a play with a chorus of Mystae, the focus is upon the contrasting fates of the happy and unhappy dead, as the comedian takes aim at various prominent figures in Athens, a city which, in the final months of the Peloponnesian War, has gone eas Caracas, to the crows or, simply, straight to hell, Oran. 1477-8, compared to 188-9. The tag from Euripides, who knows if life be death or death life, is a running joke throughout the play, and the world below, the afterlife, is very much a reflection of the world above, although Aristophanes naturally shows it through a distorted funhouse mirror, rather providing a simple reflection. See Edmonds 2004, 121. The chorus of Mystae revel in the sunlight, enjoying pleasures that recall the delights of the Eleusinian festivals during life. They ban from their company, with a parody of the Eleusinian proresis barring murders and barbarians, all those who are detrimental to the welfare of the city, especially politicians who stir up factionalism or otherwise exploit the city's troubles for their own profit. Oran. 353-71. Such folk are not deserving of the happy afterlife of the chorus, they instead belong in the great muck and ever-flowing excrement to which the unworthy are doomed. Oran. 145-51, 274-6. Aristophanes uses the traditional images of afterlife compensation in his comic social commentary, presenting the afterlife as a carnivalesque reflection of contemporary life. The troubles of life are rectified in the afterlife. The Athenian people, enduring the last phases of the war, are represented in the play by the blissful chorus of Eleusinian Mystae, while those profiting from Athens' troubles suffer torments and humiliations. The spell of Plato. Some of the most powerful and influential imaginings of the afterlife in Greek religion appear in the myths that Plato incorporates into his dialogues. Plato carefully manipulates traditional motifs to provide images of the afterlife that not only correlate with and illustrate the philosophical discussions in a particular dialogue, but also set out a vision that coheres with his ideas of life and the order of the cosmos. Plato uses the afterlife to think with, adapting traditional images and ideas with an artistry that influenced imaginings of the afterlife for millennia. One of his themes is the role of self-examination and the importance of reflection. The myth in the Phaedo, with its complex geography, illustrates the perils facing someone who relies entirely on the visible world of the senses instead of the invisible world of thought. See Edmonds 2004, 159-220. In the Gorgias, Socrates explicitly discusses his methods of argumentation through the elenchos, in contrast with those of his rhetorical interlocutors, and his description of the process of afterlife judgment provides an illustration of this contrast. The vivid picture of the soul stripped naked and revealing all its deformities and scars to the expert eye of the judge is an image of the Socratic elenchos, compared to Edmonds 2012. At the end of the Republic, in the myth of Plato also makes use of traditional mythic images of a judgment of the soul, along with some less familiar ideas, like reincarnation, to highlight the critical role of self-examination. The peculiar double process of determining one's lot after death reflects the distinction, made throughout the dialogue, between the extrinsic recompense for justice and its intrinsic worth. The first judgment, which sends the deceased to 1,000 years of bliss or torment, is compensatory for the life lived, precisely the kind of extrinsic reward or punishment for justice that Socrates and his interlocutors dismiss at the start of the discussion as an insufficient defense of the true value of philosophic justice. PL Resp. 614 C.D. 615 of B. After the 1,000 years, however, the souls return to the place of judgment for the selection of the next life. Here, despite the lottery that determines the order of choosing, the new fate of the soul depends entirely on its ability to examine itself and make the appropriate judgment. The soul with the first choice, having lived a basically good life in a good city, never developed the ability to correct itself and so tragically chooses wrongly, taking the life of a tyrant with unlimited power, doomed to eat his own children and other typical misfortunes of tyrants. 619b-d. By contrast, the soul of Odysseus, having learned from his long suffering how to curb his impulses, makes the good choice of a just and philosophic life. Here, only the inherently just soul, philosophically trained to examine and govern its impulses and appetites, can make the right kind of choice when a really important crisis comes. 600b. Again, by transposing the judgment of an external judge into a personal choice, Plato uses the traditional mythic elements to illustrate the processes of philosophic thought, self-examination, and judgment discussed in the dialogues. While ideas of judgment and differentiated fates for the good and the bad are familiar motifs in the evidence for Greek imaginings of a compensatory afterlife, the idea of reincarnation that appears in the Republic myth is an unusual one, appearing only in a limited range of philosophical sources in connection with certain cosmological ideas. See Edmonds 2013. For Plato, the idea that souls return to other bodies appropriate to their natures illustrates the inherent rational order and justice in the cosmos. This ethicized version of reincarnation does not appear before Plato, even though Pythagoras is the figure traditionally credited with the idea of transmigration. Xenophanes Fr 7 = Diog. Let. 8.36. The Pythagoreans, as Aristotle complains, imagine transmigration of any soul to any body, regardless of the suitability of the soul for the body, and the most substantive early evidence, Empedocles' list of incarnations, a boy, a girl, a bird, a plant, and a fish, baffles any attempt to find the reasons behind his change of lives. Arist. Duin. For 07b20, Empedocles Fr 117 = Hip Paul. Ha. 1.3.2.3 for = Diog. Let. 8.77, Empedocles' idea of such random reincarnations is perhaps more plausibly linked to his theory of basic elements that combine and recombine to make all things than to a Platonic notion of cosmic justice. The return to life through a series of reincarnations is a peculiar form of afterlife, which may be combined, as in Plato, with other modes of afterlife, or stand on its own as part of a vision of the workings of the cosmos. While reincarnation is generally marked as an extraordinary idea whenever it appears in the evidence, the idea that most surprises Socrates' interlocutors in the Republic is the notion that the soul is actually immortal. 608d2, 6. The image of a soul persisting after death, even being judged and experiencing rewards and punishments, is familiar from the mythic tradition, but the idea that all souls are immortal, the same kind of thing as the gods, is shocking. Previously the idea was that only a few exceptional figures, the heroes of myth or the greatest founders and benefactors of society, achieved this status that Plato assigns to all soul by nature. Empedocles Fr 112 equals Diog. Let. 8.62. Plato makes use of images and ideas from his philosophical predecessors speculating about the nature of the soul and the cosmos just as much as he uses ideas from the mythic tradition, reshaping them all and weaving them into his own imaginings of the afterlife to serve his own philosophical agenda. Conclusion: neither single nor simple. From simple visions of the deceased continuing after death as they were best remembered in life, to elaborate literary and philosophical imaginings of an afterlife that support complex ethical and cosmological ideas, the images of afterlife in the Greek religious tradition make use of familiar mythic elements to articulate their ideas. Underworld denizens such as Kerberos or Persephone continue to appear in literature from Homer to Plato, along with geographic features such as the river Styx, the Elysian field, or the pit of Tartaros. These traditional features were combined and recombined in different ways by different authors, and no single vision ever prevailed. Even though Homer's epic vision of poetic immortality, as preferable to a bleak and shadowy existence in Hades, remained influential within the poetic literary tradition, ritual practices such as funerary cult attest that other ideas of a more lively afterlife were widespread, and not merely the province of marginal religious groups or avant-garde philosophers. The form in which the afterlife is imagined depends on the one doing the imagining, and their ideas and intentions. Shaped by the familiar tropes of the Greek mythic tradition, the specific features of each account arise from the bricolage performed by the one imagining the afterlife. Individuals, families, and even whole communities would transform their memories of the living into a vision of afterlife existence. This kind of memory survival maintains the relationships between the living and the dead, while preserving important models of exemplary behavior, or its opposite. As these models are elaborated, in poetic form or philosophic argument, they help to shape models of the way the cosmos works, how life and death are intertwined, how the elements of the world combine and recombine into new forms, or even how balance and justice ultimately prevail in a cosmos governed by rationality. The ancient Greek imagining of the afterlife is, as Plato says of the path to Hades, Ph.D. 108a, neither single nor simple, but as rich and complex as any other aspect of the Greek mythic and religious tradition. Suggested reading: Garland 1985 and Vermael 1979 remain excellent basic introductions to the topic, while Johnston 2004 sums up the material concisely. Savinuin-Wood 1995 provides a dense and complicated look at the ideas of death and afterlife in the Greek tradition, and Johnston 1999 examines ideas of afterlife through an analysis of the problematic dead. References to nearly all the relevant evidence can be found in Rodi 1925, even though his 19th-century interpretive framework distorts its significance. The studies of Albinus 2000 and Bremer 2002 likewise provide good coverage of the evidence, but their interpretive frames are also, at times, problematic. Edmonds, 2014, provides a more detailed treatment of many of these themes. Part 9. Beyond. Chapter 38. Magna Graecia, South Italy and Sicily. Gillian Shepherd. Introduction. Some of the most impressive testaments to ancient Greek religion are to be found not in Greece, but in Sicily and South Italy, where landscapes are still dominated today by magnificent Doric temples, much as they were in antiquity. Despite being unmistakably Greek, these temples nevertheless differ in a number of significant respects from their mainland Greek counterparts. Just as for other aspects of Western Greek culture, the evidence for religion suggests it did not necessarily entail a straightforward duplication of homeland practices. This chapter aims to review Greek religion in Magna Graecia in the Archaic and Classical periods. It is divided into 3 sections: an overview of the broad religious profiles of the Western Greek states, including evidence for the transfer and duplication of cults from mainland Greece, but also the routes by which states might produce individualized religious frameworks independent of any other Greek city, a brief discussion of the physical evidence for Western Greek religion, especially the temples, and, finally, a review of the evidence for the maintenance of religious ties with Greece. Often seen as fundamental to interstate relationships, it concentrates on Sicily, since some of the best evidence, both textual and archaeological, relates to that island. It should be noted that while the term Magna Graecia in its strictest application only incorporates South Italy, here it will also be used in its more casual sense to include Sicily, in the interests of convenience. Religion in Magna Graecia, Tradition and Innovation. Transfer of cult. A long-standing view of religion in Magna Graecia is that, with only a few exceptions, particular cults can be traced back specifically to the relevant historical mother city, or else to Pan-Hellenic cults such as Zeus Olympios, Dunbabin 1948, 177-83, on the difficult concept of Pan-Hellenic, see, in this volume, Konstantakopoulou, Chapter 19. It is a view based on a range of contributing factors. One is that there is some evidence that just such a scenario did indeed occur. It is also a situation that might be predicted and has, to some degree, been assumed, given the broad cult similarities of Greek states and the haziness of our detailed knowledge of cults of the later 8th and earlier 7th centuries. Such an assumption forms part of a wider and older understanding that Greek settlements abroad duplicated the cultural practices of their mother cities. These assessments were informed partly by passages such as Thucydides' reporting of relationships between Corinth and Corcyra, 1. 25.4 and 1.38.2, see further mother cities below, and the influence of modern imperialist models on the study of Greek settlement in the West. For discussion, see Shepard 2005a, with references. In terms of tracing the transfer of cults from a mother city to a new foundation, a classic case study is the 3-generation sequence of Megara, Nicaea, in Greece and Megara Hyblaea and Selinus in Sicily, Hanel 1934, 174 ff, Manny 1975, compared to Fischer-Hansen 2009, 217. Although, despite recent excavation, the deities of Megara Hyblaea remain a mystery, Gra, Trezani, and Broyes 2004, 553, the city is chronologically framed by its mother city and sub-colony, for which the cults are better known. The evidence for Selinuntine cults is rather stronger than that for Megara, since it comes mainly from a 5th century BCE inscription, IG 14268, that lists gods in a thank offering for a victory. For Megara, the evidence is primarily the account provided by Pausanias, 1.39.4, 44.3, the late date of which makes its use for reconstructing the cults of archaic Megara, let alone Megara Hyblaea, problematic. However, 2 deities attested at Selinus and Megara might point to a specific link and provide more compelling evidence than the simple repetition of the regular deities worshipped all over the Greek world. Pausanias, 1.44.4, reports a sanctuary of Demeter Malaphoros for Megara. At Selinus, in addition to a goddess Malaphoros, named on the inscription, a sanctuary of Demeter Malaphoros has been identified west of the city. The other cult, although a less convincing one due to its diffusion throughout the Greek world especially as a private cult, is that of Zeus Malikios, attested at Selinus through numerous inscriptions in a precinct near the Malaphoros sanctuary and the Lex Sacra, a 5th century inscribed lead tablet believed to come from Selinus, and at Megara as a private cult, from an inscribed boundary marker, Jameson, Jordan, and Katansky 1993, especially 81-102. Nevertheless, while the transfer of cults and maintenance of familiar religion are inherently likely, there was still room for maneuver and manipulation in the formulation of religion in the Greek West. This is indicated by the Selinus inscription, which identifies a new deity, Pasokratia, all-ruling goddess, possibly to be identified with Kore, see Calder 1963, 32, with references. Whichever cults were or were not transferred from homeland cities in the earlier stages of settlement, it seems clear that it was not a simple case of duplication and maintenance of nostalgic ties through identical cults. Over time, the individual religious profiles of Western Greek states were molded so that they distinguished themselves from their cities of origin through sacral independence, much like any other Greek polis. This might be achieved in a variety of ways, and often with some rapidity. The introduction of minor local deities was an obvious route to achieving religious and cultic distinction. At Syracuse, a cult of the nymph Arethusa was centered around the freshwater spring on the island of Ortygia, which is in unusual proximity to the sea. Figure 38.1, the sort of geographical anomaly that prompted a sense of inherent sacredness in the minds of the Greeks, and often led to the establishment of a cult. Malkin 1987, 141-2. Image. Figure 38.1. The Arethusa freshwater spring on the island of Ortygia, Syracuse, in close proximity to the sea. Photo, G. Shepherd. The spring was also mentioned in the Foundation Oracle as recorded by Pausanias, 5.7.3, see also Pind. Nem. 1.1 and Ibic. FA 21 deal, and at some point was given further significance through a link to Olympia. In the same passage Pausanias recounts the myth of the hunter Alpheus chasing Arethusa, who escaped only when Artemis turned her into a spring and Alpheus into the river at Olympia. The spring and river met under the sea. Assertions recorded by Strabo, 6.2.4, that the spring ran red with the blood from sacrifices at Olympia and that a cup thrown into the Alpheus would resurface in the spring on Ortygia were produced in proof of this. Such claims of a direct physical link might well have been forged in the context of Syracusan interest in the cult of Zeus Olympios and Western Greek activity at Olympia in general. See further Delphi and Olympia below. Elsewhere, other minor deities or claims of mythical events were liberally sprinkled across the landscape, such as Gela's river god, Gelus, who appeared on coins, Dunbabin 1948, 178, or the assertion that the fountain of Cyane near Syracuse was the site of the rape of Persephone, as was, perhaps later Enna, Diod. Sic 4.23.4, 5.3.2, 5.4.12, Dunbabin 1948, 180. Oikist cult. A regular addition to a Western Greek pantheon may have been a cult of the Oikist, Malkin 1987, 189-266. The Oikist, as leader of the settlement party, seems to have had a religious role which entailed obtaining an oracle from Delphi, laying out sanctuaries, and the reward of an honorific cult after he died. Evidence for Oikist cults is scanty. The argument that they were a general feature of new settlements rests mainly on allusions in Herodotus, 6.38, to sacrifices due to state founders, and on Thucydides, 5.11.1, who describes the burial of Brasidas in the Agora of Amphipolis, his adoption as city founder, and consequent heroic worship. This element of a heroic burial in the Agora and a focal point for a hero cult is reiterated by the Scholion on Pindar, or 1.149 equals 93, which notes founders were buried in the center of Polis according to custom. For the Greek West, the best evidence is a fragment of Callimachus, AET. 2.43, which lists a number of Sicilian states, including Gela, Leontinoi, and Megara, Hyblaea, followed by the observation that no one who ever once built a wall for any of these cities comes to its customary feast without being named, and an explanation for why Zancle presents an exception to this rule. The implication of this passage is that an annual festival commemorating the foundation of the city and its founder was a regular feature across Greek Sicily at least. This annual commemoration might also have served to preserve other aspects of foundation history, including foundation stories and chronology. See further Dunbabin 1948, 11 and Malkin 1987, 197-8. Through a cult of the Oikist, individual settlements could acquire a cult that was unique to that city and which emphasized the formulation of a new and independent state, Malkin 1987, 200, compared to Dunbabin 1948. Archaeologically, the most compelling piece of evidence for Oikist cults is the foot of an early 5th century Attic kylix, found on the Acropolis at Gela and bearing the inscription Manastheles Anathek Antiphemoi, Manastheles dedicated me to Antiphemos. Antiphemos was the Rhodian oikist of Gela, Thuc. 6.4.3. Otherwise, the evidence is more tenuous, but relates mainly to possible shrines in agoras, although actual tombs are more elusive. One interpretation of the mysterious 6th century Harun or underground shrine, figure 38.2, at Poseidonia, which contained iron spits, bronze vessels, and a late 6th century Athenian black figure hydria, is that it was a cenotaph for the founder of Sybaris, whence the Troezenian settlers of Poseidonia purportedly came, Pedley 1990, 38-9. At Selinus, an enclosed precinct, approximate 6.78. 6m, in the agora contained a sarcophagus-like structure of carefully joined stone slabs. While there is unfortunately no evidence for its date or purpose, an obvious interpretation is of a Harun containing the grave or cenotaph of the oikist of Selinus, Mertens 2006, 178. At Megara Hyblaea building D on the west border of the agora is neither a tomb nor a cenotaph. The oikist Lamis died at Thapsos, Thuc. 6.4.1, where a reused Bronze Age cycle chamber tomb may be his grave, Orsi 1895, 103-4, but is clearly a cult site and has been tentatively identified as an oikist Harun, Gra, Trezeni, and Broyes 2004, 419. Image. Figure 38.2. The 6th century underground shrine at Poseidonia, Paestum, thought to be in or near the original Greek agora of the city. Photo, G. Shepherd. Olympian gods. As far as major cults and the Olympian gods are concerned, there is some evidence to suggest that even where overlaps in cult occurred between historical founder states and settlements in Magna Graecia, there was some adjustment of the city pantheon to ensure the differences of prominence and cultic status which likewise distinguished the religious spectra of other Greek polis. The comparison of Syracuse with her historical mother city Corinth provides an interesting case study in this respect. Both cities had early and important temples dedicated to Apollo, both of which occupied conspicuous positions. However, although at Corinth the Apollo temple was preeminent, on its identification, see Boucades and Stroud 2004, at Syracuse Apollo was arguably relegated to a slightly lower position. The temple was built near the Isthmus on Ortygia, and was obvious to anyone approaching or departing the island, but did not, in fact, occupy the highest and more central position. This was the focus of a cult from as early as the 8th century BCE, and was home to a succession of religious structures culminating in the 5th century Temple of Athena, Vosa 1999. Only a few meters away and parallel to the Athena temple was a monumental Ionic temple, possibly not completed, but begun in the late 6th century BCE, figure 38.3. Image. Figure 38.3. The Piazza Minerva, Syracuse on the left is the 5th century Temple of Athena, now the Cathedral of Syracuse. The temple steps and columns are still visible on the exterior. On the right, the black lines on the pavement mark out the position of the Ionic temple. The attribution of this temple is uncertain, but one candidate is Artemis, on the basis of Cicero's reference, Ver. 4.53.118, to two splendid temples of Diana, Artemis, and Minerva, Athena, on Ortygia. Alternatively, Apollo may have had to share his temple with Artemis, Coltrera 1971, especially 704, compared to Dinsma 1950, 75 with N2, who thinks the Artemis temple was elsewhere on Ortygia. Outside the main city, Artemis also had sanctuaries at Scala Greca and Belvedere, and a presence in the Acrodina Demeter and Koe sanctuary by the classical period, Fischer-Hansen 2009, 2010-14. Overall, Artemis seems to have been more prominent than in Corinth, Fischer-Hansen 2009, 214, Apollo perhaps rather less so, and, as Dunbabin, 1948, 177, observed, two of the most important goddesses of Corinth, Hera and Aphrodite, were given little attention in Syracuse. Another important cult at Syracuse was that of Zeus Olympios, for which there is only rather limited and late tenuous evidence at Corinth, Paus. 2.5.5 and 3.9.2, Theopha. Cause, PL 5.14.2. See Dinsman 1949 on possible links to architectural elements found at the north edge of Corinth, compared to FAF 2003, 115-19. In Syracuse, this cult was sufficiently prominent by the mid-6th century BCE to warrant the construction of a monumental extra-urban temple overlooking the Great Harbor. Here we may see yet another route by which city-states in the West could acquire particular religious profiles, the promotion of family or private cults to state level. For Syracuse, this might have been due to the efforts of the ancestors of one Hegesias, a friend of Hieron I of Syracuse. Hegesia's ancestry is detailed in Pindar's Olympian 6, where he is described as a member of the prophetic family of the Iamadae of Olympia and also as Synoikista, co-founder. The latter term might refer to collaboration with Hieron, Diod. Sic 11.49.1, 66, 76.3, Pind. 6 suggests that Hieron persuaded Hegesias to emigrate from Arcadia to Syracuse, see Fisher forthcoming, but it prompted a scholiast's note, Skol. Vet. 6.68a, that Hegesias was descended from Iamadae who accompanied the Oikist Archias to Syracuse. If so, then they and all their descendants may have been responsible for the establishment and promotion of the cult of Zeus Olympios at Syracuse, and possibly also the cults of Arethusa and Artemis Alpheoa, Weniger 1915. Private to state. Further evidence for the escalation of private cults to state level comes from Gela and Silinus. According to Herodotos, 7.153, Telins, an ancestor of Gelon, tyrant of Gela and a denominid, managed to negotiate the return of Gelones who had taken refuge in Mactorian following civil unrest, late 7th century, through sacred objects of the cult of Demeter and Koe. In securing the deal, Telins made it a condition that his descendants should be priests of the cult. Herodotos was uncertain as to how Telins had acquired the objects, but the scholiast on Pindar's Pythian Ode 2.27b, Drachman, notes that the cult was brought to Gela by the first Diano means. This suggests that Telin's achievement was the promotion of a family cult to state level. Certainly the cult was very prominent in Gela, notably at the Bitolemy sanctuary just outside the city. Gelon might also have had both family and state interests in mind when, upon taking control of Syracuse, he established twin temples to Demeter and Koe there, White 1964, 261-7, compared to Bukidis 2003, 248-51 for evidence for an early Corinthian source for the cult. At Silinus, the Lex Sacra, see transfer of cult above, refers to sacrifices to Zeus Melikios en Miskos, translatable as in the plot of Miskos. This, together with a similar reference to en Euthydemo, in the plot of Euthydemos, is interpreted by the editors of the inscription as the names of men belonging to prominent gentilicial groups which, like others in the Greek world, had a family cult of Zeus Melikios. However, whereas at Megara and elsewhere the cult of Zeus Melikios was usually a private or family one, at Silinus the precinct of Zeus Melikios, west of the city near the sanctuary of Demeter Malaphoros, suggests that the cult extended to the wider community. Jameson, Jordan, and Katansky 1993, especially 7 and 28-9, with references. One factor which may have played a very active part in supplying and promoting cults other than those directly transferable from the historical mother city, or which could be created upon settlement like the Oikist cult, is the presence of individuals and groups that traced their origins to different parts of Greece. The Iamadae at Syracuse, discussed previously, might present one such case. Dunbabin, 1948, 183, suspected that for settlements like Metaponto in South Italy, which lacked clear traditions of origin, but which also had a wide range of unusual cults, this might be the explanation. In fact, given more recent views on the likely derivation of settlers and indeed later arrivals, that they are unlikely, on practical demographic grounds, to have all come from the mother cities named in the literary sources, Snodgrass 1994. 2. This explanation may well have more widespread application. Indigenous influences. It is likely that these mixed populations included individuals deriving from the indigenous populations of Sicily and South Italy. Although earlier scholars were reluctant to accept the presence of Sicilians or Italians in Greek settlements in any context beyond slavery, more recent views accept that cohabitation and intermarriage are likely to have occurred, despite the difficulties in identifying such individuals in the archaeological record. For discussion and references to scholarship, see Shepherd 2005b. Whatever the precise realities of the situation, interaction with local communities and the influence of local religion are clearly important potential factors in the development of Greek religion in the West. A difficulty here is our lack of information regarding the nature of religion in Sicily and South Italy before the arrival of the Greeks. There is a striking dearth of sites that can be unequivocally identified as religious or cultic in nature. The assumption must be that, prior to Greek settlement, indigenous religion had little or no material manifestation. Such cult sites as are archaeologically identifiable become obvious only in periods post-dating the arrival of the Greeks, and can include Greek-style structures and Greek objects as votive offerings. This is the case at the Sanctuary of the Twin Gods, the Palikoi, Mod. Roccicella di Mineo, Diod. Sic 11.88.6, 11.89, in southeastern Sicily, although there are traces of occupation dating back as far as the Paleolithic period and including late Bronze Age tombs, evidence for cultic use dates only to the 7th century BCE at best, and most is 5th century and later, Maniscalco and McConnell 2003. It might reasonably be asked whether the concept of making non-perishable, and often minor, offerings to a deity might not be a cultural practice derived from the Greeks. The idea that a pre-existing indigenous cult site might have prompted syncretism or the establishment of a Greek cult on the same site has often been put forward as an explanation and rationale for the choice of a sanctuary location. For discussion and references, see Morkin 1987, especially 160-3. Unfortunately, even where evidence of indigenous activity does predate a Greek cult site, there are problems both in chronological continuity and in identifying the earlier remains as religious rather than, say, domestic in nature. Two sanctuaries of Demeter, the Bitolemy Sanctuary at Gela and the S. Biogio Sanctuary at Akragas, were both originally reported to have produced indigenous pottery dating between the 8th and 6th centuries BCE, as well as Proto-Corinthian and Corinthian pottery, Orsi 1906, 595 ff., Marconi 1933. 50. For the former, subsequent excavation identified a lack of material of the first half of the 7th century, Orlandini 1966, ESP. 17-27. For the latter, it is possible that late Corinthian pieces were misidentified as Proto-Corinthian, Dunbabin 1948, 307 within, 3, Siracusano 1983, 73. In both cases there is no clear evidence of continuity of use, nor indeed that the sites were always religious in nature. That said, there is some evidence that indigenous religion not only survived, but also that it was of interest to the Greeks. Later references to cults of a goddess Hyblaea, Paus. 5.23.6, see further Dunbabin 1948, 144-5, Hadrianus, a fire god identified with Hephaestos, Ale. NA 11.3, and the Palikoi attest to this, while the prominence of Demeter and Kore in Sicily is not only explained in terms of their relevance to the agricultural wealth of the island, but also possible syncretism with an indigenous chthonic deity, Diod. Sic 5.2.3, 3.2, Pace 1945, 469, compared to Zuntz 1971, 72-3. Many aspects of this influence may well have been of an irrecoverable nature, perhaps involving shifts in belief and myth, or alterations and additions to ritual. Polybius, the 12th of May 2010, describes one such case at Locri in South Italy. The Locrians, having expelled the Cycles, reportedly adopted several cycle rites where they had no inherited tradition of their own. However, this was not without careful adaptation. For the leader of sacrificial processions, the Locrians substituted a noble virgin for the cycle well-born youth, on the grounds of the unusual Locrian custom of matrilineal nobility. Although signs of local influence on Greek cult are few, difficult to detect, and oblique rather than direct, there is another important arena in which such influence might be a factor and which arguably also presents another manifestation of religious independence on the part of the Western Greeks: temple design. As noted in the introduction of this chapter, Sicily and South Italy are littered with the remains of splendid temples that, while recognizably Greek, cannot be mistaken for the products of Greece. Temples in Magna Graecia. Current scholarship on the development of Greek architecture holds that the Greeks who first settled in Sicily and South Italy in the later 8th century BCE did not take with them any tradition of monumental temple architecture. Rather, what ultimately became the classical Greek temple built in stone, and its associated orders, was formulated over the course of the 7th century BCE. It reached full expression by the early 6th century BCE, notably in such early Doric structures as the Temple of Artemis on Corfu and the Temple of Hera at Olympia. Channels of architectural communication were clearly open, since developments either side of the Ionian Sea were far from independent. The essential ground plan, elevation, and orders, including a preference for the Doric order, are the same in both Greece and Magna Graecia. In this context, it is significant that the earlier date now proposed for the Temple of Apollo at Syracuse, c. 600 BCE rather than c. 570 BCE, not only extends its priority over the Temple of Apollo in Corinth, but also places it amongst the very earliest monumental temples with a stone colonnade. An intriguing feature of the temple is the inscription across the top front step. Although its reading has been much debated, it seems likely that it refers to one Cleomenes in the role of a wealthy contractor or donor, and probably one with social and even political ambitions. Figure 38.4. A parallel might be provided by the inscription on the mid-6th century BCE Temple A2 at Metaponto, which vaunts to himself and his Genos clan, and has been interpreted as referring to the local tyrant. In the West, the ambitions of the wealthy might have been more thinly veiled when it came to temple building. Shepherd forthcoming. Image. Figure 38. For the Temple of Apollo, Syracuse, with the remains of the double colonnade at the entrance. The inscription is just visible along the top step. The letters are clearest, under the left-hand column. Photo, G. Shepherd. Construction. Although in the past Western Greek temple architecture has often been damned as crude and imitative, Dinsmore, 1950, 75, famously denounced its barbaric distortions. The Apollo Temple at Syracuse indicates that monumental architecture in the West was highly innovative from a very early stage, and architects there were at the forefront of its development. Certainly, its later development did not exactly parallel that of the mainland, and in many respects, including engineering, investment, and decoration, may even have led the way. As in Ionia, at the eastern end of the Greek world, 6th century architects in the West were building temples on a colossal scale, notably Temple GT at Selinus and the Temple of Zeus Olympios at Akragas, although such a venture was attempted in Pisistrated Athens, whether for reasons of resources, politics, or motivation, it was abandoned before the structure was completed. Other features of scale, such as the tendency to greater unsupported roof spans in Western structures, might point to better resources such as heavier timber for beams, Colton 1977, 158, but equally might indicate more sophisticated roofing systems such as the truss, Hodge 1960, 38-44. It has been argued that Sicilian roofing systems influenced those in Greece, Klein 1998. Different solutions to architectural problems were also preferred in the West. For example, the inevitable problem of positioning triglyphs over corner columns was usually solved by stretching the metopes in the West. It was not until c. 480 BCE that the angle contraction employed in mainland Greece throughout the 6th century BCE became a regular feature. Colton 1974, 72-82, 1977, 62. In plan and elevation, Western temples also display a distinct local style throughout the 6th century BCE and down to at least 480 BCE, conspicuous in three main features: wide flank colonnades in relation to the width of the cella, main room, a tendency towards elongation with higher numbers of flank columns, often 16 or 17, and, in part contributing to the latter factor. Frontal emphasis created by a deeper and or more elaborate arrangement of the pronaos, front porch, while the rear of the cella was closed by a plain adyton, back room, rather than the opisthodomos, back porch, which usually balanced the pronaos on mainland temples. Winter 1976, 140. The temples of Apollo at Syracuse and Corinth provide good comparisons in these last respects. The former had a peristyle of 6x17 columns, which incorporated a double front colonnade as well as a two-columned porch and a blank adyton. See Figure 38. 4. The Corinth temple had a colonnade of 6x15 columns, and both pronaos and opisthodomos had 2 columns. Other oddities occur more than once also. Internal staircases appear in several Western Greek temples, notably in pairs in the temples of Concord, c. 430 BCE, and Heracles, c. 500 BCE, at Akragas, Athena at Paestum, c. 510 BCE, and Victory at Himera, c. 480 BCE, where they are located on either side of the entrance to the cella. These seem unnecessarily elaborate for simple access to the roof space for maintenance. It has been suggested that they relate to the use of the attic for storage, and even display, or for ritual ascents and descents. Hodge 1960, 37-8, Miles 1985. Winter, 1976, 140, suggested that the wide colonnades might reflect their greater use for cult purposes, especially in Sicily. The regular incorporation of an adyton might likewise reflect Western Greek approaches to rituals, certainly the highly unusual enclosed colonnades of Temple F, Selinus, and the Temple of Zeus Olympios, Akragas, where screen walls stretched between the columns, suggest quite distinctive cult practices. Dinsmore 1950, 99, 101. The possibility that this also reflects some indigenous impact on ritual should not be discounted. Locations. In addition to some details of their construction, Western Greek temples are also notable for their location and number. Their placement in the grid patterns that distinguish the layout of the cities of Magna Graecia indicate that they were positioned for both practicality and maximum visibility. Morkin 1987, 164-86, and they regularly appear in multiples and often in close proximity to each other. Figure 38.5. Image. Figure 38.5. The temples of Heror Temple of Neptune, mid-5th century BCE, in the foreground, and Heror I, the Basilica, mid-6th century BCE, in the background, in close proximity at Poseidonia, Paestum. Compare also Figure 38.3, Photo, G. Shepherd. In these respects, not only did the sacred landscapes of the West look very different from those of the mainland, but they also testify to what must have been a potent, if expensive, form of rivalry between competing city-states. The total ensemble of monumental temples in each city, 6 at Selinus and at least 4 at Akragas alone by the end of 5th century BCE, presents an extraordinary degree of urban ostentation that largely preceded similar efforts elsewhere, such as in Periclean Athens. The increasing scale of individual temples suggests close attention was paid to the construction activities of rivals in an effort to outdo them in the architectural sphere as in others. Snodgrass 1986, 55-6. The earliest peripteral temple at Selinus, Temple C, c.550 BCE, outstripped both early temples at Syracuse, Apollo and Zeus Olympios, in the dimensions of the stylobate and column height. It, in turn, was surpassed by the temple of Heracles at Akragas. While the inspiration for the colossal temples at Selinus, GT, and Akragas, Zeus Olympios, may well have come from the earlier Ionic versions in Ionia, the dimensions of the two Sicilian edifices almost identical in length, but over 2 meters wider for the slightly later Akragas temple, show that local competition could be fierce. An increase in length might have been less noticeable on such a huge building, but such an increase in width, together with taller columns and a higher entablature, not to mention the monolithic effect of the screen wall, must have made the Akragas temple the clear frontrunner, even though neither temple was actually finished. One cannot help but suspect that, towards the end of the 6th century BCE, someone from Akragas paid a visit to Selinus with a tape measure in hand. Sculpture. Given the size, grandeur, and number of temples in the West. One category of evidence is surprisingly rare in the sanctuaries: sculpture. This applies both to architectural and freestanding works. For the former, there are some well-known groups of metopes. Interestingly, they appear to be concentrated at particular sites, such as those from temples C, Fs, Y, all archaic, and E, early classical, at Selinus, of which several survive in a good state from each temple. The most extensive cycle comes from the treasury of the Heraean at Phos del Seal outside Poseidonia, and to these may be added the metopes from the temple, but thus far the three great temples of Poseidonia itself seem to have lacked any sculptural decoration. Ridgway 1977, 239, 243, Pedley 1990, 49. This lack is especially curious given that the early date of the Phos del Seal treasury metopes, and, indeed, those from Temple C at Selinus, might well support Ridgway's 1977, 248, suggestion that sculpted metopes were invented in the West, another instance of Western Greek innovation. Gorgon images were favored to some degree, perhaps over the narrative cycles that were increasingly common in Greece. Examples include the terracotta pedimental Gorgon of Temple C, Selinus, and the Gorgon metopes adorning the 6th century BCE Temple of Athena in Syracuse. Most surviving sculptural decoration is metopal rather than pedimental, although variations could be highly unusual, such as the enormous Telamon figures on the Temple of Zeus at Akragas, which contribute much to distinguishing this temple from more canonical structures. There is even less evidence for the freestanding sculptures that might justifiably be expected as ostentatious dedications in the sanctuaries. Much, of course, could have been taken. The Romans, especially the rapacious Vares, are always suspects here, but we should still expect to find some evidence of their existence in the form of statue bases and inscriptions. Occasionally some rather unimpressive fixings have been found, such as the range of 13 limestone stelae found in the vicinity of the 6th century BCE Temple of Athena in Syracuse, which the excavator Paolo Orsi, 1918, suggested originally supported bronze or marble sculptures, on the grounds of cuttings in their top surfaces. Other works, such as the draped Kororos from Syracuse, may have been displayed in sanctuaries. Its original location is unknown, but many of the relatively few pieces of freestanding sculpture in the West derive from cemeteries, not sanctuaries. Magna Graecia and Greece, religious interaction. Delphi and Olympia. In contrast to the sanctuaries in Magna Graecia, lavish dedications from the Western Greek states are well known in mainland Greece, at least from the Pan-Hellenic sanctuaries. See also, in this volume, Scott, Chapter 16. The bronze Delphi charioteer dedicated to commemorate the chariot race victory of Polydzalos of Gela in either 478 or 474 BCE, is probably the best known, but others, such as Gelon's tripod, Diod. Sic 1.26.7, also demonstrate Dianomid interest in Delphi. Amongst other Western Greek offerings are Selinus' gold branch of the celery plant from which the city took its name, plucked. De Pyt. Or 12, and the relatively late Syracusan treasury, Paus. 10.11.5, at Olympia, dedications appear even more numerous and also of greater antiquity. Smaller scale objects dating to the 8th and 7th centuries BCE and deriving from Italy and or Sicily include fibulae and other jewelry, armor, and weaponry, and account for at least 8.9% of all foreign dedications. Killian Delmeyer 1985. The Western Greeks are the most likely candidates as the donors, and some votives, such as the 4 spearheads of a type common in Sicily, similar to a find from the Syracusan Athena Ion, seem likely to have advertised a Greek victory in an encounter with the local population to a very wide audience at Olympia. Snodgrass 1964, 128-9. Larger Western Greek dedications at Olympia are helpfully listed by Pausanias, books 5 and 6, Passim, and include inter alia Zeus statue, an offering of the people of Metapontum, 5.22.5, and a dedication of plunder by the people of Akragas from their war with Motia, 5.25.5. The most conspicuous dedications were, of course, the treasuries, 5 of the 12 structures along the Treasury Terrace are identified as Western Greek dedications by Pausanias, with a possible 6th, if the Megarian treasury is in fact the Megara Hyblaean treasury. Boardman 1978, 160, Morgan 1999, 419. Mother cities. The Western Greeks clearly identified Olympia and Delphi as the best destinations for objects and structures designed to advertise their successes and prosperity. But what of ongoing communication in the religious arena between Western Greek states and their historical mother cities, as opposed to the wider platform of the Panhellenic sanctuaries? Amongst the contributing factors to the view that the Western settlements duplicated inheritable pantheons are the passages in Thucydides 1.25.4 and 1.38.24, which refer to common festival gatherings and due respect paid to Corinth by her colonies. The comments are made in the context of Corinthian annoyance that Corcyra, unlike other Corinthian colonies, did not in the 5th century observe Corinthian precedents. Since Corcyra, like Syracuse, was founded in the later 8th century, these passages are often taken to reflect not only universal, ongoing religious relationships between founding cities and their offspring, but also the antiquity of such relationships and their existence from the earliest stages of Greek ventures overseas and throughout the Archaic period. There is scattered evidence, especially from classical and later inscriptions, that elsewhere in the Greek world some foundations were required to maintain a relationship with their mother cities through religion, including participation in festivals and dedications. However, it is questionable whether such a relationship can really be applied to the early settlements and to Syracuse in particular. Other Corinthian settlements, such as Leucas, Ambracia, and Anactorion, were founded later, under the tyrants. They had a greater degree of political connection, including oikists who were the tyrants' sons, Graham 1984, and that may well have been articulated through religious rites. They were also geographically closer, which would have facilitated greater interaction. The situation of Syracuse and Corcyra was rather different, since both were politically independent from foundation. In addition, Syracuse's short-lived 5th-century democracy was preceded by the tyranny of the Dianomenids of Gela and, following Gelon's reported program of resettlement, the city would also have had numerous inhabitants with no nostalgic ties to Corinth. It seems unlikely that, in the 5th century, there would have been any reason for Syracuse to maintain a subservient relationship through religion with Corinth. The fact that Corcyra was singled out as behaving badly, and had obviously been doing so for some time, HDT 3.49, might have had more to do with possible formalities put in place when that island was under the domination of the Corinthian tyrant Periander, making Corcyra more like the other tyrant colonies, than with any original arrangement that can be universally applied even to the earlier archaic foundations. The evidence for dedication at mother city sanctuaries, especially of the non-perishable variety, is also of interest in this context. In comparison with that from the Panhellenic sanctuaries discussed, Delphi and Olympia, it is for the most part an argument ex silentio. Nevertheless, there are indications that, if an ongoing relationship existed, it was sporadic and strategic rather than continuous and regularly observed. Surviving artifacts at mother city sanctuaries which can be securely linked with Magna Graecia can be described as negligible in number or even non-existent. At Pericora, Italian objects include 27 fibulae, some of the bone and amber type for which there is now evidence for manufacture at Pithecusae. Yet exotic objects found at Pericora are mainly Phoenician in origin, and if the interpretation of the sanctuary as a stopping-off point for sailors on their way to Corinth and as the recipient of offerings for a safe sea journey is correct, as seems eminently feasible, then the relatively few Italian objects need have no greater significance than convenient objects acquired by traders. Payne 1962, 25. The best evidence for dedications passing between Western Greece and the homeland comes from Rhodes. Here, at the sanctuary of Athena Lindia, Blinkenberg was surprised to find so few traces of the Western Greeks, given the existence of Gela and Acragas in Sicily. Again, finds were confined to a sprinkling of fibulae, and the 11 that Blinkenberg discovered fade into insignificance when placed in the context of the total of 1592 fibulae of identifiable type which he reported. Fibulae were clearly a standard offering at Lindos, Blinkenberg 1931, 71, 75-6. However, more substantial offerings from Gela and Akragas purportedly dedicated at Lindos in the Archaic period are recorded in the Hellenistic inscription known as the Lindian Chronicle. Evidence from the Lindian Chronicle. The Lindian Chronicle was composed by Timachidas, son of Hagestemos, probably identical with the author Timachidas of Rhodes, and Tharsagoras, son of Stratos in the early 1st century BCE. It lists offerings made from before the Trojan War to those dedicated by Philip V of Macedon, 238-179 BCE. Fears about the imaginative nature of this document, at least as regards the earlier dedications, are not allayed by the likelihood that many votives were destroyed in the temple fire of the mid-4th century BCE, nor that the information relating to Sicily was gleaned from the Hellenistic historian Xenogoras, a dubious source. As such, the chronicle probably says more about how the Rhodians wanted to present their past in the Hellenistic period, and particularly in the face of the escalating power of Rome, than it does about the realities of dedication in earlier periods. As Shea, 2005, 435, points out, Roman offerings known from other sources are conspicuous by their absence, and their omission might be read as an attempt at cultural defiance. However, while they are not beyond the bounds of specious invention, the Sicilian dedications described do sound plausible for the periods claimed for them. If, for a moment, we suspend skepticism and take the chronicle at face value, then it still may provide interesting insights into the ways in which religious relationships between mother cities and Greek states abroad may have worked. The 5 dedications in question range from the 7th to the late 6th or early 5th century BCE. The 3 from Gela are a crater dedicated upon the conquest of Arietos in the 7th century, a town of unknown location, LC 25.11-14, a wooden gorgon with a stone face dedicated by Daimones, according to the inscription the Daimones who arrived at Gela with the oikist Antiphemos, but possibly confused with the later Daimones, Gelon's father, LC 27.29-35, and Daedalea, wooden statues, dedicated by an uncle of the tyrant Hippocrates, LC 31.60-4. From Akragas came a crater dedicated by the 6th century tyrant Phalaris and purportedly made by Daedalus, LC 27, and a statue of Athena, part of the spoils from a victory over Minoa, LC 30. As dedications either commemorating military victories, or made by tyrants or other prominent individuals, these look more like the sort of calculated and programmatic dedications that were made at Olympia and Delphi than a reflection of an regular and continuous relationship based on pious and nostalgic connections, although, no doubt, the familial links added an extra edge to the declarations of success. Conclusion. While religion in Magna Graecia had many features in common with the nature and practice of religion in mainland Greece, it was not a simple case of the duplication of cults and rituals transferred from the various homelands of the Greek migrants. Rather, Western Greek states manipulated their cultic preferences and customized their practices to forge distinctive religious profiles that contributed to the individual cultural identities of those city-states, just as comparable arrangements did for other Greek states. In the cities of Magna Graecia, the traditional gods could be maintained, promoted, or sidelined. Minor deities such as oikists and other local heroes could be installed, prominent families could further their interests through the promulgation of their own cults, and local indigenous deities and practices may well have been drawn upon for inspiration. The paraphernalia of religion, temples and dedications, could be used not just for pious purposes, but also competitively in displays of prosperity and success to the widest possible audience. These distinctive features of religion in Magna Graecia, which, from the 5th century onwards, also included the religious movements of Orphism and Pythagoreanism, see, in this volume, Edmonds, chapter 37, demonstrate that while the religion of the Western Greeks fitted comfortably under the very broad umbrella of Greek religion, it was nevertheless far from being a replica of the religion of the Greek mainland. Suggested reading. Although it is now over 60 years old and in some respects outdated, Dunbabin 1948 remains a fundamental text for the study of any aspect of the Greek West, including religion, not least because of its thorough knowledge of the ancient sources. Much has, of course, also been written on religion in Italian, including Pace's 1945 classic study. See especially 723-30 for details of dedications at Olympia and Delphi. Other more recent works include the collected papers in Anello, Martirana, and Sammartino 2006. On religion and the colonization process, in particular oikist cults, see Morkin 1987 and Doherty 1993, especially on murderous founders. For sanctuary architecture, Mertens 2006 is very important and is also made more widely accessible via its Italian translation. See also de Polignac 1995 and Morkin 1987 on sanctuary location. Studies of Western Greek sculpture tend to be embedded in broader works, such as Ridgway 1977, but see also Boardman 1995 and Holloway 1975 for succinct treatments. For the relationship between art and cultural identity, see Marconi's study, 2007, of the metopes from Silenus. On relations between mother cities and colonies in general across the Greek world, Graham 1984, first edition 1964, is still very important. For religious relations, see further Shepherd 2000, and on the Lindian Chronicle specifically, Higby 2003 and Shea 2005.